Chapter 748. The Avengers. A flurry of cold snowflakes drifted gracefully through the skies above Morning Light City. Despite it being the early hours of the day, the city was devoid of its usual dawn glow, instead cloaked in a shroud of snow. The entire Morning Light Canyon had donned a delicate white veil, while the walls of the main city were teeming with players. Inside the city, a multitude of Chinese players crowded together, and in the distance, reinforcements from the other three major cities continuously poured in, armed and ready to counterattack. Yet, the city was besieged, with the sounds of people and neighing horses echoing below. A significant number of players from the Northern Alliance stood poised for battle, with cavalry in formation and archers at the ready, each one calmly gazing up at the city walls, confident in their impending victory. The game interface displayed a stark contrast in player numbers. China, 18, 977, 733. Northern Alliance, 67, 328, 489. The opposing force was a staggering 35 times our number, and the Northern Alliance had an array of siege weaponry at their disposal from their 8 main cities. Thankfully, most of the oil carts had been destroyed by us. Otherwise, we might have crumbled under the assault. A snowflake slowly descended, landing softly in a palm, and as the fingers closed in, the snowflake melted away. He stood at the edge of the city, her crimson-tinged snow-colored cloak fluttering in the wind. She lifted her face and murmured, "I can hear the heartbeat. The siege is about to commence." Sansheng Mo stood beside her, staff in hand, nodding in agreement. Indeed, their formation is fully assembled. The Northern Alliance boasts 7 renowned players among their ranks. If all goes as expected, these individuals will form the backbone of the assault. We must give our all, otherwise, we may not endure even an hour. Swan Lofton stood at the rear, leaning on his longsword. Yes, the Northern Alliance is formidable, having maintained the upper hand in the initial battles. Their morale is high as the siege approaches. Everyone, stay alert. Lu Chun, how many remain with Gu Jianhunming? I glanced back at Bei Ming Shui, who murmured, including 1,000 Dragon Dawn riders. There are approximately 60,000 left, excluding those taken by Li Chengfeng. Su Yang spoke in a low tone. We need not count those taken by Chengfeng. Those brothers will most likely not return. He bit her lip and asked, Uncle Zhang Chun, do you plan to have Gu Jianhunming defend a single city? Yes, Zhang Chun replied with a firm nod. The northern city wall faces the Northern Alliance directly and is the most vulnerable point. It appears that Gu Jianhunming has preserved its strength well, and Lu Chun has become a hero feared by the Northern Alliance. Thus, I believe Gu Jian should guard the northern wall. I took a deep breath and said, yes. In conjunction with the other guild's attacks, we can once again serve as the main force. That fiery red lip will assist us. Understood. Sansheng Mo replied with a smile, clearly recognizing that although few remained of the fiery red lip, their team of nearly 10,000 mages was precisely what we needed. With their firepower, we could hold out a little longer on the city walls. Swanluffen brandished his sword, proclaiming, Jinlin, the Heavenly Alliance shall guard the eastern city wall, while Shui Yinsan defends the western wall. The Candle Dragon, the Hall of Eternal Life, the Holy Domain Rose, and the quest for supremacy shall fortify the southern wall. I shall lead 100,000 righteous brethren to assist Gu Jianhunming in safeguarding the northern wall. Brothers, this is our final battle. If we can endure for just 17 more hours, ultimate victory shall be ours. The crowd nodded in unison. I raised my right foot, the resounding battle boots striking the edge of the city wall. Gazing down at the throngs below, my heart surged with emotion as I spoke softly. Uncle Zhang Chun, with our limited forces, it is indeed a formidable challenge to hold the city. Do you have any further strategies? The 3 main cities of China boast a population exceeding 100 million. Surely we should have more than this. Zhang Chun replied, indeed, within 3 days. Approximately 30 million Chinese players have fallen in Morning Light City, and nearly 10 million high-level players remain unengaged, mostly scattered across various main cities. For various reasons, they have not yet arrived. Rest assured, Lu Chun, I have conspired with Zhu Yingluan, under the banner of the CGL Hall of Fame. We have initiated an event dubbed the Avengers Alliance. We have already contacted 374 major guilds, and when the time is ripe, they shall descend upon us from the directions of Sky City and Wind City. With our combined efforts, we shall surely shatter these Northern Alliance players. My eyes brightened. The Avengers Alliance? Excellent. How many members do we have? At least 7 million. more than enough to deliver a formidable strike that will leave the Northern Alliance in tears. Zhang Chun replied with confidence. I felt a surge of exhilaration. Wonderful. With this, we have the courage to continue fighting. Prepare for revenge. Indeed, upon Swan Lafon's command, Purple Robe Marquis, Clear Water Fragrance, Dominating Blade, Rose Thorn, and Qingqing Zijing led their respective guild members to various city walls for defense. Below, the sound of war drums resounded as a mounted warrior on a battle tiger, bearing a blood-red flag, pointed his sword towards the city, shouting, Brothers of the Northern Alliance, let the past humiliation mock us no longer. In the face of our formidable foes, we vow to resist unto death. Now, let us stain the cursed earth with our blood, fight side by side, tear through this darkness, and seize Morning Light City. With his rallying cry, the prepared Northern Alliance sounded the horn for a renewed assault. Countless players surged towards the city's edge, accompanied by siege engines such as trebuchets, siege towers, and battering rams, all slowly advancing under the protection of a cadre of dark knights. With synchronized steps, the warriors wielding swords advanced towards the city, while ahead lay a formation of dark knights bearing shields. Behind them, archers, mages, and priests concealed themselves, showcasing the Northern Alliance's flawless strategic composition, clearly a lethal adversary. As the enemy lines drew ever closer, Bei Mingxiu turned her beautiful gaze towards me. Brother, shall we commence our attack now? If we throw, we should be able to reach them. As I measured the distance, I shook my head and said, No, let us wait a few more seconds. At 200 yards, the force of the projectile attack will be compromised. We cannot waste the spiral arrow blade or the cooldown time of the galaxy storm. Very well, said Spicy Sour Noodles, drawing his sword. How about I lead the greedy wolf riders out of the city for a moment? San Sheng Mo remarked. If you are prepared for a one-way journey, you may proceed. The area beneath the city is swarming with forces from the Northern Alliance. We cannot guarantee your safe return. Spicy Sour Noodles grimaced. Then let us wait for their siege ladders to arrive. As the enemy drew nearer, I cast my gaze about, and Bei Ming Shui promptly raised her longbow, calling out, Prepare to launch. Mages and archers, attack together. Let us eliminate them from a distance. The resounding sound of disconnection echoed, as numerous mages atop the city began to chant storm incantations. Shortly thereafter, countless purple halos shot from the heights, cascading into the enemy ranks like fireworks, each explosion illuminating the battlefield with bursts of skill. Meanwhile, the archers unleashed a torrent of spiral arrow blades and rapid-fire skills, arrows raining down upon the masses, some shredding the bodies of enemy warriors, while others were deflected by the shields of the enemy's magic knights. With a clattering sound, arrows pierced the shields of the magic knights, causing their health to plummet by over 10,000. Raising his longsword high, the knight bellowed, Charge forth at full speed. Advance our line to the foot of the city. Do not fear their firepower. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed as countless northern cavalry surged forward. With a sudden motion, I unsheathed the Teeming sword and pointed it toward the base of the city, declaring, Unleash all firepower. Seal off their approach, and do not allow them near the city gates. With that, I kicked my phantom wolf king down from the city, followed by a shadow clone. It mattered little if my pet and shadow perished. I could not afford to descend myself. Sansheng Mo cast 3 consecutive ice explosions, unleashing a flurry of ice spikes among the crowd, sending a host of Northern Alliance cavalry players tumbling from their mounts. The ongoing inferno from Sansheng Mo continued to rage, leaving many knights in disarray. Not a single soul could cross the 20-yard threshold in front of Sansheng Mo, a testament to the might of a top-tier mage. However, the cavalry of the Northern Alliance displayed remarkable tenacity, charging forth despite their heavy casualties. Through the flames and ice, waves of cavalry broke through the fire barrier, only to be met by nearby archers who picked them off one by one with tremor arrows and magic-breaking arrows. With a series of thuds, 3 ironclad cavalrymen fell, their chests pierced by arrows, blood splattering everywhere. Yet, behind them, more iron cavalry pressed on, undeterred. The ranged players atop the city lacked sufficient depth and firepower, allowing 7 or 8 magic knights to charge down to the city as foot in no time. Bei Mingshui shouted, Do not mind them. Continue attacking the forefront, seal that line. Let the warrior players deal with any who break through. I wholeheartedly agreed, directing my clone and the little wolf to advance. effortlessly dispatching the 7 or 8 wounded magic knights with ease. It was all too simple. An increasing number of northern cavalrymen gathered at the city's gates, and at last, the blockade was rendered entirely ineffective. Consequently, ranged players like Sansheng Mo and Bei Ming Shui unleashed their magic and arrows upon the city below. With a resounding crash, a siege ladder was secured firmly between the crevices of the stone wall, as players from the Northern Alliance prepared to ascend. MD, those with courage, follow me. Priests and bards atop the walls, prepare to heal and buff. Those above level 155, with actual defenses exceeding 10,000, come with me. Let us descend the siege ladder. With that, I leaped from the city, undeterred by the height, for I knew I would not perish from the jump. Moreover, with the ladder in place, should I find myself in dire straits below, I could simply climb back up, providing a safe retreat. The tattered cloak of the soul requiem billowed in the wind as I descended, a halo of the Qianquan formation swirling beneath my feet, and I met the ground with a powerful Qianquan strike. Puff. 31, 937. I felled a high-ranking magic knight, simultaneously draining 5,000 of their health. The force of my descent erupted with the Teeming sword amidst the crowd. Flame blade slash. In an instant, I eliminated several foes, restoring 50,000 health in the process. Boom, boom, boom. To my side, bursts of attacking auras descended as high-level players like He, Zhangji, and Wan Yu arrived in force. Chapter 749, Beast Tamer Drink. With a thunderous roar, a cyclone of colossal beasts tore through the armor and shields of the magic knights. As the valiant warrior of the ancient sword soul dream descended, a fierce Xieji roar followed, striking terror into the hearts of the surrounding Northern Alliance players. Despite lacking a mount, the sheer power of the attack was enough to obliterate knight players in an instant. Zhangji suffered a loss of over 40,000 health. Above, Murong Mingwei and Yulu swiftly wielded their staves, casting continuous healing spells to ensure our sustained combat. Clad in a graceful battle robe, He unleashed a torrent of ice and stone attacks, wreaking havoc upon our adversaries. I called out, Eve, Zhangji, charge with me. Push the battle line away from the walls. Luan Yu, Su Yang, Xiao Gui, Tian Tangyu, summon your mounts at this opportunity. The summoning of mounts took merely 25 seconds, but could not be interrupted. Otherwise, a 30-second wait was required for another attempt. Under the relentless assault of Zhangji and me, a wide area emerged amidst the battlefield, a vacuum void of enemy forces, ideal for summoning mounts. With the neighing of warhorses echoing in the air, a dozen Dragon Dawn steeds appeared behind us. Gui Guzi, Wan Yu, and the others swiftly mounted, charging forth and activating the war god strategy, their attributes surging dramatically as they galloped into the fray, replacing Zhangji and me. As I summoned the Ice Lin steed and mounted, He and Zhangji also conjured their mounts. In that moment, nearly 20 elite warriors descended upon the city, fully buffed, nourished by the priest's healing. This time, the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry experienced an unprecedented sense of security with the priest's healing. It felt as though no one could vanquish us, a sensation of bliss previously unknown in the heat of battle. Each individual must secure a 20-meter radius, guarding the entirety of Dawn City. The firepower stationed atop the walls must remain vigilant. To the priest players, irrespective of whether you hail from the realm of ancient sword spirit dream, I implore you to bolster the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry stationed below the city. We cannot permit the northern wall to endure excessive assaults from siege weaponry. Otherwise, our fate may be sealed. Brandishing my longsword, I issued commands with fervor, assuming the role of commander on the northern battlefield. Indeed, since the onset of this conflict, I have orchestrated every strategic maneuver and troop deployment for ancient sword spirit dream. To wield command over a faction in such a fervent battlefield is nothing short of a privilege. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed overhead. Clang! A massive obsidian stone plummeted onto He's shield, causing the fair leader of the Beauty Alliance to stagger back several paces, her back colliding forcefully against the city wall. The resilience of the Dragon Yao Warhorse King diminished by approximately 10, and over 10,000 health points were lost. Thankfully, had he not intercepted the stone, a breach in the city wall would have been imminent. I turned my gaze towards the battlements and called out, Biming, lead a contingent of archers to implement a ranged strategy. Strike as far as your arrows can reach, and eliminate those catapults one by one. Is that feasible? Bai Mingxuan nodded in agreement. Understood, brother. Before long, a flurry of sharp arrows soared accurately into the distance, descending upon the enemy ranks, swiftly culminating in the destruction of a giant catapult. The arrows detonated, splintering the wooden structure beyond repair. As boulders continued to rain down from the sky, our group struggled to withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, any individual who leapt from the battlements was assuredly a master, rendering it nearly impossible for the boulders to eliminate us in an instant. Come forth, you scoundrels, to your grandfather. With fervor, I wielded my warhammer, conjuring swirling gusts of wind. The gleaming bracers upon my arms, imbued with the fiery properties of a terrestrial artifact, granted a chance to unleash whirlwind attacks upon my foes. This proved invaluable in our national conflict, as I surged forward, igniting thousands of whirlwinds, securing my position within the top 20 rankings in the Chinese region. It is well known that the scores of warrior classes typically pale in comparison to those of archers and mages. On one hand, we must engage in close combat to slay our enemies, and on the other, our area of effect skills are limited. Thus, any warrior class player who manages to ascend into the top 20 must undoubtedly be a paragon of excellence. I stood resolutely before the city gate, accompanied by my phantom wolf king and the injured specter doppelganger, steadfastly defending our position. The Teeming sword continuously triggered dragon soul attacks and silver dragon storms, causing the ranks of the Northern Alliance players to hesitate, retreating to cower from afar while allowing archers and mages to concentrate their fire. Meanwhile, I pulled back the front line, permitting long-range players such as Sanxing Mo and Bai Mingxue to engage the adversary. For a full half hour, over 20 Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry warriors valiantly defended the northern wall, ensuring that no enemy managed to ascend the battlements. Ultimately, the Northern Alliance could no longer contain themselves, and with the thunderous sound of iron hooves, yet another cavalry charge approached. From a distance, it appeared all too familiar. Once again, the bloodthirsty beast cavalry. The mount of the quasi-boss level in the spirit realm is extraordinarily sharp, with approximately 30,000 individuals. No one could have anticipated that we buried 50,000 bloodthirsty beast cavalrymen under the avalanche in the Dragonbone Mountains. Surprisingly, there are still so many high-tier cavalrymen in Hero City. Be cautious, these adversaries are exceedingly fierce, I proclaimed, raising my longsword. On one side, a large group of bloodthirsty beast cavalry charged forth, howling as they pierced through our defenses. Amidst a flurry of skill lights intertwining, a Dragon Dawn Iron cavalryman, filled with fervor, fell to the ground with a painful groan, instantly slain by the overwhelming might of the enemy's attacks. He, wielding his sword, suddenly unleashed 5 sword beams, declaring loudly, "Block them. Do not let them approach the city walls. Behind us lies the siege chariots of the Northern Alliance. We must prevent them from getting close." A group of us struggled valiantly, as over 20 Dragon Dawn Iron cavalrymen were swiftly surrounded. Meanwhile, the mages, including Sanxing Mo, unleashed area spells to decimate the bloodthirsty beast cavalry. Regrettably, these beast cavalry persistently raised their shields in a holy defense, causing them to evade at least 50 of the magical assaults, leaving the mages in a state of helplessness. Boom. The chaos of war shattered the ground as I violently swung my longsword, executing a fierce blade slash that reduced a cluster of bloodthirsty beast cavalry to near 0 health. Beside me, my clone executed another ice slash, annihilating a swath of foes. However, not far away, the chaotic Yu had already been drained of health, and Su Yang was in a dire situation as well. A few of us hastily canceled our steed effects and began to ascend the siege ladders. At that moment, a cloth-armored strategist suddenly appeared atop the city, none other than Lu Bu Yi, activating the Purple Dragon strategy and bellowing, "Bring me 200 Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry. Mount your steeds and join my ranks. All of you leap down to provide reinforcement." I refuse to believe that we cannot withstand these wretched beast cavalry with a 95 total attribute boost. Instantly, a throng of Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry mounted their steeds and joined Lu Bu Yi's ranks. With the strategy activated, their attributes were enhanced. In the next instant, countless Dragon Dawn steeds roared as they leaped from the city into the throng below. Each individual's defense and vitality soared to astonishing levels, and upon landing, they unleashed the Iron Hoof Crush skill, causing crimson explosions to erupt throughout the crowd, swiftly turning the tide of battle. Clang, Clang, clang. The sword blade struck wildly as the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry, empowered by the Purple Dragon strategy, fought like warriors possessed. In an instant, they coordinated with the mages and archers atop the city to cleanse all bloodthirsty beast cavalry within a 30-meter radius of the city walls. Even the spirit-level boss cavalry could not withstand the dual onslaught from ground and sky. Seeing a chance for victory, I ordered, all Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry, descend. Enhance with Purple Dragon, Royal Path, War God, and Cavalry General Tactics. Hold the line beneath the North City Wall. Anyone whose equipment durability drops below 20 must immediately return to the city to repair and resupply. Brothers atop the city, focus on healing and dealing damage. As long as our ancient sword soul dream stands here, the Northern Alliance shall not set foot in Dawn City. Everyone responded with determination. And after the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry received their buffs, they leaped down from the city walls. Losing 30 steeds in the fall was trivial, with the priests healing. The resilience of the steeds recovered swiftly. The Dragon Dawn Cavalry galloped across the battlefield, relentlessly charging and inflicting devastating losses upon the bloodthirsty beast cavalry. The fierce conflict raged for nearly half an hour, resulting in the retreat of almost half of the bloodthirsty beast forces. Despite suffering damage from the onslaught of mages and archers, the Dragon Dawn Cavalry remained formidable, bolstered by the presence of priests on the city walls who provided healing. With the advantage of the towering walls, particularly the archers whose range and attack power were significantly enhanced, the enemy's ranged classes found themselves utterly impotent. Outside the northern city wall, the multitude of players from the Northern Alliance began to withdraw in droves, seemingly aware that their efforts to capture the city were futile. What is going on? Have they lost their courage? Su Yang queried, brandishing his sword. Du Shursen grinned widely. Not at all. Their numbers are at least 3 times ours. They won't give up so easily. I suspect the Northern Alliance is contemplating the deployment of some secret weapon. Huh. What secret weapon could they possibly have? Duji laughed. Just then, the ground trembled violently. What was that? I surveyed the surroundings as the tremor echoed again. What is happening? He readied himself. Meanwhile, Ruan climbed to the middle of the siege ladder, pointing into the distance. Oh no, what is that? The Northern Alliance is shamelessly using the Great Iron Ape? What Great Iron Ape? I was momentarily at a loss for words, but as black iron apes appeared on the horizon, towering to the height of the city walls, I was utterly astonished. Were those not NPC monsters? How could they be controlled by players? There were 10 of these colossal iron apes, their massive forms reminiscent of mountains, covered in spiky armor, with limbs as sturdy as iron, capable of shattering stone with their might. Look, on the head of the central iron ape, there's a person. He exclaimed in shock, pointing towards the distance. Indeed, atop the iron ape stood an individual, adorned with a conical hat, playing a bamboo flute and producing a discordant melody. A beastmaster. This was a figure of legend, capable of taming 10 boss-level beasts simultaneously. Such a person could easily outclass every beastmaster in the Chinese region. Chapter 750. Spatial transfer. The destructive force of the iron apes against the city walls would undoubtedly be formidable. The Dragon Dawn Cavalry turned to face the impending behemoths, their expressions marked by caution. With a thunderous roar, the iron apes unleashed their tremendous legs, pounding the ground with explosive force as they charged toward the city at an unimaginable speed. Whoosh! One iron ape dashed past me like a bolt of lightning, leaving me momentarily stunned. Incredible speed. Guguzi gasped. In the next instant, the 10 iron apes had reached the city's edge, swinging their massive arms with ferocity at the Chinese players standing atop the walls. Block them. Dark Knight, activate the Holy Shield, commanded a voice from the walls, filled with urgency. Bang! The shield formation, composed of 7 or 8 magic knights, proved utterly feeble, as they were sent flying by the relentless assault of the iron-armed ape. Some fell outside the city, while others landed within its confines. Following this, the iron-armed ape, its eyes glowing crimson, swung its arms in a frenzy, striking the city walls with a cacophonous rhythm, resulting in the demise of countless archers and mages. Sansheng Mo, wielding his staff, unleashed a barrage of piercing ice shards aimed at the ape's forehead, while vociferously challenging, "Beast, come and slay me," drawn by the allure of his taunt. The iron-armed ape indeed pursued him, raising its arm high before crashing down upon Sansheng Mo's head, only to be repelled by his resilient magical shield. a testament to his formidable magical prowess far exceeding that of ordinary mages. On the other side, Bei Mingxue knocked her longbow, unleashing a thunderous shock arrow that incapacitated one of the iron-armed apes. She then shouted, "Focus fire! Let us eliminate these iron-armed apes first." A multitude of mages began to chant their incantations. Boom, boom, boom. The iron-armed apes continued their assault on the city walls, their steel-like arms reducing stones to rubble as arrow slits crumbled under their might. Within moments, the northern wall lay in disarray. However, the relentless attacks from the players gradually diminished the apes' vitality. Interestingly, their health was not as formidable as that of the Phantom Wolf King, making them less challenging to vanquish, albeit their sheer strength wreaked havoc upon the walls. With a flurry of charging shadows, the Dragon Sun Iron Cavalry initiated a staggered charge, stunning all the iron-armed apes in their wake. Bei Mingxue leapt forcefully onto the wall, swiftly propelling herself into the air, landing atop the shoulder of one iron-armed ape. Her elegant feet adhered tightly to the beast, and as she drew her longbow, a barrage of wicked arrows rained down upon another iron-armed ape above. Where the level 157 beast tamer, the master of 10 iron-armed apes, stood. Huh. The beast tamer chuckled, slightly shifting his stance, artfully evading 10 of Bei Mingxue's strikes, only suffering 2 arrows, which took a toll on half his health. Haha, little girl, do you think you can slay me? Dream on. You are but a mere archer. He bellowed arrogantly. The iron-armed ape suddenly raised its arm, crashing down towards its own shoulder, precisely where Bei Mingxue was positioned. Yet, she remained remarkably composed. With her bow in motion, a green wind wing enveloped her feet, an acceleration skill befitting an archer. In an instant, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, effortlessly leaping 3 times along the ape's arm and launching herself towards the beast tamer's ape. With a swift grasp upon the ape's waist fur, Bei Mingxue resembled a graceful sprite, darting several times until she reached the shoulder of the iron-armed ape, where she unleashed a storm arrow. Boom! The beast tamer was jolted back, hastily brandishing his beast tamer's whip. With a crack, flames ignited upon the whip, striking fiercely at Bei Mingxue, showcasing a thrilling duel between 2 leather-clad classes. 11,263. A whip struck, draining over 10,000 hit points from Bei Mingxue. With a sharp crack, she seized the whip's tip, wrapping it around her arm. With a swift motion, she secured her longbow, the dragonbone string, onto her back, and drew a glimmering dagger from her waist. Pulling the whip with force, she gracefully ascended to the head of the iron-armed gorilla. Damn it, what do you intend to do? The beast tamer was in a state of panic, utterly unprepared for the exquisite melee prowess of this beautiful Chinese archer. A sweet smile graced Bei Mingxue's lips as she declared, "Those who trouble my brother shall meet their demise." With a swift thrust, the dagger sliced through the tamer's throat, inflicting over 10,000 points of damage. Bei Mingxue's speed far surpassed her opponent's, as she executed a series of Z-shaped maneuvers that disoriented the tamer. The dagger gleamed with a cold light as it descended, delivering a freezing attack from the archer. 18,773 damage. Ultimately, the tamer let out a mournful cry as his last vestiges of health were extinguished, collapsing atop the iron-armed gorilla, which then dropped a loaf of bread and a whip shimmering with an orange hue, undoubtedly a formidable weapon for a beast tamer. Bei Mingxue promptly stowed the whip in her pack, and as the tamer perished, 10 iron-armed gorillas succumbed to sorrowful moans, unable to fight without their master. The massive form of the iron-armed gorilla crashed down, prompting Bei Mingxue to gasp in surprise as she fell from a height of several dozen meters. I observed with precision, my sword's blade repelling a cavalryman from the Northern Alliance, and I rushed forward, catching Bei Mingxue mid-fall. Upon recognizing me, her face lit up with joy. "Brother, did I do well?" "Indeed, splendidly. Quickly ascend." I embraced her slender waist and, with a surge of strength, hurled her, bow and all, toward the city wall. Bei Mingxue clung to the edge of the ladder with the grace of a nimble cat, casting me a playful smile over her shoulder. "Be careful, brother. Don't fall too quickly." "Understood." Just as I spoke, my mind went blank. Suddenly, I was caught in a charge, dazed amidst the onslaught of the tamer's pets. As numerous bloodthirsty beast cavalry surged forth, their levels and equipment were impressive, and standing still increased my chances of being stunned during their charge. Clang, clang, clang. A barrage of attacks rattled my back, causing my ghostly armor to tremble. Yet, I remained unfazed by the prospect of being killed. 4 Murong Mingwei and Yu Lu were above, healing me, and my health cap reached a staggering 160,000. Those who wished to eliminate me would pay a hefty price. Get away. I pivoted to retaliate, my blade unleashing a storm of frost as thousands of icy sword lights descended upon the crowd. Dozens of bloodthirsty beast cavalry found their steeds immobilized by ice, standing helplessly as a cadre of mages led by Sansheng Imo waved their staffs, unleashing a trio of starry river storms to obliterate them. At that moment, the city gates swung wide open. At least 5,000 wolf riders surged forth from the city, with Swanluffen wielding a hefty sword, bravely plunging into the throng. Accompanied by a battalion of wolf riders, their fierce charge yielded remarkable results, causing the second onslaught of the bloodthirsty beast cavalry to falter once more. Moreover, Swanluffen, a strategist of considerable acumen, deliberately severed the enemy's retreat, coordinating with the Dragon Yao Iron Riders and the magical assaults from the city to bravely confront nearly 20,000 bloodthirsty beast cavalry. Lu Chun, cover the rear of the wolf riders. You must make haste. Swanluffen called out from a distance. Understanding the urgency, I raised my sword. Dragon Yao Iron Riders, dispatch these bloodthirsty beast cavalry without mercy. Spare not a single soul bearing a red name. Reforming our battle lines, 1,000 Dragon Yao Iron Riders split into 5 squads, with He, Gui Guzi, Tian Tangyu, Qing Kong Shui, and myself each leading 200 riders. We unleashed our renowned techniques, weaving through the city as we mercilessly slaughtered the bloodthirsty beast cavalry, leaving them to perish far from home. Above us, magic and arrows rained down, while the healing auras bolstered our ranks, driving the Dragon Yao Iron Riders to a fervent frenzy, their eyes nearly bloodshot from the carnage. After a relentless hour of devastation, not a single bloodthirsty beast cavalry remained at the city's gates, having also slain 3 players bearing heroic banners. The war information clearly indicated that nearly 90 heroic banner bearers who entered the Dawn Canyon had suffered over half their losses. Even if the Northern Alliance emerged victorious, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. We had not surrendered. If they sought to seize Dawn City, they would pay with their lives. Swanluffen's command saw only around 3,000 wolf riders return to the city for respite. To eliminate the 20,000 bloodthirsty beast cavalry, the losses for the righteous path were significant. Nevertheless, this battle showcased Swanluffen's commendable leadership, marked by both courage and selflessness. The Northern Alliance's fierce assault persisted, as numerous siege towers, propelled by colossal beasts, slowly advanced into the battlefield. These towers stood level with the city walls, their fronts covered with resilient shells, rendering direct assaults ineffective. The siege towers featured drawbridges that, when lowered, would easily connect to the city walls, allowing players within to infiltrate the city with ease. Archers, unleash spiral arrows to breach those siege towers. Swanluffen commanded loudly from atop the walls. A swarm of archers drew their bows, and in an instant, countless arrows peppered the defensive shells of the towers, yet inflicted minimal damage. Such siege engines were indeed too formidable. Relying solely on archers proved to be an unreliable strategy. With nearly 20 siege towers now perilously close to the city walls, the situation grew dire. Sweat beaded on Swanluffen's brow as he exclaimed, Lu Chun, devise a plan. We cannot allow them to breach the walls head-on. Nodding in agreement, I raised my sword with a smile. Brothers, let us get to work. Gui Guzi, Su Yang, and the others laughed heartily, spurring their mounts into another charge. With renewed vigor, we launched a flanking assault, and with a mighty roar, Gui Guzi's Shirshia unleashed a radiant cyclone, utterly shattering one of the siege towers. His prowess was truly extraordinary. He coordinated with Tian Tangyu to launch a flank assault on the colossal beast. The 5 consecutive strikes of ice rock purgatory crashed relentlessly against the hard surface of the tower vehicle, accompanied by the sharp sounds of cracking as another section crumbled. Meanwhile, I had a more straightforward approach. A direct blow would suffice. With a thrust, the teeming sword penetrated the frontal defenses of the tower vehicle. Damn it! While it could withstand the armor of archers, it could not defend against my strike. As the tower vehicles advanced, the situation increasingly favored us. However, at that moment, Sansheng Imo suddenly pointed toward the distance and exclaimed, This is not good. Look over there. Those mages are casting spells from an extreme distance. Something is amiss. In the distance, 3 mages stood in a triangular formation, raising their staffs in unison. A magnificent magic circle swirled beneath their feet, and in the next instant, 3 beams of light erupted above the northern wall of Qingxi City, soaring skyward with a radius of approximately 10 meters, crystalline and resplendent. One by one, valiant knights from the Northern Alliance surged forth from the luminous veil. It was over. San Shengmo's face turned pale. This is a spatial transfer array. Chapter 751. Qingxi City, the assault. Galingzi glanced at the city and remarked, "These Northern Alliance folks are truly shameless, resorting to airdrops. This will create chaos on the walls." Tian Tangyu inquired, "Should we return to provide support?" "Not necessary." I shook my head decisively. If they cannot withstand this minor offensive, what qualifications does Uncle Zhang Chun have to command the Chinese war zone? He chuckled lightly. "Indeed, we have already done enough. Let the affairs on the walls be handled by Swan La Fun. Aren't there plenty of players from the righteous path in the mortal realm?" "Yes. Let them handle it." We remained steadfast. Above the city, Swan La Fun was indeed directing a multitude of righteous path players to scale the walls, organizing shield formations to encircle the 3 teleportation points, and coordinating ranged attacks against the Northern Alliance players attempting to ascend. While it was not an instant collapse, they were certainly in disarray. Galingzi pointed into the distance and said, "Zhiji, this situation cannot last. Those 3 mages supporting the teleportation array are approximately 1,000 yards away. If we rush over and eliminate them, what do you think?" Suyang concurred, "Yes. Let us take them out and disrupt the formation of the magic array. Then we can provide support for the defenses from the city." I shook my head. "That would be inadvisable." "Why?" Tian Tangyu also looked at me. I gestured toward the distance, saying, "Look, 200 yards in front of those 3 mages. There is a full array of 6-turn cavalry players. At 150 yards ahead, a multitude of archers and mages are present, and close by, there are shielded cavalry guards. Moreover, the nearby bushes are trembling, clearly concealing a significant number of assassins. It is evident that Vienna's sorrow has laid a trap for us, waiting for us to fall into it to annihilate our 1,000-dragon Yao iron cavalry." Galingzi couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Damn, how treacherous." Fortunately, Zhiji remains calm and observant. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble. Wan Yu chuckled from the side. "Oh, you think so? Lu Chun, this young man, is the divine general of Eve and undeniably the foremost commander of our ancient sword soul dream. His strategies and martial prowess are unparalleled. Had he not maintained his composure, we would have likely met our demise long ago." Su Yang remarked with a smile. "Indeed, in this national war, Lu Chen's command has been extraordinary, consistently exhibiting such calm judgment, an uncommon trait for this impassioned youth." He couldn't help but smile. "It's quite simple. During this national war, the beautiful Lin has been absent, and Lu Chun has remained undistracted." I glared at her. "Even Eve agrees with you." He laughed softly but remained silent. Wan Yu commented, "That's true. Once the beautiful Lin appears, Lu Chun loses his focus, and we could very well meet our end." I scoffed, "Enough of this chatter. Let us regroup and prepare for battle." "Damn it, those 3 mages. Though I can't reach them, I can send someone else." Turning my gaze to the castle, I called out, "Xiaoman, rally your assassins and move out." "Understood." The striking Xiaoman had been eagerly awaiting this moment. She swiftly descended the wall using the cloud ladder, leading a group of assassins who vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, feeling uneasy, I cloaked the Phantom Wolf King as well. With deft multitasking, I wielded my sword alongside my shadow clone, charging forth with the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry, while the Phantom Wolf King, cloaked and with a health bar of 55, darted towards the 3 mages at the teleportation magic circle. These 3 were a pivotal element of the northern city wall. Almost 10 minutes later, a notification chimed. "Lu Chun, we VE engaged." "All right, let us go." In the distance, a sudden explosion of crimson light erupted as one of the teleportation mages fell victim to Xiaoman's strike. Additionally, a significant portion of the protective magic knights were stunned, while the remaining 2 mages raised their shields, narrowly escaping immediate death, as numerous priests rushed to restore their health. "Little Wolf, attack." The Phantom Wolf King surged from the shadows, its claws striking fiercely, rending the second mage's chest in a flurry of 3 attacks, slaying him once more. However, the area was swarming with archers. In the next moment, spiral arrow blades, and a stellar tempest descended. Xiaoman deftly withdrew, but several assassins fell in an instant. And even the Phantom Wolf King succumbed to a stun. A series of charges ensued, and the sorrow of Vienna emerged as the long sword struck mercilessly, leading to the Phantom Wolf King's anguished cries as it perished. Indeed, it was a trap, yet we had still managed to eliminate 2 mages. Covering fire. Find that assassin and eliminate her. Vienna's sorrow erupted in fury, wielding his long sword and charging on horseback, his wrath palpable. Despite the surrounding forces' rapid fire, they failed to locate Xiaoman. I've got it. Vienna's sorrow suddenly pivoted, sweeping his sword with a clang, revealing Xiaoman, who had been cleverly adhering to his side, the only way to evade the barrage of fire. With a swift retreat, Xiaoman, though momentarily staggered, unleashed a powerful counterattack. Her dagger glimmered coldly as it sliced past Vienna's armpit. Crack. 14,727. The assault inflicted significant damage, and Vienna's sorrow showed no sign of relenting. The blade surged forth, slicing past Xiaoman's chest and resulting in a staggering damage figure of 58,944, an instant kill, a fatal strike. The graceful Xiaoman slowly collapsed, succumbing to her wounds. Yet, what filled me with regret was that even after eliminating 2 mages, the teleportation array remained intact. Damn it, we have fallen into a trap. Clenching my fist, I let out a frustrated groan, burdened with self-reproach. Beside me, He gently reassured, "Do not blame yourself. Everyone trusts you. Even if the mission is unfulfilled, our faith in you remains steadfast. Press on, the battle continues." Just then, a cacophony of shouts erupted from within the city. Damn it. How did those bastards from the Northern Alliance manage to infiltrate here? This is bad. There are too many of them. I hurriedly inquired, "Uncle Zhang Chun, what is happening?" Swanluffen stood atop the city, surveying the chaos below, his expression turning furious. "We're in trouble. Numerous players from the Northern Alliance have appeared near the blacksmith shop in the north square of Dawn City, most of them cavalry, slaughtering our NPCs. How the hell did they get in?" Sanxing Mo remained composed, stating, "We have confirmed reports that 5 hours ago, they dispatched 1,000 miners to tunnel in from 2 kilometers away. They have now breached a passage straight into Dawn City. The miners' ability to dig tunnels was an unforeseen tactic. The Northern Alliance is indeed resourceful." Swanluffen, gripping the hilt of his sword, proclaimed loudly from the citadel, "Okay. Lu Chun, stay focused. I've already made arrangements. Zhang Tian has taken Li Gu and October Rain along with 20,000 members of the Zhang Tian Alliance to intercept and block the tunnel. I instructed them to breach the embankment of Garden Lake to flood the tunnel, ensuring the Northern Alliance's efforts come to naught." I raised my sword, feeling a heavier weight in my heart. Indeed, we were facing a formidable adversary, employing ground assaults, air drops, and tunnel ambushes, an intricate multidimensional attack strategy. Thankfully, the top-tier guilds such as Ancient Sword Soul Dream, Righteous Path, and Fiery Red Lips were safeguarding this region. Otherwise, our defenses would have surely collapsed by now. On the battlements, shadows flickered as countless players from the Northern Alliance teleported onto the walls, engaging in fierce combat with the Chinese players. Our firepower support diminished significantly under this pressure, and even our healing efforts waned, revealing signs of a weakening defense line. In the distance, accompanied by the sound of springs, nearly 100 dark silhouettes emerged from the snowy mist, hundreds of siege engines, along with innumerable wall-breaking vehicles. These terrifying war machines, laden with massive obsidian stones, possessed an astounding capability to demolish our walls. Clutching the hilt of my sword, the shoulder of Luan Yu quivered slightly as she remarked, "At last. Vienna's sorrow can no longer be contained. The grand assault has commenced." With my Teeming sword in hand, I looked at my comrades and smiled. Prepare for the decisive battle. Slay the Viennese, and a bounty of 10,000 awaits, along with the title of Marquis. Laughter erupted among the crowd, their spirits ignited as they raised their warhammers, exclaiming, "Excellent! The opportunity to rise to nobility is at hand." In the distance, the thunderous sound of hooves reverberated across the land. As an overwhelming tide of infantry players surged forth, archers advancing in disciplined ranks, and cavalry swiftly maneuvering, their blades glinting menacingly against the snowy expanse. Upon the city walls, a fierce leader brandished his sword and bellowed, "By all means, charge forth. Let every cavalryman within the city break free and join forces with the Dragon Dawn cavalry." If the Northern Alliance seeks a formidable battle, we shall grant them just that. In this era, who fears whom? I could not help but laugh heartily. Well said, my friend. Truly, who fears whom? As the city gates swung wide, countless Chinese cavalry erupted from within, accompanied by a multitude of infantry players. This confrontation would see us giving our all. Beneath the city walls, a veritable ocean of players surged forth, nearly 1,000,000 Chinese warriors unsheathing their blades, steadfastly guarding against the ominous throng ahead. In the distance, the neighing of war horses and the rumble of siege engines shook the earth, the sound of springs compressing echoed, and countless boulders rained down upon our ranks. Simultaneously, the city's catapults launched a counterattack, sending a barrage of massive stones crashing into the Northern Alliance's forces outside the city. The thunderous sound of boulders striking the ground was deafening, each one creating a vacuum of devastation, yet no one faltered. In the distance, the cavalry of the Northern Alliance finally began their charge. With a sudden flourish, I drew my teeming sword and proclaimed loudly, "Morning Dawn City, advance." Chapter 752. The Blade's Edge Battle. The final battle formation was unprecedentedly formidable, comprising not only infantry players, but also a significant number of archers and mages flooding out from the city. Positioned at the base of the walls, our cavalry steadily advanced, and mere minutes later, they surged forward with great speed, spears raised high, unflinchingly confronting the dark mass of Northern cavalry. The clash of the front lines, nearly 2,000 meters wide, produced a deep, resonant sound. The war horses neighed, swords clashed, and the sound of tearing armor intertwined, as brilliant flashes of broken barriers surged through the crowd. The cacophony of combat was astonishing, with both sides fighting desperately, entangled in a brutal melee. The snow was almost instantaneously stained crimson, countless droplets of blood erupting forth. And within minutes, the earth was painted red, accompanied by the fall of numerous corpses. The war had escalated into a fevered intensity, skills unleashed in chaos. As combatants fought fiercely, the Dragon Dawn cavalry coalescing into a singular force, relentlessly charging, their iron hooves shattering the battlefield, transforming into an invincible blade sweeping through the chaos. Even the forces of the sorrowful commander of Vienna found themselves retreating in the face of our onslaught. In the rear, the mages and archers wreaked havoc, their arrows blotting out the sky, fireballs swirling chaotically, while the advanced mages unleashed grand spells that erupted amidst the throng. A battalion of magic knights, shielded by holy armor, charged forth, aiming to expand our territory and force the adversary into a corner. On the city walls, the cavalry of the Northern Alliance continued to teleport in, clashing fiercely with the righteous players atop the battlements. Descending from the city atop a shield of air, Sansheng Mo landed gracefully, staff in hand, accompanied by a throng of players with fiery red lips. With a flourish of his staff, he unleashed a series of ice explosions, carving out swathes of vacuity amidst the chaos of flames. As a lone mage descended from the fortress, he strode through the tumult as if traversing an uninhabited realm. "Quickly, eliminate that high-tier mage," shouted a cadre of Northern cavalry, brandishing their long blades. Sansheng Mo smiled subtly, grounding himself as he unleashed a devastating ice blast. With a thunderous eruption, countless ice spikes erupted from the earth, piercing through the ranks of armored riders, leaving them grievously wounded. The true calamity befell them as Sansheng Mo, with a deft lift of his staff, summoned a whirlwind of slicing winds that obliterated the cavalry, leaving no survivors. With eyes as clear as water, a warrior wielding a sharp sword guarded Sansheng Mo closely on horseback. Though the group of fiery red-lipped players was few in number, each possessed formidable offensive capabilities, particularly the cadre of mages led by Sansheng Mo, whose magical onslaught was nothing short of terrifying. With just 2 spells, they could easily strip over 50,000 health points from their adversaries. Even the mighty magic knights found themselves on the brink of despair. Even Lu Bu-yi, the embodiment of the ancient sword spirit, emerged from the fray, leading a contingent of mages and archers bolstered by the strength of the purple dragon. Relying on their robust defenses and formidable health, they charged into the fray. Especially potent were the mages whose magical shields, enhanced by the purple dragon, boasted a resilience increased by 95, allowing them to withstand assaults for an extended duration. With a thunderous roar, a colossal dragon soared overhead, its claws wreaking havoc as it dispatched 3 riders in quick succession. Following this, a breath of dragon fire incinerated a line of Northern Alliance players, causing a momentary shock among the onlookers until they recognized it as Muro Minue's pet. A barrage of purple arrows rained down upon the crowd, swiftly followed by a spiraling storm of arrow blades that felled dozens of magic knights. Such formidable archers could only be the likes of Beiming Shui. Damn it, it's that archer again. She has slain our finest beast tamer. Charge, let us avenge him, shouted a group of foot soldiers, their eyes ablaze with fury as they locked onto Beiming Shui. With a deft retreat in a zigzag pattern, Beiming Shui evaded the oncoming charge, causing their efforts to miss entirely. Then, with a sharp whistle, a thunder beast erupted forth, its claws slashing through the air, conjuring arcs of lightning. The sky darkened with thunder as the blasts rained down upon the surrounding players. The foot soldiers, eyes wide in disbelief, watched their health plummet, only to be finished off by Beiming Shui's volley of multi-shot arrows, all perishing in an instant. With blood spattering everywhere, a cadre of Chinese cavalry, riddled with arrows, fell before me. Without hesitation, I urged my ice-scaled steed forward, unleashing 1,000 ice slashes upon the archers' ranks. The explosion reverberated within a battalion of archers numbering at least 10,000, a formidable nest of hornets, where anyone who dared to approach could be swiftly turned into a pincushion. Kill! Shouted the archers, swiftly redirecting their arrows towards me. A sudden jolt coursed through my heart, prompting me to retreat swiftly. I executed a series of 3 zigzag maneuvers while raising my arms to assume a defensive stance. The cacophony of clanging reverberated from my armored gauntlets as my health plummeted by nearly 70,000. What kind of devastating assault was this? These archers were truly formidable. Yet, beside me, Su Yang roared as he charged headlong into the ranks of archers. The renowned Yuyun 18 riders, along with the fierce Luan Yu and spirited He, surged forth into the fray. Were we all mad? The battlefield erupted with a symphony of skills, the thunderous cries of the Xie Ji tearing through countless archers. Techniques such as Shattered Stone Slash and Mountain Shattering Strike unleashed their fury, while the Ice Rock Inferno 5-strike combo dazzled the eye. The ancient sword cavalry players displayed their prowess, ruthlessly dismantling the opposing archers' formation. To my side, legions of Long Yao Iron Riders and Tanlang cavalry charged, steamrolling their way through the enemy ranks. Blood flowed freely, within a mere 10 minutes. Nearly 100,000 bodies of Northern Alliance players lay strewn beneath the city walls, a harrowing bloodbath. The close-quarters combat raged for nearly 4 hours. Ultimately, the Northern Alliance exerted overwhelming pressure, attacking from all sides, and the defenders of Morning Dawn City could barely maintain their formation. Our numbers were woefully insufficient. Less than 1/3 of the enemies, and our casualties were staggering. After 4 hours, our ranks had dwindled by over 60%, leaving fewer than 800,000 players still defending the city. With only 800,000 remaining, we stood no chance of holding a secondary stronghold, especially against the Northern Alliance's remaining 40 million, an overwhelming 5-fold advantage in strength. Boom. Countless shards of ice erupted ahead as the 1,000 ice slashed decimated foes indiscriminately. I urged my steed forward, my Teeming sword piercing into a dark knight's body, a torrent of blood erupting as I withdrew my blade. Turning swiftly, I called out to Swan Lawfun. Hey, old chap, we cannot continue like this. The Northern Alliance is still sending waves of reinforcements into Morning Dawn Valley. Where is our support from Tianfeng City and Shenin City? What has become of the Avenger Alliance you and Zhu Ying hastily assembled? Where are the over 10 million players? Swan Lawfun replied, Do not panic. We have encountered obstacles on the road. Damn it. I retreated again, shouting, Reorganize and regroup. Do not scatter. Gue Guzi, Luan Yu, He, Tian Tang Yu, and others emerged from the throng to join my side. After relentless charges, the Dragon Yao Iron Riders had also suffered considerable losses. Take stock of our numbers. He commanded. Luan Yu glanced around and reported, the Dragon Yao Iron Riders are down to 508, having lost exactly 50. Good grief, so many have fallen. Indeed, we all felt a sense of helplessness as we fought off our adversaries, the Chinese players below dwindling in number. The players who had fought valiantly were mostly gone, their lives spent, while those remaining were being pushed back relentlessly under the Northern Alliance's unyielding firepower. Exchanging a knowing glance with Swan Lawfun, I raised my sword and declared, All units, retreat to the city walls for defense. We can no longer hold. A throng of players withdrew, only to be pursued by the Northern Alliance once more. As I reached the edge of the city, I discovered that the walls had been battered mercilessly by trebuchets, leaving them riddled with countless wounds. The 3 beams of light on the walls continued to transport players, while the sounds of battle echoed fiercely both within and atop the city. Dismounting my warhorse, I drew my sword and swiftly ascended the ladder, leaping onto the battlements where 3 Northern Alliance war knights charged at me with their battle axes. "Stand aside," I roared, my teeming sword vibrating as 3 fiery blades intertwined, ruthlessly tearing through my foes. Even without a mount, I was capable of dispatching such knights with ease. A multitude of warriors surged onto the walls, and I unleashed an ice spike skill at each of the 3 teleportation points, sending icy projectiles to wreak havoc upon the incoming players. Meanwhile, Sanshing Mo cast 3 fire seas at the teleportation spots, effectively suppressing the enemy's reinforcements. Those who arrived were scorched nearly to death, and our archers' rapid fire swiftly finished them off. The siege towers approached, and I pointed my sour and spicy noodle sword ahead. Glancing around, I noted that my comrades were dwindling in number. With a sigh, I remarked, "It seems we must resort to passive defense this time. Charging out of the city would only lead to our demise." I nodded, realizing that the defenders in the Northern Wall region numbered less than 500, and there were barely 100, atop the walls. Venturing outside would indeed be tantamount to a death sentence. Ahead, a multitude of massive siege towers, approximately 50 in number, rapidly approached the walls, enduring the onslaught of magic and arrows without being destroyed. Clang, clang, clang. The warriors standing at the forefront unsheathed their swords, and I smiled, proclaiming, "All right, each of us shall take a tower. Let us see how many we can slay. Those with large AoE skills need not hold back. Unleash them. Destroy those siege towers. Using our cooldowns is worth it." Laughter erupted among the crowd. I took a few steps back, then propelled myself off the edge of the wall, soaring upwards and landing firmly atop one of the siege towers. Before the platform could descend, I plunged my teeming sword downward, activating the skill Flame Slash. Boom, boom, boom. The sword trembled violently, flames erupting from within the tower. I executed another ice slash, shattering the structure. Just before it plummeted, I leaped back onto the city walls, executing a clean and decisive kill that greatly boosted our morale. However, more siege towers were being positioned at the city's edge, and with a resounding crash, the platforms descended, allowing a vast number of Northern Alliance players to storm the walls. Chapter 753. Sibling Cooperation, Do You Dare to Approach? I bellowed, wielding my warhammer with fervor. "Get down." The hammer swept across, radiating flames and sending a throng of Northern Alliance cavalry tumbling down from the walls. Simultaneously, my spirit surged, and I was struck by 7 or 8 fireballs, arrows piercing my chest. Below, the ground was littered with Northern Alliance players, and their mages and archers began to apply pressure from above. The scene was chaotic, as Chinese players and Northern Alliance fighters clashed in a tumultuous melee. I summoned the ice-scaled steed, galloping back and forth atop the city walls, roaring like the phantom wolf king as it wreaked havoc. At my side, the blade of the earth spirit sliced through the ranks of Northern players, sending them plummeting from the battlements. Meanwhile, the firelight mouse scurried on the shoulder of its enchanting mistress, its fiery tail swaying gently, unleashing torrents of flames upon the throngs below. Beneath the towering arrow towers, Bai Mingshui leaped several times to the edge of the walls, adjacent to the towering watchtower. Drawing her longbow, she unleashed a flurry of arrows that rained down upon the enemy, while simultaneously releasing the Thunder Beast. This violet creature darted about, its sharp claws wreaking havoc and summoning bolts of lightning to strike down foes with lethal precision. Within the city, the numerous arrow towers finally came into play, launching steel arrows the thickness of a man's arm, piercing the bodies of the Northern Alliance players. The secondary city's arrow towers matched the quality of the premium R&B towers, delivering a terrifying lethality, serving as one of our formidable defenses. "Hold the walls. We shall not retreat," shouted Swan Lawfun, brandishing his sword. On the battlements, a cadre of Dragon Yao Iron Riders summoned their steeds, regrouping under my and He's command, charging forth. The likes of Guguzi and Tian Tangyu, the magical knights, took position on the periphery, using their shields to deflect the magic and arrows from outside, providing optimal protection for all. Below, the mournful Vienna arrived on horseback, bellowing, "All ascend the city." Let us breach these walls in one fell swoop. Damn it. I refuse to believe we cannot conquer this humble Dawn City. Archers, take aim at their CGL Hall of Fame players and unleash a barrage, targeting that fallen hero. With a cold glare, I commanded, Eve, little ghost, little rain. Continue defending the city. I shall confront that sorrowful Vienna. Be careful. Before the words escaped my lips, I was already spurring my warhorse along the battlements. Skimming the edge of the city, a quick glance revealed Vienna's sorrow just below me, and I charged down, angling my descent. In midair, I forcefully stomped on my steed's back, separating man from mount. With my sword ignited in indigo flames, I cried out, Vienna's sorrow, surrender your life. Startled, Vienna's sorrow looked up and, taken aback, swiftly raised his broad sword to deflect my strike. Clang. The skill, heaven and earth shatter, was parried, a rare occurrence indeed. Vienna's sorrow smirked slightly, and I mirrored his expression as we both hung momentarily suspended in the air. In the next heartbeat, I plummeted, my blade sinking down. My left foot landing on the head of Vienna's steed. Ignited with flames, I ruthlessly kicked at his chest. Boom. Vienna's sorrow let out a pained groan. Losing 6,000 health points, yet my assault was far from over. Gripping the reins atop the steed's head, I spun in a half-arc and struck out with my sword from the side. Clang. The sword was once again blocked, and Vienna's sorrow demonstrated remarkable precision in his defense. However, a duel between experts is not solely determined by blocks and parries. As soon as my blade vanished, the thunderstorm boot slammed into the cheek of Vienna's sorrow. Boom. 7,892. In a moment of fury, my opponent roared with indignation, launching a fierce left punch before the cooldown of the sword attack could reset. In response, I raised my fist, and with a resounding clash of iron against iron, the tremendous shockwave propelled me upward, allowing me to descend gracefully in an elegant arc, landing perfectly upon the back of the Iceland steed. Behind me, a contingent of Northern Alliance cavalry, faces etched with rage, charged forth brandishing their swords. Damn it. This is the brat who decimated our 100,000 behemoth cavalry and 50,000 bloodthirsty beast riders. We cannot let him escape. Brothers, let us strike him down and earn the Lord's favor upon our return. Unable to contain my laughter, I retreated swiftly, colliding with the castle wall with a resounding thud. I then swung my blade with fervor, unleashing 3 fiery sword strikes that whistled through the air, causing a cataclysmic eruption among the throng. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding force of 3 strikes, empowered by an astounding 200 attack power, unleashed damage figures exceeding 20,000 upon the heads of the demonic knights. The final blow soared beyond 50,000 points of damage, leading to many tumbling from their steeds, their bodies gruesomely torn apart atop their mounts. As the sheer destructive force surpassed their health limits, easily triggering the horrific fate of leaving no corpse behind. Witnessing my loyal subordinates being obliterated by a single skill, Vienna's sorrow surged forth in a fit of rage, brandishing his sword and bellowing, Die, you wretched fool. With a resounding clang, the blade of the teeming sword was deflected, leaving me astonished. I had underestimated him. This strike was anything but trivial. Its skewed angle disrupted my sword's trajectory, and my prepared Qiankuan strike would require at least 0.5 seconds to coalesce. For a peak-level powerhouse, 0.5 seconds is ample time to accomplish much. With a primal roar, Vienna's sorrow conjured a golden visage of a savage beast upon his sword's edge, crashing into my scarlet rock dragon armor, delivering an immense blow. In rapid succession, a flurry of 3 strikes erupted. In my haste, I could only parry one of the attacks, and a cascade of damage figures soared above me. Heart-stopping, 51,781. Miss, 25,832. 26,623. Instantly, I lost a staggering 10,000 health points. The ferocity of his assault was terrifying, particularly the first strike, the beast howl slash. Who could fathom the magnitude of damage it dealt, cleaving more than 50,000 health points from me? In the Chinese server, I had never encountered such a formidable adversary. With a resounding clap, the 3 strikes were not yet concluded. Undeterred, I boldly grasped the edge of his sword, enduring the searing pain that coursed through my fingers. With a fierce thrust, I unleashed the Qiankuan strike, a chain of devastating attacks that surged forth. With ease, the Qiankuan strike tore through his chest armor, and 4 damage figures erupted, 39,088, 21,832, 21,029. 19,237. In retaliation, I delivered a staggering 10,000 points of damage back to him. Vienna's Sorrow possessed extraordinarily powerful equipment, even surpassing my own. With a 100-point boost in attack and defense as a mounted general, combined with his own berserker class enhancing his shield, he held a distinct advantage. Clang! The clash of flames erupted as the azure sky sword met the opponent's strike, causing both combatants to stagger backward. With a barrage of attacks from numerous players of the Northern Alliance behind me, I raised my hand, unleashing a brilliant crimson light that soared into the heavens, showering down like rain, a testament to death's resilience. 41,727. In an instant, my health was replenished significantly, and after consuming a level 10 Holy Spirit potion, my vitality surged at a visibly rapid pace, bolstered by the effects of the undead resurrection and the potion. Vienna's Sorrow, wielding his battle blade, summoned emerald tendrils of energy from his steed, revitalizing his life force. You are indeed a formidable opponent. His gaze was unwavering, accompanied by a subtle smile. In fact, you may surpass the revered Chinese martial deity, Zhu Yingluan. This is quite a surprise. Zhu Yingluan's prophetic curses drained my invincibility cooldown. What can you compel me to expend? I raised my sword, a faint smile gracing my lips as I replied, I shall make you pay with your life. Arrogance. Vienna's Sorrow shifted his blade and charged once more, while healing light cascaded from behind, a multitude of Northern Alliance priests augmenting his health with impressive 10,000 point heals. In mere moments, they could fully restore his vitality, igniting my urgency to eliminate this powerful adversary whose health rivaled my own. I understood that only a burst of instantaneous power could secure my victory. My arm lifted, and the ice spiral domain descended among the throng behind me. Numerous bloodthirsty beast cavalry prowled nearby, both protecting Vienna and waiting for the opportune moment to strike me down. I faced an overwhelming situation, confronted by the superlative strength of Vienna while being flanked by a vast number of foes. This predicament was indeed exasperating. Ding! A message from Teeming arrived. Brother, this is so unfair. Someone is healing him while you can only rely on self-recovery. Let me assist you. Okay, Teeming. I love you. My spirits lifted. Teeming replied cheerfully. Brother, Teeming loves you too. Go on, defeat that sheep-riding scoundrel. With the snowflakes swirling around me, I swiftly urged my warhorse away from the previous area, heading straight for the city below. This maneuver allowed me to evade the relentless pursuit of the bloodthirsty beast cavalry. I accelerated to full speed, executing a series of Z-shaped zigzags that thwarted the enemy's ranged attacks from locking onto me. Suddenly, I changed direction and speed, halting abruptly as a flurry of arrows thudded into the ground before me. Hey! A flicker of astonishment crossed Vienna's Sorrow's eyes, and he could not suppress a laugh as he charged forward, mirroring my zigzag steps. As we closed in, our blades veered, each testing the other's defenses. Followed by a shift in footwork, the Z-pattern morphed into a spiral tactic. Die! Seizing the moment, Vienna's Sorrow launched his assault, flames dancing upon his blade, a magical strike. A suspended sword blade struck my back, draining 20,000 health points. As the frost steed trampled upon the snow, I swiftly maneuvered to the right, using the shield of a bloodthirsty beast cavalryman as my most formidable cover. Completely missing Vienna's attack suffix, I saw the sorrowful gaze of Vienna widen with disbelief. Damn it. Whoever you are, get away from me. I abruptly dashed from behind the shield. The frost steed surged forth, elegantly carving an arc through Vienna's position, while I bellowed, Teeming. Now is the time. In a flash, a verdant arrow plummeted from the sky, piercing directly into Vienna's chest, leaving a trail of emerald ripples in its wake. Combat notification. Player Teeming has utilized the skill, Shattering Feather Arrow, inflicting 14,657 points of damage upon player Vienna's Sorrow, simultaneously rendering him incapable of receiving any healing or recovery effects for 10 seconds. Chapter 754, The Wall Crumbles. Persistently interrupting recovery effects. How magnificent this Shattering Feather Arrow truly is. Overjoyed, I unleashed a powerful left fist that reverberated around his sword's edge, instantly shattering his parry state. Seizing the opportunity, the teeming sword pierced through his defenses with a decisive strike, plunging into his armor with a resounding thrust. 35,887. As the blade embedded itself within his chest, I waited a brief half-second. Then, a purple arrow struck Vienna squarely on the forehead, Beiming Shui's bone-corroding arrow, which drastically reduced Vienna's defense by 50. At that moment, our coordination was seamless. Taking advantage of his astonishment, I unleashed the most potent attack, the fierce blade slash. Flames roared forth as 3 successive sword lights erupted from my blade, piercing through Vienna's back. His battle ram emitted anguished cries, retreating in haste, while 3 astonishing damage figures floated up, diminishing Vienna's defensive capabilities. 27, 829, 33, 262, 45, 283. In an instant, Vienna's sorrow, the commander of the Northern Alliance, a figure heralded as the King of the North, found his health reduced to a mere 15. With a pallid complexion, Vienna struck heavily against my shoulder armor, retreating as his battle ram howled in agony. I raised my hand triumphantly, laughing. Vienna, it is over for you. In a flash, 4 celestial weapons descended, striking the ground around Vienna with a thunderous force, ensnaring him in a blinding lightning trap. The binding spell rendered even deities unable to escape. How much less so could a mere mortal of the earth-fire realm like Vienna hope to evade? Protect Vienna, quickly. Everyone, safeguard Vienna. A magic knight wielding a long spear roared, charging forward. Behind him fluttered a blood-red banner, akin to Vienna's sorrow, both being bearers of heroic flags. Seemingly aligned with the Candle Dragon Guild, whose leader was a renowned figure in the CGL Hall of Fame, and whose formidable generals were equally formidable. 10 seconds. Interrupting healing effects. My mind was clear, and my thoughts crystal sharp. There were 3 seconds remaining, and it was nearly sufficient. With a swift motion of my arm, I deflected the attack from the gun-wielding Dark Knight. Simultaneously, I raised my right arm, unleashing the Dragon Slayer blade with a piercing whistle, and executed an instantaneous blade spin, releasing the azure sword as it transformed into a spiraling tempest that surged through the crowd. Bang! 20,834. The Dragon Slayer blade stripped Vienna of his final vestige of vitality, leaving him shrouded in darkness. Meanwhile, at the edge of the aerial rampart, the exquisite Shadow Archer gracefully maneuvered, launching a volley of 12 cursed arrows that struck with uncanny precision towards the sorrow of Vienna. In that moment, evasion was futile. Just then, the Dark Knight before me suddenly thrust his hand forward and bellowed, "Earth's Guardian." A radiant light established a connection between him and Vienna, transferring all damage to himself. Damn it! I had witnessed this skill before. The Dark Guardian from the Eternal Palace possessed a similar ability. I was taken aback that such a figure would emerge at this crucial moment to aid Vienna. At the same time, Vienna, consumed by rage and humiliation, activated his invincibility. Golden radiance swirling around him as he retreated with a sinister grin, declaring, "You shall remember my humiliation, North Abyss Snow. Prepare yourselves, for once I seize Dawn City, I swear I shall raze it to the ground." My gaze hardened. Damn it, perish. I unleashed 3 consecutive strikes, culminating in a fierce blade slash that landed heavily upon the Dark Knight wielding Earth's Guardian. He had no means of evasion. All my attacks were absorbed, and his vitality plummeted to 0. With a pained groan, he collapsed, dropping a loaf of bread and a jet-black wrist guard, which I promptly stowed away. An impressive 3-star extraordinary artifact. Ding. System announcement. Attention players, the holder of the hero's banner, Happy Times, USA, has been slain by the player known as Shattered Spear, China. This marked yet another system announcement. The heroes from the Northern Alliance had dwindled to mere remnants. Evidently, Vienna was left psychologically scarred by the combined onslaught of myself and North Abyss Snow, retreating into the crowd, unwilling to re-emerge. Especially with North Abyss Snow's broken feather arrow, capable of interrupting healing for 10 seconds, an absolutely lethal ability, for within that window, my sharp assaults could undoubtedly annihilate Vienna. He had no confidence in his survival, and thus, before my and North Abyss Snow's potential demise, he was unwilling to gamble. After all, the cooldown for invincibility skills could range from 8 to 24 hours. And as the commander, he could not afford to fall. Turning around, I unleashed a powerful blade slash that replenished a substantial amount of vitality, restoring my overall health above 75, providing me with a measure of reassurance. I then looked towards the wall and shouted, "North Abyss Snow, watch your back." A melee combat player from Korea, wielding a longsword, was charging towards her, having taken notice of this Chinese girl at the rampart's edge. This graceful archer, whose movements resembled a beautiful butterfly, had already claimed the lives of too many of his compatriots. Die! As the swordsman lunged forward, Bai Ming-shui suddenly spun around, a dagger materializing in her grasp. With a resounding clash, she successfully parried the attack, but the recoil forced her to retreat. In her hand, the dragonbone string appeared, and amidst her retreat, the malevolent spirits unleashed a barrage of magic arrows, inflicting grievous wounds upon the swordsman, who howled in agony. Suddenly, another strike shattered the barrier. Bai Ming-shui let out a soft cry, her dagger awkwardly deflecting the blow, yet she could not fully mitigate the impact. The barrier broke through her arm, dealing 273 points of damage. Fortunately, she had managed to negate over 50 points of the incoming assault. Had she not, the blow would have been unbearable. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced across the swordsman's throat. Immediately, Bai Ming-shui retreated to the edge of the city wall, drawing her bowstring, the arrow poised at the swordsman's mouth. With a sharp twang, the shot rang out, dealing 366 damage, securing a kill, and she continued her withdrawal. Suddenly, I shouted, "Bai Ming, be careful. The wall is about to collapse." With a thunderous crash, the base of the 10-meter wall crumbled under the onslaught of 2 siege engines, disintegrating into rubble. And Bai Ming-shui fell alongside the debris. I hastily urged my warhorse forward, charging toward the shattered wall. Grasping Bai Ming-shui's arm, I pulled her into my embrace and leapt, exclaiming, "By the heavens, I shall enter the city." A single stone stirred a tempest. Countless siege engines erupted in a cacophony of sound, the northern wall fracturing incessantly. Players atop the wall plummeted into the ruins below, some unfortunate souls crushed beneath the debris. On the wall, Giguzi brandished a spear. Standing at the edge of the fractured battlements, his face a mask of terror. "Goodness, the wall is too fragile. What shall we do, boss?" I commanded loudly. "Jump down and continue fighting within the city. Morning Dawn City is a secondary stronghold. We have a second wall to defend." Swan Lazafin, galloping alongside the wall, proclaimed, "Indeed. Everyone, jump down and fortify inside the city. Archers and mages, swiftly retreat to the second wall and prepare to fight again. Today, we must defend Morning Dawn City at all costs, brothers. In just a few hours, we can complete the mission." I inquired, "Uncle, have the other 3 walls held?" Swan Lazafin spat in frustration. "Held? We're in shambles. 4 hours ago, the remaining 3 walls fell. Now everyone must retreat to the second line of defense, quickly." Holding Bai Ming-shui as I entered the city, I dared not release her. Enemies swarmed around us. An archer dismounting could easily find themselves slain within moments. The light of shattered barriers flickered ominously, a harbinger of doom for mages, archers, and assassins, particularly those ranged classes lacking protection from magic knights, as they were as fragile as tofu, easily devoured by foes. Players from the Northern Alliance surged into the city, while Chinese players retreated. Giguzi He and the remaining 500 Dragon Yao Iron Riders fought valiantly, yet strategically withdrew. Inside, arrow towers stood sentinel, unleashing a storm of steel arrows, with no walls to shield them. The towers finally unleashed their full might. Amidst the hail of arrows, blood splattered as groups of Northern Alliance players succumbed to the carnage. With a swift motion of my sword, I laughed heartily and exclaimed, "All right, everyone, ensure that the perimeter around the arrow tower is fortified. Do not allow them to approach. Let this motley crew experience the formidable might of our weaponry." Ruan Yue, observing me, blushed playfully and asked, "What are you saying?" I shrugged my shoulders and replied, "I haven't said anything at all." He couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, let us continue defending the city. Bai Ming, you and Mingyue should head to the city wall. We estimate that we won't be able to hold out for much longer." Indeed, the remnants of ancient Sword Soul Dream still numbered in the tens of thousands, and they hurried to the second city wall to establish a defense. However, it was evident that the fortifications of the second wall were far inferior to those of the first, and it too would not withstand for long. In the distance, the sorrowful Vienna brandished his blade, shouting, "Attack! Order the catapults to target those arrow towers. We must obliterate them first. How many bloodthirsty beast cavalry do we have left? Organize a force of 100,000 cavalry to continue the assault on the arrow tower area." These Chinese are still putting up a stubborn resistance. Let them learn that being crushed is not a pleasant experience. Soon after, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed once more as the Northern Iron Cavalry rampaged anew. this time along the main thoroughfare of Morning Dawn City. Their formation may not have been orderly, but their lethality was undeniable as the cavalry wielded their blades, relentlessly slaying the isolated Chinese players within the city. Hold the arrow tower. I raised my sword, swiftly sweeping left and right, dispatching several northern iron cavalry as if swatting flies. Then, with a fierce burst of energy, I joined forces with Giguzi, He, and others, steadfastly defending the arrow tower area, preventing the Northern Alliance from advancing a single step. Meanwhile, our densely packed arrow towers unleashed a relentless barrage, as robust steel arrows pierced through the bodies of the cavalry, spraying forth a torrent of blood, causing the Northern Iron Cavalry to fall in droves, a sight too horrific to behold. Chapter 755. The spirit of battle. The conflict raged on with ferocity. At the cost of countless cavalry, the Northern Alliance pushed their supply troops and ranged forces into the city. When innumerable boulders began to rain down from the sky, we realized that the arrow towers within the city were doomed. Even if we fought to the death, we could not hold them. We can't hold out any longer. Let us fall back to the city walls for defense and abandon the arrow tower positions. The losses are too severe, Swanlefay ordered once more. Indeed, the defenders around the arrow tower had been nearly annihilated. Retreat. We shall also withdraw. With a wave of my sword, I led Giguzi He and the others back to the second city gate. As we entered the city, Swanlefay decisively shut the gates, establishing yet another staunch defense of the city. With our steeds in motion, we ascended the walls, where elite ranged players such as Beiming Shui, Moonlight Stone, and Sansheng Mo stood ready. A collective breath was drawn as they gazed at the throng of northern players surging toward the city. 14 hours remain. I wonder if we can hold out. Sansheng Mo voiced his concerns. Swanlefay clenched his fist tightly and declared, "We will do our utmost, leaving no regrets." Giguzi smiled and added, "Indeed, we will give our all. If we perish, it shall be without remorse, will it not?" He concurred, "Certainly, at the very least, we of ancient sword soldiering have done our best. Archers, elevate your longbows to a 45-degree angle. Prepare to launch." Beiming Shui commanded loudly, and the archers on the city wall immediately raised their longbows in unison. In the next moment, the players' rain of arrows unleashed in unison with the barrage from the city's defensive formations. A relentless downpour of projectiles engulfed the battlefield, leaving a scene of carnage and chaos. Countless souls ascended in luminous white, as a significant number of frontline players from the Northern Alliance perished in an instant, with at least thousands of souls departing for the afterlife. Standing at the edge of the city wall, Sansheng Mo wielded her staff, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Fiery torrents cascaded from the heavens onto the crowd, instantaneously creating a zone of devastation. A contingent of cavalry from the Northern Alliance dared not advance further, fully aware of the formidable prowess of the Chinese sorceress before them. Her magic was a force no one wished to test. Below, a throng of knight-class players pressed against the city gates. Under the command of Vienna's Sorrow, they thunderously charged toward the arrow formations. After the loss of tens of thousands, the cavalry surged beneath the arrow towers, brandishing their blades with ferocity. In no time, the towers were reduced to rubble. The vulnerability of the unprotected arrow towers was painfully evident. Mounted on a battle sheep, Vienna's Sorrow descended to the base of the wall, his gaze sharp and commanding as he bellowed, "Brothers, time is of the essence. Obliterate the second line of defenses, breach the city, and storm the palace. If we can capture the NPC king within the palace, we shall claim victory. I've heard the ruler of Dawn City is a queen. What luck for the lad who brings her back to Hero City. I would bow down to him." A chorus of laughter erupted among the players of Hero City as they charged toward the gates, braving the dense fire. Artisan-class players swiftly constructed ladders at the city's edge. The ladders rose at our feet, impervious to destruction, only allowing for the slaughter of those who attempted to ascend. With a sudden flourish, I drew my sword, urging my ice-scaled steed forward, proclaiming, "Defend the city. Whoever dares to come up, we shall slay without mercy." I refuse to believe these foes can truly eliminate us all. In unison, the crowd unsheathed their swords, a dazzling array of shining blades. Below, countless cavalrymen of the Northern Alliance abandoned their mounts, grasping the ladders to scale the walls. Many trained spell knights raised their shields above their heads to fend off unnecessary damage. I brandished my teeming sword, observing as a spell knight climbed up. With a swift thrust, I dispatched him, sending him to his demise. On the other side, a berserker leapt forward, intent on breaching the city. Caught off guard, he charged ahead, delivering a powerful kick to the enemy's lower abdomen, bellowing, "Down you go, scoundrel!" Meanwhile, players atop the walls swung their blades, repelling those yet to ascend. The sounds of swords cleaving through armor resonated, and in the blink of an eye, the once pristine snow on the battlements was stained a chilling crimson. Sansheng Mo remained calm, her staff swirling as she commanded, "Mages and archers, aim for those siege engines. Focus your fire and eliminate these instruments of destruction. And we can buy more time to protect the city." Indeed, it was these compact yet devastating siege engines that had breached Dawn City's first wall. Otherwise, we might have held out longer. In the distance, the sound of catapults reverberated as they hurled massive stones against the walls. The battle raged fiercely both within and outside the city, where the royal palace stood prominently. Even the siege engines of the Northern Alliance were capable of striking the palace. With colossal boulders soaring overhead, crashing down within the palace grounds, shaking the earth, and causing significant casualties among the loyal NPC guards stationed there. I stood at the edge of the city, bravely withstanding a barrage of arrows, unleashing clusters of icy vortexes into the throngs below. Ice spikes accompanied by lethal force decimated the enemy, while I suddenly hurled my teeming sword, its blade spinning like a tempest as it cut through the crowd, swiftly annihilating a group of archers. The surviving mages, their faces pale with shock, murmured in disbelief. "That warrior can attack from such a distance. It's terrifying." He is a Hall of Fame player from CGL, the infamous one who has slain many of our esteemed heroes. At that moment, a voice crackled through the guild channel. "Li Chengfeng. Damn, I can barely hold on." I quickly inquired, "Chengfeng, what is happening?" He replied, "The Titan God clan has been relentlessly pursuing us. Their numbers seem endless. We've slain over 100,000, yet they keep coming." Xuyang, astonished, exclaimed, "Chengfeng, I heard that the Titan gods summoned members of their guild and its allies to flank you specifically in the Falling Wind Canyon." Li Chengfeng cursed. "They really think highly of us." I pressed, "How many are left?" His voice grew frantic. "The scattered cavalry has been wiped out. None remain. The Qinghu Iron Cavalry has over 300 left, attempting to break through with me. Damn it, the Titan God clan has indeed brought over 20,000 to encircle us." Luan Yu remarked, "That guild has a total of 200,000 members, with 150,000 already at Falling Wind Canyon. Chengfeng, you're impressive. Taking down over 80 of their guild with just over 10,000 cavalry." Li Chengfeng lamented, "Don't remind me. My comrades are nearly all gone. I probably won't last much longer." Alliance leader, Lu Chun, "Brothers, I may not make it." I reassured him, "We too shall soon follow, Chengfeng. You've done remarkably well, and we are all proud of you." Li Chengfeng laughed heartily before disconnecting. "That stubborn lad refuses our reinforcements," Xuyang commented. Luan Yu added, "It's because he knows every soldier we have is invaluable. We simply cannot spare anyone to aid him." I cleaved through the shield of a dark knight, dispatching him with a heavy breath, declaring, "Let us fight with all our might, for our brothers and our fate. Indeed, for our brothers and our destiny." The fervent group continued to battle, undeterred by the falling comrades around them, each succumbing to arrows and magical fireballs. Soon after, a system notification echoed through the air, "Ding. System announcement. The player, legendary hero, Sky City, has reached the requisite kill count. Upon vanquishing enemies, they successfully triggered the Divine General system, gaining the ability to transform into the Earth form and ascending as the second Divine General in the China region. Their luck value is permanently set at 4, and their strategy value at 8, along with the exclusive Divine General skill, War Soul Embodiment. The effect of War Soul Embodiment, harnessing the power of the War Soul, significantly enhancing both attack and defense, while also possessing divine attack capabilities, which correlate with the user's attributes, exclusive to the legendary hero. Li Xiaozai, having ascended to a Divine General, exhibited a mix of emotions, neither wholly joyful nor sorrowful, his expression rather amusing, akin to a parched, dazed fish. I was elated. "Hey, what a stroke of luck. Chengfeng has now acquired the Earth transformation effect." In the guild channel, Li Chengfeng's voice resonated. "Wow, the Earth transformation is formidable. I'll be able to slay foes for a longer period. Despite their overwhelming numbers, I'll likely meet my demise in the end." He chuckled lightly. Keep it up. Our first divine general of ancient sword soul dream. A wave of jubilation swept across the city walls. At this moment, Li Changfeng's mastery of the divine general skill undoubtedly elevated everyone's morale significantly. Finally, following Lin Yisan, ancient sword soul dream has produced another divine general. This war soul embodiment is a buff-type skill, presumably exceedingly powerful. Glancing at the national war leaderboard, indeed, Li Changfeng's points swiftly soared to the 4th position, trailing only behind myself and Jingxing Luoxin, Sansheng Mo. I pondered how many foes this fellow had truly dispatched. Concurrently, hope burgeoned within me. It appeared that excessive slaying, leading to kill value, was among the factors for ascending to a divine general. This was promising, as I had eliminated even more foes than Li Changfeng. With my unparalleled luck value, following his ascension, I too had a significant opportunity to elevate to divine general status. Engulfed in frenzied slaughter, time slipped away unnoticed. The second city wall had been battered and ravaged, yet we persevered. The number of players beside me dwindled, akin to the dragon Yao Iron Cavalry. Suffering immense casualties to defend this city, such sacrifices were heart-wrenching. Looking into the distance, the canyon towards Tianfeng City and Shenin City was densely populated with players, all bearing the 5-starred red flag prefix in their IDs. The Avengers have finally arrived. Chapter 756, Blood Battle Breakthrough. Damn it. This group of snails has finally crawled to Dawn City. With a fervent spirit, I hoisted my warhammer, spat on the ground below, gazing into the distance filled with hope, and declared, with this nearly 20 million fresh troops, we will coordinate our efforts, and within 10 hours, we can annihilate the Northern Alliance scoundrels. Haha, the moment for counterattack has finally arrived. I nodded, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Indeed, they have finally come. Swanlifan laughed heartily. All right, the next steps will be straightforward. The Northern Alliance currently boasts an army of only about 30 million. With our combined forces, we can indeed secure a relatively easy victory in this national war. It has been quite challenging. Yet we have truly managed to hold our ground against the joint assault of the 8 major cities. Snowflakes gently fell upon her shoulders as he stood at the edge of the city wall, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance. Suddenly, she turned to me, blinking and shaking off the snow that had settled on her lashes, and said, I have discovered something. What issue? I inquired. The members of the Avengers hail from Tianfeng City and Shenin City, yet have you noticed? They remain motionless at the entrance of the canyon, seemingly with no intention of aiding Qingxi City. Motionless? Both I and Swanlazafin were taken aback, our gazes turning towards the horizon. Indeed, not a single one had stirred, as if waiting for something unknown. What is going on, Elder? I asked Swanlazafin. The Avengers, weren't they organized by you and Zhu Yingwan? Why do they show no desire to assist Qingxi City? Swanlazafin furrowed his brow. I do not know either. I will message a few guild leaders from the larger factions to inquire. At that moment, a throng of iron cavalry galloped down the main road of the city, their shoulders adorned with the emblem of the Candle Dragon. Leading the charge were Zhu Yingwan, Bai Quangan, and Li Fenjing. Minutes later, Zhu Yingwan urged his steed forward, accompanied by thousands of Candle Dragon players as they ascended the city walls. Dismounting at a distance, he declared, Zhang Chun, something is amiss. What is it? Swanlazafin asked. Zhu Yingwan gritted his teeth. This situation has caught me off guard. The leaders of the Thunder, Awakening Wings, and Silver Soul guilds from Tianfeng City have summoned me to leave the city for a discussion. I cannot fathom their true intentions. Leave the city now? Swanlazafin's expression darkened. What are these fools thinking? We are already surrounded, and even a cavalry charge of thousands may not yield many survivors. They actually want Candle Dragon to exit the city and negotiate with them? Shouldn't we strike at the rear of the Northern Alliance instead? I added. I do not know. Zhu Yingwan replied, clenching his fists. Something must have changed. I suspect the leaders of the 3 guilds may harbor ulterior motives, which is why they are summoning me out of the city. Yet, we must rely on their strength. The Thunder Guild boasts 12,000 greedy wolf riders. Awakening Wings has 18,000 flame lizard riders, and Silver Soul commands 20,000 ice leopard riders. These 3 guilds were our allies. Yet their actions are exceedingly suspicious this time. Swanlazafin took a deep breath. Damn it, Bai Quangan exclaimed. What should we do? We cannot allow Zhu Yingwan to go out alone. The leaders of those 3 guilds certainly have ill intentions. If Zhu Yingwan leaves, we will be left leaderless, and how can we defend the city? Zhu Yingluan sighed. However, we have no choice. We desperately need their power, especially that of the Thunder, Awakening Wings, and Silver Soul guilds. If they join the fray, the entire situation could shift dramatically. Swan Lazafin suggested, then let Zhu Yingluan go meet with Pai Lai Hua, Shui Zhanshan, and Zhan Feng to discern what these three rascals intend. I refuse to believe they can concoct anything of significance. Zhu Yingluan nodded. Indeed, but I am now without cavalry. It is unlikely that a handful of us can break through the encirclement. As I spoke, Zhu Yingluan cast a glance at me and remarked, it might be feasible to have the iron cavalry of the ancient sword soul dream pave the way. Ugh! Ruan Yue clenched her delicate fist and retorted, not a chance. You expect our Longyao iron cavalry to serve as mere cannon fodder? Who do you think you are? Zhu Yingluan's expression turned somewhat awkward. Swan Lazafin contemplated for a moment and said, well, I still have 500 greedy wolf riders at my disposal. I'm not certain if it will work, but let us give it a try. I will send them charging forward to cover your escape. Zhu Yingluan nodded in agreement. At that moment, I intervened, saying, enough. The 500 greedy wolf riders led by the elder will surely not make it out. The Sorrow of Vienna is watching us closely. The ancient sword's Longyao iron cavalry still has around 400 members left. Let us escort Zhu Yingluan to safety, but remember, we do this not for the sake of Zhu Long, but for the city of Dawn. Zhu Yingluan nodded, understood. Swan Lazafin smiled. All right, prepare to assist Zhu Long's escape. Once Zhu Yingluan reaches the canyon and meets with the three leaders of the Avengers Alliance, negotiate, and then immediately advance our troops. The defenses in the royal city are about to falter. Zhu Yingluan smiled faintly. Rest assured, Zhu Long will not disappoint everyone. With that, Zhu Yingluan clasped her fists in salute to everyone, her expression resolute, and stated, even if Zhu Long must expend the last drop of blood, I shall not betray this national war, nor the sacrifices made by the ancient sword, Shuin Fur, Junlin, and the Burning Red Lips, and the Battle Heaven Alliance. I, Zhu Yingluan, express my gratitude to you all. Now let us depart. Under Zhu Yingluan's command were still several thousand miscellaneous cavalry, and with Swan Lazafin's 500 greedy wolf riders. It was still slightly insufficient. The assistance of the Longyao iron cavalry was essential to clear the path. I turned to the others and whispered, all right, Longyao iron cavalry, assemble. Join Gaguzi's ranks to activate the cavalry god. Let us set forth and cover Zhu Yingluan's escape. With that, a throng of people descended from the city, summoned their Longyao steeds, and, after receiving buffs from the songstresses, brandished their blades and charged forth alongside the greedy wolf riders. Following closely were Zhu Yingluan, Baikongin, Li Fenjing, and others. The iron gate swung open, and Swan Lazafin, commanding the greedy wolf riders, shouted, let us break through and begin our vengeance. A wave of greedy wolf riders surged forward against the gusts of blades, flames, and arrows. As soon as they exited the city, nearly 100 fell. For the Northern Alliance had completely taken control of the territory outside the city, their firepower overwhelming. The air was thick with flying debris, and the siege engine's assaults left the cavalry players utterly helpless. Fight on, do not look back. Swan Lazafin bellowed, wielding her long sword with ferocity. Alongside He, Ruan Yue, Gaguzi, and the spirited others, we were imbued with the effects of the cavalry god, receiving a 150-point boost in offense and defense. Each of us felt like an impenetrable fortress as we surged forward with the greedy wolf riders. Arrows rained down, clattering against our armor, bouncing harmlessly away. Yet the greedy wolf riders in front continued to fall one after another. Almost everyone was charging through a sea of flames, their health steadily depleting. With no supplies in sight, the blood replenishment potions were clearly insufficient against the overwhelming damage. Moments later, all the cavalry participating in the assault charged out of the city. Resembling a rusty dagger slicing through an ocean of cotton-like adversaries, their efforts strained yet resolute. The valiant warrior, Swanlaza, bellowed with all his might, wielding his last ounce of strength to cleave through the enemy, while beside him, the ranks of the greedy wolf riders dwindled to fewer than a few hundred. Uncle could no longer hold on. He looked towards me. Swiftly, I brandished my long sword and proclaimed, Dragon's Dawn Iron Cavalry, rally with me to the forefront. We shall fulfill the mission of the greedy wolf riders. A battalion of Dragon's Dawn Cavalry surged forward, swiftly reaching the vanguard, their blades flashing as they cleaved through the obstructing players. Maintaining their momentum, They swept through like a gale, leaving a trail of devastation. However, under the onslaught of magical fireballs, even the formidable dragon's Dawn cavalry suffered casualties, for while Giguzi's cavalry granted physical defense, it did not bolster magical resistance, rendering their defenses vulnerable. Behind us, Bai Kuangin urged his steed with fervor, exclaiming, "Brothers of the Candle Dragon, ancient sword stands as our shield. We must charge forward. Beyond ancient sword, lest they look down upon us." A throng of Candle Dragon cavalry hastened to match our pace. Yet many fell to the relentless barrage of magic and arrows. Boom! A sweeping strike erupted amidst the chaos, as Candle Shadow mercilessly unleashed carnage, followed by a rock thrust that sent a cluster of Northern Alliance cavalry soaring into the air. In the midst of the fray, blood splattered violently. A scene of utter brutality, as the Northern Alliance ground the last elite defenders of Dawn City to pulp, yet they too paid a bloody toll. Amidst the tumult, a mounted warrior emerged, a figure of sorrow from Vienna, his sword pointed forward as he laughed heartily. The foremost warrior of the Chinese region, Candle Shadow, and the leading slayer, Zheji Qinsha, both residing in the CGL Hall of Fame, are present. Let us unite and shatter their formation, encircle them one by one, and devour them. Archers, prepare your tremor arrows and quake arrows. Bring these self-important Chinese cavalrymen down. Furious, Candle Shadow charged forward, his hand outstretched as the prophecy of the ghostly deity was about to be unleashed. Yet, Vienna's sorrow adeptly retreated, having encountered Candle Shadow before. He was well aware of the prophecy's might. With a flick of his sword, a legion of elite Northern Iron Riders surged forward. Maintain formation, continue the assault, I commanded, urging everyone onward. Bai Kuangin, gritting his teeth, resolutely declared, "Candle Shadow, Lu Chun, you press on. I shall cover you. First Brigade, follow me." 1,000 troops followed Bai Kuangin's diagonal advance, swiftly encircled by the Northern Iron Riders. Even Vienna's sorrow charged in. Shortly after, a chime echoed through the air. Ding! System announcement. Attention players, CGL Hall of Fame player Bai Kuangin from the Chinese region has been slain by player Vienna's sorrow, USA. Chapter 757, The Alliance's Transformation. Tianfeng Canyon. As the snowflakes danced gracefully through the air, resembling delicate goose feathers, they settled upon the cold armor of the warriors. Within the canyon, a multitude of players, their gazes filled with anticipation, stood ready with weapons drawn, trembling ever so slightly in the biting wind. Yet, alas, the throng remained motionless, unwilling to advance. The canyon connected to the city of Dawn, where nearly 1 million players from the 3 major guilds, Thunder, Awakening Wings, and Silver Soul, had assembled at the entrance. At the forefront of the ranks, a blood-red lance in hand, a demon knight made his way forward. He urged his steed to leap atop a nearby hillock, raising his lance high and bellowing, "Hear me, fellow players. I am the leader of Thunder, known as Thunderfire." Gradually, the crowd hushed. Thunderfire continued, "We have endured significant losses while defending against external threats in the cities of Shadow and Skywind. Meanwhile, in the direction of Dawn City, the Super Guilds, Torch Dragon, War Alliance, Ancient Sword, and Snow Silver Fur, have already vanquished over 70% of the enemy forces. What remains is merely a remnant. Should we charge into Dawn Canyon and reclaim the city, how will the world perceive us? They will deem us opportunists, branding us as cowards." As he spoke, Thunderfire swallowed hard, his voice rising with fervor. Thus, a true hero amidst chaos must seize the moment. Dawn City is but a secondary stronghold. What significance does it hold? I propose that we instead embark on a long-distance raid to the primary stronghold of Hot Sand City in Vietnam, or the primary stronghold of Scorching City in Korea. Capturing a super stronghold would grant us unparalleled glory, would it not? Indeed. A voice emerged from the crowd, a leader from a mid-ranking guild in Shadow City, who raised his longbow high and declared, "Thunderfire makes a compelling point. If we launch a surprise attack on Scorching City and seize their sole super stronghold from under their noses, it would ensure that our brothers feast in abundance. Some among us might even find themselves honored in the CGL Hall of Fame, would they not?" Swayed by his words, many players were stirred. At Thunderfire's side, Blood Battle God, the leader of Awakening Wings, appeared, raising his sword aloft. Awakening Wings boasts 18,000 Flame Lizard Cavalry, ready to serve as the vanguard in our assault on Scorching City, delivering a resounding blow to the enemy while their forces are occupied in Dawn City. We would essentially be ambushing an unguarded fortress. Indeed, chimed in a high-level warrior, none other than the leader of Silver Soul, Slashing Wind. He urged his steed forward and proclaimed, "We, Silver Soul, with our 20,000 Ice Leopard Iron Knights, stand ready to pave the way. Let us, the Avengers Alliance, strike at the heart of their lair, unearthing their very foundations. This is what true vengeance entails, do you not agree?" At long last, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic response. Players radiant with fervor brandishing their blades, laughing heartily as they rallied together. Let us go forth in vengeance, reclaiming the dignity of our Chinese region. Let those sons of bitches know that we are not the sort to be struck without retaliation. Boom, boom, boom. 3 flaming sword auras erupted amidst the dense throng, the explosive spectacle creating a vacuum in the air. I pointed westward and proclaimed, "Chaos reigns. Your forces shall charge through here, with less than 20 meters to traverse. Even if you are timid, you should be able to break through." Zhu Yingluan cast a glance ahead, nodding as he said, "Thank you, Lu Chun. Brothers, follow me. Let us break through." In truth, Zhu Long had few followers remaining, with only Lai Fengying leading a few hundred elite cavalry to charge alongside Zhu Yingluan. However, these warriors were highly skilled, and breaking through was undoubtedly within their capabilities. Swan Le Fun, bloodstained and adorned in battle attire, gazed at me with excitement and declared, "Excellent. Our mission is accomplished, Lu Chun. Let us counterattack and pierce through the defenses of the Northern Alliance, shall we?" I grasped his arm, pulling him behind me, and sternly commanded, "Uncle, take a breather. Allow me to lead the charge." Swan Le Fun burst into hearty laughter, surveying the fewer than 200 greedy wolf riders at his side, and proclaimed, "With this battle, my life shall not be in vain. Long Yao Iron Cavalry, charge." I raised my longsword high, leading Guguzi, He, Luan Yu, Su Yang, and others in a counteroffensive. Our blades cleaved relentlessly, the fervor of combat igniting our faces as we saw our comrades fall one by one. This fury could only be vented through bloodshed. As we fought our way back, our losses were grievous. By the time we reached the foot of the city, fewer than 200 remained. Among them, the Long Yao Iron Cavalry counted only 155, while of the 1,500 greedy wolf riders Swan Le Fun had brought, a mere 37 returned, nearly leading to total annihilation. "They're back. On the city walls," Bei Mingxua pointed below, exclaiming, "Open the gates, provide covering fire." The mages, including Sansheng Mo, swiftly unleashed a celestial storm upon the city gate area, allowing us to pour inside. The northern cavalry, eager to pursue, perished in the conflagration and the tempest of celestial storms. Sansheng Mo and the others wielded formidable magical prowess. Dozens of celestial storms ravaged the area, rendering it unbearable for any foe. Upon entering the city and scaling the walls once again, I gazed into the distance while striking down the Northern Alliance players assaulting the stronghold. My eyes caught sight of a group emerging from the fray, speeding towards the direction of the Avengers Alliance through the Dawn Valley. Swan Le Fun brandished his sword, smiling slightly as he remarked, "All right, this should be manageable. Once the war god arrives, he will undoubtedly rally the masses. Zhu Yingluan's influence in the Chinese region is unquestionable." He furrowed her brows and replied, "Not necessarily. If the war god's influence were truly that powerful, we wouldn't find ourselves in this predicament. Don't tell me that the leaders of Thunder, Awakening Wings, and Silver Soul are novices who would be lost without the war god leading them back to Dawn City." I chuckled softly, wrapping my arm around He's shoulders, and reassured her, "Eve, do not fret too much. Let us think positively. The Avengers Alliance comprises players from Shunin City and Tianfeng City, our own people. If they do not assist us in recapturing Dawn City, what else could they desire? Unless their heads have been kicked by a donkey." Luan Yu tilted her head to glance at me, saying, "To publicly tease the leader of the Ancient Sword Alliance, you must have a death wish. Be wary lest we toss you off the city." He's exquisite face bore a radiant smile as she replied, "Who would dare?" Luan Yu pouted, "Oh no. She's already fallen." A chorus of laughter erupted around us. It is not a lack of language, as you are well aware. With a thunderous roar, colossal boulders engulfed in flames rained down upon the city, relentlessly shaking its walls. Soon, terrifying fissures began to appear on the second wall, threatening imminent collapse. Our group fought valiantly atop the ramparts, yet we gradually realized that the number of players around us was dwindling. Reports came from the rear, indicating that the other three directions had also succumbed, and the second city wall had fallen. A fierce melee ensued within the city. We cannot hold out any longer, sighed Swan Lafon, gazing at the system interface. Damn it, there are still 10 hours until the end of the national war. Are we destined to fail in these final hours? I shook my head resolutely. Never. We must continue to fight. Just then, Bai Mingxue pointed towards the west. Look, the Avengers are on the move. Finally, they are coming to aid Morning Light City. He, however, shook his head in disagreement. No, that is not right. They're not heading to Morning Light City. Wan Yuan nodded in agreement. Those bastards are headed to Flowing Wind Path. What are they planning to do? Swanluffin hastily activated his communicator, his voice nearly a roar as he shouted, Feng Zhua, what the hell are you doing? Why are the Avengers heading towards Flowing Wind Path? Zhu Yingluan seemed at a loss for words. With a thud, Swanluffin's face turned pale as he abruptly sank down beneath the bloodied arrow parapet, his gaze vacant. Monsters! These monsters! What is going on, uncle? I inquired, my heart sinking. Zhang Chun clenched his fists and glanced at me. I'm sorry, Lu Chun. I failed to keep my promise. What happened? I felt a shiver run through me. The guild's thunder, awakening wings, and Silver Soul had taken Zhu Yingluan hostage, forcing him as their commander to lead the Avengers in a surprise attack on the scorching capital of Korea. How could this be? I erupted, rising abruptly and hurling my sword to the ground, my eyes ablaze with fury. What is the meaning of this? We have resisted for so long, lost so many brothers. What does this all amount to? What do these guilds think of us? Damn it! Is Zhu Yingluan truly so weak? As a war god, how could he be taken hostage? Why does he not fight back? What is this? He, standing nearby, remarked coolly, it's about claiming credit. Perhaps Zhu Yingluan has already acquiesced. Swan Lafon, now dejected, stood up, grasped his sword, and appeared to age several years in an instant. Regardless, we fought fiercely. We tried our best. Let us continue to battle. I stood there in a daze. Beside me, a loud crack echoed as a section of the city wall began to crumble. The anguished cries and curses of players filled the air. Had we truly lost this time? The Northern Alliance launched a fierce assault, swiftly engulfing the northern wall. I cannot recall how I fought my way back to the royal city, but as I raised my gaze, I beheld the last line of defense, the royal palace of Morning Light City. The palace walls were invulnerable, indestructible. A cerulean barrier materialized at the gates, the result of countless court mages joining forces, serving as the NPC's final stand. The life barrier has emerged. Spicy Sour Noodles gazed at the barrier behind him and remarked softly, perhaps we still have hope. The life barrier is exceedingly difficult to breach, and entering it grants the ultimate protection. However, once one steps inside, escape becomes impossible. Should one wish to leave, a heavy cost must be paid. Gue Guzi inquired. What cost? A drop of 30 levels. Spicy Sour Noodles replied gravely. The crowd gasped in shock. Spicy Sour Noodles forced a smile and added, thus, we should refrain from entering the life barrier until the very last moment. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves shattered the tranquility of our homeland. Amidst the swirling snow, a multitude of players from the Northern Alliance stood before the palace, with Vienna's sorrow at the forefront, her eyes brimming with murderous intent, surrounded by at least several million players poised to strike. Meanwhile, the aftermath of a brutal half-hour battle had left us with barely 100 Dragon Dawn Knights remaining. We stood there in stunned silence, fewer than 1,000 left. How could we possibly defend the palace gates? Have we lost? Murmured Chaos Moon, her fighting spirit slowly fading. The once fervent resolve now hung low, as everyone stood in silence. It was clear to all that the departure of nearly 20 million members of the Avengers signified the fall of Dawn City. With a swift motion, I raised the Teeming sword before my chest and rode forth to the front lines. Observing the well-formed ranks of the Northern Alliance, I turned back to my comrades and smiled faintly, saying, brothers, this is our final battle. Will you choose to live as cowards for a lifetime or as heroes? Even if only for a few fleeting moments? With a resounding clang, everyone drew their blades, their eyes filled with determination. Chapter 758. Your Momo has crashed. Ancient Sword Advance. Leading fewer than 100 Dragon Dawn Knights, we charged into the fray without hesitation. Chaos erupted as blades clashed, flesh was rent, and riders fell from their mounts amidst a hail of magic and arrows. The final battle was increasingly heroic, faced with our desperate assault. Even Vienna's sorrow regarded us with respect, raising her longsword and declaring, these are worthy opponents. Northern Alliance, advance, and let them die without regret. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed as the Northern Alliance unleashed their most formidable weapons. The cavalry surged forward, launching a charge against the last line of defenders at Dawn City. The cacophony of violent clashes filled the air as skills like Shattering Rock and Ice Fiend erupted among the throng, causing many to fall. The Northern Alliance's onslaught engulfed the last remnants of our territory, as cavalry swept through the ranks of mages, archers, and beast tamers, wreaking havoc. Boom! An ice explosion erupted within the crowd, engulfing a group of dark knights. It was the mage 3 Lives MO, who wielded her staff and unleashed a fiery shockwave, clearing a pathway through the enemy ranks. Raising her staff high, she boldly proclaimed, "Fools of the Northern Alliance, come and try to kill me. I fear you not." Indeed, at Vienna's Sorrow's command, a legion of Northern cavalry relentlessly pursued 3 Lives MO. With a swift thrust of his iron spear, the attacker struck the air source shield, causing it to slightly deform, yet it did not hinder San Sheng Mo's relentless slaughter. The staff twirled in her grasp, unleashing a cascade of ice explosions upon the throngs below, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Northern cavalry. The prowess of the high-ranking mage was unmistakable, and San Sheng Mo continuously maneuvered, striving to minimize the number of incoming assaults. No matter how resilient, the air source shield was not invincible. Boom! The fiery shockwave created yet another vacuum, as San Sheng Mo stood unwavering amidst the cavalry. Suddenly, a light sound from behind indicated another hit. The air source shield began to fade. San Sheng Mo's beautiful eyes gleamed coldly as she swiftly darted to the right, casting ice explosions in her wake. With a resounding crash, several dark knights plummeted from their steeds, while more found their mounts' legs encased in ice, immobilized. The magical shield shattered, leaving a 6-second window during which it could not be summoned again, a critical vulnerability that had led many mages to their demise in PK battles. For all mages, the principle was clear: as long as the shield stood, one would endure. Once it fell, so too would the mage. Eliminate her, and the shield is broken. A band of dark knights burst into laughter, lunging forward with their long spears. As San Sheng Mo retreated and repositioned herself, she found evasion impossible. With deft movements of her staff, she parried in quick succession, stunning the dark knights around her. Such close-quarters defense was a feat even seasoned warrior players might struggle to achieve, yet this seemingly frail mage executed it flawlessly. Thud! A damaging blow struck her, delivering 277 points of damage. Unable to defend all sides, San Sheng Mo hastily retrieved a healing potion, her petite figure swaying like a fragile leaf in a storm. As the 6-second vulnerability expired, she stomped her foot, summoning the air source shield once more, and with a swift gesture, unleashed an ice explosion. Boom! The blast annihilated a multitude, followed by a trio of starry tempests that deterred the advancing dark knights. "Let me handle this." Vienna, unable to contain her sorrow any longer, broke through the crowd, brandishing her blade with intent. Accompanying Vienna was a warrior-class player bearing a hero's banner, also mounted and charging forth, clearly intending to coordinate an attack from the flank, aiming to strike down San Sheng Mo in one decisive blow. San Sheng Mo danced through the battlefield, evading attacks like a butterfly flitting among flowers. Ice explosions and blazing starry tempests erupted in succession, leaving devastation in their wake, corpses strewn about, with thousands perishing beneath her magic in mere minutes. "It begins," Vienna shouted fiercely, as another hero banner player joined the offensive, the two executing a spiral pincer maneuver, relentlessly striking San Sheng Mo's air source shield. However, in an unexpected turn, San Sheng Mo merely retreated, utilizing other players as shields against Vienna's onslaught, all while launching ice explosions and starry tempests with abandon. Her strategy became evident. Attempting to eliminate Vienna directly was unwise. Instead, the true path of a mage lay in vanquishing the surrounding players. After nearly 10 minutes of relentless combat, with bodies littering the ground, Vienna found herself in despair, toyed with by this petite mage. Finally, with a soft sound, San Sheng Mo's air source shield vanished for the 11th time. Now, in Vienna, sorrow took flight, striking with a blade. San Sheng Mo looked up, caught off guard, hastily raising his staff to parry the incoming attack, resulting in a loss of over 10,000 health points. Immediately afterward, A chill ran down his spine as another long sword grazed his shoulder, draining a significant portion of his vitality, leaving him with less than 20 health points. Left with no choice, Sansheng Mo gritted his teeth, retreating abruptly. His staff trembled as 3 fireballs erupted in rapid succession, followed by an ice explosion. Bang, bang, bang. The ambushing hero, the banner warrior, fell from his steed, slain by a relentless barrage of skills. Ding. System announcement. Attention players, the banner bearer, Huangsha, USA, has been killed by player Sansheng Mo, China. Crack. The blade descended like a tempest, blood spattered from Sansheng Mo's chest as he slowly knelt to the ground. The price of vanquishing a banner player was the sacrifice of defense, and under the merciless blade of Vienna's sorrow, how could a mere mage hope to escape the slaughter? The few mages from the China region also fell, similarly succumbing to Vienna's blades. Clearly, Vienna had emerged as the foremost adversary, having claimed the most renowned figures from the Chinese side in this national conflict. Your MOMO has fallen. Luan Yu retaliated with a powerful swing, fending off several Northern Iron cavalry, glancing at me. I continued my onslaught, calmly stating, "It's all right, you'll be next. Rely on you." Luan Yu nearly lost her composure. At that moment, from the rear, chaos erupted as a throng of horsemen surged forward, none other than the purple-robed Marquis of Xuanfur, accompanied by Qing Qing Shui Xiang and others, leading approximately 4,000 Xuanfur players, all bloodied and battered, yet relentless in their advance. "Goodness!" the purple-robed Marquis exclaimed. Wide-eyed, "I thought Gujian would assist us, but it appears they are faring even worse than we are." Ing Zhixiang Naier remarked. "They are directly confronting Vienna's sorrow. How can you blame them? Hurry and help. Charge forward." All right. The vacuum slash swept through the crowd as the purple-robed Marquis demonstrated remarkable prowess, truly deserving of his title as the premier warrior of Xuanfur and Lin Yisin's most trusted subordinate. Boom. The fierce blade cleaved through the enemy as I joined the ranks of Xuanfur, proclaiming loudly, "How absurd. The national war has turned into a bloodbath. Yet where is he? Why hasn't he shown up?" The purple-robed Marquis shrugged. "The leader's mother is currently receiving treatment. She has been offline for nearly 2 days without a word. I believe she could appear at any moment." I gripped my sword, lamenting, "What a pity. Who can transform into the earth, has not made her presence felt in this national war." Indeed, the purple-robed Marquis echoed his regret. "I've heard that the earth transformation grants a 100 increase in attack power and various defensive resistances. I've faced the leader before, and my chances of winning were barely 2 out of 10. Sighing deeply, I inquired, "What about the rest of the guild? Where have they gone?" "Summon them all to the north city to guard the palace gates." "I don't know. They seem to have scattered and been slain." The purple-clad Marquis spoke in silence. When I arrived, I observed the city of the gods, where both Luo Shun and Kiss Moon were embroiled in a fierce battle, leaving only a handful of survivors. They mentioned they would arrive shortly, but the members of the Alliance of Heaven's Wrath had vanished without a trace. However, I did not see any battle reports, so it seems that Li Gu and October Rain are still alive. Heaven's Wrath should be intact as well. How could the situation escalate to this extent? Indeed, the purple-clad Marquis ground his teeth and exclaimed, "That scoundrel Zhuing Wan. Was he not supposed to command the Avengers to aid the city? Now it seems they have all gone to the Blazing City. This bunch of fools. Doesn't Blazing City house nearly 10 million heroes, guarded by the players of the City of War Chariots? Surely they wouldn't be unprepared for such a tactic? Now, we are beyond salvation. Our fate is sealed." We shared a moment of lamentation before plunging back into the fray. A throng of warriors battled fiercely outside the palace gates, ensuring that the players of the Northern Alliance could not approach the entrance. "Hold the palace gate steadfast." Su Yang and Du Shursen stood shoulder to shoulder, relentlessly slashing at the advancing players of the Northern Alliance. At a critical juncture, these two comrades finally unleashed their full might. "Leave Vienna to me. I shall confront him," the purple-clad Marquis proclaimed with a raised sword. I held great faith in his prowess. Across the Sky City, apart from myself and Lin Yisin, only Li Chengfeng, the purple-clad Marquis, and Li Gu could be counted among such elite ranks, superb, verging on peak excellence. Granting such a person an opportunity to shine would yield a player of royal caliber. However, the notion of the purple-clad Marquis attempting to single-handedly defeat Vienna seemed somewhat implausible. It was akin to Zhang Fei challenging Lu Bu without the support of Guan Yu, an endeavor doomed to failure. Wait, Purple, bring someone else with you. I called out loudly. Who will accompany me? The purple-clad Marquis scanned the vicinity. With a thunderous roar, a magical tempest swept through the crowd, annihilating everything in its path. The Archmage Luo Shen finally made his way here from the opposite side of the city, and Kiss Moon, brandishing a dagger, chuckled lightly. Purple-clad Marquis. I am here to assist you in slaying Vienna. This task piques my interest. Very well, let us go. The purple-clad Marquis laughed heartily as he brandished his sword and charged into the throng, while Kiss Moon gracefully vanished from sight. No one could discern her whereabouts, but undoubtedly, she would appear when the purple-clad Marquis needed her most. As a celebrated assassin, second only to Li Gu in the CGL Hall of Fame, Kiss Moon's prowess in PvP combat was undoubtedly formidable. Chapter 759. The arrival of the Divine Slayer. The sound of mechanisms springing into action echoed through the air. As countless rocks erupted amidst the crowd, the Northern Alliance members descended into madness, launching a frenzied barrage, evidently unprepared for the fierce resistance posed by a mere few thousand. Their ranks could scarcely breach the threshold of the palace gates. Time was of the essence. A full-scale assault was imperative, requiring no reservations. Concentrate all forces at the northern gate of the palace. We must breach this grand entrance within the hour. Vienna, filled with sorrow, pointed forward, his eyes brimming with determination. I refuse to believe that a mere few thousand can withstand the might of our nearly 20 million strong army. The war has escalated into a phase of overwhelming annihilation, as the Chinese players' team is systematically slaughtered, dwindling from nearly 7 million to a mere 70,000 within an hour. While the opposing force boasts a staggering 22 million, an utterly disproportionate disparity. The figures of Zi Ho and Wen Yu remain a mystery, their fates unknown. While the remaining members of Shui Yinsan stand resolutely at the entrance, collaborating with Beiming Shui and other allies to unleash a barrage of firepower, forming a final bastion to safeguard the life barrier from assault. This is our last line of defense. Come forth, charge at them. Slay the group ahead. In the distance, a cavalry player wielding a battle axe, adorned with a blood-red banner and crowned with the ID King's blade, gestures towards the horizon with a smile, commanding, Knights, take turns to charge and stun. Archers and mages, unleash the tremor arrow, the demon-breaking arrow, and the roar of the dragon to eliminate that leader of the righteous path. I've heard he is the strategic commander of the Chinese server. Let us take him down first to chill the morale of Chenxi City. With that, King's blade charges forth without hesitation. The blade of the spicy noodle sword pierces the chest of a Northern Alliance player, withdrawing stained with blood. Yet, unexpectedly, the wielder trembles, a dazed symbol appearing above their head, incapacitated by the heroic figure of King's blade. Protect the leader. Protect the leader. The remaining few greedy wolf riders rush in. Swords raised. King's blade's gaze sharpens as he swings his battle axe without looking back, a fiery arc of attack dispersing the group of greedy wolf riders, each suffering a loss of at least 20,000 health points. The might of King's blade is indeed formidable. With a swift motion, the fiery spike erupts from the tip of the battle axe, and without hesitation, King's blade delivers a thunderous strike that shatters the defenses of Spicy Noodle. A colossal damage number soaring to 27,837. Still dazed, Spicy Noodle's eyes widen in disbelief, powerless against the onslaught, as another axe strikes down upon his shoulder, causing a further drop of over 10,000 health. Just as he emerges from his stupor, three shadowy figures charge in succession, reinitiating the daze. A seamless collaboration from King's Blade's subordinates. With a series of piercing flames, three barriers are breached, impaling Spicy Noodle's body. King's Blade erupts in laughter, brandishing his axe for a triple strike, exclaiming, "Die, you pathetic commander! Witness my might." The battle axe rends through defenses, and with Spicy Noodle's already meager resilience locked onto by such a masterful foe, he stands no chance. With a heavy heart, the strategic commander of the Chinese server falls from his mount. "Uncle, he's down," he remarks as he looks at me. I nod, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Our faction has been shattered into oblivion, with no one to support one another. To keep the enemy's ranged players at bay, the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry must charge back and forth on the periphery to engage the adversary. Yet between us and the righteous path stands a significant distance of nearly a kilometer. Though I yearn to rescue Spicy Noodle, I find myself powerless. Amidst the chaos, a maniacal laughter echoes. "Ha ha, crumble before me and taste my power." He was a level 162 sorcerer of the 6th transition, gliding through the throngs with his staff in hand, effortlessly unleashing a cascade of stellar storms. Under his relentless onslaught, waves of Chinese players succumbed, falling into pools of blood. Behind him, a crimson-hued banner marked his allegiance to the heroic standard-bearer, the Dark Sorrow. This Dark Sorrow, akin to the Blade of Kings, represented the pinnacle of players in Titan City, a source of considerable vexation. As the war reached its climax, the opposing side's heroic banner-bearers dwindled. Yet those remaining were formidable elite players, nearly matching the prowess of Vienna's finest. Thus, the pressure on our group intensified, accompanied by the wails of the fallen. Nearly 100 members of the Righteous Path were mercilessly cut down by the Blade of Kings, leading to their complete withdrawal from this national conflict, their forces utterly annihilated. Kill! Gao Guzi raised his spear high, continuing the assault, the spear's brilliance flashing as it pierced through the enemy ranks. Alongside me, he and other comrades like Luan Yu, we remained steadfast on the front lines, wielding our blades and unleashing area attacks, maintaining control over the area before the palace gates, providing crucial cover for long-range players such as Baiming Shui and Jingxing Luotian. Look over there. Someone is coming from the flank. Luan Yu pointed into the distance. As we turned our gaze, we were astonished to see players from the Mieshan faction, led by Ba Tian Dao, riding a black steed, accompanied by dozens of others such as Du Ba Qi Shun and Du Ba Zhan Shun, all charging towards us, their armor tattered and bloodied. Brothers, we are almost there. Ba Tian Dao shouted, swinging his weapon fiercely. Just ahead, let us join forces with Gu Jian Hunming and Shuiyin Shan. We have less than 4 hours left. Hold the palace gates. We must not allow the northern powers to seize our Dawn City. Advance, do not hesitate. A throng of players staggered towards the outer perimeter. Yet before they could breach the core, a fiery rain descended from above, the signature skill of Dark Sorrow. He raised his staff, chanting incantations, and in the next instant, a series of azure spikes erupted from the ground. With a cacophony of sounds, the devastating attacks felled Du Ba Zhan Shun almost instantly. While Du Ba Qi Shen lay in a pool of blood, his armor rent asunder, a look of defiance etched on his face. Ba Tian Dao roared in fury, frantically swinging his blade, cutting down surrounding foes. Yet, his contingent ultimately succumbed under the relentless barrage of the Northern Alliance's sorcerers and their stellar storms. With a thunderous impact, a fiery blast extinguished Ba Tian Dao's final vestiges of health. Dark Sorrow lowered his staff, a cold smirk playing on his lips. A bunch of fools. Did you truly believe such strength could safeguard Dawn City? The onlookers stood in stunned silence, realizing how formidable the Mieshan faction had proven. Having fought valiantly throughout the national conflict, only to see their elite players obliterated in an instant by Dark Sorrow. It was evident that the adversaries we now faced were far superior to those previously encountered. Boom! The fierce sword aura sliced through the throngs of people. As the vanquished fell, another wave surged forth, nearly trampling over the lifeless body of the defeated. At the forefront was a player clad in black armor, riding a dark steed, his feet surrounded by the radiant aura of a renowned general's skill, none other than Little Pig, who wielded the defensive prowess of the diamond strategy. The members of the Overlord Hall surged forward, nearly 1,000 strong, their formidable organization a testament to Little Pig's mastery of the diamond general skill, which had allowed them to charge into battle and survive thus far. However, what lay ahead remained uncertain. With a chilling gaze, King S-Blade raised his battle axe and proclaimed, "Dark Sorrow, let us strike together and eliminate this cavalry, severing the reinforcements from the Chinese region." Agreed. The two banner-bearing heroes led the surging crowd towards the Overlord Hall, rendering its 1,000-strong force seemingly feeble. Little Pig's eyes narrowed. "Come on then, if you dare. I fear you not." With that, he urged his warhorse forward, a golden light descending from above, marking the execution of his signature move, Divine Armament Descends, which significantly bolstered his attack power to compensate for his defensive strengths. Simultaneously, a flurry of frost-covered blades surrounded him as he activated Frost Frenzy, a skill that drastically enhanced his speed and attack rate. Truly, Little Pig's prowess was nothing short of astonishing. Clang! The sharp blade clashed against King S-Blade's battle axe. Little Pig made a sudden turn and struck from behind, inflicting over 10,000 points of damage. Yet, to his dismay, King S-Blade was shielded by a throng of priest players who swiftly restored his health. King S-Blade exhibited equally commendable skill. As Little Pig unleashed his strike, King S Blade swung his axe, impacting Little Pig's chest, but only dealing a mere 762 points of damage. Such formidable defense. King S Blade thought, yet he chuckled, but what of it? I possess a total vitality of 120,000. Can you truly defeat me? Is that so? Little Pig charged once more, and as he drew near, his cavalry split apart. The blade wreathed in frost, crashing into King S Blade's flank with a devastating icebreaker. Crack! To everyone's astonishment. King S Blade and his mount were encased in ice, unable to be healed for 3 seconds. Little Pig raised his sword, mounted his steed, and unleashed a flurry of 3 icy strikes. Furthermore, an ice giant emerged, Little Pig's pet, with its massive frosted arm raised high, delivering a crushing blow to King S Blade's forehead. The onslaught was relentless, causing King S Blade's health to plummet to around 50,000 points. Meanwhile, Wang Dongliang charged in with his men, only to be thwarted by Dark Sorrow's rain of fire. King S Blade, Dark Sorrow. A resounding voice echoed behind Little Pig. It was the Sorrow of Vienna, as a colossal sword pierced through Little Pig's back, followed by the eruption of Beast Howl Slash. 39,882. Little Pig emitted a muffled groan as Dark Sorrow's Dragon's Roar and Galaxy Storm unleashed a 2-hit combo from the front. With a resounding thud, the last vestiges of health were depleted, and the diminutive pig collapsed, yet another renowned player from the Chinese region succumbing to the hands of sadness in Vienna. Chapter 760, The Final Battle. Curse you, you northern scoundrels. The pillar of the nation, wielding his blade, slashed left and right. His heart shattered upon witnessing his beloved champion being besieged and slain by 3 emblematic players from the opposing side. Sadness in Vienna let out a cold snicker, gesturing with his sword to eliminate them before galloping away, seemingly indifferent, perhaps regarding the likes of the nation's pillar as beneath his notice. Fire the arrows, eliminate them. Following the command of Dark Sorrow, arrows rained down, creating a bloody deluge that slaughtered the 1,000-strong reinforcements of the Tyrant Hall at the foot of the royal city. One of the top 10 guilds in the Chinese guild rankings, Tyrant Hall, withdrew from this national war stage, meeting the same fate as the God's Layers, their entire army obliterated. After executing a devastating 1,000-man strike and annihilating a multitude, I turned to survey the battlefield, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. He pursed her lips and said, I just received news that the Crazy Dragon and the Flower amongst the Breeze sect were shot down by a group of archers from Hot Sand City in the southeast. They could not breach the enemy's defenses, nor could they learn to maneuver around them, resulting in their total annihilation. With a sigh, I glanced at the CGL Hall of Fame panel within the National War Interface, noticing the names of members such as Ling Shui Shang, Divine Dance, Floating Smoke, Tonight Watch Snow, Ethereal, Wei Jin Nan Bei Chao, and Destiny S will had all dimmed, a sign of their demise. Unbeknownst to me, these individuals had perished amidst the chaos of battle. The ferocity of this war was so harrowing that I had failed to notice. The allies, Jun Lin, Flame Red Lips, and White Emperor City, had all vanished, their entire forces extinguished. Now, fewer than 2,000 players from the ancient Sword Soul Dream continued to fight, and the elite Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry, hailed as the finest troops in the Chinese region, had dwindled to a mere 42, with casualties still on the rise. Before the palace gates, the scene had devolved into a bloody purgatory. My comrades fell one by one, instilling fear and confusion. None could ascertain how much longer this battle could endure. At that moment, a voice echoed through the guild channel. Li Qingfeng, is everyone still there? What is happening? What's wrong, Qingfeng? I inquired urgently. Li Qingfeng smiled grimly. I can't hold on much longer. Brothers, I must retreat. You continue the fight. The Titan Divine clan is merciless, and even in death, I shall drag them down to hell with me. Lu Chun leader. I shall never bring shame to ancient Sword Soul Dream. Li Xiaoji murmured, the Ghost Valley. Minutes later, a series of system notifications chimed. Ding. System announcement. Attention, all players. The hero banner bearer, the Grinning Reaper, USA, has been slain by the legendary hero, China. Ding. System announcement. Attention, all players. The hero banner bearer, Town at Dawn, USA, has been slain by the legendary hero, China. Ding. System announcement. Attention, all players. The hero banner bearer, Titan Divine Clan, USA, has been slain by the legendary hero, China. The continuous chimes of the system heralded that Li Changfeng had swiftly eliminated 3 banner bearers. Goodness, this young lad is exceedingly formidable, having even dispatched that titan from the titan race. With a fervent spirit and a clenched fist, he exclaimed in excitement. He, however, appeared despondent, remarking that Li Changfeng's name had dimmed, for he too had fallen. Meanwhile, Su Yang fell into a contemplative silence, stating that, in fact, 30 minutes prior, the Qinghu Iron Cavalry and Ancient Sword Cavalry in the Falling Wind Gorge had already been wiped out. Changfeng single-handedly withstood an onslaught of 5,000 foes, slaying nearly 4,000 of them. Until his last breath, he managed to take down 3 heroic banner players alongside him. As he spoke, Su Yang gestured to share Li Changfeng's battle footage. In the Falling Wind Gorge, where the frigid winds howled, the valley's center was strewn with corpses, piled high like mountains. Amidst this grim tableau stood Li Changfeng, a proud figure with closed eyes, impaled by 2 iron spears, nearly nailed to the ground. He grasped the blade of a player from the Titan race, while his own ghost wind blade had pierced the Titan's neck. Surrounding him were deep craters formed by the whirling dragon blades, the very attack that had claimed the lives of those heroic banner players. As a slight vortex dissipated, Li Changfeng met his tragic end within the gorge. I took a deep breath, lamenting, "This foolish boy." Gue Guzi chuckled softly, "We are all fools." Just then, another system chime rang out. Ding! System announcement. Attention, all players. The CGL Hall of Fame player Kiss Moon from the Chinese region has been slain by the player Vienna Sorrow from America. Kiss Moon has fallen. I turned in bewilderment to see Qingqing Shuexiang unable to maintain her footing, slowly collapsing amidst the opposing Starry River storm. Around her, a multitude of players from the Snow Silver Fur faction fell in unison. The firepower of the Northern Alliance was simply overwhelming. "Where's the purple robe Marquis?" I inquired. Gue Guzi gritted his teeth, "Most likely fallen as well. Damn it. How many of our compatriots has that beast Vienna slaughtered? Moreover, he avoids direct confrontation, lurking on the fringes to seize opportunities to strike." I nodded. Such adversaries are the most fearsome. Boom, boom, boom. A series of magical storms intermingled with sharp arrows. And finally, even the capital city's Luo Shun let out a pained groan as his magical shield shattered. Several magic knights rushed forward, swords drawn, to engage in battle. With a swift motion, Beiming Shui brandished a short dagger, leaping forward to parry 3 successive attacks with a clang. The Thunder Beast roared, brandishing its claws to force back several magic knights, striving to buy precious seconds for Luo Shun to reactivate his magical shield. "Kill. Eliminate this final group of resistors," commanded the wielder of the King's Blade war axe. "Melee fighters, do not advance. Form a fan shape to strike from a distance, ensuring we eliminate these mages, archers, and priests without sustaining losses." Seeing this, I felt a surge of anxiety. Our final line of defense was beginning to crumble. The warrior players in the front had perished entirely, leaving it to Beiming Shui, the archer, to engage in close combat. In the sky, the iron-winged dragon roared furiously, its claws slashing through the air as it unleashed its breath upon the crowd. Yet, beneath the relentless barrage of arrows, the iron-winged dragon let out a mournful cry before plummeting to the ground, transforming into a streak of white light and returning to Murong Mingyue's pet space. The onslaught was simply too overwhelming. Even the iron-winged dragon's formidable defenses could not withstand such an onslaught. Observing the dwindling numbers of the dragon's Dawn cavalry, with fewer than 30 remaining, it became evident that their health had been reduced to a mere 30 to 50. If the slaughter continued, total annihilation was inevitable. "Retreat," I commanded loudly. "Everyone, fall back into the life barrier and wait. Allow the barrier to hold for a moment." He exclaimed in astonishment. "But, no buts. Whether we enter the life barrier or not, death awaits us. We must wait for them to breach the barrier. It should buy us some time." I glanced at the interface and noted, there are 3 hours left. If we can hold out for 3 more hours, victory will be ours. Finally, the beautiful guild leader made her decision, nodding resolutely. "All right, everyone into the life barrier. Let it shield us for a while." Behind us, Beiming Shui, Wu Guanfengyue, Murong Mingyue, and other female players swiftly entered the life barrier. The azure light of the barrier shimmered with ripples, and soon, under the enemy's pressure, the dragon's Dawn cavalry followed suit, one by one entering the protective sphere. "They're fleeing. Pursue them, break the barrier, and eliminate them all." The face of the king's blade twisted into a snarl as he coldly regarded me, laughing maniacally, especially that one who fell into the sand. He must be executed slowly. Damn it. He has slain too many of our heroes. With a rush, Giguzi and he stepped into the life barrier alongside me. Suddenly, the Iceland steed emitted a fierce neigh as I tightened the reins, barely keeping both rider and horse at the perimeter of the barrier. I was left alone outside while the elite players stood within the barrier, staring at me in disbelief. Lucien, what are you doing? Hurry and come inside. He shouted. I smiled faintly. No, the life barrier possesses resilience. It requires someone to protect it. Since everyone else has entered, I must remain. Lucien, are you insane? Do you realize what you are doing? Jingcheng Luotian, gripping her staff, widened her lovely eyes in shock. Can one person withstand the assault of 20 million? I turned, letting my sword hang low, and gazed calmly at the countless adversaries before me, smiling softly. I do not know, nor do I wish to ponder it. All I know is that no one shall breach the life barrier unless they step over my corpse. I have proclaimed that Dawn City is our home. I shall never yield, nor retreat, regardless of the cost. I will never sacrifice Dawn City. You foolish boy, Jingcheng Luotian lamented. Bai Ming Shui gently urged, brother, we should come out to assist you. Stay put. I barked. Do you understand the consequences? Anyone who enters the life barrier must pay the price of losing 30 levels upon exiting. You are all souls of the ancient sword soul dream. Such losses cannot be afforded. You must take responsibility for yourselves and for the ancient sword soul dream. The fierce warrior, Wanyue, gritted her teeth. Stop talking nonsense. What about your own responsibility? I was momentarily taken aback, but soon lifted my sword with a flourish, declaring with a smile, it is my duty to protect everyone. The war ram continued its advance, and Vienna's sorrow stepped forward, gazing at me with a detached expression. What do you intend to do? Do you believe a single person can halt the iron hooves of our Northern Alliance? I remained silent, as the blade of my sword emanated a blood-red glow. A manifestation of necromantic power. Enough. King's blade interjected sharply. Vienna, this man has slain too many of our comrades. Spare him your words. Let us eliminate him and avenge our fallen. Vienna's sorrow nodded, standing resolutely, and proclaimed, let us go. This is our final battle. I raised my face. Laughing almost maniacally, my hand lifted, empowered by the rebirth technique. With my sword held horizontally, I surveyed the darkened throng before me and shouted, come forth. This is our last confrontation. Chapter 761, Ascendance to Divine General Clap. Clap, clap. Several infantry players from the Northern Alliance were taken aback and stumbled back several paces, inciting a profound humiliation in King Esblade, who seethed, bah, you cowardly roaches. What is there to fear? Advance and slay him. Instantly, a group of infantry players cautiously edged forward. I summoned an ice spiral domain ahead, and ice spikes wreaked havoc, causing several players who entered the area to lose health rapidly, their spirits shattered in fear. Growl. The Phantom Wolf King crouched beside the ice-scaled steed, its crimson fur bristling as it emitted a low growl. King Esblade pointed his axe and bellowed, kill. Behind him, a battalion of cavalry charged forth, while countless archers swiftly moved into position, drawing their arrows as soon as they were within range. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The icy glimmer surged, and I could no longer afford to evade the onslaught of arrows. Bracing against the barrage, I surged forward with newfound speed, sweeping my sword horizontally. 3 fiery blades cleaved through the crowd, and with a singular strike, numerous dark knights fell into a pool of blood, creating a vacuum in their ranks. Nay. The war horses screamed as they charged ahead, and I abruptly altered my speed, moving laterally. I unleashed the Thousand Eye Slash, and the explosive icy assault felled a multitude of archers, sending them crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the Phantom Wolf King launched an attack from the flank. In this pivotal battle, I opted for dual control over the wolf's positioning to minimize unnecessary damage, ensuring its combat effectiveness would endure. Swish! The ghostly shadow ring danced, and the shadowy doppelganger plunged into the crowd, unleashing a series of devastating strikes that obliterated a throng of Northern Alliance players. Concurrently, I endured nearly 100 attacks to my chest, my health dwindling below half. Raising my arm, crimson light rained down, and the death resilience restored 25 health points. Drawing my sword, I executed a sweeping blow that ravaged through the masses. In a relentless onslaught, I maneuvered within the confines of a 20-yard radius before the life barrier. adeptly suppressing the opponent's ranged attacks and safeguarding the sanctity of the barrier. In this critical moment, every second counted. It was my sole option, for the sacrifices of millions of players in the Chinese region would otherwise be in vain. Madness enveloped me, and as I faced the formidable blade of kings wielding a battle axe, his gaze icy, he proclaimed, "How dare a mere Chinese lad charge at us unimpeded? What does he take us for? All archers above level 150, gather here and concentrate your fire. Use stunning arrows to incapacitate this fool and eliminate him. Dark Sorrow, join the pursuit with the Starry River Storm." With that, the high-level sorcerer advanced, shielded by a cadre of magic knights, and unleashed the Starry River Storm. The pain was searing as the damage struck me, 17,378. With a swift motion, I cast the binding spell. Miss. Damn it. It was evident that the binding spell could not restrain this shielded sorcerer, and my blade of fury and ice slash failed to vanquish him as well. Truly insurmountable. With no recourse, I braved the onslaught of the Starry River Storm, engaging in battle to sustain myself. The endurance of my life hung in the balance, reliant on the vampiric effects of the teeming sword at level 10. After a relentless 3 minutes, a whistle pierced the air and an arrow exploded at my chest, leaving me dazed. I was beset by a cadre of high-level archers, their chances of disabling me alarmingly high. The barrage of the Starry River Storm, spiral arrow blades, demonic arrows, and dragon roars fell upon me, my health plummeting. Upon regaining consciousness, I hastily activated Death Resilience to recover 25 health points. Yet it proved insufficient as my vitality continued to dwindle, ultimately reaching its nadir. With a swift thrust, a magic knight lunged forward, plunging his blade deep into my chest. As I slumped, defeated, the rebirth spell revived me in full vigor. Seizing the knight's sword hilt, he gasped in disbelief. What? How is this possible? With a swift strike, the teeming sword pierced through his back, executing a counterattack with the blade of fury. The knight's body was torn asunder like a fallen leaf, and the surrounding players of the Northern Alliance met the same grim fate. With each death, my online time granted me a 10-point boost to my attack power. Blade of Kings, now frantic, swung his battle axe and bellowed, "Charge! How many bloodthirsty beast cavalry remain? Bring them forth and slay him." Instantly, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed as the dwindling ranks of nearly 10,000 bloodthirsty beast cavalry charged forth. A headache brewed within me as I faced these vexing cavalry once more. Damn it! Before they could close in, the bloodthirsty beasts unleashed a fiery assault, and my health plummeted further. I could not afford to perish. Summoning the Ice Ridge Horse, I abruptly veered into their ranks. The simultaneous activation of War Shatter and 1,000 Kill siphoned back approximately 17 health points, while I swung left and right, disrupting their formation. The roar of the dragon relentlessly pursued me, leaving no moment for respite. My mind was crystal clear, and my entire being was in a state of peak combat readiness. I continued to move, weaving through the ranks of the bloodthirsty beast cavalry, the glint of my sword flashing as I felled one elite rider after another. With swift strikes, I found myself momentarily incapacitated by a stunning blow, and soon after, nearly 100 dragon roars descended upon me, tearing through my flesh with excruciating pain. I felt my strength wane, yet my attack power surged to 20. Die! I cried, as my blade whirled through the throng, penetrating a group of mages along with their shields, obliterating them in an instant. This left even the Dark Sorrow taken aback, retreating in disbelief. This kid's attack power is rising exponentially. Is he even human? I ceased summoning the Phantom Wolf King, opting instead to conjure a shadow clone upon each resurrection. With a forceful call, the purple dragon roared, followed by the devastating blade of war that shattered and decimated hundreds of foes. Afterward, the fate of the shadow clone became inconsequential to me. Without the enhancement of the godly armor, its defenses were far too fragile to withstand such fierce combat. Charging back and forth, I stood guard before the life barrier, while within it, the likes of Joachim Luotian and Luan Yu watched in astonishment. This kid, Lu Chun, is incredibly formidable, Joachim Luotian whispered. If our Zihua could possess a warrior of such caliber, our cavalry would not have faced total annihilation so early, chimed Luan Yu. This fool, Lu Chun, is fighting with his life on the line. Does he plan to barter his level for 3 hours? Impossible. How could one person withstand the enemy for so long? He, Iching, gripping the soul blade, gazed on with fervor. Morong Mingyue placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, saying, "Eve, I understand your anxiety. But none of us possess Lu Qin's attributes, nor do we have the formidable resurrection technique. So let us not burden him further. Let us watch in silence. You once declared Lu Qin to be the divine general of our ancient sword. Now is the moment for him to prove that statement." He bit her lip, standing silently, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and heartache. Clang, clang, clang. A knight's triple strike struck upon my shoulder, inflicting nearly 10,000 damage. Yet I did not yield. I seized his blade and thrust forth with the azure profound sword, delivering a devastating blow. 47, 266. My attack power, having increased, was indeed formidable. The universe break nearly obliterated the unbuffed magic knight. With a swift stroke, I dispatched him, and my ice-scaled steed reared, its hooves pounding the ground thrice, sending shockwaves that caused nearby warrior-class players to wail in agony as their health plummeted, many succumbing to the onslaught. This also allowed me to reclaim thousands of health points. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of scorching arrows rained down upon me from behind, and I swiftly turned, hurling the azure profound sword with force, followed by a single-handed flourish, unleashing the dragon-slaying blade. With a sharp sound, the blade whirled through the crowd, swiftly dispatching a level 157 archer with a precise strike. Such high-level equipment and players deserve special attention, as it is crucial for my survival in this tumultuous environment. The starry river storm raged around me. Striking the ice-scale horse with relentless force, I dared not allow my steed's state to dissipate, for once it vanished, my resurrection would leave me unmounted, and the overwhelming firepower would not grant me the time to summon my mount again. Boom! The searing flames tore through the crimson rock dragon armor, and I fell, only to rise again, thanks to the effect of my immortality, allowing for a free resurrection. Damn, is this fellow truly indestructible? One voice exclaimed, wielding a battle axe. The Blade of Kings commanded, "Continue the concentrated fire, we must take him down. I refuse to believe he can withstand our combined might. Back off. Let me handle this scoundrel." Finally, the Blade of Kings, his gaze icy, charged forward with a rallying cry. "Cover me, archers. Use stunning arrows to incapacitate him." Arrows flew in a mesmerizing flurry, indeed stunning me. Suddenly, the Blade of Kings surged forward, his axe raised high, unleashing a series of devastating attacks upon my armor. 27, 616, 17, 633, 18, 229, 17, 387. A relentless barrage of damage ensued, and before I could recover from my stunned state, I fell once again. Thankfully, this time my immortality was triggered, otherwise, I would have plummeted below the 6th transition level, missing the chance to grasp the transformative essence of the Earth-Fire realm and the divine techniques. With a sudden grasp, I seized the collar of the Blade of Kings, my dark gaze sweeping over him. His right shoulder was his weak point. I struck fiercely with the Teeming sword into his shoulder, unleashing the Qinquan breaker slash. Boom, boom, boom. The chaos erupted, and the Blade of Kings let out a mournful wail before being vanquished. Ding. System announcement. Attention all players. The flag bearer, Blade of Kings, USA, has been slain by player Zhigu Dingsha, China. To my astonishment, another system notification echoed, and warmth surged through my body, as if a divine presence had enveloped me. Ding. System announcement. Player Zhiji Qinsha, Sky City, has achieved the required kill value. After vanquishing enemies, they successfully activated the Divine General System and comprehended the Earth Transformation ability, ascending to become the 3rd Divine General in the China region. They have acquired Divine Power, 200200, a permanent luck value of 3, a permanent strategy value of 6, and the exclusive Divine General skill, Ancient Seal. Ancient Seal, effect, summons Divine Power, condensing seals for area attacks, with attack strength related to the user's attributes. Exclusive to Zhiji Qinsha. The Divine General has finally ascended. Chapter 762. The Covenant of Brothers. I was on the verge of tears. The final opportunity allowed me to ascend to Divine General before falling below level 150. Heaven has not been unkind to me. In the skill bar, a status effect for Earth Transformation appeared. According to the legendary records, Earth Transformation consumes 1 point of Divine Power per minute, and after ascending, the full Divine Power value is 200 points. Divine Power is required for condensing Divine Strength, For every 100 targets slain, 1 point of divine power is gained. Earth transformation condenses the totem of Earth's might, entering a transformation state, with significant hidden increases in attack, health, and defense. The player's various resistances are enhanced by 100. Excellent. Following the Earth transformation, my resistance is elevated by 100. It seems my resistance to arrows and magic will significantly increase, and my resistance to stun skills will also improve greatly. However, what concerns me most is the Divine General skill. A glance at the skill bar revealed a golden ancient divine seal appearing in the corner. Upon activation, I immediately received a prompt. Ding. System notification. Hello, player. You have activated the ancient seal for the first time. Please enter 2 traditional Chinese characters to confirm the seal's content. What? I was somewhat bewildered. But time was of the essence, so I quickly entered 2 traditional characters, one for sword and one for soul. The meaning was quite straightforward. To be a person, one must have a soul, and to protect that soul requires a sword. This also resonated with our ancient sword soul, Dream's name. Ding. System notification. Seal content confirmed. Skill can be used. I took a deep breath, turned, and unleashed a fierce blade strike, slaying several assassins rushing towards me, then activated the Earth transformation state. 3 colossal azure dragons burst forth from the earth, transforming into 3 azure blades surrounding the player, standing vertically, slowly swirling as if guarding the player. Moreover, my armor was adorned with a layer of azure flame effect. As I swung the sword, whirlwinds appeared around the blade, quite a spectacle. How beautiful! I had not realized the Earth transformation was so visually stunning. Furthermore, the transformation effects differ between male and female players. Mine showcased a protective azure blade effect, while Linison's displayed an indigo lotus effect. Eliminate him, regardless of the Earth transformation. The crowd roared. Swiftly, the skills such as Dragon's Roar and Dazzling Arrow unleashed upon me, striking with a resounding impact. Meanwhile, the Azure Blade Guardian shimmered with ripples, successfully absorbing a significant portion of the incoming assaults, diminishing the opponent's damage by approximately 70%. What a delightful experience. Very well, let me activate the Ancient Seal. Upon invoking the skill, I raised my hand, and a golden seal resembling a sword materialized in my palm. Under my mental command, the seal surged skyward, and in an instant, a colossal golden sword seal descended, executing a wide area attack over a range of 20 yards, forcefully imprinting itself upon the throng below. A thunderous boom echoed as a cascade of golden radiance erupted, etching a massive sword character upon the earth, as if the ground itself had been torn asunder, from which golden light poured forth. Players caught within this onslaught gaped in astonishment, their bodies trembling as they were overwhelmed, one by one collapsing to the ground. With damage numbers soaring, 138,278, 136,273, 163,676. I could hardly believe my eyes. The ancient seal proved to be astonishingly powerful. Simultaneously, I noted that each activation of the ancient seal consumed 1 point of divine energy, indicating that this skill could not be employed indefinitely. However, amidst this chaotic warfare, with adversaries aplenty, slaying 100 foes replenished 1 point of divine energy. In truth, the ancient seal could be unleashed without limit. The blade sliced through the air, shattering an archer and his bow in one fell swoop. Concurrently, a radiant glow emanated from my palm, and the golden seal soared once more, this time manifesting an ornate character for soul amidst the crowd, creating a vacuum of space. I swiftly assessed my surroundings and hurled 5 seals in quick succession, each striking the opposing mages and archers. Instantly, wails of despair filled the air as golden sword characters rained down upon the masses, generating a vacuum zone littered with corpses, spilled potions, and discarded equipment. The offensive power of the ancient seal was truly astonishing. I had utilized the seals 7 times, expending 7 points of divine energy. Yet after the carnage, I regained 6 points. In reality, as long as the crowd remained dense, I could wield this power infinitely. This was utterly incredible, I thought. Taking a deep breath, with unwavering determination, I grasped my war hammer, swallowing hard. By the heavens, the vice leader is becoming nearly invincible. This ancient seal is nothing short of divine. North Ming Shui smiled softly. Indeed, brother, you are forever the mightiest. Chaos Moon remarked. Now this is a spectacle to behold. Even the king's blade has been vanquished. It seems Vienna's sorrows will have to take matters into her own hands. He murmured encouragement. While Jingcheng Luo Shun observed with a smile, it appears there is indeed a glimmer of hope. I never anticipated that Lu Chun could be so formidable. Standing amidst a sea of fallen foes, I remained silent, my gaze fixed upon the distant figure of Vienna's sorrows. Humph! Vienna let out a cold snort, accompanied by a faint smile, and remarked, "There is nothing to fear. It is merely a divine warrior transformed by the earth. His level is already quite low. Let us not overlook a crucial rule of the game. Level suppression can render resistances ineffective. Once we reduce him to below level 130, even if he is a divine warrior and transformed by the earth, he will be as feeble as a child." With that, Vienna, burdened by sorrow, raised his blade and declared, "Continue the assault. All catapults, aim and strike him down with stones." Indeed, at Vienna's sorrowful command, nearly 7,000 bloodthirsty beast cavalry surged forward once more. Behind them, a multitude of mages, priests, and archers coordinated their attacks, while a throng of assassins stealthily approached, persistently attempting to incapacitate me with their daggers. Boom, boom. The chaos of war shattered the tranquility, resulting in a rapid demise all around. Accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, a dark mass of boulders plummeted from the sky, crashing down around me, sending shockwaves that stirred the dark blue ripples of the earth transformation effect. Ouch! The pain was excruciating, and my health plummeted, further proving that the earth transformation and divine warrior were not invincible. I pressed forward, unleashing 3 seals in swift succession along with a fierce blade strike, aiming to dismantle their catapults first. However, as I advanced nearly 100 yards, I was taken aback. Thousands of catapults were haphazardly positioned in various corners. Destroying them all would take an eternity. Reluctantly, I retreated, determined to hold my ground before the life barrier, feeling utterly helpless. Alone, I could only brace myself against the catapult attacks. Charge! Vienna commanded his horde of bloodthirsty beast cavalry to launch an assault, but under the onslaught of my azure sword, wave after wave of sword energy surged forth. Most of the cavalry were slain before they could even approach. The earth transformation inherently enhanced my attack power, and with the resurrection technique boosting my strength by an additional 100, coupled with the warrior goddess prowess, my strikes now dealt over 50,000 damage, proving to be exceedingly lethal. With a flash, a soul seal shot into the heavens, suddenly crashing down upon the cavalry regiment. Instantly, nearly 100 bloodthirsty beast cavalry fell. Bewildered, the ancient seal's attack could only be attempted once, and their health was insufficient for a second chance. Amidst the throngs of bloodthirsty beast cavalry, a fierce melee ensued. And within a mere 20 minutes, nearly 7,000 beast riders lay slaughtered. Not only was Vienna astounded, but I too was taken aback by my own ferocious output. Akin to a god of death, utterly disregarding their assaults as I relentlessly wreaked havoc. During this fray, I met my demise thrice, reviving twice through my resurrection technique, and my level plummeted to 148. In fact, I found myself unable to meet the equipment requirements of several items. However, as long as I refrained from equipping new gear, I could continue utilizing my current equipment, and repairs could be conducted without removing them, all restored with a simple chime. Long live one-click repairs. This time stretched interminably. As moments trickled by, my level continued to dwindle, revealing a fatal flaw. Upon descending to level 131, my attack potency significantly diminished, and more alarmingly, my resistances took a drastic hit, rendering the enemy's cavalry charges increasingly potent. Bam! With the impact of a shock arrow, I was once again plunged into a daze, as several magic knights surged forward, cackling as they brandished their lances, shattering 7 barriers in succession. The sensation of being pierced was far from pleasant, and my vitality plummeted, sending me crashing to the ground. A dozen dragon roars fell upon me, and with a momentary lapse, I succumbed once more, losing a level. Yet my attack power surged to 400. Raising my arm, I unleashed the 1,000 ice slash. Boom! Ice shards danced among the crowd, inflicting exorbitant damage exceeding 200,000 points. Yet, the dire truth loomed. There was a 50 chance of a miss. My level fell at least 20 levels short of my opponent's, rendering my strikes futile. From a distance, Vienna observed my plight with disdain, sneering, "Your efforts are in vain. Surrender, for there remains but an hour. You have slain so many. Is that not enough? Yield. For the Northern Alliance is beyond your capacity to withstand. Dawn's city shall ultimately belong to us. I gripped the teeming sword tightly, almost growling, in your dreams. Even if I descend to level 1, I shall not permit you to set foot in the palace of Dawn's city. Stubborn and unyielding, Vienna's face darkened ominously. I had already vanquished 10,000 bloodthirsty beast cavalry, yet the Northern Alliance dispatched another regiment of iron cavalry to charge forth, while I stood resolutely at the palace gates. Vowing not to retreat, my resurrection technique triggered repeatedly, and my level plummeted below 100. Even with my high attack power, my hit rate fell beneath 25. Striking them proved futile. Glancing at my divine power, I had less than 40 points remaining, yet an hour lay ahead, causing my heart to race with anxiety. Clang! A battle axe struck my armor, wielded by a level 156 berserker mounted on a black warhorse. With a twisted visage, he laughed maniacally. Kneel before me. King of the Chinese realm. Boom. The level disparity was overwhelming. The ice-scaled horse stumbled, and to my disbelief, it truly knelt upon the ground. As my unnamed fury surged, I barely rose to my feet when a relentless barrage of arrows struck my chest, the resounding thuds echoing around me. Finally, the ice-scaled steed succumbed to the onslaught, vanishing into oblivion, while I stood motionless, a blade piercing my chest, gradually collapsing to the ground, destined for rebirth. Damn Vienna! Guzi abruptly drew his long spear from behind, tears streaming down his face. My brother has fallen. I cannot stand idly by. I shall rescue him. I will disregard everything. With that, Guzi mounted his steed and galloped forth, as a thunderous bolt descended from the heavens, causing his level to plummet by 30. Chapter 763. If I love you, return. All of you retreat. I bellowed, my eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Yet, the dragon's dawn iron cavalry no longer heeded my commands. Even He and Luan Yu charged forth, swords drawn, as bolts of lightning flickered around them. Each flash signifying that a top-tier expert from the ancient sword soul dream had fallen from the 6th transition to the 5th. It was nothing extraordinary to perish together. What was there to fear? Du San, with sword raised, advanced fiercely, slashing downwards with great force. However, within moments, a deluge of magic and arrows overwhelmed him. 13. I shouted in vain. Boom. Luan Yu's stone shatter and the 18 riders of the phantom cloud erupted amongst the throng. Yet, both had lost 30 levels. Their attack power diminished by over 50%. Still, they pressed on, undeterred in their assault. Amidst the chaos, Ji Yushang chanted incantations, summoning countless rock spikes that erupted from the ground, delivering relentless strikes that drained the fervor of our spirits. Subsequently, Ji Yushang waved his staff, unleashing 3 fireballs, extinguishing the last vestiges of our fighting spirit. Damn it! The energy of the Qie roared through the crowd, and in the next moment, our spirited fighter fell from his steed, dragging dozens down with him in his final moments. Bei Ming Shui maneuvered along the periphery, unleashing a torrent of arrows, while Lei Shou charged forward with a fierce roar. Mu Rong Mingyu, now reduced to level 126, raised her staff, tirelessly healing those players she could. Nearly 300 players from the ancient Sword Soul Dream surged forth, none retreating, only to be felled by the Northern Alliance's relentless firepower. Bang! The flames surged in a continuous dance, and He's last sliver of vitality dwindled. I rushed towards her, only to be obstructed by several dark knights. In her final moments, He smiled gently. We have done our utmost. There are no regrets. Helplessly, I watched as she succumbed amidst the chaos. Though the ancient talisman was formidable, it could not withstand the overwhelming might of the enemy's legion. No matter how many I vanquished, I could not alter the tide of war. The battlefield was utterly lopsided. Among the ranks of the ancient Sword Soul Dream, Bei Ming Shui stood as the highest level at 129, while I languished at the lowest at level 100. Under the suppression of hidden attributes due to level disparities, our attacks missed at least 50% of the time, while their strikes were amplified, creating an imbalance that was insurmountable. Drink. Guzi leaped from his steed, forcefully driving his spear into the chest of a demonic knight. With a swift motion, he withdrew it, blood oozing warmly from the wound. His eyes turned crimson, a characteristic of the lower tier Azura. Under the onslaught of fireballs and arrows, his vitality plummeted significantly. You bunch of fools. You've slayed my comrades countless times. I shall ensure you repay it tenfold. With a sudden flourish, he drew a long sword, altering his strategy, and without his mount, he plunged into the throng, slashing with fervor. I observed closely. The blade possessed splattering and vampiric properties, explaining his choice over the more powerful spear. This lad is a death-themed undead, a light mage. Eliminate him, cried a player from Hero City. A high-ranking mage stepped forward, raising his staff as golden holy light cascaded from the heavens, descending upon Guaguzi like a deluge of concentrated sulfuric acid, corroding his flesh and emitting foul smoke. Enraged, Guaguzi charged forward, his blade breaking through barriers and piercing the mage's heart. To my astonishment, he then lunged at the mage, biting into his neck with the ferocity of a ghoul, feasting on his flesh. 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. His vitality surged continuously. Where did he acquire such a gruesome skill, actively siphoning life? The effect of the shocking arrow was evident. In mere moments, Su Yang's mount was struck down. Undeterred, he dismounted and executed a shocking slash, forcefully striking a demonic knight's steed, causing it to falter. Seizing the moment, he thrust his sword through the knight's throat, securing a swift kill. Take him down, roared Dark Sadness, raising his staff to summon a rain of fire. Su Yang's health rapidly deteriorated as a volley of arrows rained down. He attempted to parry, yet the relentless onslaught forced him back until he fell, his health extinguished. Boss! Came a cry of despair as Su Yang knelt, sword braced on the ground. Mere meters from He Yi's lifeless body, I stood beside He Yi's corpse, sweeping my blade. Despite numerous misses, each successful strike obliterated swathes of foes. I raised my palm, unleashing a golden sigil that soared skyward before crashing into the crowd, emblazoning the word soul among them. Instantly, dozens fell, the players who had suffered misses left aghast, as the ancient sigil dealt nearly 200,000 in damage. Turning back, a chill gripped me. Even Su Yang had perished. Amidst the chaos, Luan Yu had successfully deflected multiple attacks, her blade piercing through, unleashing successive stone slashes that commanded respect from the Northern Alliance players, who underestimated this level 125 warrior. Behind me, a distressed cry caught my attention. Upon glancing back, I saw Murong Mingyue, pierced by 3 dispelling arrows, retreating slowly until she collapsed against the city wall, lifeless. Moonlight and Moonstone, 2 beings unable to endure prolonged combat, succumbed one after another, leaving fewer than 10 survivors before the palace gates. My brother, Baiming Shui, called out softly as he rushed towards me, deftly eliminating the pursuing dark knights. However, before he could reach me, a fireball descended suddenly, engulfing the beautiful shadow demon archer in an instant. Baiming, my heart twisted in agony. I could never have anticipated such a fate, watching my dearest ones perish before my eyes. On the other side, Guguzi staggered back as his long sword was deflected, only for a broadsword to pierce his chest, releasing a surge of azure, beastly energy, beast howl slash. The disparity in levels was insurmountable, leaving Guguzi unable to withstand the onslaught of Vienna's sorrow. In the next moment, a relentless triple slash struck him down to his knees. Bah! Vienna's sorrow slowly withdrew his longsword, placing a foot upon Guguzi's head. He smirked. What necromancer knights? Merely a pile of nonsense. A void filled my mind, rendering me incapable of articulating my fury. I threw my head back and roared, desperate to release the pent-up rage within my chest. In the next instant, wielding the teeming sword, I activated the earth transformation effect and charged at Vienna. Arrows piercing my body, yet I continued unabated, shouting, Vienna, perish, beast. Surprised, Vienna swiftly turned, a smile gracing his lips as his sword pivoted, shattering the barrier. Puff. 79,872. The level difference was too great, and I suffered a devastating blow, the buffs on me vanishing, leading to my swift demise. Instantly revived, I seized Vienna's sword edge, pushing forward despite the blade's intrusion into my flesh. With a sudden leap, I struck my knee forcefully against his chin, causing Vienna to emit a pained grunt. Before he could descend, my Qingming sword, imbued with necromantic energy, plunged into his gaping mouth. Puff. 37,644. Nearby, the countenance of dark sorrow turned ashen. Quick! Priests, heal Vienna. We cannot let him fall. I granted no opportunity, unleashing the brilliance of the blade of fury. Miss. Miss. 78,912. My attack power was immense. Yet I could not slay Vienna's sorrow. Raising my palm, I summoned a golden sword sigil that emblazoned the surroundings. Vienna's pupils contracted, ensnared this time. No miss. 223,477. A direct kill, and this time, Vienna was granted no further chances. Ding. System announcement. Attention all players. The banner bearer, Vienna's Sorrow, USA, has been slain by player Zhiji Qinsha, China. Turning around, without a word, I launched into a thunderous charge, locking onto that formidable mage, Dark Sorrow. The sorrow of darkness had long been anticipated, suddenly flickering into view as I fiercely carved my path, my speed unrestrained. The enhancement of my battle boots clearly surpassed that of the mage, allowing me to close the gap in mere strides. The teeming sword whistled through the air, shattering the heavens. Thud. 41,737. A strike that pierced through the magical shield, yet did not claim the mage's life. Such high vitality. It must be in a fully buffed state. Before my opponent could regain composure, I raised my palm, summoning 3 talismans in a triangular formation around him. The effects of talismanic attacks cannot overlap. Thus I sealed all his escape routes, eager to witness his demise. Whoosh. The ancient talismans resonated with the sound of metal clashing, instantly shredding the Dark Sorrow's magical shield. I surged forward, delivering a decisive strike from behind. Ding. System announcement. Attention players. The hero banner holder, Dark Sorrow, USA, has been slain by player Zhiji Chun, China. At last, the few remaining players bearing hero banners had been vanquished. Activating the Earth transformation effect, I returned to the entrance of the palace, only to find that the forces of ancient sword dream had been utterly annihilated, leaving me alone to activate the resurrection technique amidst a landscape strewn with corpses and blood. Raising my face to the sky, snowflakes danced through the air, lightly brushing against my cheeks, bringing a hint of chill. My teeming sword hung low, glimmering with a crimson hue. Ahead, a group of players from the Northern Alliance approached with somber expressions, yet none dared to charge forward. As if my ruthless elimination of Vienna's Sorrow and Dark Sorrow had left them psychologically scarred. With 57 minutes remaining in the national war, our chances had dwindled. Kill him. Slaughter him. Archers, mages, unleash your fury. A relentless barrage of ranged attacks ensued, each strike tearing through my body with excruciating pain. In less than 10 minutes, I had fallen 47 times, my level reduced to 70, completely unable to contend with my opponents in direct confrontation. Nevertheless, my attack power remained formidable. Their melee fighters dared not approach, for my fierce slashes and icy strikes resulted in instant kills, deterring them from advancing further. Within the life barrier, Jingqing Luoshan gripped her staff tightly, softly speaking, "Luqing, forgive us for not stepping beyond the life barrier. Forgive us." I leaned despondently against the city wall, nodding, "Yes. Sister Wang Luo, when I fall, it will be entirely up to you. Do your utmost to delay until the national war ends." "We will," Jingqing Luoshan assured. I gazed forward with a bitter smile, never expecting the first national war would unfold in such a manner. Ancient sword dream had been completely wiped out, leaving me standing alone. "Come on." Raising my teeming sword high, I shouted defiantly, "Unless you bring me down to level 0, you shall not tread upon this land." Boom. Boom boom. After a series of stellar tempests, I dropped another level. Ding. System notification. Players, please note, your resurrection technique usage has exceeded 80 times. When your level falls below 1, your account will be forcibly deleted. I took a deep breath, cold sweat trickling down. I was finished. It seemed we were truly doomed. A dozen bloodthirsty beast cavalry charged forth, each wielding a sword that forced me to retreat in disarray, my back pressed against the frigid city wall. Behind me, the bloodied soul requiem cloak had stained the once pale wall crimson. Gazing up at the sky, I felt a tumult of emotions, both wanting to cry and to laugh. At that moment, chaos erupted among the enemy ranks. A surge of azure radiance pierced through the throng. A thunderous impact heralded the descent of a flaming ice sword amidst the crowd. Was that Lin Yisan's ice flame slash? It had to be her. A sudden clarity washed over me, and indeed, the crowd parted as Lin Yisan activated her earth transformation, mounted on her ice-scythe steed. Her snow-white cloak billowed as she approached me, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Little trickster, why do you always look so disheveled when I see you?" she teased, pouting playfully. Do you really think any girl would fancy you in this state? I steadied myself against the wall, the azure sword pillar trembling at my feet as I managed a weak smile. My voice trembled with an inexplicable sense of grievance. After battling fiercely, vanquishing the legendary warriors of the ancient sword soul dream, I found myself in such a pitiful state. Yet, upon seeing Linison, I was enveloped by an overwhelming fatigue and sense of injustice. Dismounting, Linison stood before me, her demeanor serene as she softly inquired, "Do you love me?" I stood there, speechless, unsure how to respond. A flicker of emotion crossed her face, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, gazing intently at me, her shoulders slightly trembling. "You are so foolish. You are the most foolish person in the world." I reached out to touch her arm, but she recoiled as if struck by an electric shock, tears streaming down her cheeks. She gazed deeply into my eyes and murmured, "They all say I do not love you, that I do not understand love. But I know this is love. If I love you, this love is unparalleled. For I shall love but once in my lifetime." Unparalleled echoed in my mind, each word etched into my consciousness. Linison raised her delicate arm, sobbing, her beautiful eyes red from weeping, and radiant rays of light surrounded her, illuminating the entire sky. A single crystalline tear fell slowly to the ground. When that tear splattered upon the snow, a blinding brilliance erupted, followed by a shockwave that radiated from Linison, sweeping through the enemy ranks like a nuclear tempest. The forces of the Northern Alliance were instantly obliterated, leaving nothing in their wake. Ding. System announcement. Player Fengsa Huanxiang has activated the divine skill, Divine Weeping, causing a full map attack. As a penalty, player Fengsa Huanxiang's account has been permanently deleted. I trembled, my mind a blank slate. How could this happen? As I looked ahead, Linison continued to gaze at me deeply. Suddenly, her hair transformed into flecks of purple light, scattering in the wind. Her lovely visage dissolved into radiant data, dispersing into the breeze, her entire being dissipating into a myriad of starry glimmers. As if she had never graced this world at all. In the midst of heavy snowfall, rain began to fall unexpectedly, icy droplets landing upon my cheeks. Raising my gaze towards the heavens, I was engulfed in profound sorrow, my heart wrenched with anguish. Chapter 764, I Miss You. Sitting by the city wall, the azure sword resting at an angle beside me, I stared vacantly into the distance, the sky shrouded in gloom and snowflakes cascading endlessly. The capital's goddess, Luo Shun, approached me, her hand gently resting on my shoulder as she softly spoke. "I understand that you must feel immense guilt and sadness. However, this is the path chosen by Linison. Luchun, each of us is striving to fulfill our responsibilities. Linison's sacrifice was not solely for you, but for the entire city of Dawn." I shook my head, a bitter smile crossing my lips. "Thank you, Sister Wang Luo." The life barrier had vanished without my notice, the NPC court mages dispelling it, seemingly realizing that the crisis had passed. Within the Dawn Canyon lay countless corpses. Nearly 100 million players from the Northern Alliance had entered the canyon, yet not a single one returned alive. Linison's divine wrath had instantaneously obliterated 20 million, a phenomenon that left the world in shock. Luo Shin slowly settled beside me, hugging her knees in the snow, saying, "Luchun, you have shown me the dedication and perseverance of the ancient sword spirit dream, leaving me feeling inadequate." I murmured, "Sister Wang Luo, please do not say that. The cost has been truly immense." Luo Shun smiled gently. "You were reduced to level 70. Will you feel disheartened?" "Not at all. I will level up again." "That's the spirit." Gue Guzi, He and Biming Shuem merely lost 30 levels and can easily recover. After all, their equipment remains intact, and their attributes are formidable, making it a simple task to regain their levels. "That is not it. I know you speak of Linison?" "Yes." Leaning against the cold city wall, Wang Luo chuckled. "The permanent deletion of an account is indeed troublesome. Recreating a character would mean starting anew with different skills, equipment, and pets. Not to mention the daunting difficulty of leveling up." As she spoke, her tone shifted. "However, nothing is absolute in this world. Who says a permanently deleted account cannot be recovered? Ultimately, the core system data is still operated by the people of Yueheng Company. If we can find someone there who can speak on our behalf, recovering the account is not out of the question." My eyes brightened. "Really?" "Indeed." Leaping to my feet, I felt as though I had been reborn, grasping the azure sword and advancing forward. Not far ahead, a group approached from the flank, It was the Battle Heaven Alliance, led by Zhang Tian, October Rain, and Li Gu, accompanied by approximately 5,000 individuals. Lu Chun, Zhang Tian galloped forward. His brow furrowed as he observed my level. What happened to you? I replied nonchalantly. I was killed. You did not come to block the attacks. Zhang Tian, filled with regret, said, I apologize. We were blocked on the eastern front and could not advance until the beautiful wind color's divine wrath annihilated all enemies. However, we have gathered nearly 20,000 reinforcements from Sky City. We should be able to hold Dawn City securely. I gazed upon the ruins within the City of Dawn, murmuring to myself, it seems sufficient now. The ensuing matters shall be entrusted to you. Zhang Tian nodded, suddenly clenching his fist, exclaiming, Zhu Wan, that wretch, claimed to have gathered a vengeance alliance of 20 million, yet they have abandoned Dawn and headed straight for the blazing city. Bah, a bunch of rubbish. Zhu Wan is truly a small-minded individual. Lu Chen, where are you going? Asked Jing Chung Luotian, pursuing me from behind. I turned around, chuckling softly. Oh, nothing in particular. I am merely logging off to rest. Jing Chung Luotian stared at me, inquiring, when will you come back online? I do not know. I shook my head. Perhaps when I need to return to Lin Yisan's account. October Rain interjected. The wind color beauty made such immense sacrifices for the entire Chinese region. We shall all petition Yueheng Company collectively. Wind color beauty's account must be restored. Indeed, thank you. I retrieved a tent and promptly logged off, feeling indifferent to what might transpire next. However, the hostile players in the Dawn Canyon had been eradicated, and the reinforcements brought by Zhang Tian should suffice. Moreover, players from the Vengeance Alliance were continuously making their way from the flowing wind path, misled by guilds such as Thunder and Awakened Wings. Yet many still yearned to support Dawn City, albeit hindered by the Northern Alliance at that moment. Suddenly, the screen darkened as I exited the game, removing my helmet, and I felt surprisingly drained. Upon entering the studio's main hall, I found He, Bei Ming Shui, and Mu Rong Mingyue present, all gazing at me intently. He spoke softly, we are aware of the situation regarding Lin Yisan. I nodded. Bei Ming Shui remarked, brother, do not be too disheartened. Every issue has its resolution. I nodded once more and turned to Mu Rong Mingyue. Do you still have the phone number of Qin Yun, the vice president of the Shanghai Yueheng branch? Yes. I will send it to you now. All right. After obtaining the number, I swiftly dialed Qin Yun's contact. After a few rings, she answered the call. Hello. Is this Lu Chen? It appeared she had saved my number. Yes, I affirmed. Qin, this is Lu Chen. I would like to discuss a matter with you. Is it about Lin Yisan's account? Qin Yun interrupted, her tone laden with regret as she replied, I am truly sorry, Lu Chen, but I cannot assist you with this matter. The national war involves 7 major countries, particularly the United States and South Korea. We cannot alter the system's decision, for otherwise, the entire Chinese region of Yueheng would face criticism. I nodded again, then stated, however, there is always a solution. With diligent effort, Lin Yisan's account can surely be restored. Cannot it? Qin Yun offered a resigned smile. Unfortunately, that is simply not feasible. Little Chile has made such significant sacrifices for the Chinese region. I wish to help her. But this is a matter of company principles, and I cannot change that. I replied, if there is nothing else, I shall hang up now. I have a meeting to attend. With a sharp click, Qin Yun hastily ended the call, evidently eager to avoid further pursuit regarding the account. Did you succeed? Bei Ming Shui looked at me. Failed. With a sigh, He remarked, there's no need to rush, Lu Chen. Let's rest for now. Once we have replenished our spirits, we shall rally 1,000,000 voices in the forum to reclaim Lin Main's account. Surely, if enough players exert pressure on the game company, no issue is insurmountable. Mu Rong Mingyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, Eve speaks wisely. Players are the lifeblood of game companies. Naturally, they will heed the call of their benefactors. I took a deep breath. Yes, let's sleep. After a refreshing shower and a light meal, I returned to my room, and in sheer exhaustion, I fell into a deep slumber until the next morning. The matter of Lin Yisan's account deletion lingered in my thoughts, leaving me devoid of any desire to engage with the game. However, according to Bei Ming Shui, the defenses of Dawn City were intact, yielding substantial rewards, while I had emerged as the MVP in the national war. My score is staggering 9 times that of the second place. In the morning, after a hearty breakfast and feeling rejuvenated, I sought to inquire about Lin Yisan's situation. As I picked up my phone to dial Qingqing Shui Xiang, I received an incoming call. The screen displayed Sun Qingqing's name. "Hi, Qingqing," she greeted. "Come down to our dormitory building at the university. EE has sent gifts from Canada, and there's one for you. Hurry and collect it." "All right," I replied, hanging up and hastily descending the stairs. I grabbed my vehicle and sped towards the long-neglected university. Since Lin Yisin's departure, I had not returned. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Sun Qingqing was waiting for me, her eyes tinged with red. She rushed forward and playfully punched me, exclaiming, "You rascal." I did not evade her, merely responding softly, "Qingqing, could you give me Yi's new number? I miss her dearly and wish to speak with her, if possible." "No need," Sun Qingqing retorted, her gaze stern. "EE is in turmoil and doesn't wish to talk to you. Here, this is a gift she specifically sent for you." I took the small paper box, roughly the size of a soccer ball. "All right, I'll head upstairs," she said, not bothering to say anything further, as she ascended the stairs with swift footsteps. Returning to my car with the box, I unwrapped the pink exterior to reveal a layer of sky blue paper. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a series of neatly penned lines, all in Lin Yisin's handwriting. Repeating a single phrase, "I hate you." The paper was filled with those words, which sent my heart into a tumult of confusion. Perhaps, as many had suggested, I was indeed emotionally inept, disappointing Lin Yisin time and again. Overwhelmed with guilt and regret, I refrained from opening the package. Perhaps she truly did harbor hatred for me. For my indecision and lack of clarity. Upon returning to the studio, I cradled the box, sitting by the window in a daze. He, Biming Shui, and the others, sensing my discontent, refrained from disturbing me. Clutching the packaging box, a wave of sorrow washed over me as I gazed at the bustling traffic outside, reminiscing the moments shared with Lin Yisin. From the enchanting shadow sorceress at Hanbing Ridge to our later alliance against foes alongside Shui Yinsong and Gu Jianhunming, we savored the bittersweet essence of companionship. Yet now, I find myself alone in this city. Suddenly, the box slipped from my grasp and fell to the ground. In a hurry, I turned to retrieve it, only to discover a corner had been damaged, revealing a vibrant pink wrapping beneath. I hastily tore away the second layer, uncovering yet another pink surface, adorned with densely packed, elegant script proclaiming, "I miss you." In an instant, my heart ached, and tears streamed down my cheeks. Chapter 765. Brothers separated for years. As I unwrapped the pink box, I uncovered a tray measuring approximately 40 centimeters in length and width. Upon it stood a striking statue of a city from the game, crafted from an unknown material that felt somewhat resilient to the touch. The city was hauntingly familiar, with a skull hanging above its grand gate, and the intricately designed structures such as the Black Town Hall, Blood Pool Tomb, Knight's Graveyard, and Dragon's Mausoleum were rendered with exquisite detail. Undoubtedly, this was a model of my Dark Moon City. The fortress hall bore the elegantly inscribed words Dark Moon City in Lin Yisin's handwriting. Remarkably, this model was crafted after her departure to Vancouver. Within the Dark Moon City, various buildings were simplified, yet in front of the castle hall stood two small figures. One, a young man clad in armor with crimson eyes, was being tugged by the ear by a warrior maiden with violet eyes, who was also leading a horse, recognizably the Binglin horse. The young man, being pulled by the ear, was unmistakably me, identifiable by the distinctive armor of the Crimson Dragon. Behind Lin Yisin and me, beneath a maple tree in Dark Moon City, stood a female knight with a sword, glaring at us with indignation while assuming a stance as if to chase us. Indeed, based on her attire, it could only be he. Along the grand avenue of Dark Moon City, beside Lin Yisin and me, a small inscription was distinctly etched: "If you love me, let us elope." A smile crept upon my face as I gently caressed the model, unable to part with it. Lin Yisin seemed to know everything. She understood my relationship with He, and perhaps even my deep affection for her, or lack thereof. Nevertheless, Lin Yisin's resolve was unwavering, as she insisted on dragging me along for an elopement, and the expressions captured in the model perfectly mirrored her spirited nature. A sudden pang of longing struck my heart. I missed her dearly. With utmost care, I placed the model on the bookshelf, contemplating that I might cherish it for a lifetime. It stood as a testament to an indelible experience, and perhaps one day, when I have children of my own, I will point to this model and tell them, "This was a gift from a girl I once loved deeply, and that girl is now your mother." Wiping my swollen eyes, I stepped outside. "Brother, you're back." Biming Shui greeted me eagerly. "What's wrong?" I inquired. There is nothing to be concerned about, as Biming Shui gazed at me and said with a smile, Sister Eve, along with me and Sister Mingwei, has initiated a vote on the forum to restore Lin Yisan's account. Even if her level resets to 0, she must still have an account. In just half a morning, we have already garnered nearly 10 million supporting votes. I chuckled softly. Indeed, this is excellent. I must seize the moment. He inquired, Lu Chen, do you have a plan? Yes, I cannot remain passive. I shall take the initiative to visit the headquarters of Yueheng Company in Shanghai to seek out Qin Yun, Ling Shui, and Xu Xing. I refuse to believe we cannot reclaim Yi's account. I will accompany you, he declared as she rose. I shook my head and smiled. No, Eve. Allow me to handle this matter alone. I can manage. You and Biming Shui, along with Sister Mingwei, have suffered significant level reductions, so you should focus on leveling up. Our losses in the Gu Jian Hun Ming have been quite severe. He chuckled lightly. Yes, we are currently leveling in the Longgu Mountains, competing with the Huajian sect for a prime high-level training area. Humph. Lilu thinks it is inconsequential that our core players have dropped 30 levels, but the result is. I inquired with curiosity, what is the result? He burst into laughter. The outcome is that our divine general, Li Chengfeng, led a group of Longyao Iron Knights to sweep them away. I couldn't help but chuckle indeed. Those fools from the Huajian sect truly believed our divine general was a mere illusion? My current level is too low to contend with them, but Chengfeng is remarkably powerful. His level has remained unchanged. Challenging him is akin to courting disaster for Huajian sect. With Chengfeng at the helm, I feel reassured. Morong Mingyue interjected. Hey kid, when are you going online? Once the top player of Sky City, now stuck at level 70 for an eternity, I can hardly bear to watch. I grinned. No worries. I will naturally go online to level up when I reclaim Yi's account. Rest assured, the Ice Lin steed is bound to me, and I can continue to ride it. My equipment remains intact, exceptionally powerful, and the Phantom Wolf King is still above level 150. With these, I can ascend to level 160 within half a month. He chuckled. Very well, best of luck. Do you truly not want me to accompany you? Honestly, I must dash to the Yueheng headquarters in Shanghai, I replied. Be careful on the way, drive slowly. Draped in a black wool coat, I bid farewell to everyone, descended the stairs, and drove my X12 onto the highway. Heading straight for Shanghai, I sped along and arrived at the Yueheng headquarters at 11:40 a.m. After parking, I gazed at the opulent office building of Yueheng. Feeling somewhat speechless, outside the headquarters stood a statue resembling the ultimate boss from the era of Ling Hong, the great sage. The Yueheng Company in China operates two primary branches, one in the north, headquartered in Kyoto, and the other in the south, based in Shanghai, where Ling Shui serves as the president. She is currently ranked 5th in the CGL Hall of Fame, a figure of legendary status. I bypassed the reception and proceeded upstairs, checking for the president's office, which I discovered to be on the 17th floor. I made my way there, only to find a receptionist still on duty on that floor. Sir, may I inquire who you are looking for? The polite receptionist asked. I stepped forward and replied, I am seeking Ling Shui. The young woman, with her mouth agape, remarked, President Ling will only return in the afternoon. He is not here at the moment. Perhaps you could come back later? Alternatively, you may register your name, and I will relay it to him. No need. I waved my hand dismissively. Is Ling Yu, Xu Sheng, or Qin Yun around? Do not tell me that none of them are present. Oh, they are currently in a meeting. Well, no need to report that. I will seek them out myself. Excuse me, may I have your name for registration? Lu Chun. Without turning back, I departed, leaving the young woman behind, astonished. Could Lu Chun be the illustrious little king? Luo Chun. Wow, he is indeed quite handsome. As I proceeded, the president's office was devoid of personnel, and further ahead lay the conference hall. Just as I was about to step inside, a group of individuals clad in suits emerged, both men and women, each bearing a serious demeanor. None were the ones I sought, so I remained patiently waiting. After a while, a man and a woman approached, engaged in familiar conversation. I swiftly recognized the young man in a suit. He was a prominent figure within the Yueheng Corporation, renowned during the Ling Tong era, none other than the illustrious Xu Sheng, currently ranked 1st in the CGL Hall of Fame. A true legend. Quickening my pace, I intercepted them, saying, Excuse me, are you Xu Sheng? Xu Sheng stared at me in bewilderment, exclaiming, Who are you? Oh, you are Lu Chen. I have seen your photograph. I smiled and replied, Indeed. Xu Sheng extended his hand, grinning, A pleasure to meet you. What brings you to Yueheng Corporation? I heard you just engaged in a national battle? I nodded. Yes, I have a favor to ask of you. A favor? Xu Sheng looked at me intently, and suddenly, as if a thought struck him, he laughed. Oh, I'm merely an errand boy. For any inquiries, please consult the lovely lady beside me. I glanced over to see a striking young woman in a deep blue uniform. Without a moment's hesitation, I extended my hand, smiling. Vice President Ling Yu, greetings. Ling Yu stared at me in surprise, shook my hand, then cast a wistful glance at Xu Sheng, saying, Look, this gentleman can distinguish me from Ling Shui at first glance, and yet you, after all these years, still confuse us. I am almost too embarrassed to say anything. Xu Sheng awkwardly scratched his nose and then asked, My friend, how did you figure it out? They are identical twins. They look exactly alike. I pouted, pointing to Ling Yu's name tag. Well, the name tag has the name on it. Ah, Xu Sheng exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Ling Yu chuckled lightly. Lu Chun, you've come to Shanghai for Linison, haven't you? How did you know? The entire Chinese server has been abuzz with news about you too, as the one in charge. How could I possibly be unaware? I inquired. Is there any hope of restoring Linison's account? Unfortunately, no, Ling Yu responded apologetically. We have our own company regulations and do not show favoritism. The deletion of Lin Eason's account was a decision made by the system's core. Her divine skill was intended for a single use in a lifetime. After she eliminated so many players from the Northern Alliance, if I were to restore her account, the headquarters would undoubtedly impose severe penalties on the Chinese server branch. I leaned despondently against the glass door, at a loss for words. Perhaps you should head back early. Ling Yu suggested kindly. I will not leave until Lin Eason's account is restored, I declared. Ling Yu chuckled and glanced at the scholar, saying, Look, this fellow bears quite the resemblance to your shameless self back in the day. The scholar rubbed his nose. Did I? I was a pure and innocent soul. Much unlike this rascal, Lu Chun. Ling Yu smiled wryly and turned to me. The scholar and I are going to dinner. Will you join us? I nodded and followed. Upon arriving at the company cafeteria, the standard was commendable. Initially, they did not permit me entry, but a single word from the scholar granted me exemption. With a tray in hand, I swept through the array of culinary delights and settled down opposite Ling Wei and the scholar to enjoy my meal heartily. Lu Chun, are you truly not returning? Ling Wei looked at me, a hint of exasperation in her eyes. I nodded, yes, for Lin Eason's account deletion. I will strive with all my might to reclaim it. Even if my level resets to 0 and all my gear is lost, I must have an account. In the entire Chinese region, she is the only one who can be called Fingse Huanxiang. Ling Wei appeared somewhat moved and said, In truth, I wish to assist you as well. Perhaps you should return for now, and we will do our utmost to get you news. No, I shall wait here for news. You stubborn soul. In the afternoon, I sat outside the scholar and Ling Yue's office in the reception area, remaining there for the entire afternoon. When they finished work, I dashed out and intercepted one of their business vehicles in the parking lot, confidently opening the door and settling into the passenger seat. A beautiful girl opened the driver's side door and exclaimed, Oh, when did this guy get into the car? The scholar sighed, Xiaoxue, I forgot to introduce you. This is Lu Chun, the one who defeated Jiji Qinshan Tianzong. Oh, it's the little king. Xiaoxue laughed lightly, extending her hand to shake mine. I've long admired your reputation. By the way, what are you doing in my car? My face flushed. If Lin Eason's account is not restored, I must reluctantly accompany you home. Xiaoxue's expression instantly turned frosty, and she glanced back at the scholar, exclaiming angrily, You fool! How dare you claim to be an only child to exploit the company's benefits? Are you certain this fellow is not your long-lost brother? How can he be so shameless? Chapter 766, Sister Shanghai. Late at night, in a suburban villa, I sat in the desolate hall, cradling a cup of coffee that had long cooled. Perhaps this was the price to pay for arriving at the scholar and Xiaoxue's residence, yet not having a room allotted to me. Rising to my feet, I caught sight of a couplet hanging on the wall in the moonlight, its powerful strokes forming the words, Shu Yongheng, Zongheng, Tianxia. Oh, is this the beginning of the legend? The calligraphy is rather impressive, I thought. Behind me, a sweet woman's voice emerged. Turning around, I saw Xiaoxue, holding a thick blanket. She smiled and said, I apologize for making you spend the night here. I'll turn up the air conditioning so you don't catch a chill. I nodded, thank you. Xiaoxue placed the blanket down, but did not leave. Gazing at me intently, and asked with a smile, Is that girl truly so significant to you? I let out a sigh. Yes, I owe her far too much. Xiaoxue smiled faintly, Let go of your obsession. If she loves you, then sacrificing everything for you is her happiness. Do you understand? I smiled slightly, saying indeed. I still wish to do something for her. Thus, if I could reclaim the account, it would serve as a small form of compensation, wouldn't it? However, love is not a transaction that can merely be mended with compensation. I love her. I spoke calmly. Ling Shui paused momentarily, unable to suppress a smile, and said, "That is sufficient." With that, she lazily turned away and waved her hand. "All right, I'm off to sleep. You should rest early too." "Wait, Ling Shui, what's wrong? Is there truly no glimmer of hope for Lin Yisin's account?" I inquired earnestly. Ling Shui showed a troubled expression and replied, "It's not that we don't wish to help you, but this matter is of great significance. Our headquarters in Yueheng, China is reluctant to touch this sensitive issue, you see? Restoring Lin Yisin's account is minor, yet it would mean directly challenging the headquarters of Yueheng. Would the executives from the American, Korean, and Vietnamese branches let us off easily?" I gritted my teeth. "But apart from you, there is no one else who can assist me." Ling Shui chuckled softly, approached me, and patted my shoulder, saying, "Lu Chun, do not be overly fixated. You have already made your efforts. What more could you regret? I believe Lin Yisin will forgive you. She is a stubborn girl, understanding and rational. Moreover, your joint efforts with Lin Yisin to save Qingxi City have rendered this love even more magnificent. I wish you both the best." I nodded helplessly. It seemed that I was indeed powerless to change the situation here. The following morning, a voice echoed from the corridor. "Brother Scholar, are you going today?" A young lady's voice called out. The scholar emerged from the room, holding a bouquet of white flowers, and nodded. "Xiatian, do you wish to accompany us?" "Yes," she replied, beaming. "Since Iced Tea left, I haven't joined everyone for half a month." "Brother Scholar, are you still going to pay your respects to sister?" "Yes." He nodded. I quietly slipped out the back door, took a taxi to the company, and then drove the X12 back to Suzhou. By the time I arrived in Suzhou, it was already past 10 in the morning. I dialed He's number. "Eve, are you at the studio?" "No, Mingyue Biming and I are at the flower shop downstairs. You should come over." "Oh." I headed straight there and found He holding a bouquet of flowers, dressed in a black uniform. Biming Shui and Murong Mingyue were also clad in black uniforms, appearing quite solemn. "What is going on?" I approached. He looked at me, her eyes filled with profound meaning, and softly said, "Lu Chun, I once told you that Gu Jian Hun Meng was not created by my own hands. I have never mentioned the founder of the guild to you, but today, let us unveil the mystery." "Huh." I was filled with confusion. Murong Mingyue tugged at my arm. "Let us go, you'll find out soon. Little Biming is just as oblivious as you are. Let us go see together." Oh, we boarded the X12, with He driving swiftly through the bustling streets. Eventually, the car came to a stop at the edge of a cemetery. Everyone exited the vehicle, and He led the way, carrying the flowers into the graveyard. What on earth is happening? I was even more perplexed. "You will know shortly," Murong Mingyue chuckled lightly. The group walked straight for approximately 5 minutes before stopping in front of a row of tombstones. He stood before one grave, gently placing flowers down. In front of the grave stood a small coconut tree, and on the tombstone was a faded photograph, barely revealing the visage of a young girl. Who could have imagined that she had met such an untimely end? "Sister, Su Yan's grave." Upon reading the inscription on the tombstone, I felt a momentary jolt of surprise. He quietly knelt before the stone and then gestured for me to come over and kneel beside her. Bewildered, I approached and knelt next to He, acknowledging that regardless of her identity, the deceased deserved our respect. "Eve, what transpired?" I inquired. He murmured, "My cousin, Su Yan, left Suzhou for the north quite early on to pursue her ambitions. She was the original founder of ancient Sword Soul Dream. At that time, I was merely a novice trailing behind her. It has been 9 years since my sister passed away. Yet I can still vividly recall the first time she took me to slay goblins." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she continued through her sobs. "Sister once said she wanted to establish Ancient Sword Soul Dream as the world's premier guild, but she never lived to see that day." I took a deep breath. "What caused her demise?" "A heartless man," He replied, wiping her tears. Grasping my hand, she addressed the tombstone. "Sister, do you see? This is Lu Chun, our strongest player in Ancient Sword Soul Dream, currently ranked 2nd in the CGL Hall of Fame. This time, we participated in the national war to defend Morning Twilight City and became the guild with the highest total score. We are now among the elite guilds in the Chinese region. Sister, can you see it?" I placed my hand on He's shoulder, sensing her emotional collapse, and enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Eve, she will see it. Bei Mingxue stood beside us, gently holding He's arm and whispering, Eve's sister. Morong Mingyue leaned against a nearby tree, quietly observing us, her eyes brimming with tears. At that moment, a young man approached from behind, holding a bouquet of white flowers. Upon seeing us, he trembled slightly. You all. I turned in surprise. It's you? The young man arrived at the tombstone, confirming its identity, and laid down the flowers, murmuring, Sister. He turned to him, her face a mask of astonishment. Who are you in relation to my cousin? She asked. The young man exclaimed, I brought back my sister's ashes for burial. Are you from the Gildan Water one side? How is it that you're here? He responded. You must be the scholar. How could my sister know you? The newcomer was none other than the vice president of the southern headquarters of Yuhong, the audacious scholar. He was visibly startled. 11 years ago, your sister taught me everything about the game in the north. 9 years ago, she took her own life. And I brought her ashes back to the city where she wished to be laid to rest. In water one side. Are you truly her cousin? He wiped her tears and nodded. Yes, my sister was the founder of Ancient Sword Soul Dream. My lifelong dream has been to fulfill her aspirations and make Ancient Sword Soul Dream renowned throughout the world. The scholar knelt down, lamenting, Sister. The guild you mentioned to me was indeed Ancient Sword Soul Dream? My goodness, it has taken me this long to realize. As he spoke, the scholar turned to He and declared, I shall exert every effort to compensate for my sister's regrets. He, do not hesitate to communicate any difficulties you encounter. I, Ding Shusheng, will strive with all my might to resolve them. He nodded in response, saying, Please restore Lin Yisen's account. That is my sole request. I do not wish for Lu Chun to owe her too much. Without delay, the scholar rose, his gaze resolute. Understood. I will fly to the New York headquarters overnight. I shall ensure this matter is resolved, even at the cost of my life. Thank you. He replied. You are my sister's sibling. We are family. So there is no need for formality. Indeed. The scholar turned to me, nodding as he remarked, Lu Chun, I am aware of your capabilities. Few can defeat those who challenge the shadows. Rise to the occasion. The resurgence of the Ancient Sword Soul Dream depends on you. Yes, I will, I quietly affirmed. The scholar then turned and called to a few other companions, hastily departing in a swift vehicle. Is he reliable? Bei Mingxue inquired, observing the scholar's retreating figure. Morong Mingyue chuckled. He is much like Lu Chun, not exceptionally bright, but undeniably dependable. What do you think? Bei Mingxue smiled. Then the restoration of Sister Lin Yisen's account seems promising. Indeed. How delightful. At that moment, my phone began to buzz. It was a call from Sun Qingqing. Lu Chun. Yes, Qingqing, what is it? I have good news. My heart leapt. Oh, what is it? Yi's mother has awakened. Hee. What? That is splendid news. Moreover, Yi will be returning home on the afternoon flight, staying with her father. Her contact number? She asked me to keep it confidential. Sharing this news with you is already a betrayal of friendship, so do not expect any contact information. I pleaded, but Qingqing, please give me Yi's number. I truly miss her. Sun Qingqing hesitated before saying, enough. Yi deleted her gaming account for you. A sacrifice of countless days and nights. You, heartless one, merely express your longing without any action. I cannot trust you. I will not give it to you. I gritted my teeth. I am actively working to restore Yi's account. Is that so? Then contact me again once her account is officially restored. Otherwise, I shall ignore you. Understood. After ending the call, I awaited news from the scholar. Chapter 767. CGL re-ranking at 4 p.m. in the studio. I lay on my bed, not having logged in. Lacking the motivation to level up. I opened the forum to find a prominently pinned post, boldly requesting the restoration of Lin Yisen's account, adorned with numerous signatures. Renowned players such as Zhang Tian, Li Gu, Shi Yu, Ling Shueshang, San Sheng Mo, Jing Chung Luo Shun, Wen Yu, and Wei Jin Nan Bei Chao had all left their marks, with the CGL Hall of Fame emblem shimmering brightly. I casually affixed my signature. And with the exception of a few individuals from the Candle Dragon, nearly all active players in the CGL Hall of Fame were present. Remarkably, even the names of those who had retired, such as the flamboyant scholar, Qingfeng Feishue, Qingfeng Lanyu, Bing Cha, Ziyuner, Qixing Deng, Gu Fan, have resurfaced, indicating the significant impact of Lin Yisen's divine strike. It is likely that Ling Shui rallied these retired veterans to collectively petition thereby assembling a formidable array of talents from the Chinese region, intensifying the pressure on the gaming company and augmenting the leverage of the scholars' negotiations at the New York headquarters. Upon investigating the recent developments of the Dawn City campaign, I acquired some valuable information. Following the Battle of Dawn City, the Northern Alliance suffered a catastrophic defeat, with nearly 1.2 billion players entering the Chinese region meeting their demise, without exception. Dawn City reaped substantial rewards, reinforcing its walls and expanding its scale, also receiving numerous NPC troops. Although it remains a secondary stronghold, its defensive capabilities rival those of a primary city. Furthermore, Princess Karensan commanded her formidable generals to venture to the Flowing Wind Path, where they carved out a valley terrain and established a fortress named Iron Halberd Bastion. Several powerful NPC legions took residence there, personally defending the stronghold, leaving the Northern Alliance utterly disheartened, as players would never dare to assault an NPC fortress, knowing the dire consequences and futility of such an endeavor. Moreover, the name Iron Halberd Bastion was generated automatically by the system. A user commented, "In this national war, the MVP player fell in battle, single-handedly sweeping through thousands, bravely standing against an onslaught of millions at the castle's forefront for nearly 2 hours, deserving of the title of Chinese Divine General." This Iron Halberd Bastion is inspired by the ID of the fallen hero, Zhiji Qinsha, who stands as a proud emblem of our iron-willed determination to defend our territory. Next came news regarding the Avengers Alliance. The three major guilds, Thunder, Awakening Wings, and Silver Soul, united under the leadership of the war god Candle Shadow to launch a concerted assault on Blazing City, engaging in a fierce battle that lasted 17 hours. Ultimately, they were unable to withstand the counterattack from the opposing players. The three main cities, Hero City, Titan City, and Qixing City, rushed to their aid, decimating the Avengers Alliance. Candle Shadow, Holy Fire, Blood War God, and Jean Foam all fell in battle, while thousands of greedy wolf riders, ice panthers, and flame lizard riders were reduced to mere pulp. Utterly incapable of shaking the enemy stronghold, it is evident that Candle Shadow miscalculated this gamble, believing that an assault on Blazing City would restore the Candle Dragon's prestige in the Chinese region. Unfortunately, he faced a disastrous defeat, having underestimated his opponents and overestimated the fighting capability of the Avengers Alliance, which boasted 20 million members. The elite combat strength of China had been nearly exhausted in the Dawn Canyon, rendering the Avengers Alliance's reinforcements from Tianfeng City and Shenin City merely a secondary force, wholly incomparable to the primary line. Countless players have expressed their disdain for Zhu Yingwan on the forum, vehemently demanding the revocation of his title as the martial god, deeming him utterly unworthy. This discontent culminated in a post by Baikong Hen titled The Lament of a King. Zhu Yingwan, the martial god of the Chinese region, once commanded millions of troops to conquer numerous strongholds. However, the tides have drastically shifted. The Northern Alliance now vastly outnumbers the Chinese forces. Zhu Yingwan leads the Zhulong army of 1 million into battle at the front lines, engaging in a grueling 2-day standoff against the Sorrow of Vienna. With the Zhulong guild suffering tremendous losses, yet not a single soldier faltered. Everyone reflects inwardly. Who stands at the forefront, battling the mightiest adversaries? Who, with flesh and blood, staunchly defends against the slaughter of Hero City? Who fights to the last man to uphold the dignity of Chengxi City? Zhulong, in this battle, remains deserving of the title of king. In response, Baikong Hen's proclamation ignited a fierce backlash from numerous renowned players. Player Zhang Tian remarked, "How dare you speak so boldly? Our Zhang Tian alliance endured the fiercest assault at Lu Feng Path, suffering devastating losses, with only a few tens of thousands retreating to the canyon. Who ordered the shield formation to block the narrow pass, attempting to use us as fodder at the front line?" Player Sen Sheng Mo added, "Bah. The Viper Dragon riders were utterly decimated by 100,000 Baiman cavalry, who employed cunning strategies in the Sunset Marsh to annihilate those 10,000 Baiman cavalry. It was Gu Jianhun Meng, it was Zhiji Qinsha, but certainly not Zhulong or Zhu Yingwan Ba." Player Jing Cheng Luo Shen interjected, "Ba. In this day and age, one should fear the winds that might disrupt their words. Did Zhulong truly engage the main forces? In the canyon's fierce battle, our Purple Lily cavalry was trapped at the front lines for a full 24 hours, while your Viper Dragon riders did not even move, conserving strength in a truly shameful manner. Bah, Player Bei Ming Shui countered, Ba. You speak of defending Chengxi City. I ask you, who safeguarded the supply routes to the Sky City? The Titan race is so formidable. Why did your Zhulong four gods not intercept them, allowing our ancient swords dragon warriors to face 10 times their number? Bah! How shameless. I am almost embarrassed to say it. The ensuing chorus of Bah echoed from various players, expressing their contempt. Player When You exclaimed, Bah! Wow! Look at post 29110. Lin MM has appeared. Zhulong is utterly shameless. In the end, the assembled Avengers did not save Chengxi City, but instead attacked Zhuangri City. This is not how one executes a strategy of surrounding Wei to save Zhao. What a bunch of fools. Player Li Gu mused. Hee, interesting. Zhu Yingluan must be busy wiping the spittle from his face now. I tell all the lovely ladies above, do not waste your breath on such a person. It is truly a pity. Player Swan Lafun concluded, Ahem, everyone. Let us remain calm. The details of this national war were indeed lacking. Yet Zhulong's intentions were good. And it is an undeniable fact that Zhulong suffered significant losses. Let us all take a breath and reflect. Alas, I hardly know what else to say. Evidently, even Zhang Chun found it difficult to defend Zhu Yingluan's actions. The most grievous misstep in this battle was aligning with the Avengers to assault the blazing city. Not only did this fail to elevate Zhulong's standing, but it also incited widespread disdain among the players nationwide. The eyes of the public are keenly discerning, and they perceive the intricacies of right and wrong with remarkable clarity. However, it seems that Lin Yixin's mood remains relatively buoyant, as she surprisingly logged into her account to post on the forum, suggesting that her game account has not been entirely deleted, for otherwise, she would not have been able to access it. I cautiously clicked on Lin's avatar and sent a message. I miss you. Where are you? Lin Yixin responded with a smiley face, but offered no words. I continued. I received your gift. The model of Darkmoon City is exquisite. But why did you tug at my ear? I truly miss you. After a considerable pause, there was no reply. A full 10 minutes later, a notification chimed. Lin Yixin had sent a message, yet she remained silent, conveying a crying face emoticon. No matter what I said, she would not respond, indicating that she had yet to forgive me. Feeling at a loss, I perused the forum and stumbled upon significant news. In 2 hours, the CGL Hall of Fame for the Chinese region would welcome 2 new players, and the CGL rankings would undergo a reshuffling, with results to be announced on the official website shortly thereafter. This was rather surprising, given CGL's temperament. Delays are commonplace. What was promised for the spring of this year might not materialize until winter of the following year. Yet this time it was remarkably swift. Reshuffling all CGL Hall of Fame player rankings within 2 hours was highly unusual. This undoubtedly signified that something significant had transpired. And the most intriguing question now was which 2 individuals would be inducted into the CGL Hall of Fame? After much contemplation, it seemed that Li Chengfeng from the game Ancient Sword Soul Dream had the greatest chance. The dragon warrior transformed into a divine general in the Falling Wind Canyon, wreaking havoc and leading over 10,000 ancient sword cavalry to annihilate more than 100,000 enemy elite players. Even the formidable Titan race was not spared from Li Chengfeng's prowess. This remarkable achievement in national warfare was ample justification for his induction into the CGL Hall of Fame, and there could be no doubt about it. As for the identity of the second individual, it remained a mystery. For now, it was best to await developments. I continued to browse the forum, seeking reliable leveling locations. Currently, I was at level 70 and needed to train back up to level 160. Moreover, even if Lin Yixin were to regain her account, she would most likely be a novice with 0 level, bare equipment. Therefore, it was imperative to prepare for the future by ensuring we could level up together. After 2 hours of perusing the database, I discovered that the new rankings on the official Tianzong website have been unveiled. In the 15th position, the impetuous scholar, Jade Cabbage with White Jade Soup, Morong Shanshan. Shattered Dreams on the Sands, and Wind Color Fantasy. In the 610th position, Flickering Shadows, 7-Star Lantern, Gentle Breeze, and Flying Snow, Zionur, and the Goddess of the Capital. In the 1115th position, Departing Song, Gentle Breeze Grasping the Moon, Dynamic Hot Pot, Ling Shueshang, and A Grain of Dust. In the 1620th position, Kissing the Moon, Dance of the Gods, Legendary Hero, October Rain, and Traces of the Azure Sky. In the 2125th position, 3 Lives and Strangers, Tonight to Observe the Snow, Lonely Tomb. floating clouds and smoke, and ethereal. In the 2630th position, Blood Red, Wei Jin's southern and northern dynasties, Destiny's Call, Gale Shadow, and Laughing at Heaven. Two new CGL celebrities have emerged, Li Chengfeng and San Sheng Mo, a development that has certainly met public expectation. Li Chengfeng's extraordinary achievements and San Sheng Mo's contributions in national battles speak volumes, and remarkably, Li Chengfeng has ascended to the 18th position in his inaugural entry into the CGL Hall of Fame. Moreover, I have made significant strides, rising to the 4th position, while Lin Yisin has surpassed Flickering Shadows to claim the 5th position. The formidable blow from Shenqi has seemingly elevated Lin Yisin's status above that of Flickering Shadows, whose ranking remains unchanged, a rather ironic situation. As a martial god leading the top guild of Zhulong, experiencing a monumental national war, yet seeing no change in ranking, is perplexing. Flickering Shadows must be feeling quite disheartened. Regrettably, He Yi, Baiming Shui, and Murong Mingyue have not yet entered the CGL Hall of Fame. In truth, they still require further refinement. And the ancient Sword Soul Dream has not genuinely emerged as the reigning guild in the Chinese region. Nonetheless, I believe that with relentless effort, the dream of becoming the dominant force in the Chinese region is not far off. However, one aspect leaves me utterly bewildered. Why has Lin Yisin's account been deleted? Yet her ranking in the CGL Hall of Fame persists? After some contemplation, only one possibility arises. The scholar and Ling Shui must have engaged in some negotiations with the CGL officials, leading to this outcome. Otherwise, Lin Yisin's ID would no longer appear in the Hall of Fame. Regardless, this is undoubtedly a positive development, both for me and for Lin Yisin. That evening, I learned that Zhan Tian from the Zhan Tian Alliance, accompanied by October Rain, combatants, and Departing Song, arrived at the headquarters of Yueheng Beijing in the Chinese region to petition for the restoration of Lin Yisin's account. Shortly thereafter, figures of significant stature, such as the goddess of the capital, Kissing the Moon, and San Sheng Mo, also made their presence felt at the Beijing headquarters. Given their prominence as emblematic figures of Tianzong, the headquarters could not afford to be negligent. The vice president personally received them, expressing a commitment to strive for a resolution. After all, we are all compatriots, and to neglect one's own would be an act of inhumanity. I waited until past 6 in the evening, yet still received no news. A knock echoed from outside, and He Yi's voice called out, "Lu Chun, at 7 o'clock this evening. The celebration banquet for Ancient Sword Soul Dream will be held at a hotel downtown. Would you like to join?" Understanding my turmoil, He Yi tentatively posed the question. Upon reflection, I realized that it would be unseemly for me to abstain from attending, for even in moments of personal discontent, I must not allow my sentiments to cast a shadow over others. Moreover, esteemed individuals such as Li Chengfeng, Giguzi, and Luan Yue have ardently rallied in support of Lin Yisin on the forum, and everyone has exerted their utmost efforts. What remains is to seek guidance from fate while we forge ahead. Consequently, I responded, "Very well, I shall make my way out shortly." He Yi chimed in with a smile, "It's quite chilly outside, do dress warmly." I donned a black overcoat and wrapped a scarf around my neck before stepping outside. Awaiting me were Baiming Shui, Murong Mingyue, and He Yi, who showed no sign of reproach. They understood that Lin Yisin had resorted to using Shenqi, resulting in her account being deleted, all for my sake. It was entirely natural for me to feel a sense of guilt. Anything less would have been peculiar. "Brother, are you feeling better?" Baiming Shui linked her arm with mine. "I'm all right, not overly sorrowful." EE is still lively and vibrant. It's merely a game account, after all. Besides, it can be recovered, can't it? I replied with a smile. Baiming Shui's face brightened. "It's good to hear you think that way." He stood by, somewhat speechless. I chuckled and grasped her hand, noting its coolness, and said, "Sister E, if Lin Yisin's account is restored, I may need to take a few days off to help her level up." He nodded with a smile. "Of course, that's entirely reasonable." Murong Mingyue interjected. "Lin's move was truly impressive. It has significantly raised her standing. Our Eve is in jeopardy. Lu Chun, you won't vanish without a trace, will you?" I felt a touch of awkwardness. Murong Mingyue grinned mischievously, gripping He Yi's shoulder and playfully pushing the beautiful guild leader towards me, exclaiming, "If you manage to win Lin over, how about having both Eve and Lin as your girlfriends?" My heart leaped with joy, as any man would feel in such a scenario, yet I feigned embarrassment. "That seems rather inappropriate. Such notions are not to be entertained." "You are quite hypocritical." Murong Mingyue shot me a glare. He gently brushed Murong Mingyue's hand away and laughed. All right, enough of the jesting. The title of girlfriend is something to be determined between them. After all, I am always by Lu Chen's side, aren't I? Bai Mingxue whispered. Brother 13 mentioned that a girlfriend is someone with whom one can share a bed. He's cheeks flushed instantly, and she chided. Du Shi-san is full of mischief. Henceforth, Bai Ming should not converse with him too much. Now let us set off. Indeed, breaking the awkwardness, we all stepped outside to find that, as he had indicated, the biting wind signaled the arrival of deep winter. At a certain hotel in the city, we were once again making a grand gesture. Having spent hundreds of thousands to reserve a hall, the players of Ancient Sword Dream gathered in great numbers, and as we arrived, Luan Yumm greeted us at the entrance with a smile. Welcome, guild leader, 2 vice leaders, and Bai Ming MM. Almost everyone stood up, revealing a substantial turnout of at least 100 individuals. Su Yang discerned my confusion and chuckled. Apart from the members within our base, numerous players from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Anhui have also gathered here. Each individual's name has been duly registered, so rest assured, they are all brothers of Ancient Sword Soul Dream, our own kind. All right. I nodded with a smile and inquired, where shall we sit? At the main table, over there. Oh, I see. Following He, we arrived at the main table. Surrounded by the guild's management players, He, Bai Mingxue, Murong Mingyu, Su Yang, Li Chengfeng, Gue Guzi, Wan Yu, among others, totaling 18 individuals, who encircled a large table. The atmosphere was quite lively. The grand screen in the hall displayed a replay of the battle reports from this national war, showcasing the fierce combat against the behemoth Iron Cavalry in the Sunset Marsh, a scene of tremendous brutality. Once seated, I gestured to Eve, as the leader. Please deliver a speech. He couldn't help but smile, raising his glass and standing up. I am at Shui Yifang. Here, I would like to express my gratitude to all the companions of Ancient Sword Soul Dream for their sincere cooperation, which allowed us to shine brightly in this national war. A toast to everyone, and to those who fell in battle. Everyone raised their glasses in unison and drank heartily. Afterwards, we indulged in food and drink, engaging in light-hearted banter. I was rather distracted, fixated on my phone. By the time the banquet concluded, it was already past 10 in the evening, and there had been no news from Shusheng. Stepping out of the hotel, the biting wind greeted me, accompanied by delicate snowflakes swirling in the air. It was indeed snowing. Wow, it's snowing. This sight brought immense joy to Bai Mingxue, Qingkong Shui, Tian Tangyu, and a few other girls, who eagerly planned to engage in a snowball fight once the ground was blanketed in snow. The mere mention of a snowball fight made my cheeks tingle with recollection, and a glance at Du Shi-san revealed a twitch at the corner of his mouth. I recalled our snowball fights from years past, where we threw with such ferocity and precision. It was a battle to the death. I imagined that if I were to join these girls in such a contest, it might lead to disastrous consequences. Returning to the studio, the night passed uneventfully. I remained offline, merely perusing the forum. At dawn the following day, I awakened in a dreamlike state. Upon drawing the curtains, I was astonished to find the world outside cloaked in a silvery white. The snow continued to fall steadily, forming a thick blanket, a rarity for Suzhou in recent years. From the balcony, the laughter of Bai Mingxue resonated. Everything felt so serene and tranquil. Alas, I still had not received a phone call. As evening approached, finally, a call came through from Ling Shui. Hello, is this Lu Chen? Yes, Ling Shui. Hee. It's all sorted out. A wave of euphoria surged through me. Really? Has Lin Yisin's account truly been restored? Yes, Ling Shui replied with a light chuckle. But do temper your excitement. The account has only been restored to its basic state. Equipment, level, and storage are all reset to 0. However, the skills remain intact, including the general and divine general abilities. It is a level 1 account that can transform, and through our persistent efforts, her pet ice dragon has also been preserved. It's a 0-level celestial tier boss pet. I was overjoyed. That's wonderful, absolutely wonderful. How did you manage to achieve this? Ling Shui chuckled softly. Well, the scholar went to the headquarters and found the executive director, Mark, submitting a new sequence of the CGL Hall of Fame for the China region. He threatened him with the fact that Lin Yisin is the 5th most popular player in CGL, and combined with the petition from the Chinese server forum. Mark was initially very resolute. Later, the scholar decided to spend the night at Mark's place, and even invited a few Chinese students to host a party by his fireplace. singing loudly in the middle of the night. Eventually, Mark capitulated and agreed to restore Lin Eason's account. Huh. Thank you so much. Hee. We're all on the same side. No need for thanks. I'm off to eat now. Let us meet again when fate allows. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, I quickly dialed Ching's number, overwhelmed with joy. Ching, E's account has been restored. Quickly tell me where she is. Son Ching replied, really restored? Is it absolutely true? I confirmed. Yes, it was confirmed by President Ling Shui from the southern headquarters of Yuan. What do you think? She continued. Okay, are you going to find Yi? Do you have the address? I cheerfully responded. I just returned from there. You should go. It's in Shanghai. I'll send you the address. Okay, thank you. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Sure. After hanging up, shortly thereafter, I received a message from Sun Ching with the address. I greeted He and Bei Mingxue before heading out. He simply reminded me, it's snowing. The ground is slippery. Drive at 80 on the highway. Got it. I dashed down the stairs, started the X12, and sped away. The heavy snow slowed my speed. So I turned on all the headlights and reduced my speed as I raced toward Shanghai. The address was in the suburbs, within a villa area that bore some resemblance to Ling Shui and the scholar's residence. By the time I entered Shanghai, night had fallen, and the snow was thick, further impairing visibility. Finally, around 8 p.m., I arrived at my destination. I stepped out of the car, and snow quickly collected on my head and scarf. I didn't bother to shake it off. Instead, I clutched the note and searched around until I spotted a red villa nestled in a corner, glowing warmly from within. With silhouettes moving about, the wooden structure exuded a classic charm. Indeed, Lin Xiao must be quite affluent. Circling the house, I heard Lin Eason's voice from a room on the far right of the first floor. Mom, would you like some milk tea? I'll heat it up. No need. Just carry on. It was undoubtedly Lin Eason's voice. My heart soared with joy as I glanced around, realizing I hadn't prepared any gifts for her. There was no way around it. Gently tapping on Lin Eason's window, she approached and opened it with a creak, surprised to see me standing there, covered in snow. With a silly grin. I finally found you. Huh. Lu Chun. Lin Eason stood there, unsure whether to be elated or astonished, her beautiful eyes misting over. I pointed to the snow piled on the edge of the rockery behind me and said, Look, aren't you happy? Lin Eason leaned out to take a glance. And on the snow-covered ground, someone had written in large letters, I love you. Huh. With her adorable head tilted, Lin Eason playfully asked, Why is the last while you missing you? You've left out a letter. My face flushed crimson. I ran out of ink. Lin Eason, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, shot me a glare. But the next moment, she performed a surprising act. She abruptly flung open the window, jumped out of the room in her fluffy slippers, and tackled me into the snow. Her stunning eyes gazed into mine as she smiled, saying, Let us not speak a word. Just let me kiss you first. Chapter 769. A sweet reunion cradling my beloved girl in my arms. I could scarcely conceive of anything more blissful in this world. Our warm lips met, and I held her tightly, savoring this intoxicating sweetness. Lin Eason, however, was adorably clumsy in this regard. Her little tongue responded awkwardly, and as we kissed, she closed her eyes, tears of warmth and moisture trickling down my cheek. With my arms wide open, I embraced her, feeling her body tremble slightly, and before long, she began to cry amidst our kisses. She had endured far too much in recent days. I unfastened my coat and enveloped her, asking, Are you cold? What do you think? Lin Eason looked down at me, her long eyelashes dusted with snowflakes that fell onto my face as she blinked. I miss you so much. She did not reply directly, but kissed me again. Just then, a cough was heard from outside the hall. Lin Eason leaped up as if jolted, quickly pulling me to my feet. Then, as if caught in a guilty act, she adjusted the hem of her nightgown. Her cheeks flushed as she bowed slightly to the woman standing at the entrance of the hall, smiling, Mom. Indeed, the woman at the door was Lin's mother. Having awakened from her stupor, I stood there, stunned. How embarrassing to be caught by her mother. But unexpectedly, Lin's mother wore a gracious smile and said, You must be Lu Chun, right? Come in quickly. It's snowing heavily outside. Do you want to freeze my E? I forced a smile, hurriedly supporting Lin Eason as we stepped into the charming little villa, which was warm thanks to the heating. Lin Eason brushed off the snow from her clothes and looked at me with a grin, saying, I can't believe you found this place. Did that rascal Ching spill the beans? I nodded. Actually, Ching is quite loyal. After much persuasion, she finally told me. She still told you. I glanced up at Lin's mother and politely said, "Hello, Annie. Please, no need to be so formal." Lin's mother smiled at me, saying, while I was unconscious, "I heard your voice, and I know about your relationship with my E. You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Just in time, E and I were about to have hot pot. "You should join us." I craned my neck to take a look. Lin Eason chuckled, linking her arm with mine, and said, "All right, stop looking. Dad has gone to the office and won't be back today." "Humph, are you that afraid of him?" I recollect the confrontation with Lin Xiao on the forum, an involuntary shiver coursing down my spine. How could one not be apprehensive? Lin's mother chuckled beside me, saying, "Do not mind that old fellow. The older he gets, the more obstinate he becomes. As for your matters, Yi has confided in me. In truth, Lu Chun, you have acted quite rightly, and moreover, did you not manage to secure that city in the game? This has salvaged a considerable amount of virtual wealth for China, thereby affirming the correctness of your stance." A sense of guilt washed over me, and I replied, "Yet, it still led Yi to make such a significant sacrifice." Lin Eason, wrapped in a fur cloak, appeared even more ethereal and beautiful, beaming as she said, "It's nothing. I can always create a new warrior account. However, you must assist me in leveling up, or else I shall be quite displeased." I chuckled, mysteriously responding, "In fact, there is no need to start anew." "What?" Lin Eason's eyes widened in surprise. I continued, "I have dined a few times with Ling Shui, the president of the southern headquarters of Yueheng in China. As a result, he personally went to the New York headquarters to advocate for your account. The outcome has just been revealed. Your account has been partially restored. Your level has reset to 0, along with your equipment and storage. However, your pets, profession, skills, and even your legendary and divine abilities have been preserved." "Really?" Lin Eason exclaimed, a mix of joy and disbelief washing over her as she suddenly leaped into my arms, planting a kiss on my cheek. "Hey, could you not act as if I am invisible?" Lin's mother teased with a laugh. Lin Eason blushed, saying, "Mom, weren't you supposed to prepare the hot pot? Hurry up. I want to eat meat." Shortly after, the three of us gathered around the steaming hot pot, having purchased an abundance of frozen beef, lamb, and various vegetables. Lin Eason and I held our chopsticks eagerly, waiting for the broth to boil, almost rhythmically urging each other to eat. "Eat," I remarked, "Yi. Your equipment and level have been reset to 0. Even the ice dragon Chris has reverted to 0, so leveling up essentially starts from scratch. I intend to take you to the area with level 100 monsters first, as the experience gained there is substantial, and the attack, misses 1TB2 outrageous. We shall strive to reach level 100 within a day." Lin Eason grinned, "You're only level 70, so please do not act so grand in front of me." I replied with pride, "I may be at level 70, but I am equipped with high-tier gear, the celestial weapon teeming sword, the dragoness dawn helmet, the earthly armor of the red rock dragon, the soul-guarding cloak, the flame warrior bracers, the stormwave boots, and the phantom ring. Not to mention, I also have a level 150 phantom wolf king. What do you think?" "That certainly is impressive," Lin Eason acknowledged, pouting slightly. I chuckled, "Experience distribution is based on output. Therefore, if you slack off, you shall not earn much experience." "All right." Lin Eason's eyes sparkled as she looked at me, saying, "Aren't you the MVP player of the National War? You must have received equipment rewards, haven't you?" I mused, "I suppose so. I have yet to check on that piece of equipment, but I shall claim it." "Okay," I readily agreed, exclaiming, "Even if you demand it from me, I would give it to you, let alone a piece of equipment." Instantly, Lin Eason's cheeks flushed once more. Meanwhile, Lin's mother continued to chop vegetables, saying, "I have heard nothing. You two may continue your conversation." Ah, what a wonderful mother she is. After a hearty meal, it was already past 10 in the evening. Mother Lin tidied up and then retired to her room. I was assigned to the room on the right side, seated in a cozy space with a warm ambience, gazing at the fireplace beside me, yet feeling a twinge of boredom, reluctant to sleep, and lacking even a computer. What was Lin Eason up to in her room next door? Rising to my feet, I approached her door and raised my hand to knock, but hesitated, retreating sheepishly. A few minutes later, a knock echoed at my door. When I opened it, there she was, Lin Eason, wrapped in a blanket, smiling as she asked, "What are you doing?" "Thinking of you," I replied without a moment's hesitation. Lin Eason's cheeks flushed as she responded, "I was thinking of you too. I've been pondering it for quite some time." I quickly shut the door, embraced her, and said with a smile, "Aren't you going to check your game account?" "No. I want to wait for you to join me," she replied with a playful glint in her beautiful eyes. Aren't you the one who has been waiting for me to log in since your account was killed at level 70? Alright, let's log in together when I return tomorrow. I conceded. Lin-Yi-Sin quietly sat on my bed, and suddenly her face flushed once more as she softly asked, "Can I sleep with you tonight?" I was momentarily taken aback. The words I would never dare to utter were spoken by this enchanting girl, leaving me feeling overwhelmed. My heart raced as I stammered. "It's fine, but I'm not mentally prepared." "What do you need to prepare for?" Lin-Yi-Sin laughed at my response. I replied, "I'm afraid I might accidentally devour you." "Don't worry." Lin-Yi-Sin pointed to the other side and giggled. "The soundproofing in this wooden house is terrible. Mom is in that room. If you dare to do anything, I'll scream and send you to the police." The corners of my mouth twitched. All right then. We climbed into bed, leaning against the warm headboard. Lin-Yi-Sin in her pajamas nestled in my embrace, both of us watching the snowflakes drift outside, everything appearing tranquil and serene. Before long, Lin-Yi-Sin unknowingly closed her eyes, the corners of her mouth curving into a crescent-shaped smile as she fell into a gentle slumber. I held her close, tugged the blanket, closed my eyes, and quickly drifted off to sleep, where everything was beautiful in my dreams. The following day, in the early hours of the morning, a startled cry from a girl jolted me awake. I hurriedly opened my eyes to find Lin-Yi-Sin curled up in my arms, her beautiful eyes wide with concern as she asked, "Are you all right?" I nodded. "I'm fine, sleeping very well. What about you?" "What about you?" Lin-Yi-Sin's cheeks turned crimson. "What do you mean?" A sudden realization struck me. This was troubling. I hurriedly explained, "Have you watched the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber?" "I have," she replied. Zhang Sanfeng told Zhang Wuji the most powerful move. Instantly, Lin-Yi-Sin's face reddened further as she playfully punched me, exclaiming, "How dare you say that to me? You're courting death. All right, get up quickly. We need to level up. Who knows when the next national war will be? Do you want to go in as a level 1 newbie?" "Okay," I agreed. Lin-Yi-Sin, a sensible and lovely girl, swiftly jumped out of bed and stealthily returned to her own room. In the morning, after bidding farewell to Mother Lin, Lin-Yi-Sin accompanied me back to Suzhou, as she still had to attend school. Mother Lin had prepared a plethora of delicious treats, insisting that Lin-Yi-Sin take some with her. I benefited from this generosity, receiving a piece of exquisite Jinhua ham, a delicacy indeed. When sliced and roasted over an alcohol lamp, it transforms into a delightful barbecue. Dressed in her pristine white down jacket, Lin-Yi-Sin followed me outside, where Mother Lin escorted us to the door. The skies had cleared, the heavy snowfall had ceased, and a thick layer of snow blanketed the ground. One could easily imagine the girls at the Suzhou Ancient Sword Dream base joyfully building snowmen. We sped back to Suzhou, arriving at the university around noon. After dropping Lin-Yi-Sin off at the girls' dormitory, we agreed to meet online at 1 p.m., planning to practice until midnight. Upon my return to the studio, I found He, Bei Mingxue, and Murong Mingyue waiting in the hall. "Brother, have you completed the task?" Bei Mingxue inquired with a smile. Murong Mingyue remarked, "Just by looking at his triumphant demeanor, it's clear he has succeeded. Perhaps he has even won over the little Lin girl." He looked at me anxiously. "Quickly," I replied, "I haven't won her over yet. Let us eat. You need to level up." All right. After enjoying lunch, we logged in. Chapter 770, Ultimate Leveling Technique. With a flash of light, my character reappeared in Dawn City. Not far ahead lay the bustling square, teeming with players. Following the conclusion of the national war, the monsters within Dawn Valley had uniformly leveled up, transforming this place into a new haven for leveling. This is indeed a positive development. The more players stationed in Dawn City, the less the Northern Alliance would dare to covet this magnificent stronghold. Opening the map, I observed the Sunset Marsh and the Dragonbone Mountains remained unchanged. However, a vivid crimson area had emerged at the entrance of the Dragonbone Mountains, the newly spawned map, Iron Spike Fortress. Several NPC battalions were stationed there, and it was rumored that even the top cavalry units from Sky City had been dispatched to defend this position, safeguarding against both player incursions and the Night Spirit Legion. Indeed, Dawn City now seemed utterly secure. Only a fool from the Northern Alliance would attempt to assault Iron Spike Fortress. This steel bastion was remarkably sturdy, impossible to breach without formidable strength. Moreover, the natural barrier of the Dragonbone Mountains lay in between. Fewer than 10 of the Northern Alliance players possessed the capability to traverse them, making an attack on the city from that direction highly impractical. The undead that roamed the Dragonbone Mountains would easily thwart any such ambitions. Drawing my sword, I repaired my equipment and summoned my Ice Lin steed. With a brilliant flash, the majestic steed materialized, and I mounted it effortlessly, a level 70 novice riding a 150 level Earth tier boss mount, free from any riding restrictions due to prior binding. With a sharp whistle, the long-dormant Phantom Wolf King burst forth from the pet space, its blood-red fur reminiscent of its state during the National War. It roared fiercely, baring its teeth, and its bristled hair gave it a menacing appearance. However, upon noticing the multitude of Chinese players within the city, it seemed to realize the absence of foes. Without an adversary to intimidate, it quickly scampered to my side, joyfully wagging its tail. I glanced at its attributes. They were satisfactory, with minimal changes, save for its low level, which likely diminished its hidden stats. Ding. A system notification chimed. Player Fengsa Huanxiang has requested to add you as a friend. Would you like to accept? I had no choice but to agree. To refuse might provoke Lin Yisin into storming into Frost Cloud Studio to confront us. With a confirming sound, her familiar ID reappeared on my friends list. This time as a level 1 Fengsa Huanxiang, one of only 3 divine generals among Chinese players. I joined her party and inquired, where are you? I'll be right over. Lin Yisin appeared somewhat bewildered, surveying her surroundings before replying. What a tragic situation. I'm in the novice village. With not a single piece of equipment. Boo-hoo, I look so pathetic. Which novice village? The 7th novice village under Iceberg City. I'm on my way. Stay in the safe zone and don't venture out to get bullied. Lin Yisin galloped towards the teleportation array, her equipment's usage requirements all marked in red. Nevertheless, it was of no concern. As long as she didn't remove it, she would be fine. Moreover, I activated the resurrection technique immediately upon logging in, determined to avoid dying and losing my gear, as that would render it unwearable. It was better to risk death and level loss than to drop my equipment. Around me, a throng of players at their stalls turned their gazes towards me, many recognizing me instantly. Wow, isn't that Zhiji Qinsha? He is still in Dawn City? I heard he hasn't logged in for several days due to the Fengsa Huanxiang incident, and here he is, back in Dawn City. So cool. In the National War footage, Zhiji Qinsha stood against 20 million Northern Alliance players, single-handedly dispatching many with his sword. His divine general skill, Ancient Seal, is simply magnificent. With one mark, he obliterated everything in his path. Oh my, it's Lu Chun. So handsome. With such a beautiful boyfriend, I wouldn't get out of bed either. A group of players gawked at a certain girl. I nearly succumbed to their chatter, almost losing my balance and stumbling towards the teleportation array administrator, where I promptly submitted my request to teleport to Iceberg City. In an instant, I materialized in the long-missed city. There was no time for nostalgia. I needed to locate the 7th novice village and gallop there, a distance not too great, easily traversable in 10 minutes with the speed of my ice-scale horse. However, after running for about half a minute, I quickly dashed back to Iceberg City, heading to the auction house to procure a few novice items for Lin Yisin. I searched for level 25 armor, of high quality, with no price limit, and swiftly several options appeared. Withering battle armor, a level 25 golden artifact. A sacred relic for novice players, with a defense of 105, strength of 20, and vitality of 14, priced at 2,000 gold coins. Fire dance boots, a level 40 golden item, offering a defense of 130, strength of 25, and vitality of 20, priced at 3,000 gold coins. Fire Cloud Axe, exceptional golden item, requires level 40, with an attack range of 100 to 175, strength of 40, vitality of 32, and an attack power enhancement of 18. Exceptional trait, increases maximum health by 2,000 points, priced at 12,000 gold coins. Indeed, these 3 pieces of equipment are worthy of attention. Everything else pales in comparison. To present them to Lin Yisin would be a disservice to the goddess of the fruit knife. Regrettably, there are no high-level daggers available, so for now, this will suffice. The Fire Cloud Axe is remarkably impressive, boasting high attack power at level 40, and the additional 2,000 health points are invaluable for Lin Yisin at this stage, as she needs sufficient health to withstand the assaults of formidable monsters while gaining experience alongside me. I resolutely purchased the 3 items, spending nearly 20,000 coins without a hint of regret. Spending on Lin Yisin is a trivial matter, regardless of the sum. With sword in hand, I galloped out of the city towards the direction of Novice Village number 7. 12 minutes later, after traversing the dense forest, I arrived at a dilapidated lumberyard that had long since fallen into disuse. Behind the lumberyard lay a serene little village, Novice Village number 7. Even after more than 6 months since the server launch, new players still congregated here, which is entirely normal. Many had made errors in their chosen classes and opted to delete their accounts to start anew, an occurrence quite commonplace. Outside the village, goblins wielding worn axes screeched as they engaged in combat with novices. Among them, newcomers donned in burlap clothing wielded iron swords, fighting valiantly. However, a remarkable sight caught my eye. A stunningly beautiful girl, clad only in a shirt and unarmed, was striking the monsters with her delicate fists. With a delightful exclamation, she unleashed a barrier-breaking punch. The jaws of all the surrounding novices dropped in astonishment. Many were left utterly flabbergasted. How could a level 1 novice possibly perform a barrier break? Isn't that a skill for level 120? Moreover, the young lady was breathtakingly enchanting, her flowing hair dancing in the breeze, her fair complexion strikingly pure. Beneath her simple shirt, her long, graceful legs were undeniably alluring, exuding an air of prowess as she wielded her fists with remarkable flair. Ouch! That hurts. The goblin retaliated, causing Neighing to cry out in a comical manner. I swiftly dashed forward and dispatched the goblin with a single strike, then turned to Neighing, unable to suppress my laughter. The goddess of the fruit knife was faring worse than the novices, lacking even a weapon and basic clothing. Fortunately, she had a shirt from a guild member, or she would have been running through the woods in a rather revealing ensemble. Do not laugh. If you do, I shall take you down, Neighing protested, brandishing her fists in discontent. I quickly stifled my laughter and said, "Let's go, We shall venture into the area of higher-level monsters. I will take the lead in slaying them, and when their health is nearly depleted, you can use your barrier-breaking skill." Neighing nodded, somewhat resigned. How frustrating. With such a low amount of mana at level 1, using barrier break will deplete it entirely. I fell silent, dismounted, dismissed my mount, and took her hand. Let us proceed. The phantom wolf king prowled around us, its claws dancing as it unleashed terrifying storm claws that swiftly dispatched the goblins obstructing our path, leaving the novice players pale with fear. What an impressive pet. Upon venturing deeper into the jungle, we encountered level 30 grizzly beasts ahead. All right, let's take this one down. I brandished my teeming sword, and with a swift stroke, I felt it instantly. I gained 10 experience points, prompting Neighing to remark in exasperation, "Without dealing damage, the experience gained is minimal. It's akin to idling. It's better to take them down myself." I replied, "You currently lack experience and have no other choice. Let's slay a few first. Once your attack power increases, you can deliver the final blow with barrier break, which grants the player who lands the last hit a generous 50 experience points." All right then, she conceded. However, after several attempts, I continued to annihilate the level 30 grizzlies with ease, dealing nearly 50,000 damage with each strike. There was no chance for anything less. Forget it. I won't attack anymore. Let the bears strike me. There's a 10 chance to trigger the fury of the battle flame bracelets, which can burn away 25 health points from the monsters. After 4 burns, whatever little health they regain, you can finish them off with barrier break, I suggested. Neighing chuckled. That's a clever strategy. Darling, you're quite astute. Her endearing address made me feel elated, and I playfully urged, Call me darling once more. Enough of that. Focus on tanking the monsters." I stepped forward, allowing the 3 wild bears to claw at me. The messages of misses floated up. My defense was too high for them to inflict even a single point of damage. Suddenly, fiery blasts erupted from my battle flame bracelets, consistently whittling down the grizzly's health. Eventually, one bear was left with no health. Neighing stood firm, raising her delicate fist, and with a swift thrust, a fiery spike erupted forth. Phew! 172. The wild bear collapsed, and Neighing joyfully ascended 7 levels in quick succession, her laughter infectious. After dispatching over 10 wild bears, I recognized the efficacy of this method and decided to seek out level 50 elite crocodiles for even greater experience rewards. Chapter 771. A joyous journey. We trained until dusk, with Neighing reaching level 40. She equipped the withering battle gear, fire dance boots, and the fire cloud axe, transforming into a stunning female warrior before my eyes. Especially striking was her wielding of an enormous blazing battle axe, exuding an air of fierce strength that paired delightfully with her graceful visage. I chuckled. You were quite adorable as a child. Neighing's face flushed with indignation as she proudly adjusted her withering battle gear. When was I ever a child? Not a child. Not a child. So, Where shall we train next? Lin Yixin, her face glowing with excitement, replied, let's head to the high-level maps. Where to? Dragonbone Mountains. Are you serious? You're only level 40. What is there to fear? With such a low level, dying is no big deal. That is true. Let us go. Together. We made our way to Floating Ice City, then teleported to Dark Moon City, before setting off towards the Dragonbone Mountains. This region was known as the most resource-rich area of the central continent, making it the quickest place to level up. Moreover, by defeating high-level monsters, not only could Lin Yixin gain levels, but I could as well. I meticulously concealed the radiance of my equipment, even lowering its luster, and made subtle adjustments to its form. Discreetly, I accompanied Lin Yixin through the bustling Dark Moon City, where we perused a selection of silver-tier armor. Afterward, we exited the city, appearing as two eager novices embarking on an adventure in this foreign realm. Despite our efforts to obscure our identities, our low levels made it apparent to anyone nearby that our IDs, drowned in defeat and wind-color fantasy, were well known within the Chinese gaming community, rendering any attempts at subtlety futile. Suddenly, Lin Yixin turned around, causing me to bump into her, and instinctively, I wrapped my arms around her. What is it? I inquired. You promised to give me the reward for being the MVP in the national war. What is it? The mystery remains unsolved. I was momentarily taken aback. Oh no. I nearly forgot. I hope I didn't accidentally discard it. You better not have tossed it aside. Lin Yixin exclaimed, playfully threatening me. I rummaged through my inventory for what felt like an eternity, and finally, during my second search, I uncovered a pair of magenta bracers. This piece of armor was adorned with silver bells that jingled melodically, producing a sound reminiscent of wind chimes, truly delightful to the ears. As I lifted it, brushing my hand over it, the equipment's attributes materialized before us, leaving both Lin Yixin and myself utterly astounded. Demon Bell, exceptional Cambrian artifact, defense, 4400 magic defense, 3750 strength, 1100 stamina, 1150 agility, 1050 intelligence, 1000 strategy, 120 additional, increases users' attack power by 50 additional, raises users' health limit by 10. 000 exceptional trait. Perfect accuracy, grants a hit rate of 100 slots, 12 special effect. No level restrictions description. In ancient times, when demons roamed freely, a fearsome beast once shook the earth, threatening the very foundation of the universe. The celestial realm dispatched a goddess to vanquish this beast, yet both perished in the battle. The essence of the divine was absorbed by the beast's remains, and millennia later, this artifact, the Demon Bell, was formed. Its chime can bewilder the minds of foes. Required level, 200. I stared in silence for what felt like an eternity, and Lin Yixin, too, remained quiet for a long moment. Finally, I spoke, the Demon Bell. An artifact, and a Cambrian one at that, usable only at level 200. Lin Yixin beamed sweetly. Oh, that sounds impressive. Hand it over as we agreed. My hand trembled slightly. I was reluctant to part with it. The MVP reward from the National War was unexpectedly extraordinary, an artifact of the Cambrian era. Even in the late stages of the game, such equipment would be considered top tier. Its mere defensive and magical attributes were astonishing. With this bracer, even if Lin Yixin donned no other armor, she would be undeniably formidable beyond imagination. Cradling the Demon Bell armlet, Lin Yixin was utterly captivated. It was indeed a remarkably exquisite piece of armor. Astonishingly, it boasted a unique effect with no level restrictions, allowing even a level 1 player to wield it. This further solidified its place as Lin Yixin's equipment. Moreover, its extraordinary characteristic ensured a 100 hit rate, a truly extraordinary boon. With such an artifact, even if Lin Yixin were to be at a lower level, she would never suffer a miss, barring the exceptions of player maneuvering in PvP scenarios. With a flourish, she donned the Demon Bell armlet, exclaiming, "Wow, my attributes are increasing so rapidly. At level 40, I already have over 10,000 health points. And my defense is remarkably high." I could only respond with a slight sigh. This is a divine artifact. Naturally, it is powerful. Let us proceed, armed with this Demon Bell. Your leveling efficiency will undoubtedly soar. By the way, what does cold weapon mean? She inquired, intertwining her arm with mine as we walked. I pondered for a moment before replying. I have not logged in for the past few days, engrossed in compiling data on Tianzhou. I have learned a bit. Above the ordinary weapons are the celestial weapons, and above the celestial weapons are the divine artifacts, which are categorized into 3 tiers. initial, intermediate, and advanced divine artifacts. Beyond these, there exist 4 exceptional classes of divine artifacts: cold weapon, ancient artifact, primal artifact, and nether artifact. In summary, the demon bell straddles the line of top-tier equipment. Lin Eason nodded, gently caressing the armlet, and smiled. This bell was gifted to me by a little trickster. I shall wear it until I reach the pinnacle. As we traversed the forest, Lin Eason's movements sent a melodious chime from the demon bell, a sound so crisp it lifted one's spirits. At the foot of the mountain, a group of level 130 wild bears was effortlessly dispatched by the Phantom Wolf King. After accumulating a generous amount of experience, I smoothly ascended from level 70 to 81. For me, the Phantom Wolf King, battling at the same level, was akin to slaying creatures 60 levels above my own, highlighting the bounteous rewards of experience. Not far off, in an open area, a cadre of players from Sky City was assembling a 10-person team. Lin Eason and I had no interest in joining them. Instead, we stealthily approached the mountainside from the side, taking advantage of the forest's cover as we ascended. The monsters' levels grew increasingly formidable, yet they still failed to meet our ambitions. Lin Eason, with her unyielding spirit, insisted on hunting ancient-level monsters at level 160, despite being a mere level 50 herself. Within the mountains, a vibrant grove of crimson maple leaves flourished. The game was set in deep autumn, and the sight of fluttering red leaves was breathtakingly beautiful. I led my ice-scale horse, accompanied by the Phantom Wolf King, while Lin Eason was accompanied by her petite ice dragon, Chris, who had returned to level 1 but had now trained to level 37. The little female dragon, now the size of a millstone, soared through the skies. Resembling a small black crow, her call sharp and piercing. I inquired, "Can this ice dragon serve as a mount?" "A dragon knight, Lin Eason shook her head. "No, this is a pet, not a mount." I pouted, and suddenly, the ice dragon dove down, clamping its jaws around my arm, refusing to let go despite my futile attempts to shake it off. "Wow, she seems rather fond of you," Lin Eason remarked, astonished. My face flushed with embarrassment, and I hesitated to mention my past exploits of unearthing the Chelan stone in such a delicate place. Instead, I remarked, "Perhaps my unwavering integrity was simply too much for it to bear." Lin Eason chuckled softly, gesturing towards the horizon. "Look over there, little trickster, a formidable creature awaits." "What level do you think it is?" I activated my dark eye but shook my head, unable to discern its level. "At the very least, it's approximately 60 levels above me. That means it's an ancient beast of over level 150. Let us go." Indeed, before us lay a formidable mountain lizard, its massive form reminiscent of a malevolent dragon, albeit on a slightly smaller scale. It lay among the mountains, its grayish-brown eyes shut, resembling a crocodile. The sight was rather intimidating, especially considering my own level of only 80, while this creature's level was double mine. "Little wolf, it's your turn. As per our usual strategy, let the cannon fodder go first." With Little Wolf at level 150, there's no level suppression, so it won't miss. With it as the main force, we shall be safe. I commanded the Wolf King to launch its attack, while I wielded the teeming sword to mount a surprise assault from the flank. Heaven and earth strike. The blade cleaved through the air, and the successive sounds of slashing resonated as damage numbers erupted from the mountain lizard. 27, 832. Miss. 19, 283. Although the damage dealt was decent, it paled in comparison to the damage I would inflict after repeatedly using the resurrection technique. Otherwise, my strikes would exceed 100,000. Furthermore, it was infuriating to have 50 attacks result in a miss. Fortunately, the Phantom Wolf King consistently landed its blows. Before long, the ancient beast's health was nearly depleted. "Now," I called out, retreating and commanding the Wolf King to cease its assault. "It's time to unleash your strongest move." Lin Eason, however, had no such powerful move at her disposal. She unsheathed a 40-level dagger forged from mysterious iron from her waist. With a flourish, she unleashed the shattering attack, followed by a barrier break. 9, 828. 5, 827. Just in time, she managed to deplete the creature's final health, truly securing the kill. With a flurry of experience points, we saw our levels soar rapidly. It was evident that by slaying the mountain lizard here, both of us would reach level 100 without a doubt. Thus, we resolved to train atop the mountain. The Phantom Wolf King became the star of the show. carrying the weight of our endeavors while Lin Yisin and I merely glided along. As the creature's health dwindled, we raced to claim the kill, singing joyfully as we left a trail of mountain lizard corpses in our wake, along with scattered stones and miscellaneous equipment. By around 9:30 p.m., I had ascended to level 110, while Lin Yisin had reached level 102, as I had generously shared most of my experience with her. Our efficiency was remarkable, and it seemed I would soon catch up with the current trends within a week. With a clang, my axe struck the lizard's forehead, slaying it. Lin Yisin looked up at me and said, "I'm so hungry, little trickster. I miss you." I nodded knowingly. "Wait for me. I shall join you for a late-night snack." "All right, hurry." Chapter 772, Joyful Worship that night, at the University Chuanxianggo. "Let's go," Lin Yisin said as she got into the car. After a few minutes of driving, we caught the first wave of late-night snacks, ordering several small dishes along with a plate of fluffy white buns. The experience of munching on buns while savoring stir-fried pork with green peppers was truly delightful. The pace of your upgrades today seems quite impressive, doesn't it? I inquired with a smile. Lin Yisin nodded, her laughter light and airy. "Yes, indeed. At this rate, I could very well reach level 150 within a week. Once I hit around level 140, I'll be able to acquire a set of spiritual gear. And at that point, you won't have to put in so much effort to guide me." "Not at all. Guiding you is no burden," I chuckled lightly. Lin Yisin beamed. "I understand." Just then, a voice called out from behind. "Oh, what a coincidence." I turned around to see Zichuanyu walking over with another girl, seemingly his girlfriend, who was affectionately linked to his arm. Lin Yisin raised her hand, greeting cheerfully. "Hi, Senior Zichuan. What a coincidence." Zichuanyu approached and suddenly saluted, proclaiming, "Greetings, guild leader." This elicited a delightful giggle from Lin Yisin. I gestured to the side, saying, "Come, let us eat together and order a few more dishes." "All right. I shall not be polite then." After sitting down, Zichuanyu introduced Xiaoming. "This stunning beauty is our guild leader Lin Yisin, as you know. And this lovely lady across from me." The girl giggled. "Ho ho, you can stop right there. I know her. That's Lu Chun, right? P.S. Quite the legend. In this national war, Lu Chun's score is a staggering 8 times that of the second-place guild leader, Zhi Baihe, from the capital. He's incredibly powerful. There's no one in the China region as formidable as him." I humbly replied, "That was achieved at the cost of being level 90. I feel quite embarrassed." Xiaoming turned to Zichuanyu, asking, "Hey, what is your score? It seems much lower than that of Zhi Yiho, considering you both share the surname Zhi." Zichuanyu's face flushed. "Come on. If it weren't for my encounter with Vienna on the second day of the National War, where he eliminated me in one stroke, my score wouldn't be so low." Xiaoming laughed. "How can you even say that? You got taken out on the second day. Lu Chun is so powerful. He lasted until the very end and took down a group of super experts like King S-Blade, Vienna S-Sorrow, and Dark Sorrow. According to statistics, Lu Chun eliminated a total of 14 banner bearers during the National War. What a disparity." Zichuanyu sighed. "Xiaoming, how do you know so much about Lu Chun?" "I'm his diehard fan. You know," Xiaoming replied with a playful shrug. Zichuanyu rolled his eyes. "What a self-inflicted fate. I shouldn't have sat here today." "Should I?" I encouraged. "No worries. Keep striving, and you will surely become strong." When I was inexperienced, Xiaoming hadn't seen me. A single gale shadow had me switching cities multiple times. Xiaoming chuckled. "When you switched cities, that was a strategic retreat. But if Zichuan were to switch cities, it would be a panicked escape. Don't you agree, Lin Yisin?" Lin Yisin, loosening her grip on the fluffy white bun, looked bewildered. "Oh, did you say something?" "Alas. You glutton." I find myself at a loss for words, feeling quite embarrassed. Lin Yisin, with an endearing smile, playfully stuck out her tongue and remarked, "Oh dear. I've been diligently leveling up all day, and I'm absolutely famished." Zichuanyu cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Lu Chun, do you and the guild leader know what transpired after you both logged off?" "We're not aware," Lin Yisin and I replied in unison, shaking our heads. Zichuanyu continued. "Merely 10 minutes after Lu Chun logged off, Zhu Yingluan led an army of 300,000 back to the Dawn Valley. Upon witnessing that the North Alliance had been thoroughly cleansed from around Dawn City, Zhu Yingluan knelt before the city and wept uncontrollably." "Why?" Xiaoming asked, bewildered. "Isn't he a war god?" Lin Yisin's beautiful eyes sparkled with intelligence as she replied, "To win the hearts of the people is to conquer the world. Zhu Yingluan understands this principle, yet he has made a grievous misstep. He should never have ventured into the scorching city, even if coerced. His tears were not for Dawn City, but for the fact that the position of the Zhu Long in the Chinese region has begun to waver. This battle, where Zhu Yingluan led the Avengers alliance to Scorching City, has left many players in China disheartened. It can be said that Zhu Long's prestige on the Chinese server is no longer superior to that of ancient Sword Soul Dream. As she spoke, Lin Yisin turned to me with pride, exclaiming, "My Lu Chen truly fought magnificently in this battle, though the cost was somewhat dire, as I was involved." I replied, "You are mine. Your involvement is of little consequence." She chuckled softly, her laughter sweet. Xiao Meng, however, was bewildered, staring at us with wide eyes. "Have you too done that? What do you mean by that?" I retorted, my eyes widening. "Is it the same for you and Zichuan Yu?" Just as Xiao Meng was about to respond, Zichuan Yu hurriedly covered her mouth, fearing a slip of the tongue, and exclaimed, "Ha! There's nothing to it, truly nothing at all. Your trust is suspect." Lin Yisin remarked dryly. Zichuan Yu grabbed a bun, took a hearty bite, and then, after consuming a mouthful of spicy pickled peppers, tears streamed down his face as he said, "Now, regarding Dawn City, the Iron Hammer Fortress has descended from the heavens, completely sealing off the North Alliance's path of invasion into the Chinese region. Thus, our relationship with the North Alliance can be temporarily set aside. What are your thoughts on the recent situation of the national war?" Lin Yisin set down her chopsticks, sipped her juice delicately, gazed into the distance, and stated, "It's quite simple. After 3 consecutive days of national warfare, the North Alliance also needs to recuperate, and with the Iron Hammer Fortress standing in between, there will be no conflict between Dawn City and the North Alliance for at least half a month. During this time, Lu Chun and I can focus on leveling up. And moreover, Gu Jianhunming's Gue Guzi and sister He have both suffered losses of level 30 and need to recover as well." I nodded in agreement. The primary threat has shifted to the southeast, namely the Indian main city, Elephant City, and Qingta City. While we were embroiled in conflict with the North Alliance, Elephant City has already dispatched small forces to attack Sky City. These forces cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, there is another variable in the national war situation. "What variable?" Zichuan Yu asked, his expression grave. In a low voice, I remarked, "To the north of Tianfeng City lies the territory of the Northern Alliance. Yet it does not encompass all. In the far northwest, there exists a desolate expanse, marked by a complex terrain of deserts, wastelands, hills, and basins, with whispers of snow-covered lands. Within this region, 27 small nations are embroiled in persistent conflict, including the Black Earth city of Argentina and various cities of Serbia. Should these nations forge an alliance, they would indeed become a formidable force. I believe we could exploit this situation, using the chaos of the 27 nations to constrain the Northern Alliance, employing strategies of division and subterfuge to fracture the relationships among the 8 principal cities of the Northern Alliance. Sometimes, defeating an enemy does not necessitate the use of a sharp blade, even though wielding such a blade is the most exhilarating method." Zichuan Yu inhaled deeply, the bun in his hand now misshapen from his grip, his excitement palpable. "Damn, speaking with Lu Chun has been profoundly enlightening. I never imagined your foresight would extend so far. My previous considerations pale in comparison to your vision." Lin Yisin smirked lightly, her lips curling into a smile. "Zichuan, take note. Both you and the Purple Garment Marquis are commanders of Snow Silver Fur. As leaders, one must possess not only martial prowess, but also strategic acumen. Though Lu Chen appears simple, he possesses profound depth. No wonder the solitary grave of your spoke of chaotic shadows and the need for a capable leader to stabilize the realm." I was at a loss for words. When have I ever been deep? I merely analyzed the situation as it is. All right, you're simplistic then." Lin Yisin chuckled. Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at me, exclaiming, "Lu Chun, your analytical demeanor is so impressive." Lin Yisin cleared her throat. "Xiaoming, you are Zichuan's girlfriend, right? Don't get it mixed up." Zichuan Yu awkwardly touched his nose, while Xiaoming playfully stuck out her tongue and laughed, just enjoying a little admiration. "It doesn't affect my relationship with Zichuan." Zichuan Yu added, "So, if the chaotic 27 nations were to engage in war with the Northern Alliance, wouldn't we be able to reap the benefits?" I smiled. "Let's eat first. We can await the developments of the situation. Rest assured, after the battle in Qinxi City, the show of strength from the Chinese district will be enough to shatter the cohesion of those Northern Alliance nations." Indeed, we ordered several more dishes, our hunger overwhelming us as we devoured the meal. After dining, we discovered that the school gates had already closed. Zichuan Yu took Xiaoming's hand, saying, "It's late. Let's find a place to rest." Xiaoming nodded, her cheeks flushed. I whispered from behind them, "See? I told you there was something. What they have is none of your concern." Lin Yisin patted my shoulder, laughing. "The real question now is, where will I sleep tonight?" I glanced at the distant X-12 and formulated a plan. "If you don't wish to stay at a hotel, why not accompany me for a night in the car?" "No way." Lin Yisin pouted, whining, "If I wake up in the morning, I'll be the center of attention." "Well then, what should we do?" Lin Yisin's beautiful eyes darted around, deliberately avoiding my gaze, before she softly suggested, "Lu Chun, could you take me back to the studio to sleep?" I was taken aback. How could that possibly be allowed? "It's fine," she assured me. She turned around, linking her arm with mine. "I want to sleep with Beiming. Besides, I haven't seen Sister He Yi and Sister Mingwei in a long time. Please take me back." I hesitated for a moment. Lin Yisin shook my hand, urging, "Take me home." On the roadside, a middle-aged man passed by, observing us with a face that turned pale. Such a beautiful girl was pleading for someone to take her home, yet the person seemed reluctant. The man regretted missing out on a beautiful era, wishing he could be young again, and would have gladly taken that girl home. Ultimately, however, I chose not to go, holding Lin Yisin's hand. "All right, let's go home." Chapter 773. Swiftly attend to the night at 11:30. We arrived at the Frost Cloud studio. I knocked gently on the door and cautiously pushed it open, stretching my neck to glance into the brightly lit hall. He Yi, Murong Mingyue, and Beiming Shui were all seated, seemingly waiting for me. "Brother is back," Beiming Shui exclaimed with a smile. He asked, "Oh, why aren't you coming in?" I pointed behind me. "I brought someone back with me." "Oh, who did you bring?" "It wouldn't be a stunning beauty, would it?" Murong Mingyue chuckled. "Come in." Lin Yisin pushed me through the door and followed in, standing at the entrance with a charming smile. "Sister He Yi, Sister Mingyue, Beiming, it's been a long time." Beiming Shui gleefully responded, "Wow? Sister Lin Yisin came back with you?" Feeling a bit awkward, I explained, "Well, after having dinner, the school was already closed. Yi said she hadn't seen everyone in a while, so she came back with me. She'll sleep with Beiming tonight, all right?" Beiming Shui nodded enthusiastically. "Sure, that sounds great." Before He Yi and Murong Mingyue could rise, Lin Yisin, with her keen intellect, stepped forward, linking her arm with He Yi's. During this national battle, I was offline for a large part of the time, allowing Gu Jianhun Meng to fight independently. "I feel a bit guilty. He Yi, please don't be mad at me." "Sister He Yi chuckled. "How could I be? If it weren't for Yi's final divine tear, Lu Chun would have definitely been at level 0. I added, "If I were killed to level 0, my account would be automatically deleted." "Ah, is it that serious?" He asked in surprise. I nodded. "Yes. The resurrection technique also has its side effects." Murong Mingyue remarked, "This is a classic case of a beauty saving a bear." I glared. "Who is the bear?" Beiming Shui suggested, "Since we're all here, let us play a game of 3 Kingdoms Kill? A 5-player version. How about it? We can play for a bit, and then sleep." I nodded. "No problem. What do you all think?" The other 3 girls nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us play." Thus, we each settled down, set up the game, and the battle commenced. In the first round, He Yi was the lord, while Beiming Shui and I pretended to be loyal subjects, only to be unmasked by the 2 true loyalists, Lin Yisin and Murong Mingyue. Murong Mingyue's Zhang Fei was invincible, swiftly defeating Beiming Shui and me, leading to our quick downfall. In the second round, I became the lord, while He Yi and Lin Yisin turned into rebels. The 2 girls betrayed their loyalties seamlessly, eliminating the 2 loyalists, and ultimately, I was not spared either, meeting the same fate. In the third round, Lin Yisin surrendered early, leaving the remaining few to engage in combat. Lin Yisin rose from her seat, retrieved something from her small bag, and made her way to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, she returned, bearing 5 cups of freshly brewed tea, and said with a smile, "I learned the basics of tea ceremony from a Japanese beauty in Vancouver. Here, everyone, please sample my craft. This is calming tea," I remarked. "Will we drink it, and then find ourselves unable to sleep?" "No way. My skills are not that refined," she replied, cradling a cup of tea as she approached He Yi, leaning slightly and smiling. "Sister He Yi, do come and taste it." He Yi reached out for the tea. Murong Mingyue, observing from the side, commented, "Don't you find this scene quite endearing?" Both He Yi and Lin Yisin turned in surprise, asking, "What is so endearing about it?" Murong Mingyue chuckled, It reminds me of ancient times when a nobleman would take a new concubine, and the little concubine would serve tea to the main wife like this. He was at a loss, while Lin Yixin blushed and averted her gaze to the ground, as if her thoughts had been exposed. Bai Mingshuo laughed, saying, upon reflection, it does seem like that. Brother, are you planning to marry too? I felt embarrassed and replied, I haven't thought about that. Lin Yixin chuckled, how absurd. He nodded, exactly, as if such luck would befall us. Do you think Yi and I could be so easily deceived? I smirked and stood up, playfully wrapping an arm around each of the two ladies, saying, ladies, I shall retire for the night. Do come to attend to me. Murong Mingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi, did you drink during dinner? Not at all. Lin Yixin replied mischievously, suddenly grabbing He's hand, saying, Sister He, let us go attend to him and see if he truly has the audacity. He was bemused. Are we really doing this? Indeed. Both ladies seemed intent on pushing me towards the room, and I turned pale with fear, thinking, MLGBD. It's one thing to joke about, but if it were to happen, I would face dire consequences. Wait, I exclaimed hastily. What is it? The two ladies inquired. My legs feel a bit weak, I admitted, feeling utterly embarrassed. Lin Yixin waved her hand dismissively and returned to the sofa, sipping her tea delicately. He followed suit, casting a glance in my direction, saying, Lu Chun, it's time for a shower. I haven't seen your clothes for a week while Mingwei has been doing laundry. Understood. I replied, my face flushed as I entered the bathroom, while outside, the laughter and chatter of the ladies filled the air. In jest, we all understood the underlying tension. This time, Lin Yixin had taken the initiative to bridge the gap, fostering a much more harmonious relationship with He and Murong Mingwei. They were allies. And it could be said that an intricate psychological battle and strategic interplay was unfolding between He and Lin Yixin. As the subject of this emotional tug-of-war, I found myself helpless. One was the beloved leader, while the other was the cherished companion. What choice could I possibly make? The night passed without incident, and by the time I awoke the next morning, it was already 8 o'clock. Lin Yixin had taken a taxi back to school. According to our agreement, I was to log on at 8:30 in the morning to continue leveling up. As I emerged from the tent, the rustling sounds from a nearby shelter indicated that others were stirring as well. Shortly thereafter, a stunning female warrior wielding a battle axe appeared, her wrists adorned with a pair of jingling demon bells. These bells swiftly became a symbol of Lin Yixin. Whenever I heard their chime, I knew the knife goddess had arrived. Where shall we venture to slay today? Lin Yixin inquired with a cheerful smile. After pondering for a moment, I replied, let us ascend to the mountain summit, where ancient level monsters of level 170 dwell. Given our current levels, the experience gained would be at least quintupled. We could easily reach level 120 by noon. Very well, let us set forth. I summoned my Ice Lin steed, while Lin Yixin had to follow on foot. After a day of fierce battles yesterday, we had acquired a considerable amount of gear. Lin Yixin was equipped not only with a remarkable Cambrian artifact, but also 2 exceptional purple gold items of level 100 armor, which significantly enhanced her defense. Although they could not compare to the attributes of the demon bells, they were still a welcome addition. Moreover, the demon bells consistently held the top position on the equipment leaderboard, boasting a score 30 times greater than that of the second place. This was indeed a cause for lamentation. However, as Murong Mingyue had mentioned, my national war score was 8 times that of the second place, which allowed me to possess such a super artifact as the demon bells, a form of exemption granted by the system. The second place contender, the capital's Luoshin, received a 4-star exceptional heavenly robe, which paled in comparison to the demon bells. The third place holder was left with only an earthly artifact, while the others received level rewards. As for me, my relatively low level rendered my rewards insignificant, but I did gain a substantial increase of 7 points in luck, which was quite tangible. Continuing our ascent, the snow atop the mountain had begun to melt. As we proceeded higher, the map of the summit transformed into a blood-red expanse, a harbinger of the necromancer's territory. This land had succumbed to the Night Spirit faction, and the monsters here were of exceptionally high levels, deterring ordinary players from leveling up due to the steep costs involved. Yet for Lin Yixin and me, it mattered little. With the Phantom Wolf King, a celestial tier boss-level pet, paving our way, we felt no pressure. After a considerable trek, we finally reached a patch of dark, corroded ground. Beyond lay a vast expanse of deathly territory, filled with towering tombs, and distant wails echoed around us. Ding! System notification. You have entered the map of the Ghostly Howl Cemetery. Ghostly Howl Cemetery? Lin Eason blinked in surprise and chuckled. I've heard of this place in the database. The monsters here are all ancient level, the lowest of which are level 170. Are we perhaps overestimating our capabilities by venturing here? With my teeming sword in hand, I confidently replied, no problem at all. Do not forget, I am ranked 4th in the CGL Hall of Fame in China, and you are ranked 5th. If we lack the courage to face this place, it would indeed be a laughingstock. Lin Eason raised her delicate brows. You shameless fellow. Perhaps you should consider your own level. At 110, I feel embarrassed just mentioning it. I reassured her, no worries, fortune favors the bold. With me by your side, no one would dare to harm you. As I spoke, the ground nearby suddenly trembled violently. Almost immediately, a spike erupted from the earth, piercing through both me and Lin Eason with excruciating pain. 17,263. 20,182. Lin Eason, her face ashen with fright, staggered back, nearly succumbing to a single blow. What kind of creature is this, so formidable? I rely on you now. Damn it, my level isn't much higher than yours. I urged, equip yourself well and charge. Gritting my teeth, I plunged forward, unleashing a devastating attack. Numbers depicting damage erupted from the ground as the earth cracked open, revealing a grotesque, scorpion-like fiend. Burrowed Demon Scorpion LV-170 Ancient Monster Attack. Defense. Health. Description. One of the guardians of the Ghostly Howl Cemetery. These burrowed demon scorpions were once the tyrants of the mountains. After succumbing to the death plague, they became puppets of the Night Spirit faction. Possessing incredibly resilient dual blades and toxic stingers, they are lethally dangerous, with countless adventurers meeting their demise at their claws. Chapter 774. The Demon Giant Card. Binding Spell. With a mighty shout, my godly skill was unleashed, but it was met with a resounding miss. The disparity in levels was too great for me to contend with. I stepped back, only to charge forward again with a thunderous blitz, resulting in yet another magnificent miss. However, the Phantom Wolf King managed to pin the creature down like a wedge, its claws slashing repeatedly and dealing substantial damage, unleashing a flurry of devastating strikes. I maneuvered to the opposite side of the burrowed demon scorpion and, with a sudden burst of energy, executed a series of 4 consecutive strikes that crashed into the creature's rear. The sound of shattering skill fragments resonated as the burrowed demon scorpion wailed in agony, suffering an instantaneous damage of 70,000. Yet, it was insufficient. In my prime, such an onslaught would have dealt at least 150,000 damage. But the level suppression made it exceedingly difficult to vanquish. The burrowed demon scorpion, sensing the pain, reacted swiftly, its massive pincers snapping toward me. I swiftly retreated, deftly maneuvering my ice scale horse. While my resistance waned, my attributes remained intact, allowing me to maintain my speed and deftness in evasion. Be careful, Lin Eason called out from behind. Suddenly, a sharp sensation coursed through my back. I had been struck by the scorpion's tail stinger, losing over 30,000 health and succumbing to poison, my complexion turning a ghastly hue. From a distance, Lin Eason laughed melodically. Oh, little trickster, you've turned into the Hulk. I scoffed. Hey, Lin, instead of mocking me, why not lend a hand? I'll deal with you later. With that, I resumed the battle. After 3 minutes of fierce combat, the burrowed demon scorpion's health finally dwindled. Now? Got it. In perfect synchrony, Lin Eason dashed forward, her barrier shatter skill cascading down upon the scorpion's neck, her graceful form slicing through the air, producing impressive damage numbers. 15,277. 11,983. As Lin Eason ascended to level 102, her offensive prowess undeniably surged, particularly with the acquisition of the Demon Bell, a remarkable artifact from the Cambrian period, which significantly enhanced her attributes. Upon receiving experience points, Lin Eason effortlessly advanced to level 103, while I observed my experience bar swell with an impressive addition of 87 points. An exhilarating moment indeed. How delightful it was to conquer ancient-level monsters beyond level 60. According to the team's experience allocation rules, Lin Eason garnered 50 experience points for each monster she felled, while the remainder was distributed based on output contribution, most of which was mine, resulting in an equitable progression in our levels of fortuitous development. After dispatching a crypt scorpion, we were rewarded with several illusory stones, which I handed over to Lin Eason, along with a spear that, upon inspection, turned out to be a 1-star extraordinary purple-gold weapon called Scorpion Strike, requiring level 150 for use. Clearly, this was an item neither Lin nor I could equip for quite some time, so I decided to set it aside for later sale. Continuing our journey along the periphery of the Ghost Howl Cemetery, we dared not venture too deep. Summoning more than 2 crypt scorpions would spell trouble, as my binding technique would prove insufficient, and even the Phantom Wolf King would falter against the onslaught of 2 scorpions. My health regeneration was inadequate, and my clones were pitifully fragile, leaving me with no choice but to flee. One by one, we vanquished the crypt scorpions, and the exhilarating surge of experience kept us engaged. After nearly an hour and a half, we gradually cleared the vicinity of over 20 crypt scorpions. I reached level 119, while Lin attained level 115, and soon we would be prepared for battle. Little trickster, look, what is that eerie creature? Lin exclaimed, tugging at my hand and pointing into the distance. I turned to see a colossal figure standing deep within the cemetery, its body shrouded in green moss, resembling a surgically altered stone giant. Its musculature was bizarre, with arms reminiscent of a hill giant, and its head was a grotesque amalgamation, one half a fierce tiger, the other a sleek leopard. Its corpulent body boasted a chest composed of mismatched flesh, equipped with foreclaws that scuttled rapidly across the ground. Entirely enveloped in petrified skin and moss, truly a scientific monstrosity. Demon Giant LV 175 Ancient Level Monster Attack. Defense. Health. Description. One of the guardians of the Ghost Howl Cemetery, these demon giants are the products of necromancer experiments, stitched together from various monstrosities. They possess 4 limbs, move with remarkable speed, and boast powerful arms capable of shattering boulders, earning them the title of the Stone Sentinels of the Ghost Howl Cemetery. We must prepare. This one is formidable and will require our combined strength to defeat, lest we take too long, I declared, grasping the teeming sword. Suddenly, I turned and retrieved a level 102-star extraordinary dark gold bow from my pack, tossing it to Lin. I then produced 2 sets of rusted gray-black iron arrowheads and offered them to her, saying, "Here, you can attack from a distance." Lin parted her lips slightly and inquired, "Where did you acquire this bow and these arrows? Each arrow has a damage of merely 10. That's truly inadequate. The tempered arrows that Ching bought boast an attack power of 250 each." I shrugged dismissively. "Don't be so picky. Come now. Be a deer and control the monsters from a distance. I lack range skills. No matter, just focus on controlling them." With that, I drew my sword and charged forward. The Teeming sword successfully drew the monster's aggro, and alongside the Phantom Wolf King, we unleashed a flurry of attacks. The demon giant's offensive capability was indeed formidable, capable of inflicting over 20,000 health points with a single strike. The level disparity was terrifying. Fortunately, after consuming the Blood Knight card, my health increased by 40, bringing my total to 120,000, rendering me impervious to the monster's assaults. Moreover, I was not the primary tank. That role belonged to the little wolf. The level 110 Ice Dragon, Chris, soared through the air, unleashing icy breaths that struck the monsters, each hit surpassing 20,000 damage. It was indeed remarkable. Hard to fathom that such a powerful attack came from a level 110 pet. Its strength was sufficient to obliterate other pets of the same level. Lin stood vivaciously atop a massive rock, drawing her longbow as a flurry of cold arrows rained down. Surprisingly, despite her preference for melee combat, her archery skills were exceptional, her precision capable of putting to shame archers above level 90. Under the dark gaze, I detected the monster's weakness and exclaimed, "The demon giant's weak point is its right eye. Aim carefully and strike hard." "All right, little trickster, you target the weakness too. I can't reach it. You're really short. Come on, the monster is 3 meters tall. How could I possibly hit it?" Lin chuckled. My little trickster, in a fit of anger, leapt into the air and landed a punch on the stone giant's knee. I was utterly bewildered. After a strenuous effort, our duo, accompanied by our pets, managed to whittle the monster's health down to around 3, and I ceased my assault. Lin then charged in with her battle axe, resembling a fierce little princess, and with a resounding crack, shattered the monster's head. With that, I leveled up once more. Experiencing such rapid advancement in this place was sheer bliss. The demon giant collapsed with a thunderous crash, scattering stones everywhere, along with a bluish card that fell to the ground. Picking it up, I couldn't help but beam with joy. Demon Giant card. Increases the user's health cap by 30 and physical defense by 30 for 90 minutes. I picked up the card and said with a grin, "What a powerful card. I'll use it first, and if there's any surplus, I'll share it with you." "Sure. Go ahead." Neighing glanced at her attributes and remarked, "What a pity. My strategy points are too low, only 100. Otherwise, my sovereign attribute could be significantly enhanced." I asked, "How many strategy points do you have in total?" 184 points. Sovereign could add 71 to all attributes. "Come on, Captain, activate Sovereign. This way, my life will be a bit sturdier, and we can at least take on 2 demon giants simultaneously." Okay. With a change in captaincy, strategic skills have been activated. Under the renowned signature ability of the Fruit Knife Goddess, my attributes have surged by an impressive 71. Coupled with the accumulation from the Demon Giant card, my stats are subtly approaching an extraordinary level, boasting a health cap of 160,000. Truly formidable. My defense has also seen a noteworthy hidden enhancement. Indeed, the Demon Giant card is a remarkable asset. If I could amass a collection, it would be invaluable for arena battles and guild wars, proving to be exceedingly sharp. A group bolstered by the Demon Giant cards is akin to wielding a powerful strategic skill. Continuing onward, we attracted a Demon Giant, and together with my pet, we vanquished it, reaping substantial experience points. Engaging low-level foes with high attributes is an unparalleled joy. Suddenly, I was struck repeatedly by the Demon Giant, sending me flying. With my palm raised, a brilliant golden sigil surged into the sky, and a grand, ornate character for sword imprinted itself upon the ground. The Demon Giant staggered, nearly toppling over, as a massive damage number of 78,379 floated above its head. "Wow, little trickster, is this your divine general skill?" Neighing gazed at me, her eyes filled with wonder. "What a beautiful divine skill." I smiled and replied, "Indeed, it is an ancient sigil, an active attack-type divine skill. It is thanks to this move that I was able to hold my ground for so long before you logged in." "Such a stunning skill," Neighing remarked enviously, pouting as she seemed to reminisce about her own status as a divine general, now unable to utilize such a skill. Just as I was about to offer her words of comfort, a thunderous sound of hooves echoed from the other side of the graveyard. Soon after, a group of cavalry riders mounted on flaming wolves appeared, swiftly encircling Neighing and me. One of the wolf riders stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Apologies, but this Ghost Howl Graveyard is our Thunder Guild's leveling ground. We kindly ask you to leave immediately, or we shall not hesitate to be less than courteous." "Thunder Guild?" I glanced around, then urged my ice-scale horse to turn leisurely, responding, "Aren't you the guild from Tianfeng City? What brings you to Sky City?" Neighing, wielding her battle axe with ferocity, exclaimed, "Little trickster, why waste words? Let us charge in and take them down to continue leveling." I inwardly groaned, lowering my voice. "My dear aunt, do you still think we are players at the 160-level Fire Realm? Let us not forget we are at least 30 levels below them. How can we possibly fight? Then let us reveal our identities and make them reconsider," Neighing suggested. "That is indeed a sound proposal. Our IDs are well known within the Chinese region. No guild should dare disrespect us." In the next moment, I unleashed the brilliance of my equipment, revealing my ID as well. They should have noticed by now. "Oh, so it's Zhiji Chunsha and Fengsa Huanxiang." As the leading figure, the greedy wolf knight, with a grin that belied his true intentions, declared, "However, even for the two of you, departure is imperative. Our leader has decreed that the Ghost Howl Graveyard must be secured. Otherwise, the Thunder Guild will be unable to establish its foothold in the Dragonbone Mountains. I trust you will facilitate this and leave at once. Otherwise," with a sudden flourish, I drew my sword, lunging forward. The blade gleamed as it pierced the greedy wolf knight's chest, shattering barriers and delivering a swift 3-hit combo that cut through the throng. Following that, I raised my hand, an ancient seal soaring into the heavens before plummeting down, claiming the lives of numerous Thunder Guild players who had dared to advance. Despite my level being suppressed, dispatching the greedy wolf knight posed little challenge. The body of the greedy wolf knight began to fade away, his mouth agape in shock and fury, clearly bewildered by my audacity to strike despite my low level. With a swift motion, I tossed his corpse aside, my ice-scale horse letting out a long neigh, its hooves trampling upon the fallen body. I pointed my sword, exclaiming, "How dare you seek death? This Dragonbone Mountains is a public map, and no one has ever dared to claim territory here for grinding. Even if someone did, it would be the likes of Ancient Sword Soul Dream or Silver Fur. When has it ever been your turn? The Thunder Guild is nothing but a joke. And you trash dare to prance around in the Sky City? Truly laughable. Witnessing my furious demeanor, the Thunder Guild players were left in stunned silence. Never expecting me to act so boldly, let alone annihilate nearly 30 high-level greedy Wolf Knight players in a single strike, a level of power few could rival, even among those of level 160 at this stage. Behind me, Neighing chuckled, "What a mighty little trickster." Just then, from the depths of the Ghost Howl graveyard, a new wave of greedy Wolf Knights surged forward, accompanied by a plethora of archers, mages, priests, bards, and strategists, all well-equipped. At the forefront rode a figure clad in formidable armor, astride a black-scaled warhorse, wielding a long spear. Above him, the title read, Thunderfire LV-160, Dark Knight, Guild, Thunder. Position, Guild Leader. This was none other than the guild leader of the Thunder Guild, Thunderfire, the very individual who had previously taken the martial god, Candleshadow Chaos, captive during the battle in the Dawn Canyon, only to return empty-handed from the Scorching City. Huh. Indeed, Liu Chun, your prowess is remarkable, Thunderfire proclaimed, raising his spear. I initially had no intention of resorting to force to claim the Ghost Howl graveyard, but your blatant disrespect leaves us no choice. You dare to belittle the Thunder Guild? Today, I shall show you exactly what the Thunder Guild represents. With a commanding gesture of his spear, he rallied his troops, declaring, Brothers, Ancient Sword Soul Dream has been audaciously tyrannical, believing themselves to be kings in the Sky City. Today, we, Thunder, shall challenge the leader of Ancient Sword Soul Dream. While the world may grant you respect, I shall not. Advance, unleash our full firepower, and obliterate those who dare to oppose us. At this moment, Neighing could no longer contain herself. Brandishing her battle axe, she stepped forward and declared, Pai Hua, you are clearly looking for trouble. You take advantage of our lower levels to bully us, attempting to suppress both me and Liu Chun. Is that not so? Pai Hua raised the corner of his mouth with a smirk. In this life, one has the freedom to speak as they please. Regardless, I am determined to defy the heavens today and will proceed as I wish. Then let us engage. Neighing positioned her battle axe horizontally and, with a playful smile, said to me, Little trickster, this axe is only level 40. It has long been due for retirement. Help me acquire a level 121-handed sword. Okay, I chuckled, aligning my thoughts with Neighing's. Since her arrival at the Dragonbone Mountains, she had already reached level 120 and had yet to return to town for equipment replenishment. With this group from the Thunder Guild appearing, we could gather some level 120 weapons and gear from them. Come forth, you bunch of rascals. I brandished the teeming sword and provocatively grinned. Pai Hua's expression turned ashen. Brothers, attack. Eliminate them, encircle them, and do not let them escape. Instantly, the sound of iron hooves echoed as a swarm of greedy wolf riders encircled us. Fall back and attack with your bow. I will hold the line. I shouted loudly. All right. Neighing retreated with quick, delicate steps, her battle boots leaving straight footprints on the ground littered with corpses. I activated the resurrection technique. Losing a few levels now mattered little. Having once matched the elite forces of the Northern Alliance, even the sorrow of Vienna had shunned me. And these clowns from the Thunder Guild were of no concern. Boom. The 1,000 ice slash descended upon the crowd. The ice-scaled horse galloped to the side. At level 124, I was unafraid of the greedy wolf riders. After freezing a group of them, I surged forward with speed, my sword raised high, unleashing a ferocious 3-strike combo of the fiery blade slash, flames ravaging through the throng, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. The radiant souls ascended in droves, along with a plethora of potions, cooked goods, and equipment drops. As Neighing retreated, she continuously drew her longbow, raining cold arrows upon the chests of the greedy wolf riders. Although her bow's attributes were not formidable, her attacks were amplified by the demon bell, combined with the 71 effect of the national beauty, resulting in damage exceeding 10,000 points with each shot. Shatter the mountains. Tremor arrow. Archers, stun them. Pai Hua bellowed, wielding his spear, yet he did not dare to join the fray, seemingly intimidated by my and Neighing's attack power, fearing that he would be swiftly eliminated and leave his comrades leaderless. A group of archers and mages advanced, forming a formation in the narrow Ghost Roar graveyard map. I could not help but admire their strategic positioning. Swish! The teeming sword burst forth with brilliance as I struck decisively, executing a spinning slash. You stand in a line and blame me for the instant kills? Boom! The spiraling vortex of gathered sword energy shredded through the crowd, tearing the archers into fragments. Simultaneously, I retreated several steps, the ground in front of me punctured with arrows. Thankfully, I had dodged swiftly, otherwise, I would have been struck. My level was low, and the archers had at least a 40% chance to stun me. If I were to be consecutively stunned, it would be a complete disaster. Swish! Upon examining the divine power, I found myself with 37 points remaining and decisively activated the earth transformation effect. Instantly, 3 colossal dragons erupted from the ground, transforming into 3 azure blades that encircled me in protection. Following the earth transformation, my attributes experienced a significant enhancement in resistance, making me ready for battle. I deliberately evaded the range of the enemy's mages and archers, engaging in a tactical retreat while my blades whirled continuously, dispatching the greedy wolf riders from their mounts. The phantom wolf king roared in fury, unleashing a cataclysmic storm that descended upon the crowd, mercilessly decimating a multitude of dark knights and archers upon the corrupted ground. I galloped forward with commanding presence, raising my hand to summon 3 ancient sigils that soared into the sky before crashing down amidst the throng. The golden, ornate characters erupted with astounding destructive power, sending forth a chorus of anguished cries as nearly 100 players from the Thunder Guild met their demise. Swift and agile, I rode past, reaching out to snatch up 3 pieces of equipment, 2 long swords and a cloak. A quick glance revealed that one of the swords was a level 140 spirit weapon, while the other was a level 120 gold and purple artifact, both boasting commendable attack power. The cloak, a level 115 spirit item, also possessed excellent attributes. Laughing heartily as I retreated, I noticed neighing being pressured back by a dozen greedy wolf riders. Her battle axe's strikes proving rather limited. With mirth, I thought, the fruit knife goddess is not as formidable as she seems. The opportunity to subdue her has arrived. Several greedy wolf riders chuckled lewdly. I swiftly approached, driving my sword into one of the greedy wolf riders, and tossed the cloak and sword to neighing, instructing her to equip them. Nodding in acknowledgement, she donned the cloak and equipped the level 120 golden purple sword. The black cloak billowed behind her, accentuating her exquisite legs beneath her armor. With a flash, her long sword pierced the chest of a greedy wolf rider, as she radiated with the luminescence of azure lotuses. Entering the earth transformation state herself, her graceful form spun elegantly, leaving marks upon the necks of several dark knights with her blade. Within mere moments, a dozen dark knights lay sprawled on the ground. Boom! The level 120 golden purple sword, enveloped in fierce flames, unleashed a frost sword aura that extended for dozens of yards, striking down within the crowd and generating damage numbers exceeding 20,000, leaving the players of the Thunder Guild pale with fear. Clearly, we were far more powerful than they had anticipated. Thunderfire clenched his fists. His expression darkened with fury as he growled, "Damn it." Lying Wind Shadow provided erroneous information. Wind Color Fantasy has already reached level 120 within 24 hours. With such strength in this confined terrain, we cannot possibly defeat them. We must retreat, immediately withdraw from the Ghost Roar Graveyard. The players of the Thunder Guild hurriedly fell back. However, unexpectedly, a resounding dragon's roar filled the air, as a surge of draconic energy swept through the crowd, sending numerous soldiers crashing to the ground. In the depths of the Ghost Roar Graveyard, a formidable line of iron cavalry stood tall, led by a high-ranking warrior who, with a slight smile, proclaimed, "You who dared provoke the vice leader of our ancient sword soul dream, do you still believe you can retreat unscathed?" Chapter 776. The Northern Territory Accord. The one who arrived was none other than Li Chengfeng, accompanied by a group including Guguzi, Duziyang, and Wan Yumm. As the core players of the Longyao Iron Cavalry faced the life barrier, they had all dropped to level 30. Now, this divine general was leading them in leveling up. But little did they anticipate the encounter that awaited them here. Guguzi laughed heartily. "Old man Gigi, they are simply bullying you for your low level. This detestable bunch, with their narrow-mindedness, is truly infuriating." I observed that Guguzi, Wan Yue, and the others had already reached level 130. With the prowess of renowned generals and the strength of Longyao steeds, they could return to level 150 in less than a week. I raised my teeming sword, pointing it directly at the thunderfire, and proclaimed with a smile, "Who will join me in vanquishing thunderfire? Today, we, the ancient sword soul dream, shall conduct a cleansing operation. Not a single player from the Thunder Guild in the Ghost Howl Cemetery shall be spared. No mercy. This one is mine." Li Chengfeng laughed heartily, urging his steed forward, 3 azure blades encircling him in protection. With the effect of the earth transformation, he charged forth. In a mere instant, employing a Z-shaped 4-hit combo technique, he unleashed 4 devastating skills upon Thunderfire's chest, tearing through his armor and delivering a fatal blow. Upon his fall, Thunderfire cursed vehemently, likely astonished by the outcome of this skirmish. Although the Thunder Guild's greedy wolf cavalry was quite elite, they were no match for the kingly Longyao Iron Cavalry, which could even overpower bloodthirsty beast cavalry, let alone these lower-tiered greedy wolves. Slay them. In accordance with the deputy leader's orders, leave none alive. Luan Yue, lead the encirclement. Giguzi bellowed, brandishing his spear. The forces split into 2, executing a coordinated attack from above and below, as the Longyao Iron Cavalry, with attributes less than 1/10 of their adversaries, mercilessly slaughtered over 10,000 players from the Thunder Guild within the Ghost Howl Cemetery in a mere 20 minutes. Lin Yisan pouted, "Goodness. No wonder the Longyao Iron Cavalry shines so brightly in national battles. Such strength is indeed terrifying." I chuckled lightly, fortunately. At that moment, Li Chengfeng rode over and said, "Wind Color Beauty, it has been a while. How's the deputy leader's training skills?" Lin Yisan replied with a light laugh, "They're passable." Li Chengfeng laughed heartily in understanding and continued, "This bunch from the Thunder Guild truly has some audacity to rampage in Sky City. I wonder who gave them such courage." Lin Yisan remarked, "Clearly, it is Zhu Long." The forums are abuzz, claiming that Zhu Yingwan intends to recruit the Thunder Guild, Awakening Wings, and Silver Soul into Zhu Long's subfactions, or perhaps form alliances. In any case, Zhu Yingwan is making significant moves again, and the Avengers alliance seems to have become a sword for Zhu Yingwan. I scoffed, let us not even mention that repugnant Avengers alliance. In truth, if it weren't for the Avengers alliance's betrayal in refusing to assist Morning Sun City, we would not have suffered so greatly, losing levels left and right. Lin Yisan wouldn't have had to use Divine Weeping to drop back to level 0, or even delete her account. Li Chengfeng remarked, "Zhu Yingwan is indeed preparing for significant action. According to unreliable rumors, over the past few days, the Zhulong Guild has been aggressively sweeping through various leveling spots, gathering cards that enhance attack, defense, and health for use in the national war. If all goes as anticipated, within 2 days, Tianfeng City will initiate a regional national war, led by the Avenger Alliance under Zhu Long's command. Approximately 10 million players will traverse the Eternal Ice Domain, embarking on a long-distance assault on the surrounding 3 secondary main cities of Eternal Love City. Zhu Yingwan seems intent on fortifying their position by first eliminating the smaller towns around Eternal Love City before launching a full-scale attack, aiming to seize the sole main city of the French." I paused momentarily and said, "Zhu Yingwan's ambitions are indeed considerable." Li Chengfeng nodded in agreement, "Precisely." During the latter stages of Lingtong, Zhu Yingwan led the Chinese forces to conquer 7 or 8 main cities, primarily employing this strategy of isolating and defeating one by one, then sweeping through a region. Now, Zhu Yingwan is resorting to the same tactic. It remains to be seen if the French will fall for it again. I smiled thoughtfully, how intriguing. Just then, a notification chimed, a message from Swan Le Fun. "Lu Chun, are you there?" "Yes, Uncle, what is up?" "You've reached level 124, impressive. Is there something you need? Are you with Lin Yisan?" "Yes, is there a problem?" "None at all. When you have time, come to Morning Sun City. You and Lin Yisan should come together. Also, He, San Sheng Mo, Zhan Tian. An October rain have already arrived." "All right, I'll head there right away." It seemed that something significant was unfolding, as several guild leaders were gathering. After a brief discussion with Lin Yisan, the lovely young lady readily agreed. She had resumed her role as the leader of Shui Yinsan and was ready to accept the accompanying responsibilities. Li Chengfeng, Giguzi, and others continued their leveling, while Lin Yisan and I returned to the city and then teleported to Morning Sun City. Upon our arrival, the main city was remarkably revitalized, having undergone substantial reinforcement. The city now boasted numerous magical arrow towers, such as flame and frost towers, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities compared to before. Even the outer walls were cloaked in a thick anti-magic shell, making it considerably more challenging for the Northern Alliance to seize the city, even if they approached once more. Not far away, Swanluffen rode up, grinning. "Come, join my team. We're off to the Dragonbone Mountains." "What is the purpose of going to the Dragonbone Mountains?" I inquired. "We have esteemed guests visiting." "Oh." I refrained from pressing further, drawing my sword and leading Lin Eason along. She met the requirements for riding and mounted her ice scythe warhorse once more, having also purchased several high-tier equipment pieces at the auction house to rearm herself, regaining the aura of a high-tier female warrior. At the city gate, Zhan Tian, October Rain, He, Sansheng Mo, Jingxing Luoshan, Zhuing Wan, Batian Dao, and Little Pig were already present, indicating that something indeed significant was afoot. Under Swanluffen's guidance, the group mounted their steeds and rode forth from the city. Outside the city of Morning Twilight, numerous players were forming teams to level up. As our group of 37 traversed the jungle, we drew considerable attention. Each member of our team was a figure capable of shaking the Chinese server with just a stomp, all elite leaders of their respective guilds. When united, we could sway the fate of the Chinese server. A throng of players dashed up the Dragonbone Mountains without pause, slaughtering foes along the way. My Phantom Wolf King, San Shengmo's Tiger King, Zhan Tian's Ice Wolf, and Lin Eason's Ice Dragon Maiden led the charge, clearing the path effortlessly. Our sheer strength meant we hardly needed to fight ourselves, as our pets could easily vanquish the monsters along the route. Upon reaching the summit of the Dragonbone Mountains, we beheld a group of players with crimson names waiting for us in the clearing, among them familiar faces like Vienna's Sorrow, Blade of Kings, Titan God Clan, Cold Knight, and Storm Eye. With a clang, both Zhan Tian and I drew our blades, prepared for battle. "Stop!" Swanluffen hurriedly intervened, stating, "We are not here to fight this time." Both Zhan Tian and I were momentarily bewildered. "Could it be a negotiation?" asked October Rain. Swanluffen nodded. "Precisely. We must sit down and discuss matters with the Northern Alliance." "Why have we not seen representatives from the French main city?" He astutely inquired. Swanluffen smiled. "That is precisely the reason." Zhuing Wan snorted softly, but said nothing further. A group of us stepped forward. Out of respect, we dismounted and led our steeds. Vienna's Sorrow approached, scanning us with keen eyes before finally resting on me. With a flourish of his sword, he smiled. "In the sands of time, we still need to have our duel." I nodded. "I shall accompany you to the end." Blade of Kings wore an icy expression as well. At that moment, a sorceress from Sunset City named Dark Knight Rose stepped forward, smiling. "Let us address the matter at hand." "Indeed," Swanluffen agreed. Dark Knight Rose gestured expressively, elaborating. "The Northern Alliance consists of 6 nations and 8 cities. Following our recent joint offensive, we have encountered some discord. As elite players, you must have noticed the frequent interactions between the French city of Eternal Love and the chaotic 27 nation. Recently, players from Eternal Love launched 2 surprise attacks on Titan City. Therefore, Vienna has decided to take military action against Eternal Love. Since the French seem so fond of the chaotic 27, we shall begin our assault there, sending the French into barren lands." Lin Eason, wielding her sword, remarked coolly, "Is this how you treat your allies?" Dark Knight Rose's composure remained unshaken as she replied, "There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests." Zhuing Wan interjected, "So, you propose that we join forces to launch an offensive, creating a pincer movement to prevent the French from coordinating?" Vienna's Sorrow nodded. "Exactly." I raised my sword and inquired, "Once we capture Eternal Love, how shall we divide the spoils?" The Dark Knight Rose smiled. "Indeed, the truth is spoken plainly. The allocation is quite straightforward. Eternal Love City comprises a main city and 5 secondary cities. Eternal Love City belongs to China, while the remaining 5 secondary cities will be distributed by our Northern Alliance." He chuckled lightly. "It cannot be that simple, can it? Would the Northern Alliance relinquish such a substantial piece of the pie to the Chinese region?" The Dark Knight Rose glanced at He, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes, and replied, "It is indeed not so simple. We require an agreement, a pact between the Northern Alliance and the Chinese region. We concede Eternal Love City to you, but the condition is that when the Northern Alliance engages in warfare against the chaotic 27 nations, China must not take advantage to attack the Northern Alliance nor provide reinforcements to the chaotic 27 nations." Swanluffen expressed astonishment. "Have your pawns already been placed in barren lands?" Vienna's Sadness replied with a melancholic smile, "Of course. If you agree to this pact, we can sign it immediately, and launch our assault on Eternal Love City in 2 days. What do you think? Naturally, there were no objections, and the agreement was swiftly established and confirmed by the system. A document bearing everyone's signatures was produced. However, this agreement was essentially a worthless piece of paper, devoid of any binding power, for the system merely confirmed it without acting as a witness. Do you trust them? Neighing asked me. I rode down the mountain and whispered, to conspire with a tiger is to invite peril. Only a fool would trust the Northern Alliance's promises. Chapter 777. He's confession. Neighing and I had a remarkably clear and simple plan. We would continue leveling up until we reached level 150. As for the plan to attack Eternal Love City, we chose not to partake. Swan Siphon, Candle Shadow, and others were eager for battle, but we remained focused on our leveling. My interest in Eternal Love City was non-existent. It is quite simple. Eternal Love City is wedged between the 3 main cities of the chaotic 27 nations and the United States, like a venomous fang embedded deep within the Northern Alliance. Should this city fall into our hands, it would render Titan City, 7-Star City, and Hero City restless. The principle of not allowing others to slumber beside one's own bed is universally understood, and Vienna's sadness alongside Dark Knight, Rose surely comprehend this. Thus, this was destined to be a game rife with conspiracy and deceit. Given this, the 5 major guilds, Ancient Sword Soul Dream, Snow Silver Fur, Sovereign, Fiery Red Lips, and White Emperor City, formed an unspoken understanding to remain uninvolved. We would not participate in the siege 2 days hence. During these 2 days, Neighing and I nearly swept through the pinnacle regions of the Dragonbone mountain range, transforming the Ghost Howl Graveyard into our playground, slaying monsters with abandon. We even managed to defeat 2 level 170 ground-level bosses, garnering an abundance of experience. In these 2 days, apart from 10 hours of sleep, Neighing and I were almost inseparable in our leveling endeavors. It was precisely during this brief 48-hour span that I rapidly ascended to level 152, while Neighing returned to level 150, having acquired some superior equipment from Snow Silver Fur. In terms of attributes and level, Neighing had at least regained her former prowess of level 80. By the 4th day, I had ascended to level 155. Although I had not regained my position on the leaderboard, I had restored my skill to a level exceeding 95. The gap between me and the top player, Li Chengfeng from Sky City, was merely 8 levels. As players advanced to level 160, the experience required for leveling up would significantly increase, thus granting both Neiing and me a chance to catch up. Our equipment and skills were tailored for both leveling and PvP, placing us in an elite class for both endeavors, making the pursuit of higher levels quite feasible. A knock echoed from outside, followed by Murong Mingyue's voice. Lu Chun, rise and shine. Today, Tianfeng City is set to breach the Eternal Night Snowfield and launch an assault on Eternal Love City. It's the second national war. Wrapped in my blanket, I muttered, what has that got to do with me? I want to participate in an assault on the French main city. You still need to get up and level up. Murong Mingyue insisted firmly. Resigned, I reluctantly abandoned the warmth of my bed, struggling to rise and stumbling out of my room, bleary-eyed, and into the bathroom. Suddenly, a startled gasp escaped a voice. Huh? I collided with something, and, upon opening my eyes, was taken aback. Unbeknownst to me, he was already at the sink, washing her face, clad in a thin beige nightgown, meticulously drying her cheeks. Her gracefully rounded figure was prominently displayed, and I had inadvertently bumped into her. Turning to me, He's cheeks flushed crimson as she scolded. Hey, can't you watch where you're going? Leaning against the wall, I dared not utter a word. Eve, why are you dressed like this? As I gazed at her, her skin, as flawless as white jade, was barely concealed by the nightgown. In her movements, the curves of her form swayed gently before my eyes. Coupled with her exquisite visage and those sparkling eyes gazing at me with a mixture of annoyance and allure, it would be impossible for any normal man to remain composed. Observing my reaction, he, both amused and exasperated, asked, "How long are you going to stare?" I stammered, all right. It must be tiring to level up these days." She inquired. "Yes, somewhat. I wanted to sleep a bit longer, but Minghua pulled me out," I replied. He playfully closed the door, her warm face leaning close to mine as she planted a gentle kiss on my cheek. "All right, I've finished washing my face. Hurry up so we can eat together." Although we are not participating in the battle between Tianfeng City and Eternal Love City, We cannot afford to slack off. Who knows what schemes the Northern Alliance has in store? I nodded, still lingering in the delicate fragrance left by her kiss. I licked my parched lips and whispered, Eve, are you not upset about my situation with Lenison? I feel that even I would be angry. He pouted, her expression a blend of melancholy and resignation. What can I say? Back then, when you fell ill, I couldn't find you. By the time I did, Lynn had already seized the opportunity to occupy a significant place in your heart. Well, you're a foolish boy who would risk everything for me. I can't expect too much. As she spoke, he tilted her face towards me, then chuckled softly. What I'm concerned about is that you like Lynn. But do you like me? Gazing upon the fresh and sweet he before me, it was difficult to reconcile her with the astute, strategic vice president of GGS, as she resembled a neighborly girl who had just washed her face, full of innocence. A warmth surged within me as I reached out to embrace her delicate shoulders, confessing, I have liked you from the very beginning. Forgive me, Eve, for I truly do not know how to navigate this. I cannot bear to part with either you or Lenison. He smiled softly, her lips pursed. Well then, let it be as it is. I do not require you to leave Lenison. This isn't a melodramatic urban tale of love and death, which can be exhausting. As long as you remain by my side, I find contentment. Really? I inquired. Raising her elegant brows, he chuckled lightly. Who do you think I am? Do you believe I am like those fragile women, desperately seeking validation from a man? Fear not, for I am not. In this day and age, embracing a light-hearted spirit begets more joy. A wave of guilt washed over me. I understood that beneath He's strong exterior lay a vulnerable heart. Who can truly claim to be indifferent? Perhaps it was her deep affection that made her reluctant to relinquish her strength. I murmured, I'm sorry, Eve. Truly, I apologize. While I cannot promise much else, I can assure you that I will never leave you in this lifetime. He laughed heartily, wrapping her arms around my neck and squeezing me tightly. I adore you so much. What should I do? I feel awkward competing with Lynn. I too am at a loss for what to do. It's all my fault, I replied. Blame? Nonsense. Hurry and wash up. We need to eat before logging on. I have to visit the Shanghai office with Mingyue this afternoon. All right, she replied. After a swift freshening up, I stepped outside to find Bai Mingxue ascending the stairs in her high-heeled snow boots, carrying breakfast. With a cheerful smile, she announced, Brother, I bought your favorite large pancakes. After breakfast, we will log on separately. With a swish, I materialized in the Sky City, checking my inventory filled with the spoils of my recent leveling efforts. I made my way to the Air Force One convenience store, depositing each item into the warehouse. The lovely NPC shopkeeper, White Fox, greeted me with a smile, bowing slightly as her tail swayed gracefully. Master, yesterday's revenue amounted to 178,993 gold coins. After deducting taxes and operational costs, the net profit stands at 122,882 gold coins. Today's business appears to be even better than yesterday. I felt a surge of joy. The convenience store had transformed into a consistent source of income for me. The earnings from Dark Moon City were at least several dozen, if not 100 times, greater than those from the convenience store. However, those revenues did not belong to me. Over 50 had to be reinvested into the ancient Sword Soldiering Conference, with a considerable portion going to the back-end company, Yuli Square. Fortunately, I held a 10 stake in Yuli Square, ensuring I would not face starvation. After repairing my equipment, I teleported to Dark Moon City. At this moment, Dark Moon City has reached level 9, still quite distant from level 10. It is a monumental task to upgrade to a level 10 territory, as it requires all structures to be elevated to their maximum potential. Despite the significant resources gained from the recent assaults by guilds like Eternal Life Palace, the slow pace of territory upgrades remains unchanged. Level 9 Dark Moon City is already remarkably powerful. To my knowledge, Candle Dragon's territory is only level 7, while Flame Red Lips' territory stands at level 5. And Lenison's Silver Cedar City also appears to be at level 7. There is still a long way to go. Dark Moon City lies in a border region, adjacent to the Dragon Bone Mountains, Dawn City, Black Coast, Sky City, and Bone Desert, safeguarding the northeastern part of the Chinese region. To the east lies the formidable Indian Main City, Giant Elephant City, and to the north, the powerful Northern Alliance. Only by developing Dark Moon City can we hope to maintain control over this strategic location. From a strategic perspective, Dark Moon City occupies a critical choke point, making it a highly coveted area among military strategists. This underscores the value of our hard-fought conquest of Darkmoon City. As I surveyed the castle hall, everything progressed smoothly. The Dark Knight Odal led a formidable group of spectral knights across the territory, while a large contingent of archers took position atop the towering arrow towers, standing watch. A level 9 territory boasts a scale at least 10 times that of a level 1 territory. Although it may not be as vast as Dawn City, its walls are sturdy, and despite occupying only 20 of Dawn City's area, it is by no means inferior to a secondary main city. With the sound of thundering hooves, Li Chengfeng, Giguzi, Wan Yu, Su Yang, and others galloped in, dismounting before the castle hall. After nearly a week of rigorous training, everyone had returned to the Fire Realm at level 150, once again qualifying as ascended generals. Hey, Lu Chen's leveling speed is astonishing, Li Chengfeng remarked, glancing at my level with admiration. Wan Yu chimed in. That's nothing compared to Feng's beauty, who ascended from level 0 to 152 in just a week. Du Shursen shrugged with a smile. Well, who could blame her? Lin Beauty's prospective boyfriend is one of the top-tier war god-level players. With his guidance, it would be a miracle if Lu Chen's leveling speed wasn't rapid. I replied, I've been focused solely on leveling these past few days. Wan Yu, can you update me on the situation across the Chinese region? Wan Yu pursed her lips and said, Candle Dragon, Eternal Life Palace, Pinnacle of the World, Rose Thorn, Thunder, Wings of Awakening, Silver Soul, and around 400 guilds have formed an assault team for Skywind City, with numbers exceeding 30 million. They have been strategizing day and night and departed an hour ago for the Eternal Night Snowfield. Additionally, domestically, approximately 20 renowned generals have ascended within a week, most of whom are skilled in foot soldiers and archers. The number of renowned players is steadily increasing, and the system no longer announces the ascension of renowned generals. However, among divine generals, only you, Li Shaokai, and Lin Beauty remain. Indeed, quite impressive. Impressive? Come here, and let your sister give you a kiss. Chapter 778, Across the Sea to Battle. Afternoon. Darkmoon City, within the castle hall. He, Mu Rong Mingyue, Bai Mingshui, Li Chengfeng, Su Yang, Giguzi, and many others were present at this moment, which marked the time when Tianfeng City crossed the Eternal Night Snow domain. I opted for an in-game live broadcast, featuring the intense battle between Tianfeng City and Yongai City, projecting the live feed onto the side wall of the castle hall. Instantly, a vivid screen appeared, showcasing players dashing about, a sea of red 5-star flags uniting as one. At the edge of the Eternal Night Snow domain, the snow-covered ground, speckled with patches of grass, witnessed a massive charge of Chinese cavalry, their blades glinting as they surged forward. Ahead, French players from Yongai City emerged, intercepting the Chinese cavalry at the canyon's mouth, leading to a fierce clash where neither side seemed poised to claim victory anytime soon. The focus of the game broadcast shifted to the forefront, where Zhu Yingluan wielded his blade, directing his steed in a whirlwind of destruction. His attacks were swift and merciless, dealing devastating blows to the opposing players with his formidable skill, the Divine Prophecy. Such a tactic was truly insidious, He remarked. In the national war at Qingxi City, Zhu Yingluan eliminated 11 hero banner players, 9 of whom fell to the Divine Prophecy. I can only imagine how much the Northern Alliance despises this skill. Su Yang added. Indeed, while Zhu Yingluan possesses great strength, he has yet to match our Lu Chun. Li Chengfeng's eyes lit up as he laughed. His foundational prowess remains intact. Should Zhu Yingluan ascend to a divine general, he could very well rival Lu Chun as a peak-level monarch. With unwavering determination, he declared, regardless, even if Zhu Yingluan becomes a divine general, we will still take him down. Du Shursan, Su Yang, and the others erupted in laughter. The spirited remarks of the determined individual, though unfiltered, reflected the collective sentiment of the group. On screen, the players of Zhulong fought with fervor, displaying remarkable tenacity. Why are the Zhulong players so relentless? Bai Mingshui blinked and inquired. He smiled without replying. I explained, it's simple. In the battle at Qingxi City, Zhulong's brilliance dimmed, failing to embody the true essence of a Chinese king's guild. They are acutely aware of this, and Zhu Yingluan is particularly anxious, having been surpassed by both myself and Lin Yisin in the CGL Hall of Fame rankings. He must seize this opportunity to bolster his reputation. If Tianfeng City can indeed conquer Yongai City, Zhu Yingluan's throne will remain secure a while longer. Bai Mingshui chuckled, approaching to link her arm with mine, asking, "Brother, you must honestly tell me, do you wish to ascend to the throne of the Chinese region?" I firmly shook my head, responding, "No. I desire the throne to be claimed by Gu Jianhunming, not just myself. Personal glory pales in comparison to the dreams we all share." Li Chengfeng nodded in approval. Indeed, Gu Jianhunming is the dream of us all. Guguzi clenched his fist and smiled. In that case, why not take the initiative? Let us march beyond the Iron Spear Fortress and assault Zhuori City and Risha City, allowing the Vietnamese and Koreans to experience the might of Gu Jianhunming. Luan Yu chuckled softly. The little devil has misbehaved again. Tian Tang Yu blinked. Luan Yu, why do you say the ghost brother has misbehaved? Luan Yu replied with a smile. It's quite simple. The Northern Alliance's assault on Dawn City has failed, leaving them with pent-up frustration with no outlet. If we were to emerge from Iron Hammer Fortress and provoke the likes of Scorching City, Hot Sand City, and Hero City, how could a mere ancient sword possibly withstand such an onslaught? I nodded. Luan Yu is absolutely correct. Now is not the time for us to take the initiative. At least, the nations within the Northern Alliance have not yet developed any rifts. An attack on our part would be futile, merely courting disaster. Luan Yu giggled. Hee. It seems my affection for you is not misplaced. He watched me cautiously. What mischief have you two been up to? I found myself at a loss for words and resolutely replied, nothing at all. Do you really think I could be interested in Luan Yu? He nodded with a smile. Though she feigned indifference, I knew she would not tolerate another girl around me, aside from Lin Yisan. Of course, I had no desire for distractions. Such diversions could lead to dire consequences. Li Chengfeng continued his analysis. Eternal Love City is situated among Hero City, Titan City, Skywind City, and the chaotic 27 nations. It is undoubtedly a strategic stronghold. Logically, if Vienna's sadness and the Dark Knight Roses had not lost their wits, they would never allow this city to fall into the hands of the Chinese region. If China were to seize Eternal Love City, it could serve as a forward bastion, advancing step by step, making the complete conquest of the northern territories a distinct possibility. He nodded in agreement. Chengfeng is right. The crux of the matter lies here. This situation is indeed suspicious. The members of the Northern Alliance are not fools. Their acumen surpasses our expectations. Just consider the Dawn City campaign. They have employed strategies such as raiding supply routes and encircling reinforcements. Such individuals would never relinquish Eternal Love City without a fight. Luan Yu tapped the throne in the hall with the hilt of her sword, leaning against the totem pillar. So, where lies the hidden agenda? My gaze hardened as I asked, if you were the Northern Alliance, who would be your thorn in the side? What power would you most desire to eliminate? Li Chengfeng exclaimed in shock, the ancient sword soul dream. The Northern Alliance actually sees us as their adversary, don't they? Precisely. I clenched my fist. We are now Vienna's greatest threat. With his cunning, he would not easily let us off the hook, and the city of war chariots would not spare us either. 100,000 behemoth cavalry and 100,000 bloodthirsty beast cavalry fell at the hands of the ancient sword soul dream. They would not rest until they exacted their revenge. Gue Guzi murmured. So, they are about to strike against us, but why are there no signs? Signs? I chuckled. If the Northern Alliance intends to strike at us, the prime target is clear. I assent it? He gasped. Dark Moon City. Li Chengfeng was left dumbfounded. Damn. The Northern Alliance's main target is actually our Dark Moon City. What on earth do they intend to do? I suddenly gestured to summon the grand map and stated, given our geographical environment, it is impossible for them to traverse the Iron Spear Fortress and Dawn City to launch an assault on Dark Moon City. The sole route available to them is by sea. If I am not mistaken, the elite forces of the Northern Alliance are already en route across the Black Sea. Guguzi widened his eyes. Are these scoundrels actually attempting a cross-sea attack on our Dark Moon City? Indeed. I nodded. Even if they do not seize the city, they will still devastate Dark Moon City, significantly diminishing our combat capabilities and inflicting a heavy blow upon us, ultimately leading to the gradual downfall of the ancient sword. Once the Northern Alliance shatters the ancient sword, how could the likes of Candle Dragon, Eternal Palace, and Thunderbolt possibly stand against Vienna? It is truly unbelievable that these rascals dare to launch a surprise attack across the sea. Du Shursen spoke solemnly, while Xue Lu beside him nodded in agreement. Lu Chun, could you be mistaken? I chuckled. I sincerely hope I am wrong, yet the likelihood of that is quite slim. He's gaze was resolute as he calmly declared, immediately relay the order for all members of the ancient Sword Soul Dream currently leveling outside to return to Dark Moon City and prepare for battle. Reach out to the four guilds, Shui Song, Jun Lin, Fiery Red Lips, and White Emperor City, requesting their assistance to intercept the Northern Alliance's fleet across the sea. Excellent. I nodded and swiftly sent messages to the four guild leaders, Lin Yisan, Ling Shueshang, San Sheng Imo, and Jin Yi Laikan Shui, informing them of the crisis at Darkmoon City. Simultaneously, I received confirmation from Chinese students studying in the South Korean region, reporting that an army of 10 million from the Northern Alliance had gathered at the Black Sea coast, with thousands of warships densely appearing along the shoreline. Already setting sail for Darkmoon City with a 3-hour journey ahead. Drawing my sword, I summoned the ice-scaled horse, mounted it, and set forth with elite players from ancient sword soul Dream, Li Chengfeng, He, Gaguzi, and Luanyu, departing the city. We traveled a great distance to the edge of the Black Sea, where a massive harbor awaited, offering warships for purchase. These vessels were capable of naval combat, and could also transport players. Once the ships drew near, it would lead to close-quarter battles. Within the city, the teleportation array flickered incessantly as a large number of allied players arrived. Lin Yisan, accompanied by Ziyi Ho and Qingqing Shuixiang, emerged from the city. The fruit knife goddess's equipment had returned to about 80% of its former glory, and she approached, riding her ice scythe warhorse with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "The battles have been relentless lately. Just in time, as I have some preparation time before the school exams, I can thoroughly enjoy this naval battle." I glanced at her. "Are you not going to review your studies?" "Review what?" Lin Yisan looked at me in surprise, saying, "I hardly attended classes. Is reviewing even useful?" I nodded appreciatively. Yi is truly a diligent student. The arriving San Sheng Imo and Ling Shueshang chuckled as they gazed toward the distant coastline. San Sheng Imo exclaimed, "How exhilarating. We finally have our own battlefield to defend, and it's a naval battle to boot." I inquired, "Allies, how many of you can engage in battle? In this naval confrontation, we will face a significant disadvantage in numbers and must be prepared for total annihilation." Lin Yisan replied, "The main faction of Shui Song will join us, totaling around 500,000 individuals. In the realm of the game, the Fiery Red Lips of the Flame of Life faction boasted approximately 500,000 members, perhaps a few more. The Ling Shueshuang faction had around 400,000, while Tonight to Watch the Snow reported a lesser number at the White Emperor City, counting 250,000. Hai Dao noted that many sub-factions of the Ancient Sword had elevated their status to level 6 guilds in recent days, amassing a total exceeding 300,000 members. After a brief contemplation, I remarked, "This brings us to exactly 2 million members. With each battleship accommodating 1,000 individuals, we shall require a total of 2,000 vessels. Eve, prepare to allocate funds. Each large battleship demands an expenditure of 10,000 RMB, which undoubtedly transforms this into a contest of financial and human resources. However, with Yuli Fong as our formidable backing, Hai can effortlessly invest 20 million, and her personal assets far exceed that amount. As the esteemed CEO of Yuli Fong, her worth is at least 10 billion, rendering such an expense trivial. With a flurry, dark crimson battleships materialized along the coastline, 2,000 vessels arrayed densely, creating a magnificent sight. These ships belonged to Hai, who generously shared the rights with the 5 major guilds, all preparing to embark. We could not allow the Northern Alliance players to approach the shore, otherwise a 1 million-strong army would land and besiege Darkmoon City, inflicting significant damage. Our sole opportunity lay in intercepting them across the sea, decisively dismantling their naval fleet. Chapter 779. Deep Sea Encounter. A battleship adorned with jagged dark golden blades appeared before us. Hai, brimming with confidence, pointed at the vessel, declaring, "This is the Dragon God battleship, priced at 150,000 RMB each. Quite costly indeed. Let it serve as our command ship. Lu Chun, Mingyue, Baiming. Join me aboard this ship." I nodded in agreement and added, "Eve, procure 4 additional Dragon God battleships. The Northern Alliance is targeting our Darkmoon City, and the 4 guilds, Shui Song, Jun Lin, Flame of Life, and White Emperor City, are unreservedly assisting us. Equipping each guild leader with a Dragon God battleship will bolster our offensive and defensive capabilities, which is advantageous." He, ever compliant, promptly purchased 4 more Dragon God battleships. This national war truly demanded real monetary investment. Should we fail, the losses would be substantial. Undoubtedly, the Northern Alliance had also incurred significant expenses. Their fleet of 10 million members consisted of no less than 10,000 ships, amounting to a staggering 100 million gold coins, which translates to a considerable sum in USD. Clutching the teeming sword, I galloped onto the gangplank, simultaneously assembling a team of 800 players. A 6th transformation player could lead a group of 200, with famed generals doubling that number and divine generals further amplifying the count. Thus, I was able to command a formidable force of 800, significantly enhancing our collective attack power. Hui similarly organized a contingent of 200, joining me aboard the Dragon King battleship. Once we boarded, the expansive and orderly deck became our optimal standing ground. A cohort of heavily armored players, led by Hui and myself, positioned themselves at the edge of the deck, forming a shield formation. Meanwhile, Bai Mingshui and Murong Mingwei guided a multitude of archers, mages, and priests to the core of the ship, creating a dense assembly. We were grateful for the ship's ample space. Resembling an aircraft carrier, it could accommodate such a multitude. Ding. System notification. You have gained command of the Dragon King warship. In the next moment, a command interface materializes before me, enabling me to issue orders directly to the captain, allowing for navigation in any direction without issue. The Dragon King warship is equipped with cannons, grappling hooks, ladders, iron chains, and other tools, all at the disposal of the commander. This indeed is a technical endeavor. I feel a surge of excitement. After all, it is my first time commanding a naval battle. I estimate that over 99 of the players here are also embarking on their inaugural maritime combat experience, each brimming with enthusiasm. Alongside us, figures such as Li Chengfeng, Geguzi, Luan Yue, Su Yang, and the valiant Yuyun 18 riders, as well as Tian Tanjiu, King Kongs, Liu Bai, and Du Shisan, have taken command of their own warships. Essentially, all the renowned players from our ancient sword faction are leading these vessels. Once the battle commences, the warships empowered by these legendary figures will undoubtedly possess combat prowess far beyond that of ordinary ships. A dense array of warships lines the coastline, and behind us, a throng of players surges forward, boarding the vessels in an orderly fashion, reflecting the commendable discipline of the 5 major guilds, with no signs of chaos. After nearly an hour of boarding, at last, all 2,000 warships are fully manned. Beep, beep, beep. Messages arrive from Lin Yisin, Sanqing Mo, and others. Ready. When do we set sail? Standing on the deck, I draw my sword with fervor, pointing it forward as I declare with a smile. Lift the anchor and set sail. Our destination is the heart of the Black Coast. Brothers, if the Northern Alliance's wretches wish to cross the sea for battle, then let us grant them their wish. Sending these wolf-hearted scoundrels to their doom in the depths of the sea, staining the Black Coast with their blood. A chorus of battle cries rises to the heavens as everyone unsheathes their weapons. The warships begin their slow departure, a dark mass of 2,000 vessels leaving the shore. Laden with our hopes, whether we can protect Dark Moon City hinges on our ability to vanquish our opponents in this naval confrontation. The waves crash against the ironclad hull of the Dragon King warship, producing a cacophony of sounds, while seagulls soar above. Unidentified giant birds emit sharp cries, preying upon the airborne seabirds. The warships cleave through the waves, plunging into the depths of the Black Sea. Meanwhile, I open the large map and activate the dark eye, vigilant to monitor our surroundings. The map is a vast expanse of blue, devoid of anomalies, save for the dense cluster of orange dots representing our 2,000 warships. He retrieves a blood-red battle flag embroidered with the ancient sword S emblem from her satchel, ascends the ship's railing, and firmly plants it at the bow. She gracefully returns to my side, smiling as she remarks, "Based on our departure time, we will likely encounter the Northern Alliance's fleet in about an hour. What are your plans for this naval battle?" I shake my head. I am uncertain for now. I have never fought at sea. He purses her lips and chuckles lightly. Then we shall take it step by step. I have not engaged in naval warfare either. Presumably, the players from the Northern Alliance are in the same boat, though it remains to be seen whether the top experts like Vienna Sorrow are here to seize Dark Moon City or to contend with the forces of Eternal Love City and Tianfeng City. Regardless, I chuckled. Vienna's appearance was remarkable. The last time I confronted him, he surely felt that my advantage in the resurrection technique rendered him inadequate. If he dares to come again, I shall decisively eliminate him once more. Humph, let us see what he has to say then. He nodded. Indeed. Behind us. Bei Mingxue instructed a group of archers. In naval battles, ordinary warships are constructed from wood, unlike our Dragon King battleship. Therefore, once we engage in combat, listen closely. Use fire arrows to ignite the enemy's ship before anything else. Mages, unleash your fire blasts without hesitation. The ranged players nodded in unison. Understood, Captain Bei Ming. Bei Mingxue is the commander of our archery team, holding a rank only second to the vice leader in the realm of ancient sword soldiering. With a formidable force at her command, her prestige is undeniably high. Furthermore, Bei Mingxue is a legendary dark archer, a pure and charming maiden. Thus her popularity is immense. Surveying our surroundings, I promptly commanded, spread the fleet into formation, align in a single line, and spare no ship from the north. Everyone, remain vigilant. We shall enter the combat zone in 40 minutes. Instantly, several guilds deftly maneuvered their vessels, stretching for miles, all adorned with our banners. Lu Chun, regarding the direction of Dark Moon City, suddenly inquired, "Are we leaving it be?" I smiled slightly. No worries. I have conferred with Sansheng Mo and Yi. They have amicably recruited guilds from Sky City and Hidden City to assist us in defending the city, amounting to around 1 million players. While they may not be elite, it should suffice for our defense. Ah, so you were prepared all along. Indeed, one must always be proactive to avoid calamity. Well done. Shortly thereafter, the ocean transformed into a deep azure, and we had truly entered the profound sea, where enormous ripples and whirlpools continuously arose. Suddenly, a colossal head emerged from the depths. I gasped, what on earth is that? With fervor, it stood at the prow, wielding a warhammer, its body radiating an ominous prelude of aggression, seemingly poised to strike. I quickly shouted, "Fervor, stand down. Remain on the ship and navigate around this behemoth. This is a sea king creature. They typically do not attack ships unprovoked. We must not provoke such titanic entities. My goodness, I cannot even discern its level. It must be at least level 200, and our current levels cannot withstand such might." Understood. Fervor swiftly commanded the nearby ships to maneuver around, and indeed, the grotesque creature remained still, causing no harm to our fleet. It merely surfaced for a breath before submerging again, creating a tremendous whirlpool in its wake. After the initial shock, visibility improved ahead, illuminated by the radiant sun. There they were. The ships of the Northern Alliance had appeared in abundance. The beautiful Tian Tangyu, brandishing her blade, pointed towards the distance, her lovely visage betraying a mix of trepidation and excitement. Li Chengfeng immediately proclaimed, "Do not fire. Each ship's ammunition is limited, and their lethality is quite constrained. Only engage when within 50 yards. Everyone held their breath as the densely packed fleet advanced rapidly, drawing so close that we could see the astonished faces of the mounted warriors aboard the ships. Clearly, the North Alliance's players, who had originally envisioned a surprise attack, found their plans thwarted at sea. I took command of the interface, locking onto a battleship ahead, and commanded loudly, "Dragon King battleship, fire." Boom. The vessel shuddered violently as a searing shell shot forth, crashing onto the deck of an ordinary warship. Instantly, nearly 100 warriors were thrown into disarray, their health plummeting by over 70 points, with many more hurled overboard by the shockwave. In the depths of the sea, players could not maintain their swimming for long, and lurking within the waters could be terrifying creatures such as piranhas and great white sharks. Evidently, according to the game mechanics, cannons could not shatter ships. It relied on the players' attacks. North Ming Shui pointed ahead and declared, "Northeast 45 degrees, that blue ship. Archers, prepare explosive arrows, aim, and fire." Whoosh. Countless arrows launched from our Dragon King battleship, soaring toward the enemy, heralding a rain of fire as they struck the opposing deck and sails. In an instant, the ship ignited, and numerous ranged players retaliated, unleashing spiraling arrow blades and fireballs that thudded against He and the other magical knight's shields. At 30 yards, I seized the moment, a smile gracing my lips as I stood at the ship's rail, my Qingming sword gleaming with celestial brilliance, and hurled it forth. Swish! The blade spun and coalesced into a vortex, piercing through the enemy's hull. Indeed, the attack power post-transcendence was astonishing. Boom! The ship's structure shattered, its integrity compromised, and a cacophony of screams erupted as nearly 1,000 players were cast into the water, left to struggle and call for help. Simultaneously, along the entire front line, the cannon fire echoed relentlessly, and the players' magical storms surged as the first clash of forces erupted in a cacophony of battle cries. Chapter 780, The Battle of the Black Sea. Look, there's another Dragon King battleship over there. North Ming Shui pointed towards a nearby vessel, which was indeed clad in dark red, jagged dragon scales, enduring a series of cannon blasts without a scratch, showcasing its formidable defenses. I promptly commanded, "Move closer. Warrior players, summon your mounts. Charge onto their ship and leave no survivors." He blinked her bright eyes and remarked, "Yes, they are also approaching us. There must be a general among them commanding, or they wouldn't dare be so bold." Indeed, the enemy warship cleaved through the waves, charging directly at us, the distance diminishing rapidly as it entered the archer's range. North Ming Shui immediately raised her dragonbone bow, exclaiming, "Fire," in unison. "Let us unleash a volley of spiral arrow blades and scatter shots." He shouted, "Warrior class, raise your shields." In an instant, the archers and mages of Bai Ming Shui unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows, their spiral shafts and erratic beams of light exploding in the air, raining down upon the enemy ranks with a cacophony of thuds. Of these, half the arrows veered off course, splashing harmlessly into the water, while approximately a quarter were deflected by the frontline players' shields. Almost simultaneously, the adversary's arrows and spells descended upon us, a chaotic onslaught that set our magic knight's shields ablaze in an instant. The distance between us dwindled to a mere 20 yards. The beautiful guild leader mounted her warhorse and leaped onto the deck's edge, her sword shimmering as countless rockfall effects cascaded from above, swiftly unleashing 5 streaks of sword energy into the fray. The subsequent explosions echoed with ferocity as the enemy's magic knights staggered, their shields shimmering with the golden aura of divine protection. Yet, despite this, they still suffered significant damage, losing nearly half their health. I leapt forth, standing shoulder to shoulder with He, raising my hand as the ancient sigil soared skyward. The next moment, it precisely inscribed itself upon the enemy's deck. Boom! The golden sigil penetrated the deck, its searing attack eliciting anguished cries from the magic knights, with dozens being obliterated in an instant. Damn it! They have a divine general among them. That shattered spear is a divine general. The enemy aboard the warship roared in disbelief, seemingly unprepared for such an outcome. As the two ships maneuvered past one another, I brandished my Teeming sword and bellowed, "Seize the moment, board their ship, and destroy their Dragon King battleship." The sound of steel rang out as hundreds of elite Dragon Dawn cavalry drew their blades, empowered by the martial god and the kingly path, ready to engage. I took several steps back and then leapt into the air, propelled by my ice-scaled steed, a ground-level boss mount, showcasing its exceptional leaping prowess as I soared 10 yards, landing firmly on the enemy's deck. Instantly, I activated the Earth Transformation effect, 3 azure blades encircling me as I unleashed a devastating assault, instantly slaying numerous players. Damn it! Knock him off the ship. Above the deck, a high-ranking mage wielding a staff glared fiercely, enhancing his magic attack power by 100 with a sole general strategy, rallying a cohort of mages to chant spells in unison. In the next moment, countless starry storm attacks descended, the combined firepower of nearly 100 mages proving formidable. I moved swiftly, evading a torrent of attacks in 2 zigzag patterns, my sword flashing as the fierce blade struck amidst the crowd, drawing near the enemy's mage team. Without hesitation, I unleashed the divine general skill, unleashing 5 golden sigils that ascended from my palm, plummeting into the throng below, their anguished cries ringing out. Even the shielded mages could not escape my ancient sigil's onslaught. Aside from a few with high health and potent magic, the rest fell in droves. The sigil's inherent attack power was formidable, and coupled with the martial god's 200-point boost, it became a nightmare for those of fragile constitution. Sacrificing 5 points of divine power, I managed to seize a magnificent opportunity. With unwavering determination, I single-handedly fought my way to the center of this Dragon King battleship. With a swift motion of my hand, the binding technique erupted forth, ensnaring the soul mage. After enduring a strike from an ancient seal, his magical shield shattered, rendering him vulnerable. At that moment, I raised my sword, summoning the Dragon Slayer blade. With a resounding thud, I struck for 723 damage. The unfortunate mage let out a muffled groan before collapsing, a victim of misfortune. For despite being aboard the Dragon King battleship, he had encountered the flagship of the ancient Sword Soul Dream. Behind me, the sounds of battle erupted as he led a contingent of Dragon Dawn Iron Riders onto the enemy vessel. The riders unleashed their blades, slaughtering the foes with ferocity, akin to wolves among sheep. Disrupted by my 5 ancient seals, this ship posed little resistance and was swiftly overrun by our forces. As 2 ships sailed in parallel, players like Biming Shui, specializing in ranged attacks, unleashed a torrent of firepower with bows and staves, bolstering the Dragon Dawn Iron Riders, who decimated the opposing 1,000-man squad with minimal losses. This ship's defenses are exceptionally formidable. It must be annihilated. Otherwise, other players from the Northern Alliance may board, posing a significant threat to us, he asserted decisively. I nodded in agreement. The exterior of the Dragon King battleship was clad in dragon armor, impenetrable to skills and magic. However, compromising the ship's interior would prove considerably easier. Let us commence. Agreed. I commanded my steed into the ship's hold, where indeed, the structure was composed of wooden planks. After ordering the Dragon Dawn Iron Riders to return to their ship, he and I exchanged knowing smiles. Then, with a sudden flourish, reversed our grips on our blades. With a resounding clang, our swords pierced the ship's interior, unleashing the combined might of ice rock hell and fiery blade slash. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Dragon King battleship trembled, and in the next instant, torrents of water surged from its hull. Done, I exclaimed, pleased that our internal sabotage achieved such decisive success. Eve, let us flee. I laughed. He chuckled in agreement, urging his steed as we charged onto the deck, leaping gracefully to land upon our own ship's deck. Nearby, amidst the tumultuous sea, the massive Dragon King battleship began to tilt, slowly descending into the depths, vanishing from sight. Morong Mingyue chuckled lightly, a splendid kill. This is how it's done, utilizing area of effect skills and the divine abilities of Lu Chun to target the enemy's Dragon King battleship. Let us see how many generals from the Northern Alliance are left for us to dispatch. I nodded, pointing my sword forward. Over there, 2 enemy ships are approaching. Ready for battle. We shall use grappling hooks to secure their hulls. I will lead the attack on the right, while Eve will handle the left. These vessels are not Dragon King battleships. They should be easier to deal with. Spare no players aboard. The opportunity to earn national war points has arrived. On the system interface, this skirmish was designated as the Battle of the Black Sea, a minor-scale national conflict. The rewards for victory, while surely not as bountiful as those from the Dawn City battle, would still be quite commendable. The Dragon King battleship trembled slightly, releasing countless grappling hooks that swiftly ensnared 2 ordinary vessels, drawing them closer. Before they could come within proximity, I charged towards the ship on the right, executing a fierce blade of flames from a distance. The icy strike shattered the enemy, and with the ice scale horse leaping high, I gauged the distance and lunged forward, landing securely on the deck. A group of warrior-class players stood in stunned silence. In the next moment, they unleashed a barrage of barrier-breaking attacks against me. Dozens of these assaults, akin to venomous serpents, came gnawing at me. With a swift sidestep, the ice scale horse deftly evaded the majority of the attacks. I raised my teeming sword and delivered a powerful slash, sending a sword aura several meters long sweeping through the crowd. The sword's effect from atop the steed was quite formidable. Following this, I unleashed a devastating assault, executing another blade of flames that swept over nearly 100 mounted warriors on the deck, while I still retained a significant portion of my health. Ahead, a brilliant light emanated as the players aboard the ship retaliated fiercely, seemingly bolstered by a level 156 strategist who provided inspiring boosts, resulting in a 100 increase in attack power, no less formidable than the earlier renowned general. The fireballs from the mages burned with excruciating intensity. With my palms raised, I summoned 3 golden seals that soared into the sky, crashing down upon the clustered mages and archers, wreaking havoc and scattering them. The might of the golden seals was tremendous, effortlessly dismantling the ranks of mages and archers, many of whom were reduced to mere specks of light as their souls returned to the city. With a decisive strike, I turned to see a legion of Dragon Dawn cavalry charging forth, coordinating with the flanking attacks from Biming Shui and Moonlight Stone. The brilliance of our blades flashed as we cut down the players of the Northern Alliance upon the deck. We faced the vanguard, comprised of fervent players from the scorching city of Korea. Kill that divine general, damn it! A voice rang out, filled with rage, only to be met with a charge from several Dragon Dawn cavalry, their iron hooves trampling and their chaotic blades cleaving through. Assessing the situation, I quickly commanded the Dragon Dawn cavalry to return to their vessel. Lowering my teeming sword, I unleashed another blade of flames, the icy strike crashing down onto the deck, sending splinters flying. The players of the Ascended Divine General exhibited remarkable destructive power. A single skill combo created a gaping hole on the deck, with seawater surging in, revealing the panicked expressions of the NPC sailors within. Turning, I leapt back onto our Dragon King battleship. The battle concluded, with fewer than 400 players from the Scorching City remaining, all dispatched by the ranged players like Beiming Shui and Moonlight Stone. Soon, the warship sank beneath the waves, leaving behind only fragments of wood, and occasionally, a few clung to the debris, shouting indistinctly. Meanwhile, he had also finished his battle. In the distance, from the direction of the Silver Fir, the sounds of cannon fire echoed incessantly. A powerful ice flame cleaved through the air, splitting the bow of a battleship in two. Morong Mingwe widened her eyes in astonishment. Wow, Lin Xiaonu is incredibly violent. Bai Mingshui commented dryly, such is the nature of players of the Ascended Divine General. On the opposite side, from Li Chengfeng's battleship, a series of 3 consecutive dragonbone piercing skills perforated a vessel, leaving it riddled with holes as it slowly succumbed to the depths. Chapter 781. The Oceanic Vortex. Boom. 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 A ferocious naval battle raged on, as the vessels were mercilessly shattered under the onslaught of formidable skills. Players from both factions unleashed their abilities, transforming the sky and sea into a chaotic tableau. Yet the tumultuous waves paled in comparison to the fierce conflict at hand. After nearly 2 hours of relentless confrontation, the Northern Alliance's fleet finally turned its course, beginning a retreat. The surface of the sea lay strewn with remnants of ships, countless players succumbing to the depths. In this treacherous expanse, players could not swim for long. Their aquatic speed was a mere fraction, at 25, while their hunger depletion rate soared to 10-fold. This meant that once one fell into the water, even without enemy engagement, starvation could ensue within an hour or two, not to mention the multitude of scavenging sea creatures, piranhas, for instance, lurking with hungry intent. At last, they have retreated, said Luanyu, standing on the deck, gazing into the distance. Her ship sailed parallel to ours, already riddled with numerous bullet holes. It was no Dragon King warship, clearly underwhelming. He looked up at the horizon, smiling as he remarked, "They shall return soon. It is merely a matter of regrouping after this unfavorable skirmish." I nodded in agreement. Li Chengfeng stood at the bow, inquiring, "What is the damage report, Lu Chun?" I replied, "The flagship has sustained minimal damage. Only a few archers were lost, while the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry undoubtedly faced some losses." "What about you?" Li Chengfeng chuckled. "All is well. We sunk 12 ships, with a loss of 174 personnel." "And Su Yang?" "I saw his ship earlier, but he has since vanished." Du Shirsen called out from afar. "Su Yang's vessel was destroyed. He is currently aboard my ship." The group erupted in laughter. In the distance, a Dragon King warship from Shui Yinsong approached, with Lin Yisan standing proudly with her sword drawn. I have tallied the results. After the first wave of encounters, we lost 102 ships and sank 409 of theirs, yielding a casualty ratio of 14:1. It is evident that we possess a superior advantage in naval warfare. I nodded in agreement. We have 3 players of the Divine General class, which they lack, thus incurring significant losses. The destructive power of a Divine General far surpasses that of a renowned general. Lin Yisan concurred, smiling. "Shall we remain in place, or pursue them further?" He surveyed the horizon, pointing. "No need to chase. They are coming." "Oh, the main force has finally arrived." Lin Yisan also turned her gaze to the distance. Indeed, as the mist cleared, a dense formation of ships re-emerged, and to our astonishment, nearly 100 Dragon King warships were arrayed across the front lines of the Northern Alliance, their dark red glow merging into a singular glow. A single Dragon King warship costs 150,000 gold. Thus, 100 amounts to a staggering 15 million. Goodness, the Koreans are indeed affluent. Luanyu exclaimed in disbelief. With so many Dragon King warships, will they not feel the sting of their losses? Li Chengfeng replied with a grin. They will undoubtedly feel the pain. Everyone, prepare for action. Let us eliminate these Dragon King warships. Onward. I raised my hand, and the battle was reignited. after a tentative round of bombardment that caused little damage. The two warships, Li Changfeng and Wan Yue, swiftly advanced. Li Changfeng soared through the air, brandishing the radiant light of a divine general. As an image of a golden war god enveloped him, confirming the possession of a battle spirit. With a flourish of his sword, he unleashed a series of 3 sword energies that crashed down upon the foremost Dragon King's warship. The clang of metal reverberated, leaving only shallow marks on the Dragon King's vessel, which remained unscathed despite the divine intervention. Fueled by fury, Li Changfeng raised his long sword high, summoning swirling energy. As a magical array manifested beneath his feet, a colossal golden dragon emerged, executing a devastating area of effect skill, the Dragon Blade Cyclone. The impact reverberated as the dragon blade pierced through the deck of the Dragon King's warship, creating a massive hole that allowed the tumultuous sea to pour in. A group of bewildered players from Semida gasped in disbelief. How could he even pierce the Dragon King's warship? The leader proclaimed, "This dragon warrior's bounty has doubled. A reward of 1 million gold coins for anyone who can slay him." Meanwhile, several other Dragon King's warships pivoted their cannons. As a high-ranking player wielding a battle blade bellowed, "Fire! Destroy his ship!" A barrage of cannon fire erupted, and in an instant, the vessel Li Changfeng occupied was obliterated. Countless ancient Sword Soul Dream players perishing amidst the flames. As the smoke cleared, only fragments of debris remained on the water's surface. With a firm grip, Li Changfeng steadied himself on a piece of floating deck wood, surveying the fallen comrades around him. "Hold on, help will arrive soon," he urged. On the flank, amidst the continuous cannon fire, Wan Yue's ship met a similar fate, shattered to pieces. Unable to contain myself, I swiftly commanded, "Go, provide cover." Du Shisan quickly organized the remaining ships to rescue Li Changfeng and Wan Yue from the water. Lin Yisan chimed in, "I will join you," to contend with the Dragon King's warships. It seemed only their counterparts could effectively withstand the onslaught. With their dragon armor defense, they could ignore the cannon fire, unlike ordinary vessels. Lin Yisan and I steered our 2 Dragon King's warships into the fray, undeterred by the presence of at least 50 enemy vessels. "Attack!" we shouted. From the distance, a group of Korean players unsheathed their blades, altering their course to charge directly at us. The sound of clashing echoed as both sides engaged in close combat. He drew his sword, sweeping across the ship's side, while I charged forward, now aware of the stakes. Upon landing on the deck, I unleashed a wave of destruction. Without allowing the enemy players a moment to react, I raised my palm, sending 5 golden sigils soaring into the air, which struck the warship with devastating effect, eliciting cries of anguish from the Korean players. Diving into the ship's cabin, I unleashed a ferocious blast of the ice shatter technique. The Dragon King's warship trembled violently, and as I leaped back onto my own vessel, the realization of what transpired dawned on the crowd. In an instant, a chorus of panicked cries erupted. "We're doomed. We're doomed. That CGL Hall of Fame player has breached our dragon ship. How on earth did he manage that?" Some players who boarded our ship were horrified, watching as their dragon vessels slowly sank, leaving them with no escape. The Dragon Knight warriors brandished their blades, casting the invaders into the sea one by one. For nearly half an hour, we fought fiercely, surrounded by dozens of Dragon King warships. None anticipated that the Korean faction would risk everything, spending such a staggering amount to hire so many ships. This extravagant display was truly astonishing. In this war of attrition, our players suffered heavy losses as more cavalry players from the enemy continuously leaped aboard. Despite repeated charges from He and myself, we found ourselves powerless. We deployed the Phantom Wolf King, Firelight Rat, Thunder Beast, and Iron Wing Dragon, yet the tide of battle could not be turned. Their forces vastly outnumbered ours. In the adjacent warship, the Ice Dragon Chris roared in the air, unleashing blasts of icy breath, while Lin Yisan's ship wreaked havoc with ease. With a resounding crash, the ice flame slash descended into the throng, causing devastation. Lin Yisan leaped to the bow, exclaiming, "Little trickster, this won't do. We are being surrounded. We must break out and seek new opportunities. We are about to become disconnected from the main force." "Understood. Let us break free," I replied. We swiftly turned the ship around and advanced at full speed toward the southeast, simultaneously fending off the invading foes. With the help of long-range attacks from Bei Mingxue and others, we managed to clear our immediate attackers, while Lin Yisan's ship closely pursued us. However, We were pursued by nearly 50 enemy Dragon King warships, who had realized that only players of the Alliance leader's caliber would board such vessels. Thus, adhering to the principle of capturing the leader before the followers, the Koreans were resolute in their intent to eliminate us first. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless bombardment of cannon fire struck our ship. While it could not destroy the vessel, it was exceedingly bothersome, inflicting significant damage on the players. One shot could diminish my health by at least 10,000 points, and the others fared even worse. This is untenable. We will eventually be sunk. He exclaimed anxiously. I grasped her hand and reassured her, stay calm, Eve. Do you have a plan? Just then, Neighing suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed, little trickster, look. The water's surface is behaving oddly. Indeed, I observed as well. The water ahead no longer exhibited waves, but instead formed a spiral shape, perplexing us. What on earth could be happening? He's sharp gaze fixed on the front, and she gasped, that's a marine whirlpool. A marine whirlpool? Yes. He nodded earnestly. When different water currents collide, they can create enormous whirlpools. This is extremely perilous. A marine whirlpool is a vast funnel-shaped natural phenomenon. Once trapped within its grasp, escape becomes nearly impossible. We must turn the ship around immediately. Turning around means we'll be trapped by the 50 enemy Dragon King warships. I cautioned. He bit her lip, her expression fraught with urgency. Suddenly, she raised her head and smiled. Lu Chun, I have a bold idea. Are you willing to try it? I gestured to the deck. We have less than 500 left. We have little to lose. He nodded resolutely. Let us sail straight ahead. Bane Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Sister Eve, let us plunge into the vortex. Yes, we shall indeed dive into the whirlpool. He's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she remarked, within the whirlpool's domain, if we spiral and then suddenly accelerate our speed, we can harness the centrifugal force to fling our ship out of the vortex. Meanwhile, those Dragon King battleships trailing us may be oblivious to this physical principle. Thus we should take advantage of it. Well then, let us proceed. I nodded in agreement, and after a brief discussion with Neighing, the lovely maiden immediately expressed her wholehearted support, believing this approach to be feasible. Consequently, our two vessels surged forward into the whirlpool, with 50 warships in pursuit. The sea remained relatively calm, and they had yet to notice anything amiss ahead, consumed by their singular focus on the hunt. Chapter 782. The skies are about to change, brother. What fate awaits us should we be ensnared within the vortex? Bane Shui grasped my arm tightly. Her gaze fixed anxiously on the deep blue whirlpool ahead, as fierce winds tugged at the sails, drawing us towards the funnel-shaped center. Lower the sails, I commanded, then took her slightly chilly hand in mine, reassuring her with a smile. Fear not, for if we fall, we shall merely be reborn in Darkmoon City in the blink of an eye. Bane Shui parted her lips, still appearing quite frightened. He, wielding her sword, turned to assess the situation behind us, a beautiful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, the Northeastern Alliance has taken the bait. Our obstruction has concealed the whirlpool from their view, and the immense centripetal force will surely drag them deep into its depths. Meanwhile, Neiging's Dragon King battleship also retracted its sails. The two vessels accelerated simultaneously, not due to our command, but rather under the influence of the whirlpool's currents. As they were involuntarily drawn towards the vortex's center. Everyone hold on tight, I commanded loudly, dismounting and grasping the iron railing on the ship's edge. Bane Shui and He positioned themselves on either side, a mix of tension and exhilaration palpable among us. From behind came cries of alarm from several warships. What is happening? Why is the ship's engine out of control? What on earth is going on? Captain, this is bad. Ahead lies a massive ocean whirlpool. Those treacherous Chinese have led us into a disaster zone. Damn it, it's over. The 50 Dragon King battleships were thrown into chaos, hastily turning their bows and frantically urging the NPC sailors to row with all their might. But alas, it seemed too late. The ships were still being rapidly dragged into the vortex's heart. Simultaneously, our two vessels began to spin furiously, buffeted by the tempestuous winds, as lightning streaked across the sky. Looking down, the inky depths of the funnel appeared unfathomable, instilling a sense of dread. If we were drawn down, the entire hull would surely be torn apart in an instant. The ships spun increasingly faster, while several Dragon Knights cried out in panic, I can't take it anymore. I couldn't help but laugh. Hang in there. It will be over soon. Captain, when you say over, Do you mean we will all be doomed together? How could that be? When have I ever led my brethren down a path of despair? Everyone should have faith in the leader of the Eve Alliance. She has assured us that she can save us from peril, and we must believe in her wisdom. The fate of many hangs in the balance. Gazing at the enormous vortex, he lifted her face, assessing the direction before suddenly opening her beautiful eyes wide and commanding, Zhang Fan, adjust the helm by 45 degrees. Crew, row with all your might. Hurry, we have only 10 seconds. Instantly, the NPCs aboard the entire warship sprang into action, and remarkably, Lin Yisin on the adjacent Dragon King warship issued an identical command, showcasing an uncanny alignment and judgment between the two ladies. With a swift motion, the sails unfurled, filling with the fierce wind as the helm turned, causing the entire ship to veer sharply, hurtling along the diagonal path of the massive whirlpool with astonishing speed. The tempestuous winds within the vortex resembled a raging storm, nearly lifting the vessel from the water. The crew erupted in panicked cries, as we found ourselves almost suspended in midair, propelled by the furious winds across the surface of the whirlpool. Behind us, the sound of splintering wood echoed as 3 Dragon King warships had their masts broken. Despite their might, even the Dragon King vessels were easily rendered vulnerable in such chaos. Amidst the screams, countless Korean players plunged into the unfathomable depths at the vortex's core, their fates seemingly sealed. In the vortex, all were thrust into combat mode, rendering the return to town scrolls useless. Escape seemed impossible unless one possessed the coveted invulnerability attribute, a rarity among players. With a sudden surge, the ship was flung out of the whirlpool's grasp, crashing onto the relatively calm waters beyond with a resounding thud. He swiftly commanded, "Reel in the sails. Row with all your strength to escape the vortex area." Beside her, Lin Yisin's ship followed suit, laboring to row with all its might. Turning back, I beheld the chaotic scene of 50 Korean warships entangled in a disastrous melee, colliding and shattering against one another, swept away by the tumultuous waves. The cries of despair echoed in the wind, resembling a cataclysmic maritime disaster. None had anticipated such a dire outcome. Minutes later, the warships finally departed the vortex's tumult, and players aboard both vessels raised their arms in jubilant relief, their exhilaration palpable after narrowly escaping death. They roared in celebration, having vanquished 50 formidable enemy ships with minimal losses, marking an extraordinary victory. Look, 2 Dragon King warships have also escaped using centrifugal force, to the right. Beiming Shui exclaimed, pointing. I immediately called out, let's take them on one by one. Lin Yisin unsheathed her sword with a clang, declaring, onward. Get close. We needn't fear them one-on-one. Laughter erupted among the crew as the ships sped toward the enemy, who seemed to sense the impending threat. Enraged Korean players drew their blades, with one standing at the bow, bellowing, brothers, charge. Slay these despicable foes and avenge our fallen comrades. The 4 warships nearly collided, both sides consumed by fury. Summoning the ice-scaled steed, I swiftly mounted and leapt over the bow of the ship, landing on the enemy's deck with remarkable agility. In the wake of a devastating battle, 4 seals descended upon the crowd, annihilating a group of Korean players who were left utterly defenseless against the might of the transformed deity and its formidable divine abilities. Fire! With a command from Beiming Shui, arrows rained down like a tempest, swiftly eliminating the opposing archers. Following this, my Dragon Dawn Iron Riders surged onto the ship, their iron hooves trampling mercilessly as they wreaked havoc, displaying sheer brutality in their assault. This time, we refrained from destroying the vessel. Instead, we executed a clean sweep of the 1,000 players aboard, and the Dragon Dawn Iron Riders began to scour the battlefield, collecting equipment, potions, and other supplies. Alas, the nature of naval warfare has its drawbacks. In previous encounters, many valuable items had sunk into the depths of the ocean, rendering them irretrievable and dampening our desire for combat. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Lin Yisin, the players of Shui Yinsen also swept through another warship, basking in their triumph before demolishing 2 vessels and returning homeward. Opening the large map revealed a chaotic scene, approximately 2,000 yards ahead. A fierce skirmish unfolded on the ocean's surface, where a multitude of orange and crimson dots clashed in a cacophony of battle cries, boarding one another's ships for brutal melee combat. Li Chengfeng brandished his sword, rampaging across a Dragon King warship, unleashing skills such as Dragon Spine Stab, Azure Dragon Blade, and reverse scale slash in rapid succession, striking terror into the hearts of the Koreans. Empowered by divine techniques and the spirit of war, his offensive and defensive capabilities soared, allowing him to reflect damage, transforming him into an impregnable fortress of warfare, leaving devastation in his wake. Like a specter, Guei Guzi wielded his spear, thrusting through the throng, causing Korean players to tumble into the sea, utterly incapable of mounting a defense. A cadre of renowned heroes from the ancient sword faction dominated the battlefield, sweeping through like a horde of locusts, leaving the opposing players in tatters before proceeding to another ship, displaying their audacity. In the distance, the direction of the fiery red lips unleashed a barrage of ice explosions upon the surface of the sea, a unique skill of Sansheng Mo astonishingly. The ice storm ravaged the waters, freezing a portion of the ocean and immobilizing the Northern Alliance's vessels, rendering them prime targets for the onslaught of the Flame Red Lips mage team. The enchanting knight from Baidy City, tonight accompanied by Shui on her blood-red war steed, leapt back and forth across the enemy's ships, activating a renowned cavalry technique and leading 100 riders into the fray, as if traversing unchallenged territory. She connected nearly 100 warships with iron chains, moving with ease, while the cavalry of Baidy City wreaked havoc amidst the crowd, inflicting significant losses on the Northern Alliance. Iron chains linking the rivers? I smirked. Shui is truly ingenious, unafraid of the Northern Alliance deploying any fire attacks to incinerate her completely. He chuckled lightly. In this regard, she is indeed untroubled. The mage's ice magic is far more effective than any fire extinguisher. This illustrates the distinction between the game and reality. Let us continue the assault. Indeed, 2 Dragon King battleships surged forward, scattering the formation of 5 vessels with a single clash. The long-range attacks from Beiming Shui, Moonlight Stone, and others inflicted such devastation that players aboard the enemy ships cried out in despair, even without disembarking. Both he and I unleashed remote assaults with Ice Rock Purgatory and Flameblade, decimating foes effortlessly. The sky was clear, yet the sea had turned crimson with blood. Countless players plunged into the water, only to become prey for the bloodthirsty creatures lurking beneath the waves. This deep-sea region, originally a high-level grinding map, became a battleground for us, encroaching upon the territory of the locals, who naturally protested against our incursions. The battle was somewhat stalemated. However, the Chinese side held the advantage with our formidable combat strength. Guilds such as Ancient Sword, Snow Silver Fur, Junlin, Flame Red Lips, and White Emperor City were among the elite in the Chinese region, displaying strong cohesion and remarkable synergy among players. In contrast, the Northern Alliance, consisting of forces from Korea's Jiri City, Vietnam's Risha City, and Germany's War Machine City, lacked coordination, each faction fighting independently. As a result, after 4 hours of fierce combat, the Korean forces began to fragment. Had they not boasted sheer numbers, they would have surely faced our overwhelming defeat. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the surface of the sea, darkening the skies. Chapter 783. Ocean Storm. The weather was about to change. Ziho looked up at the sky and sighed. Is a deep-sea storm approaching? Ji Chuanyu remarked. The weather in the ocean is as fickle as a woman's temperament. Once a major storm arises, it spells doom not only for us, but for the Northern Alliance's 10,000 warships as well. Sansheng Mo raised her staff and said, 2 fools. Instead of lamenting, should we not hasten to slay our enemies? Ming Miao Si Shui added, Indeed. How dare you feign elegance with such a low ranking in national war points, yet still hold the position of deputy leader in Snow Silver Fur? Ziho's face turned crimson. I am merely strategizing. Sansheng Mo smiled silently, causing Ziho's embarrassment to deepen. As this deep-sea battle progressed, I firmly held the top position on the local war leaderboard, with countless kills attributed to Ancient Rune and Flameblade, and the Phantom Wolf King wreaking havoc invisibly. It was undeniable that I deserved first place. Sansheng Mo ranked second, the foremost mage in this localized war, her fierce attack power claiming numerous lives. Linison, having re-emerged at level 0, stood third. As a divine general, her concealed attack attributes were formidable, and her ice flame slash skill was devastating, capable of annihilating foes in an instant. The players of the Northern Alliance trembled at her mere presence, and the memory of her tears claiming over 20 million of their comrades remained an enduring pain for them. Upon sighting this beautiful maiden, many felt their hearts race. with the faint-hearted nearly losing their composure. Drip, drip, the rain splattered against our faces. He looked up and said, with such heavy clouds, "It seems we are indeed facing a thunderstorm. We must strategize promptly." Not far away, neighing from the neighboring ship remarked, "Sister Eve, the main forces can retreat. This maritime region has been affected by the warships, altering the currents and winds. A fierce storm is imminent, and if we become ensnared by it, the consequences would be dire." He inquired, "Where shall we retreat? Do you have a plan, E?" A mischievous glint flickered in Neighing's eyes as she replied, "We shall leave 500 warships to continue the fight, while we secretly dispatch 1,000 warships to circumnavigate and launch a long-range assault on the harbor of Burning City. If we can bombard the harbor, the Koreans will be unable to hire any more warships. Victory in this war shall belong to us." He's eyes brightened, "Indeed. What a splendid idea. You are truly clever, E." Neighing, her robes billowing, smiled sweetly. "It's just a little something." I stood silently nearby. Mingwe teased, "Ah? With two such beautiful girls, Lu Chun, you can never tell a lie again. Otherwise, you'll be exposed by both and have nowhere to hide." I grinned. "I am an honest person and never tell lies." I summoned Li Changfeng, Gaguzi, and Luan Yu, while Neighing called upon the likes of Zi Ho, the Shadow Chanel, and Qingqing Shuixiang. "Lu Chen, what is going on?" Li Changfeng asked. I got straight to the point. "New strategy. Eve and I will hold the enemy here, while you, along with Xiao Gui, and others, lead the elite forces to retreat. Utilize the fog to maneuver, and launch a long-range attack on the scorching harbor along the black coast of Burning City, delivering a crushing blow to the Koreans and dismantling their stronghold, thus depriving them of their maritime warfare capabilities." Li Chengfeng's demeanor shifted slightly. "I will take the elite to assault the scorching harbor, but what about you? Can you and the leader withstand the onslaught of so many elite forces from the Northern Alliance? That is not your concern. Now go." I urged. "No." Li Changfeng insisted earnestly. "We cannot risk having the leader and vice-leader face the cannon fodder. I will hold the enemy here while you sneak attack the scorching harbor." I chuckled. "Stop being so overprotective. At most, you might die once. Dying one get you pregnant, so why worry? Hurry along and follow orders." Li Changfeng grinned. "All right then, I'll take Xiao Gui with me, but Luan Yu will stay behind. We are too few and could easily be encircled by the Northern Alliance." Agreed. Meanwhile, Shui Yinsan had also prepared her forces and informed Junlin, Lian Hanshun, and by D-City. The other three girls dispatched their armies as well, retreating alongside Li Changfeng and Zi Ho, taking advantage of the winds. The sky became a cacophony of thunder and lightning, and the sea swelled to heights of 10 meters, rendering it impossible to see Li Changfeng and the others. I led our group into a fierce assault, utilizing the formidable Dragon King warship to continue our resistance, systematically dismantling the warships of the Northern Alliance. Our sole belief was to earn as many points as possible to celebrate the new year at home. Gradually, the storm intensified. With a thunderous roar, the gale whipped the water, and a tornado finally materialized, resembling a colossal dragon suspended between heaven and earth. Illuminated by lightning, it appeared fearsome. With the waves it stirred up wreaking havoc between the clouds and the sea, a truly terrifying sight. He's hand trembled as she gripped the sword. After all, she was still a girl, and her fear of nature was palpable. Typically, females harbor a deep-seated fear of lightning. It was already remarkable that Neighing, Baiming Shui, Mingyue, and others dared to remain here to fend off the enemy. Yet now they had to confront a tempest capable of tearing our warship apart at any moment. The warship sailed at an angle of 30 degrees, avoiding any collision with the tornadoes. Quickly, I commanded loudly. Beside us, Neighing and Luan Yu's warships also maneuvered swiftly to evade. Once again, tornadoes rose above the sea. And even more alarmingly, 5 tornadoes wreaked havoc on the surface, continually sucking up seawater. More tornadoes awaited us, as Li Changfeng and the others retreated. This area of the sea instantly transformed into a hell on earth. Truly, the system was not unkind to us. Attention all. I raised my sword and declared, "Withdraw from combat and focus entirely on evading the storms. This time, our greatest foe is not the Northern Alliance, but this treacherous sea." Luan Yu and the others nodded, their expressions tense. It was our first battle, yet we encountered such terrible weather. Was this truly a deadly jest from the system? In the distance, a dozen German warships were caught off guard and were swiftly engulfed by a tornado. The hulls were almost immediately torn apart, and countless players cried out amidst the crashing waves, torrential rain, and lightning, akin to a doomsday catastrophe. Damn, this is terrifying. Murong Mingyue's face turned pale as she unexpectedly leaned against me, her trembling form brushing against my arm. I shot her a glance. Have some dignity, sister. Murong Mingyue shot me a glare. Come to my quarters tonight, or I shall hang Eve's lingerie on your windowsill every day. I was left speechless. You're too ruthless. Hurry. Pay attention to dodging. Don't disrupt me. The Dragon King warship surged ahead at full speed, veering right as a massive storm loomed directly in our path. If we collided head-on, we would all meet our demise. Everyone, be cautious and dodge, I shouted. However, the speed of the other warships could not match ours. The two ancient Sword Dream warships at the forefront were instantly swept away, and the players' cries intertwined with fragments of the vessels in the air, illuminated by flashes of lightning that revealed their horrified faces. With a roar, the Dragon King warship cut through the waves, but behind us, Luanyue's warship lacked such speed. Caught off guard, it was immediately swept into the vortex. The entire ship was lifted into the sky, and Luanyue, along with hundreds of players aboard, was consumed by the tornado. Damn it, Luanyue. I raised my sword, veins bulging, staring at the remnants of the ship in the air, gritting my teeth. How could a vibrant Luanyue just vanish like that? He gasped, her mouth agape as she witnessed the tragedy unfolding before us, biting her silver teeth in anguish. How could this happen? How could this happen? But at that moment, a sudden scream pierced the air as nearly 100 dark figures descended from the sky. A beautiful figure emerged, striking directly against our sails. With one hand gripping the rope and the other wielding a sharp sword, she smiled and exclaimed, It seems that I, Luanyu, am indeed a born harbinger of fortune, surviving against all odds. Sighing in relief, I and he urged Luanyu to descend, subsequently decelerating our vessel to retrieve the nearly 100 Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry scattered around us. This elite legion, renowned for their prowess in national warfare, had turned utterly helpless in the sea, their armor soaked and their expressions a mix of indignation and disbelief. What the hell? Such a fierce storm nearly turned us into diving bullfrogs. As I gazed into the distance, the scene unfolded like a hell on earth. Countless ships were hurled skyward by the tornado-like tempest, moving with such velocity that evasion was impossible. Most of these vessels belonged to the Northern Alliance, and this forbidden-level maritime storm was sufficient to obliterate their entire naval fleet. Countless warships were torn asunder, and the likes of Lin Yisan, San Sheng Mo, Ling Shueshang, and I, aboard the ship tonight to watch the snow, were left in a state of shock, utterly unprepared for the magnitude of this conflict. The raw power of nature was overwhelming, rendering even the mightiest generals and divine warriors amongst us as insignificant as grains of sand in the vast ocean. Suddenly, a message pinged in from Giguzi. Boss, the battlefield has turned into hell. How are you faring? I replied, we're fine, no fatalities. What about you? They had already escaped the combat and storm zones and were maneuvering to return, estimating arrival at the blazing sea port in about 2 hours. All right. Once you reach the port, unleash all the cannon fire within 5 minutes and turn the blazing sea port into ruins. Inform Cheng Feng not to linger in battle. After the port is destroyed, return immediately for support. Understood. Chapter 784. The Inferno Beyond All was progressing in the direction we had hoped for. Undoubtedly, the coordinated assault by the 3 main cities of the Northern Alliance on Darkmoon City had officially failed. Their defeat stemmed from a profound misunderstanding of maritime weather, their overconfidence leading them to believe they could easily extinguish the guild of ancient Sword Soul Dream. They were gravely mistaken about the strength of our allies, such as Shui Yin-san and the other 3 major guilds, which, when united, formed an indomitable force. Even on land, they would not have gained any advantage. At sea, the storm continued to rage, cold and hunger gnawing at the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry, who could only cling to the necks of their steeds for warmth. I steadied my grip on the hilt of my sword, standing at the bow of the ship, attentively monitoring the storm's trajectory. Evasion was paramount. Waiting until the tempest bore down upon us to react would likely result in tragedy. It seemed, however, that the storm had lost some of its earlier ferocity. Luanyu leaned against the mast, lightly caressing her chest, breathless as she remarked on the immense trials she had faced recently. Her ship destroyed, relocating to the main battleship, and over 80 players in her team having perished, all while the relentless storm continued to wreak havoc. On the surface of the sea, flashes of lightning illuminated everything between the heavens and the ocean, as nearly 20 colossal whirlwinds wreaked havoc among the ships. Surveying our surroundings, fewer than 100 of our warships remained, with countless lives lost. The area of the Northern Alliance lay at the very heart of the storm, suffering even greater devastation. Of the nearly 10,000 warships that had previously engaged in battle, almost 3,000 had been destroyed. Now, in the wake of the raging storm, fewer than 1,000 vessels remained. Such catastrophic losses would surely bring tears to the leaders of the scorching city, the desert city, and the city of chariots. Not only had their investments in warships gone to waste, but many players had perished at sea, losing levels and equipment. Such losses were intolerable for any guild leader. It seems that the Northern Alliance has very few survivors left, Lin Yisin remarked from a short distance away. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, not many remain. He suddenly drew her blade, her keen eyes scanning the horizon. This bodes ill. Nearly 100 warships are approaching. The Northern Alliance has not abandoned their assault on us. Indeed, beneath the ominous black clouds, countless ships sailed forth, undaunted by the prospect of death. Their target unmistakably our remaining 100 Chinese warships. Their intent was clear, to launch a final retaliatory strike, even if it meant perishing in the storm. They aimed to drag down several of our valiant commanders along with them. Prepare for battle, I commanded, drawing my blade. The few hundred souls still aboard rallied, brandishing their weapons with a shared resolve, the frost blades gleaming ominously in the dim light. At that moment, a sudden change erupted. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen sparks shot skyward as enormous creatures surged forth from the depths of the sea. It was the head and neck of a colossal beast, reminiscent of the long-necked dinosaurs of the Jurassic era, its neck extending dozens of meters, covered in armored scales. Its jagged head, filled with sharp ridges, bore pairs of emerald green eyes that fixated on the approaching players. Crash! A Korean battleship was pierced and shattered, players scattering into the sea amidst their anguished cries. The sea monsters swiftly seized the opportunity, their gaping maws filled with fearsome fangs, devouring several players in a single gulp. The hunt had turned into a primal spectacle of ancient creatures preying upon the players. More sea monsters emerged from the depths, launching assaults on the players amidst the raging storm. Their fearsome heads struck repeatedly, voraciously consuming the players aboard the ships. Faced with such relentless attacks, the players found themselves helpless, as if caught in a devouring skill that swallowed fully intact players without a chance to resist. Splash! Splash! Water surged as two sea monsters broke through the surface, their colossal heads fixated on the players aboard our two Dragon King warships. At this moment, we finally beheld the attributes of this sea monster. The Black Sea Dragon, Tier B boss, level 190 attack, 40, 405, 980 defense, 6, 800 health, 1, 500. 000 skills. Whale Swallow, Ice Spike Attack, Turbulent Waves. Description: these black sea dragons dwell in the depths of the ocean, descendants of ancient divine beasts, possessing formidable physiques and immense strength. Their scales are thick, impervious to ordinary weaponry. Having resided in the deep sea for countless millennia, they remain distanced from the disputes of the mainland, steadfastly guarding their homeland. A level 190 boss, this poses quite the challenge. I hastily raised my longsword, declaring loudly, "Biming! Stun it! With our numbers, defeating it should pose no issue. Lin, the other one is yours." Before my words faded, Lin Yisin's graceful figure surged forth like a bolt of lightning, akin to a butterfly swiftly alighting upon the boss's neck. Her enchanting eyes shimmered with a lunar glow as a sharp dagger plunged deeply into the sea dragon's throat, followed by a swift strike of her longsword, shattering defenses with a relentless assault. With a resounding thud, her battle boots landed upon the dragon's neck, scattering azure lotus petals of light. The transformation of the earth beneath her was resplendent and mesmerizing, elegantly cascading upon the deck. With a pointed blade, she unleashed an icy flame that crashed down upon the dragon's head, exclaiming, "Attack, it's locked on." In response to Lin Yisin's actions, I too could not afford to be idle. I summoned my ice-scaled horse to the edge of the ship, raising one hand to cast the binding spell. In a flash, 4 divine weapons fell from the heavens, piercing the water and coalescing divine power, miraculously ensnaring the sea dragon in place. Subsequently, I hurled the teeming sword, its spiraling blade striking forth with a series of 3 consecutive slashes, tearing through the dragon's flesh and swiftly locking onto its enmity. The dragon roared in fury, opening its gaping maw to launch a ferocious bite, executing its devouring skill. With a resounding crash, my ice-scaled horse sprang forth, evading to the right, and the dragon's massive jaws clamped down onto the steel deck, leaving an ominous imprint as it bit into nothingness, howling in agony. Teeming, lower its defense. Everyone, lock onto the attack. We must not allow a single sea dragon to hinder our progress, for a tornado approaches. A flurry of attacks ensued. Teeming Shui's bone-gnawing arrows reduced the boss's defense by a staggering 50. A volley from the archers ensued, rapidly depleting the boss's health. I remained steadfast at the forefront, with He and Luan Yu serving as the main tanks, firmly locking onto the boss's aggression. As the waves rippled, icy spikes suddenly plunged onto the ship, catching several unprepared archers off guard, instantly obliterated by the boss's formidable might. This battle was destined to incur losses, yet none faltered, continuing to focus their efforts on the relentless assault. After nearly 5 minutes of fierce combat, we finally vanquished the Black Sea Dragon, looting a level 27th tier battle drum and several pieces of spiritual and dark gold equipment, which were entrusted to Luan Yu for distribution. The battle in the direction of the snow silver fur draws to a close, accompanied by the anguished cries of the sea dragons. The conflict must end. Look, the surface of the sea ahead is rippling incessantly. It is ominous, for we cannot ascertain how many sea dragons lurk beneath the waves. Sangamo, holding her staff, gazes at the tumultuous waters and exclaims loudly, Lu Chun, Feng Se, we must retreat. Continuing to hold our ground here is futile. The blizzard and the sea dragon's onslaught are too fierce. Let us stretch our line and allow the last 1,000 warships of the Northern Alliance to meet their demise at the ocean's depths. Agreed. I calculated the time, realizing that the 2,000 warships commanded by Li Changfeng and his group should have already reached the port at the scorching coast. Continuing to fight here serves no purpose. Retreating to preserve our levels and equipment is the most prudent course of action. I had instructed Li Changfeng to avoid unnecessary battles, and I too must adhere to that. Withdraw. Back to the black coast of Dark Moon City. I commanded loudly. Nearly 100 warships swiftly turned around and fled at breakneck speed. Behind us, over 1,000 Northern Alliance warships hastily pursued us. However, more than 20 tornadoes wreaked havoc, claiming additional vessels. By the time we reached the central waters, we were besieged by countless sea dragon legions. When they could still pursue us, only a sparse few dozen warships remained. Even if they caught up, they would pose no threat to us. Our retreat to the coastline of Dark Moon City had a singular purpose: to safeguard our own harbor. We could not attack their stronghold while neglecting our own defense. In the guild channel, I inquired, Changfeng, Xiao Gui, what is the situation on your end? Li Changfeng responded with hearty laughter. 1,000 warships bombarding a modest harbor. Can you imagine the scene? Come, let me share the battle footage with everyone. In the next moment, the shared interface of the guild channel displayed a live video, revealing a wooden harbor city enduring a relentless barrage. Flames soared high as shipyards, lumber mills, and fishing ports were obliterated. Numerous players from Korea attempted to counterattack but were swiftly annihilated by the cannon fire, unable to withstand the onslaught. Suyang couldn't help but chuckle. Well done. The scorching harbor is finished. I wonder how long it will take to regenerate such a harbor. Just look at how the Northern Alliance fools will contend with us now. This is simply hilarious. I asked, what is the outcome on the main battlefield? Li Changfeng replied. I inquired and learned that the forces of Tianfeng City were brutally ambushed on the Everlove Plains. It appears they have truly fallen into the trap set by the Northern Alliance. Vienna's Sorrow did not attack Everlove City, but instead aided it, flanking the players from Tianfeng City. Thankfully, we did not engage. I nodded. Indeed, the battle for Everlove City is merely a facade. Their true intention is to launch a maritime assault on our Dark Moon City. How insidious. At that moment, a system notification echoed through the air. Ding. System announcement. Player, Candle Shadow Chaos, Skywind City, has reached the required kill value. After vanquishing enemies, they successfully triggered the Divine General System, gaining the ability to transform into Earth. They have ascended to become the 4th Divine General in the Chinese region, acquiring a divine power value of 200,200. a permanent luck value of 2, a permanent strategy value of 5, and have obtained the exclusive divine general skill, Heavenly Flame. Heavenly Flame. Effect. Summons celestial red flames to attack targets within range. The attack power is related to the user's attributes, exclusive to Candle Shadow Chaos. Chapter 785. Guardian of the Sea Kneepads. Candle Shadow Chaos has ascended to a divine general? He turned, her beautiful eyes gazing at me in bewilderment. I nodded affirmatively, saying, indeed, they have ascended. In this battle for Eternal Love City, Candle Shadow Chaos has given their all. Should they fail to reclaim a victory, the reputation of the Candle Dragon Guild in the Chinese region will plummet, and their status as the #1 in China may shatter in an instant. Li Qingfeng remarked in the guild channel, how shameless. Even a scum like Candle Shadow Chaos dares to comprehend divine general skills. That Heavenly Flame must be a group-killing summoning skill, quite similar to Lu Qin's Ancient Rune, though I wonder if its attack power rivals that of the Ancient Rune. I smiled, who knows? We shall witness it when we meet next time. Qingfeng, after you destroy the Blazing Harbor, make sure to return immediately. Understood. On the return journey, the players of the Northern Alliance dwindled, and astonishingly, within less than 10 hours of the nation war commencing, it ended. Ding. System notification, congratulations. You ranked first in the Black Sea battle, earning MVP rewards. Level 3, luck value 1, reputation value 1000000, and receive the reward. Guardian of the Sea Kneepads. Guardian of the Sea Kneepads? I hastily opened my inventory to find a pair of boots shimmering with a violet hue, quietly resting within. The jagged armor blades were densely packed, exuding an ominous aura. As I held them, a chilling breath enveloped my palm. Upon examining their attributes, I couldn't help but smile broadly. Finally, the 10 hours of cross-sea battle yielded results. Guardian of the Sea Kneepads, Heavenly Artifact. Exceptional defense, 1350 magic defense, 1100 strength, 255 stamina, 260 agility, 245 strategy, 60 additional. Increases the user's health by 18,000 points additional. Enhances the user's defense by 45 slot count, 7 exceptional trait. Guardian of the Sea. Significantly enhances resistance to ice attribute attacks, reducing their damage by 75. Description. In ancient times, numerous sea deities engaged in a divine war in the deep sea. A multitude of ancient gods perished, their essence coalescing into various equipment, and these Guardian of the Sea Kneepads are among them. Infused with divine power, they enable the user to withstand the harshest cold and greatly enhance their strength. Required level, 155. Well, how fortunate I am to acquire a level 155 Heavenly Artifact. This truly is a delightful surprise. However, it is evident that the scale of the Battle of the Black Sea pales in comparison to that of the Battle of Dawn City. This does not constitute an epic-making national war. Rather, it is merely a localized conflict, thus no systematic announcements were made, with rewards distributed individually to players instead. Nonetheless, acquiring equipment such as the Town Guard Kneepads is already sufficient. As for whether a system announcement is warranted, that is of little consequence. Observing my level, I have just reached the remarkable milestone of level 155. The MVP reward granted me an additional 3 levels, which is quite commendable, hastening my ascent on the Celestial City leaderboard. Equipping the Town Guard Kneepads has significantly augmented my attributes. ID, Shattered Sword and Sunken Sand. Title, Purgatory Thunder. Class, Necromancer Swordsman, Earth Swordsman. Level, 155 health, 102,290 attack, 39104620 defense, 6415 magic defense, 5610 reputation, 328900 strategy, 508 luck, 54. The increase in health is astounding. The Town Guard Kneepads directly enhance my maximum health by 18,000, resulting in an impressive total of 100,000 health without any buffs. Should I activate the full attribute boost from the Purple Dragon 90 of the Lubu attire, combined with a 40-point Blood Knight card, and receive a 50-point physique effect from the unrelated beauty, my total health could potentially reach an astonishing 280,000 in peak condition. Truly a formidable tank. Of course, such a fully buffed state is rare and cannot be maintained daily alongside the Lubu attire and the unrelated beauty. Generally speaking, I would activate the Martial God and utilize a card, with 140,000 health being sufficient for survival. Around me, Golden lights erupted as nearly everyone leveled up. The players aboard the main battleship were all seasoned killers, their scores undoubtedly impressive. On the adjacent vessel, neighing soared with 2 beams of golden light, leveling up twice. By the end of the battle, her national war score ranked 3rd, and she gained considerable reputation points. For neighing, reputation is of the utmost importance now. After deleting her account, her level and reputation have reset to 0. Some high-tier equipment requires reputation to equip, hence her immediate priority is to elevate her reputation above 150. 000, or else many valuable items will remain unusable. Lu Chun, news from Dark Moon City is not favorable. Came a voice from beside me, as Luan Yu exclaimed loudly. What is it? Both he and I responded in astonishment. Luan Yu, gritting her teeth, reported. The shameless tyrant Hall has allied with the frantic dragon and the flowering grove, gathering a force of 1.5 million that has already appeared on the plains outside Dark Moon City. They will reach the city's edge in 10 minutes. Seemingly intent on attacking Dark Moon City while we are embroiled in our national war. Oh, the people from Tyrant Hall truly lack shame. Wang Dongliang remains as he always was, he remarked with a faint smile. Luan Yu replied, what should we do? We currently lack sufficient numbers. Most of our guild's players are with Li Changfeng at the Scorching Coast. I instructed, let a few individuals remain to navigate the warship back to the harbor. The rest shall return to the city. Ensure that Li Changfeng, Giguzi, and the others return as well. We will also head back and then teleport to Dark Moon City. I am curious to see what scheme the Overlord Hall is concocting this time. How shameless. They never change. Luan Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us proceed. Thus, several players were assigned to command the warship while the others retrieved their return scrolls and made their way back to the city. They informed the remaining guild members. And the leaders of the 4 major guilds, Flame Red Lips, Snow Silver Fur, Junlin, and the White Emperor City, displayed their camaraderie. Swiftly returning to the city and heading to Dark Moon City to assist in defense. The opposing forces were arriving in droves, with a staggering 1.5 million players, which was no trivial matter. In an instant, I found myself in Dark Moon City. Shortly thereafter, a dazzling array of figures appeared beside me. He, Baiming Shui, Li Changfeng, Morong Mingyue, Giguzi, and others. Leader, you have finally arrived, exclaimed a dragon-riding knight who had perished in the naval battle and returned. Brandishing his battle blade, he grinned. The battle will commence in just a few minutes. What perfect timing. The Overlord Hall is utterly shameless, taking advantage of our vulnerability. However, it seems they did not anticipate that our national war would conclude so swiftly. Let us ascend the city walls. Indeed, I summoned my ice-scaled horse and, accompanied by a cadre of elite dragon knights, galloped up the stone steps to the battlements. As a level 9 castle, Dark Moon City's walls were as formidable as those of Dawn City, constructed from an indeterminate stone, each crenellation adorned with a massive metallic dragon skull, exuding an aura of menace. Standing atop the fortress, I gazed out to see a sea of players on the plains below, their names shimmering in crimson. The Wild Dragons and the Floral faction had evidently allied in response to the prevailing circumstances, rallying under the banner of the Overlord Hall, one of the top 10 guilds in China. With such a reputation, Wang Dongliang had swiftly recruited and expanded his guild, boasting nearly 800,000 players solely within the Overlord Hall. In the Sky City, the hall's branches extended to the 100th sub-guild, a truly imposing sight. However, from our perspective, no matter how many sub-guilds they possessed, they remained a disorganized rabble. When the battle commenced, they could easily succumb to defeat. The Pillar of the Nation had submitted the siege token with a time limit of 10 hours. Should they capture the city, victory would be theirs. Li Changfeng glanced at the time and remarked, those scoundrels certainly know how to pick their moments. It is already 8 p.m., and our people have been online for several hours without rest. They have laid in wait, knowing we would be at a disadvantage. How shameless. Su Yang brandished his sword and laughed. No worries. With Snow Silver Fur, Flame Red Lips, Junlin, and the White Emperor City as our allies, I dare say that deploying just 25 of our forces should suffice to utterly crush their so-called 1.5 million army. Indeed, just then, a rider approached at full speed. It was the vice leader of the Overlord Hall, Little Pig. Upon reaching the base of the city, Little Pig halted and activated his formidable skill. Addressing the players atop the walls with a grin, archers, do not point your arrows at my head. I am unafraid. I dismounted, my feet resting on the edge of the city bricks, leaning forward with a smile to inquire, "Little pig, you truly possess remarkable enthusiasm. Instead of engaging in the national war, you have ventured here to covet our ancient sword-soul dream territory. Aren't you afraid of the players from the China region piercing your spine?" Little pig shrugged with a grin. "Entrusted with a mission, I serve the Overlord Hall, thus. I cannot turn my elbows outward. The targets of the Overlord Hall's assault are beyond my discretion. Brother Lu Chun, I respect your valor in the national war. So I have come to convey a message. In 10 minutes, the Overlord Hall will launch a full-scale attack on Darkmoon City. Prepare yourselves." Without hesitation, Li Changfeng stepped onto the arrow stack, a series of 3 azure dragon-patterned sword, coalescing into 3 azure blades that encircled him as he entered a transformed state. He leapt from the city walls, propelled by the immense rebound, resembling a straight arrow hurtling towards Little Pig. The sword's gleam chilled the air, executing a direct dragon bone thrust. "Blast!" Little Pig exclaimed, quickly raising his sword to block, successfully deflecting the first strike, yet succumbing to the subsequent 2. Following this, he unleashed a Qinglong Hornblade skill, which pierced through Little Pig's body, inflicting severe damage. Miss. 27,272. 31,928. 41,828. Remarkably, Little Pig's buffs did not dissipate. He retaliated with a forceful punch against Li Chengfeng's chest, retreating swiftly as the power of the divine weapon enveloped him, the winds of revival sweeping through. Rapidly restoring his health, pointing at Li Chengfeng, he thundered, "In battle, we do not slay envoys. Li Chengfeng, you are utterly shameless." Li Chengfeng stood proudly with his sword, chuckling, "Apologies, Lu Chun, for striking down your envoy. I merely wish to impart a small lesson." Chapter 786, A Direct Recruitment Attempt. Little Pig turned and galloped away, his voice echoing through the air. "A divine general bullying a mere renowned general like me? You dare? Await the onslaught of our countless troops to breach your walls. Oh no, perhaps it shall be a desolate wasteland beneath the city. Either way, I am merely a mercenary." Laughter erupted from the city. Little Pig was a rather conflicted character, valuing wealth above all, yet his prowess was undeniably formidable. Li Chengfeng could only take advantage of his exalted status as a celestial general to dominate him. Otherwise, Li Chengfeng might not have had such an overwhelming advantage, as Little Pig's strength had already been validated in prior battles, undeniably top tier. In the distance, the main force of the Overlord Hall advanced, flanked by the 2 major factions of the Mad Dragon and the Huajian sect. Moreover, this was not their entire force. In addition to the 3 major guilds, nearly 100 smaller guilds joined in the assault, not for any other reason than to gain notoriety. The ancient sword-soul dream currently basked in glory within Sky City, shining brightly in the national war, and such a guild naturally incited envy, with many wishing to vanquish it. In these times of immense pressure and no outlet for release, the degree of human depravity far exceeds our imagination. Li Chengfeng returned to the city, smirking, a joint attack of 1.5 million troops. A grand spectacle indeed. Lu Chun, how do you intend to counter this? I unsheathed my sword, exclaiming with fervor, "Let us charge forth and vanquish them all." He hastily restrained me, saying, "Calm down. This is hardly a strategic approach." Nearby, Sansheng Mo chuckled, brandishing her staff, and remarked, "Absolute strength eclipses that of the opponent. The national battle in the Black Sea region has concluded, and with the 5 guilds united, we can muster up to 200,000 players, even surpassing their numbers. Indeed, by employing Lu Chen's method, victory is attainable." "How dull that would be. It lacks excitement," Lin Yisen interjected with a light laugh. "I propose we send several teams to flank them from behind, cutting off the retreat routes of the Overlord Hall, the Flower Pavilion, and the Mad Dragon, and then launch a joint assault, forcing them to either retreat or face total annihilation. As for retreating, well, everyone understands that in the game, being forced to return to the city after being defeated is an immense humiliation for a player. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wishes to retreat. Such an act is deemed cowardly, though strategies of tactical withdrawal are another matter. Generally speaking, He pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of contemplation as she softly suggested, "Actually, I support the idea of allowing the Overlord Hall, Mad Dragon, and Flower Pavilion players to approach the city gates, where we can engage in a defensive counterattack. Why is that, Sister Eve? Lin Yisan inquired, perplexed. He chuckled lightly. Do you remember the last time at Changsheng Hall, when the three major guilds, when Ding Tianxia, Sacred Domain Roses, attacked Dark Moon City, resulting in numerous casualties? Ultimately, they elevated Dark Moon City by 2 levels. The war experience is derived from the death essences of fallen players, which is precisely why the rewards from the national battle in Dawn City far exceed those of the Black Sea conflict. Thus, the more enemies we slay at the city gates, the more substantial the rewards Dark Moon City will reap. What do you think, E? Ah, I see now. Lin Yisan replied with a smile. Then let us allow them to approach the gates and engage, while also giving us a chance to witness the defensive might of a level 9 castle. Indeed, within the city, the unique ghost arrow towers of the level 9 death castle stood tall, unleashing not ordinary arrows, but skeletal arrows imbued with a blood-red glow, as though charged with necromantic energy. The true extent of their power would be tested by the flesh and blood of the Overlord Hall players. I raised my sword high and declared, Brothers of the ancient sword dream, brothers of the alliance, hold the city gates firmly. No one is to leave the city. Elite cavalry shall assemble within, poised to launch a countercharge at any moment. Archers and mages atop the walls, prepare your supplies. Both magic potions and healing elixirs are available within the city. Ensure your equipment is repaired. We shall enter battle in 10 minutes. As I had anticipated, 10 minutes later, Wang Dongliang rode at the forefront, raising his blade triumphantly and bellowing, Brothers, this realm has never belonged to anyone. In this era of rising heroes, we advance and retreat together, defeating the ancient sword and seizing Dark Moon City to fulfill our dreams of becoming kings. A throng of Overlord Hall players charged forward, many of whom were formidable Overlord knights. Bah, what a fantasy! If such a guild can claim to be a kingly guild, it truly means there is no one left in the Chinese region. Sanxing Mo huffed indignantly. Soon, the troops approached the pool, with the players from the Overlord's Hall barely 100 yards from the city. I chuckled and remarked, once the siege warfare concludes, the system will distribute rewards. Ranged players can unleash their firepower. The more foes they slay, the greater the benefits they will reap later. Let us mercilessly butcher the fools from the Overlord's Hall, the Flower Pavilion, and the Mad Dragons here. This yields far more experience than any grinding ground. Bai Mingxuan nodded with a light laugh, knocking her longbow and activating her bowmaster strategy skill, unleashing a flurry of spiraling arrow blades that wreaked havoc among the enemy ranks. Above the city, countless sparks erupted as mages, archers, bards, beast tamers, strategists, and various other professions continuously unleashed their assaults, leveraging the height of the walls to amplify their range, pouring down a torrent of devastating firepower. Boom! The Starry River Storm nearly dominated the battlefield, as countless mages combined their Starry River Storms into a terrifying force, shredding the Overlord's Hall players caught in the onslaught into mere fragments, leaving them utterly defenseless, unable even to breach the fire zone. Bang! San Sheng Mo's staff emanated icy mist, unleashing 2 consecutive ice explosions within the crowd, freezing a throng of charging Steel Needle Hedgehog Knights in place. Following this, 2 Starry River Storms descended, resulting in the demise of nearly 40 Steel Needle Hedgehog Knights, with none surviving. Damn, Mo's ranged attacks are truly fearsome, I thought. My lips twitching, San Sheng Mo, filled with pride, raised her chin and said, Envious, are we? I replied, Join us at Ancient Sword. I can offer you the position of vice leader. Ah, this seemed to pique San Sheng Mo's interest. Beside us, the girl with bright, watery eyes tightly gripped her sword hilt, softly warning, no tempting our leader. How could the fiery red lips be without our leader? If you continue this way, Lu Chun, I shall resort to force. Tian Tang Yu and Qin Kong Shui quickly grew tense, their hands resting on their sword hilts, declaring, Whoever dares to lay a hand on our brother Lu Chun, we will not hold back. San Sheng Mo chuckled. Oh, the sisters of Ancient Sword are so adorable. Come with me to the fiery red lips. I assure you'll enjoy endless delights and an abundance of handsome fellows. My enthusiasm faltered, and I thought to myself, how can they be so spirited? Lin Yisan, exasperated, said, Can we avoid undermining each other right in front of our faces? You are truly lacking in subtlety. I concurred. Indeed, your lack of finesse is astounding. Lin Yisan shot me a glare, teasingly retorting, You shameless creature. I was talking about you. Laughter erupted among us, and the tense atmosphere of the siege transformed into a light-hearted banter. The battle raged on for half an hour, and finally, after nearly 10,000 of the Steel Needle Hedgehog knights had fallen, they successfully reached the foot of the city. Countless artisan players, shielded by the magic knights, advanced, and a series of ladders were firmly secured to the city walls. The Overlord's Hall was about to ascend the city. Clang! I drew my teeming sword and smiled. If we can withstand the siege from the Northern Alliance, this rabble is hardly a challenge. It's time for the melee players to score points. Let us take them down one by one. No need to hold back. Before the words had left his lips, a level 155 magic knight had already raised his shield and charged into the city, proclaiming loudly, "I am the captain of the 1st Division of the Overlord Hall." Du Shursan drew his sword and struck, the flames erupting as his fiery blade clashed against the opponent's shield, inflicting a damage of 6,893 points. However, this attack proved to be a miscalculation, significantly diminishing its impact. With unwavering spirit, he laughed heartily. 13. Allow me a turn. The warhammer swung with great force, crashing down and flipping the opponent's shield. Seizing the opportunity, Du Shursan executed a swift double strike, penetrating the enemy's chest and achieving a resounding kill atop the city. Amidst the chaos, I peered outside to witness the players from the Overlord Hall, mages and archers alike, gathering at the city gates. The erratic arrows rained down continuously, yet they refrained from deploying siege weaponry, posing no threat to the walls, thus allowing us to continue our assault without fear of loss. With a flourish, I unleashed the Phantom Wolf King upon the battlefield, creating havoc as the Inferno Storm skill ignited a sea of flames among the throng of Overlord Hall players, leaving them in agony. The wolf's claws were a nightmare, capable of tearing through even the armor of high-ranking knights, let alone the mages and archers. After a grueling 3 hours of intense battle, the siege remained fiercely contested. At last, Lin Yisin's ice flame slash swept through a throng of players on the siege ladders. With a charming yawn, she turned to me and said, "I'm feeling a bit tired. I wish to conclude this battle swiftly." "What are you planning?" I inquired. "It's time to send out the Iron Cavalry of Shui Yinsong for a counterattack." Indeed, I nodded with interest. In this national conflict, we had yet to witness their cavalry in action. Lin Yisin, accompanied by the likes of Purple Robe Marquis and Ji Chuanyu, descended from the city to rally forces. Soon after, nearly 10,000 warrior-class players clustered together, and at Lin Yisin's command, everyone began to summon their mounts. "Purple Dragon Cavalry, let us ride." Purple Robe Marquis suddenly raised his battle blade, prompting a wave of warriors to mount up. These were formidable beasts, their heads resembling dragons, unexpectedly chosen as mounts for Lin Yisin. At the front of the formation, Lin Yisin continued to ride her Ice Scythe warhorse, perhaps too fond of it to ever replace it. "Little trickster, open the city gates." Lin Yisin smiled up at the walls. I nodded, and the gates swung open, allowing nearly 10,000 Purple Dragon Cavalry to surge forth at astonishing speed. When did the Purple Dragon Cavalry come about? I turned to Qing Shui Xiang beside me and asked, "Why haven't I seen these Purple Dragon Cavalry during the National War?" Qing Shui Xiang replied, somewhat exasperated. "The Purple Dragon Cavalry are a type of earth dragon, having only been extensively tamed in the days following the end of the National War. The likes of Purple Robe Marquis and Ji Chuanyu have hardly slept. During the conflict, there were only a little over 2,000 Purple Dragon Cavalry, which did not form a significant force. They were all wiped out in clashes with the bloodthirsty Beast Cavalry, hence you did not witness them." "They seem impressive," I remarked. "Indeed they are." Amidst the thunderous clamor of iron chains, the grand gates swung open, unleashing a multitude of violet dragon riders who surged forth with fervor. Lin Yisin, stationed at the forefront, activated the transformation of the earth, enveloped in an ethereal glow of azure lotus petals, resembling a celestial being. Mounted upon her icy scythe steed, she executed a devastating ice flame slash that descended upon the throngs below. The impact was cataclysmic. A horde of players from the Overlord Hall was left utterly disoriented. Almost immediately, a colossal deep blue dragon soared from the battlements, unleashing a torrent of searing breath upon the masses, incinerating all in its path. The ice dragon, Chris, had already attained level 150, her size immense. Typically she lingered beside Lin Yisin like a great hound, yet when airborne, she transformed into a nuclear-grade behemoth, unleashing a succession of devastating skills that rivaled our Phantom Wolf King in destructive capability. Behind Lin Yisin, the likes of the Purple Robe Marquis and Ji Chuanyu charged forth. as 10,000 dragon riders swept through, their phalanx overwhelming the Overlord Hall, rendering them defenseless. It was no surprise that Lin Yixin had ascended to level 150 in just a week, regaining at least 80 of her former prowess. Although her equipment was not quite as formidable as before, the demon bell I had bestowed upon her, a unique artifact, rendered her attributes nearly equivalent to her previous state. Furthermore, despite the divine skill, divine weeping, being permanently restricted from her use, Lin Yixin obediently complied. Nevertheless, as a divine commander, her leadership was quadruple that of an ordinary player. With the earth transformation activated, Lin Yixin became the blade of the Violet Dragon Riders, a force no ordinary player from the Overlord Hall could withstand. Observing the rapid onslaught of Shui Yin Song, the others could hardly restrain their eagerness. With sparkling eyes, Ming Miao, akin to flowing water, gazed at San Sheng Mo and playfully inquired, "Shall we?" San Sheng Mo nodded affirmatively. "Go ahead." With a gleeful laugh, Ming Miao leapt from the city walls, summoned her steed, and rallied the flaming red lips cavalry. Shortly thereafter, she too charged forth from the city. Finally, Li Changfeng, grasping his sword, could no longer contain his excitement, exclaiming, "I want to join." I nodded. "You have an important mission." "What mission?" Li Changfeng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Guarding the city is dreadfully dull. Please assign me a task. I'm eager to earn points." I smiled. "Lead the 5,000 cavalry of the main alliance from the North City Gate, circling to their rear to initiate a coordinated assault. Meanwhile I, along with Xiao Gui and Doji, will lead the Dragon Radiance Iron Cavalry and over 10,000 Azure Tiger Iron Cavalry from the front to obliterate the Overlord Hall's offensive." "Understood," Li Changfeng replied eagerly, swiftly mobilizing his forces. In the Ancient Sword Dream main alliance, apart from the Dragon Radiance and Azure Tiger Cavalry, he commanded the rest of the cavalry. Li Changfeng had risen to be one of the 4 great divine commanders in the Chinese region and, in fact, was at a higher level than both Lin Yixin and myself. It was likely that before I reached level 160, Li Changfeng would become the guardian of the Ancient Sword Dream. The wall defense battle was indeed tedious, particularly when facing second-rate guilds such as the Overlord Hall, the Mad Dragon, and the Flower Clan. The prowess of the Mad Dragon and Flower Clan was notably limited, placing them firmly in the realm of mediocrity. As for the Overlord Hall, despite being ranked among the top 10 guilds in the Chinese region, their actual combat strength was arguably eclipsed by the formidable might of the Moon Hunter dynasty from the Wei, Jin, Southern, and Northern dynasties. The pillars of the nation relied solely on a single minor character, a small pig. The likes of Guguzi, Wanyue and Duziyang had long been restless, eagerly awaiting my command. Realizing that if I did not issue a directive soon, this group might abandon the city, I hastily declared, "All right, let us advance into the city. Assemble the Dragoness Radiance Cavalry and the Azure Tiger Cavalry, and prepare to set forth." With that, a throng of individuals hurried down from the battlements. Shortly thereafter, 2,000 Dragoness Radiance Cavalry and 15,000 Azure Tiger Cavalry gathered within the city. The quality of the troops was commendable, each forming their respective squads. I, leveraging my status as a divine general, organized an 800-strong unit. Additionally, renowned figures such as Wang Dao, Qixin, and Shijiang assembled their own teams, ready to unleash their might. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation, awaiting a signal to charge. With a resounding clang, I drew the Teeming sword and stood at the forefront, urging my ice-scaled steed forward as I proclaimed, "Overlord Hall, Flower Clan, Mad Dragon, old adversaries. This band of rascals, disregarding principles, dares to assail us. Let them taste the consequences." Humph. The pillars of the nation think they have the upper hand, believing that the core leadership of our ancient sword soul dream would falter after losing 30 levels. Today, let us demonstrate with our weapons that even with a 30-level drop, mounted upon our Dragoness Radiance warhorses, we are still first-class cavalry. Moreover, we have regained our levels. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the ranks as they unsheathed their weapons, each brimming with combat spirit. The battle for Dawn City had been a grueling struggle against overwhelming odds, but now, with numbers equal to or even surpassing our foes, it was time for the Overlord Hall, Flower Clan, and Mad Dragon to feel the weight of their audacity. The heavy iron gates creaked open, and I spurred my warhorse, shouting, "Ancient Sword Cavalry, charge!" The thunderous sound of hooves resonated as our forces surged forth with astonishing speed. The indigo armor of the Dragon's Radiance cavalry shimmered with an ethereal glow. Indeed, within a week, everyone had regained substantial levels. Though not yet at the pre-national war standard, we were free from any level suppression, especially when facing a disorganized mob. There was little to fear. Kill. With a mighty roar, Du Ziyang led the charge, transforming into a fierce beast. The Xieji howled, conjuring a tempest that shattered the steel needle hedgehog cavalry of the Overlord Hall into fragments. Following closely, the Dragon's Radiance cavalry swept through, decimating the enemy cavalry's offensive with relentless force. Boom. Skills erupted in a dazzling display. Fierce blade slash, ice rock purgatory, stone shatter slash, and mountain shaking slash, all unleashed amidst the throng, bolstered by the prowess of renowned generals, exuding an overwhelming aura. The people of the Overlord Hall were rendered speechless. Standing amidst the crowd, Shangwan Wanner urgently declared, "Pig cavalry, advance. Form a shield wall, holy shield defense. And hold them back. Archers and mages behind, give it your all. Rain down the earth-shatter arrows and the galaxy storm without respite. Do not allow this group of ancient sword-souled dreamers a moment to breathe." Clang, clang, clang. A multitude of shields were raised. And upon receiving the instructions from the beautiful vice leader, the pig cavalry promptly lifted their shields and assumed the holy shield defense stance. Su Yang, Giguzi, and others swooped in, their weapons slicing through the air as they continuously pressed against the enemy's defensive line. However, the formation of the Overlord Hall was surprisingly well coordinated today. The priests stood remarkably close, delivering pinpoint healing with minimal overflow, miraculously withstanding a fierce assault from the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry. The primary reason for this resilience lay in the elevated levels of the players. The cavalry-type players possessed substantial health points, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate them swiftly without overwhelming offensive power. Damn it, I refuse to believe I cannot cut through you, Ruan Yue exclaimed, fiercely wielding her sword, executing a barrier breaker followed by a triple slash skill. Thud, thud. With successive strikes, a demon knight fell to the ground, howling in agony. But an immediate replacement from the rear rendered Ruan Yue's efforts futile. Use area attacks to break through their lines, he suggested. I approached from behind, smiling. Step aside. Let me take over. As I spoke, atop my warhorse, I raised one hand, unleashing 5 golden talismans that soared into the heavens. In the next moment, like an oracle, they descended upon the enemy's shield formation. This ancient talisman was a divine general skill, not something ordinary players could withstand. A chorus of cries erupted as the pig cavalry fell, and the combination of the ancient talisman and the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry's assault swiftly shattered the enemy's defenses, leading to a relentless and overwhelming advance. Damn it, we cannot hold them back, Guo Jidong exclaimed, bewildered. Little pig, you must hold them off. Little pig protested. How can I possibly withstand them when even so many pig cavalry cannot? Do you think I am the shield of Thor? I am not that formidable. Little Pig's reluctance to fight was apparent, and the ancient sword iron cavalry erupted in laughter. Yet, I understood the underlying truth. Little Pig was well aware of the insurmountable odds, but more critically, he recognized that for the Overlord Hall, this was an unjust war. Thus, he was unwilling to gamble his life. In the face of the sorrow of Vienna, a peak-level powerhouse, and an army of 20 million from the Northern Alliance, Little Pig would dare to charge forth with his sword. Such a person lacked nothing but courage. As the tide of battle turned, the Overlord Hall could no longer withstand the onslaught. With 2,000 Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry and over 10,000 Qinghu Iron Cavalry, such a formidable force of the ancient sword iron cavalry was beyond what a single Overlord Hall could bear. Their defensive array was commendable, yet it was futile against the ancient talisman. The divine general once again proved to be a decisive factor in the outcome of the war. In the vibrant realm of the Dragon Year, a grand dining event unfolds, enticing participants with the promise of rewards. The esteemed Yezi pledges that should the illustrious Tianxiao Wushuang secure the first position by the conclusion of this 22-day affair, a magnificent eruption of 5 chapters shall transpire. However, should they fall short, even to second place, such an outcome would be unacceptable, for Tianxiao Wushuang shall never settle for anything less than the pinnacle. Fellow companions, it is time to unveil your savings, as Yezi diligently toils during this festive season, yearning for a triumphant display. Let us elevate Tianxiao Wushuang to its rightful throne. In Chapter 788, the realm of souls, a sudden commotion catches attention. The astute Luan Yu gestures towards the flank, revealing a formidable contingent of players mounted upon azure war wolves, surging forth with fervor. Each warrior bears the distinct insignia of the Huajian sect, with their leader Li Lu and deputy Chun Ni prominently positioned at the forefront. The Huajian sect has mobilized entirely, evidently aware of the gravity of the situation. The Battle of Qingxi City has seen the valiant fall of many heroes from the Gujian Soul Dream, resulting in significant losses yet elevating their reputation within the Chinese region to unprecedented heights. In the hearts of many, the reigning guild is no longer the Zhulong, but rather the Gujian. At such a critical juncture, should the Huajian sect remain passive, they risk being permanently inscribed on the adversarial list of Gujian Soul Dream. As Wang Dongliang aptly stated, in times of chaos, morality is but a fleeting notion. Victors are celebrated as heroes, while the vanquished are forgotten. Thus, the Huajian sect must muster every ounce of strength to confront Gujian Soul Dream head-on. Let us vanquish Li Lu and leave them leaderless, I declared with a smile. Leave it to me. Du Shisan galloped forth. With the formidable Chun Ni by Li Li's side, my confidence wavered. I scanned the battlefield and commanded, Luan Yu, assist Shisan. Take down Li Lu and Chun Ni. Understood. Luan Yu swiftly urged her dragon steed forward, her speed remarkable, accompanied by nearly 100 dragon riders to ensure their success. Here they come. Li Lu raised his battle sword, eyes wide with amusement as he beheld Du Shisan, laughing maniacally. The Gujian Soul Dream dares to send such a lowly challenger against the Huajian sect? How audacious! Watch as I dispatch him. With a swift motion, the leader of the Huajian sect and the commander of the blood mercenaries crossed paths, exchanging fierce blows. Du Shisan struck twice, each strike landing near Li Li's throat, with one blow being a barrier-breaking hit that inflicted significant damage, causing Li Lu to lose half of his vitality. In contrast, Du Shisan endured minimal harm. His strikes merely dented the armor, accumulating damage not exceeding 150,000. In a contest of mastery, the essence lies in speed, precision, and the timing of execution. After years of honing his skills, Du Shisan has finally made remarkable progress. Within a fleeting 5 seconds, he executed a skill attack, a feat not easily accomplished. In contrast, Li Lu was unable to do so due to the urgency of the moment, resorting to mere basic attacks, lacking the capacity to harness a skill attack. This exemplifies the disparity between seasoned experts and ordinary players. Comparatively, formidable warriors like Li Changfeng and Zi Ho can effortlessly unleash multiple combination skills in an instant, demonstrating their expertise with remarkable finesse and swiftness. Under duress, Li Lu hastily retreated, but Du Shisan, commanding his dragon horse, pursued relentlessly, only to be intercepted by Chun Ni. With a sudden impact, he was struck by a barrier, losing over 20,000 health points in a perilous moment. Enraged, Du Shisan raised his arm and forcefully struck Chun Ni's shoulder, compelling her to retreat, while he himself swiftly withdrew to use a healing potion. However, Chun Ni was relentless, advancing immediately, her steed whinnying as she lunged forward once more. Just then, a graceful figure rushed in, Luan Yu, who flanked Chun Ni from the side. With a swift motion, Luan Yu executed 2 rapid strikes, a combination of barrier-breaking and stone-slicing attacks, which unleashed a torrent of damage upon Chun Ni's back, totaling 24, 727 and 22, 102 respectively. Before Chun Ni could react, Luan Yu deftly maneuvered her steed, delivering a resounding blow across her neck. With a sharp crack, Chun Ni's health was depleted in an instant. Her eyes wide with disbelief at the unanticipated swiftness of Luan Yu's assault, unable to withstand even a single round. This stark contrast in skill was evident. Luan Yu proved to be exceptionally astute, even holding her own against players of Li Chengfeng's caliber, adept at learning maneuvers and positioning. Her level of expertise stands at the pinnacle within the realm of ancient sword soul dream, surpassing even renowned players such as Su Yang and Yo Yun's 18 riders. While the odds of Giguzi besting her do not exceed 60%. Upon her defeat, Chun Ni dropped 2 pieces of equipment, a sword and a helmet, causing Li Lu to widen his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief at the drop of the Fire Ming helmet and the Yuran sword. Luan Yu gleefully gathered the items and, with a playful smile, charged towards Li Lu. With a swift stroke, she executed a barrier-breaking double strike upon his forehead, eliminating yet another opponent and claiming a necklace from Li Lu, leaving the players of Huajian's sect aghast. Li Lu had invested heavily in crafting his and Chun Ni's equipment, which had been procured at great expense from the auction house. Alas, Luan Yu is a formidable force with a high probability of causing player eliminations and item drops. Encountering her and failing to prevail is a tragic fate. With a decisive flourish of her sword, Luan Yu commanded the hundreds of players behind her to advance. A formidable wave of Dragon Dawn Iron Riders and Qing Tiger Iron Riders surged forth to attack. The Qing Wolf Riders of Huajian's sect could only struggle to hold their ground, as both the guild leader and vice leader fell to her knightly prowess in a mere encounter, leading to a devastating blow to morale. In the midst of the throng, the cavalry of Ancient Sword galloped forth, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, boldly charging against the opposing magic and arrows with an air of dominance that left the long-range players of guilds such as Overlord Palace and Flower between the gaps utterly disheartened. The disparity in power between the guilds was palpable. Guozhi Dongliang, wielding a heavy sword, stood at a distance, his eyes ablaze with fury. Damn it! Lu Chun, Eve, and Giguzi S Group. Haven T, they all fallen by over 30 levels? Why? Oh why? Are the cavalry of Ancient Swords still so formidable? What is the reason? Standing nearby, Shengwan Wanner remarked calmly, "It is quite simple. We acted too late, allowing a span of 35 days, with their equipment and leveling speed. Achieving level 30 within 3 to 5 days is undoubtedly feasible. The inherent advantages of Ancient Sword Soul Dream are beyond our comparison. They possess extraordinary generals like Wang Dao, Wu Shun, and Qi Shun, while we have but a humble pig's diamond, a defensive general skill. Damn it!" Guozhi Dongliang ground his teeth. "Wanner, what should we do now?" Stuck between a rock and a hard place, Shengwan Wanner shrugged, chuckling. "I warned you yesterday that this war is unjust. We should never attack Ancient Sword now. The timing is entirely wrong. Moreover, we cannot possibly conquer Dark Moon City at this moment. Even if Ancient Sword Soul Dream has not returned, do you think other guilds will not come to their aid?" "Other guilds?" Guozhi Dongliang gasped in astonishment. Shengwan Wanner smiled coyly. In the western Qinghu jungle, nearly 100,000 elite players from the Battle Sky Alliance are leveling there. It's somewhat absurd. How can that map accommodate such a multitude? Humph, the intentions of Battle Sky are quite clear. Should we fail in our assault on Dark Moon City, they will sweep through us, earning a favor from Ancient Sword Soul Dream. Conversely, if we succeed in taking Dark Moon City, Battle Sky will surely emerge to reclaim it, either for themselves or to return it to Ancient Sword Soul Dream, thus securing yet another significant favor. The strategist of Battle Sky Alliance is exceedingly astute, engaging in ventures that promise assured gains. Taking a deep breath, Guozhi Dongliang concluded, "It appears our endeavor to assault Dark Moon City may indeed have been unwise. So, what now? Should we retreat?" "Retreat?" Little Pig interjected with a laugh. "What are you talking about? We must continue to fight until the end. If we back down now, the Wild Dragon and Flower between the gaps will no longer stand with us. Leader, do you wish to abandon our only 2 allies?" A shiver ran through Guozhi Dongliang. "Very well, we shall continue to fight. Even if it comes down to the last soldier, we must not lose our morale." "Oh, so there is still morale to consider," Little Pig replied. Guozhi Dongliang remarked. Across the valley plains surrounding Dark Moon City, smoke signals rose and the sounds of battle echoed. The Snow Silver Fur, Ancient Sword, Junlin, and Flame Red Lips, along with the White Emperor City, all dispatched their cavalry to clash with the intruders. Among them were 6 illustrious CGL Hall of Fame players, including myself, Lin Yisan, Li Chengfeng, Ling Xueshang, San Shengimo, and tonight's snow viewing. The significance of our presence is undeniable. In terms of both strength and reputation, we hold an overwhelming advantage. Furthermore, the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry, which instilled fear in the Northern Alliance during the battle at Dawn City, has also joined the fray, further diminishing the combat spirit of players from Overlord Palace and other guilds. The situation of the war is utterly one-sided. A battle that should have taken several hours to conclude is nearing its end in merely 3 hours. Brothers, we cannot hold on any longer. Long Xing Tian Xia declared loudly, brandishing his spear. "Withdraw with me. This place is no longer safe." The corrupted armored dragon cavalry of the Mad Dragon was the first to retreat, further precipitating the collapse of the entire front line. Li Chengfeng, leading tens of thousands of ancient sword iron cavalry from the rear, swept through, repeatedly slaughtering the enemy's retreating forces. Indeed, the mad dragon had lost all will to retreat. Forced into this course of action, Long Xing Tianxia unfurled a scroll and shouted, "Return directly to Sky City." In an instant, countless beams of white light shot up, having the number of players on the battlefield. "What a pity, such valuable points, all gone," lamented the chaotic "I'm both hungry and tired." "It's for the best that they VE departed," replied Tian Tang I nodded and said, "Continue to eliminate the remaining foes. Once they are defeated, we can log off to eat and rest." "All right," came the reply. Just then, Li Changfeng rode over, saying, "Alliance leader, Lu Chun, there's new information. Take a look at the official homepage. There's a new development regarding Tianfeng City." Oh. I quickly opened the official homepage and was startled to see a bold headline. "The Land of Soul Suppression, opening tomorrow." The Land of Soul Suppression? I continued to read and discovered that it was originally part of Tianfeng City, situated in a valley within the Dragonbone Mountains, known as Kuei Lin Town. However, Kuei Lin Town had vanished, replaced by a new map occupied by the Night Spirits, named the Land of Soul Suppression. This new land has two entrances, one leading from Tianfeng City and the other toward the Northern Alliance, which means that once the Land of Soul Suppression opens, it will become a contested area for both factions. Of course, entry requires a level of 140 or above and a consumption of reputation points. Otherwise, one can only stand outside and watch helplessly. How can they allow the Northern Alliance to teleport into a territory that is clearly ours? Sansheng Mo exclaimed indignantly. Li Changfeng licked his lips and explained, "I have heard through the grapevine that this is a compromise. In exchange for retrieving Lin Mainvest's account, we must sacrifice one of our towns to spawn a high-level map for players from the China region and the Northern Alliance to contest. It is said that the rewards within the Land of Soul Suppression are exceedingly bountiful." I glanced at the time. The Land of Soul Suppression was set to open at noon tomorrow. I smiled and said, "All right, let us finish off the remaining foes and log off for a good rest. We shall arrive at Tianfeng City by 11 a.m. and head to the Land of Soul Suppression at noon." Given the abundance of rewards, we of the Ancient Sword cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Li Changfeng laughed heartily indeed. Chapter 789, Pursuing Shadows Ding. System announcement. Due to insufficient attacking forces, the Guild, Ancient Sword Soul Dream, successfully defended its territory. The territory Dark Moon City receives the following rewards. Various resources 400,000, wall defense strength 40. Ghost Arrow Tower range 150 yards, and gains of troops. Shadow Archers 4,000, Demon Knights 3,000. The system's chime echoed endlessly above the canyon, and it was already midnight. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. At last, the day's battles had come to a close. The incessant harassment from the Flower Sect had finally ceased. Su Yang drew a bloodied longsword from the chest of a Flower Sect player, laughing heartily. Li Changfeng grinned and remarked, "Well, the rewards are quite satisfactory. Why haven't the personal rewards been distributed yet? After slaying so many foes, surely we have accrued a substantial score." I nodded in agreement. "It should be forthcoming, right?" Before I could finish my sentence, a system chime resonated in my ears. Ding. System notification. You have earned 237,720 points in this battle, with the following rewards. Level 2, 40,000 reputation points, 50,000 gold coins, and an item. Chasing Shadow. Chasing Shadow. I hurriedly opened my inventory to find a dagger emanating purple flames, resting quietly within. Upon inspection, its attributes were quite impressive. Chasing Shadow, extraordinary celestial weapon, attack, 150 to 1, 400 strength, 210 stamina, 225 agility, 190 strategy, 40 additional, increases user's attack power by 55 additional, possesses a significant chance to instantly enhance attack power by 50 socket count, 8 exceptional trait, Chasing Shadow, when striking a target. There is a 25 chance to inflict shadow damage, causing them to suffer continuous damage over the next 15 seconds, totaling a loss of 15 health points. Required level, 155. An impressive dagger indeed, an extraordinary 4-star celestial weapon, certainly a formidable armament at this stage, rivaling the might of my Teeming sword. Moreover, as a dagger-type weapon, its attack potential was quite remarkable. Since this was a personal acquisition, I had no intention of prioritizing it for players in the guild. Naturally, my first thought was of Lin Yisin, who was clad in subpar equipment, save for her exceptional demon bell, while the rest of her gear was of second-rate quality or merely generic. Come here. I beckoned. Lin Eason gracefully approached, smiling. What's up? I handed her the chasing shadow dagger, saying, Here, this is the equipment I just obtained from the territorial battle. Upon gazing at the fiery dagger, Lin Eason's eyes widened in excitement, her smile radiating sweetness. Wow, what a powerful dagger. Even my previous one pales in comparison. Little trickster. How many people did you actually kill to receive such an exquisite piece of equipment? Why did I only get a spirit bracelet? How would I know? Perhaps it's just luck. I replied. Are you suggesting your luck surpasses mine? Lin Eason playfully waved her small fists at me in mock challenge. No, it's about the equipment. With this, your attack output will be significantly enhanced. Indeed. Clutching the chasing shadow, Lin Eason was reluctant to part with it, exclaiming, What an incredible dagger. Its attack power surpasses that of the sword I currently wield. All right, get some rest. We'll meet at noon in the Land of Souls. Okay. You too. No staying up late and getting panda eyes. I know. I'll go to sleep now. The fruit knife goddess now seems to heed only my commands. Obediently withdrawing her return scroll to log off, leaving the onlooking purple-robed marquis and Qingqing Shuixiang utterly astonished. When did the guild leader become so compliant? The friends who came to assist gradually departed, leaving only the group from Ancient Sword Soul Dream. I glanced at my level. Previously, there was a considerable gap between me and the top-tier players. However, after securing the MVP in 2 consecutive battles today, I garnered an impressive amount of experience, elevating my rank from level 152 to 157, thereby subtly entering the ranks of elite players. The top player in the Chinese region, the capital's Luo Shun, is merely at level 165, a gap that is not insurmountable. Moreover, after reaching level 160, the difficulty of leveling up increases significantly, making it almost impossible to progress. Pursuing the level of Luo Shun from the capital seems quite feasible, especially given that my equipment and pets slightly surpass theirs. Dark Moon City is set to refresh in half an hour, he remarked. Morong Minghua looked back at Dark Moon City, smiling. I truly hope we can have more siege battles like this. Within a month, we might just elevate to a level 10 castle. Su Yang added with a grin. The rewards from this siege battle are quite substantial. All of them are permanent enhancements. The fortification of the city walls is increased by 40, and the attack range of the arrow towers is enhanced by 150 yards. Dark Moon City will undoubtedly be a formidable fortress for any guild to conquer. I smiled and suddenly inquired, Su Yang, how is the development of Zhantian City? Have you kept an eye on it? Su Yang shook his head. However, Li Changfeng interjected, I have been monitoring it. It is currently a level 5 castle. Zhantian is scouring for resource bags and troop cards, nearly sweeping through the entire northern map where Zhantian City is located, rapidly elevating its level. It appears this fellow has not lost his ambition. Indeed, we must remain vigilant regarding Zhantian City, as Dark Moon City's high level and robust power are likely to attract envy. I nodded in agreement. Biming Shui, beside me, blinked and asked, Brother, during the Battle of Dawn City, we cooperated with the Zhantian Alliance, and you are friends with them. Why then must we guard against their city? I couldn't help but smile. Biming, the art of war is filled with deception. In the National War, I fought alongside Zhantian, but in the ensuing vacuum period, our rivalry with the Zhantian Alliance persists. The Sky City can only accommodate one ruler, and the Zhantian Alliance is always prepared to claim that throne. He chuckled and nodded. Lu Chun is right. Maintaining vigilance is not a disadvantage for us. All right, let's all log off and rest. Tomorrow at noon, let's gather all players above level 140 to prepare for the Land of Souls. We are still uncertain about the peculiarities of that map, but since everyone is going, Ancient Sword cannot be absent. Otherwise, if a miraculous artifact appears, it will be beyond our reach. Luan Yu giggled. Indeed, Lu Chun, you are the type who never lets an opportunity slip by. Heavenly Rain responded. Who said that? Vice Guild Master bravely fought in front of the Palace of Dawn City, losing his level 90 status, clearly suffering a significant setback. Chaos Moon chuckled softly. That is precisely why I admire him. Morong Minghua sighed. Alas, being pursued by men daily is quite burdensome. Let us log off, fill our stomachs, and sleep until noon tomorrow. I am utterly exhausted. All right. The group collectively returned to Dark Moon City, our stronghold equipped with all necessary amenities, equipment repair merchants, potion vendors, and an auction house. The level 9 castle is indeed formidable, though our auction house lacks the comprehensive inventory of Sky City, which is one of its shortcomings. Essentially, the auction house in Sky City is akin to a reputable shopping mall, while that of Darkmoon City resembles a casual marketplace where items are carelessly tossed in for sale, lacking fairness and offering fixed prices, much to the delight of adventurers who prefer not to return to the city. Removing my helmet after a day of relentless battle, I was ravenous to the point of madness. The night market was filled with the howling winter winds. We gathered around an inadequately cleaned table, ordering 4 sizzling dishes and a soup, eagerly awaiting the arrival of fried rice. "I am so hungry," Morong Mingyue expressed with hopeful eyes. I suggested, "Why not eat the table?" "Get lost," she shot back at me. Just then, a few boys with disheveled appearances resembling reincarnated fiends sat down behind us, debating whether to consume the table. After failing to reach a consensus, they began chatting. Today was truly intense. We managed to survive for over 10 hours without dying. One student in a cap laughed heartily. Another, adorned with earrings, remarked, "Oh please, if you encountered Vienna, you wouldn't last a single round." The cap-wearing student chuckled. Speaking of which, Jing Wan, that war god, is indeed impressive. Having mastered a divine technique called Heavenly Flame, he annihilated foes without a hint of inferiority to Lu Chun's ancient seals, and in that battle, he defeated countless heroic banners. Undoubtedly, the war god is showcasing his might. Another, draped in a red scarf, chimed in, "Vienna, the Dark Knight Rose, along with the Northern Alliance's heroic banner players, launched a massive flank attack. We suffered tremendously. 200,000 from the Eternal Life Palace charged in, only to be wiped out without a trace. That fool, the bloodthirsty war emperor, was nearly in tears. Even the Candle Dragon Guild, no matter how powerful, couldn't withstand Vienna's onslaught." The one with earrings added, "When I logged off earlier, I heard that Jing Wan had abandoned the attack on Eternal Love City, finding it impossible to conquer. They've now set their sights on a secondary French city, which should be much simpler to capture. It's a pity that guilds like Ancient Sword Soul Dream and Snow Silver Fur didn't participate. Otherwise, capturing Eternal Love City might have been feasible." The red scarf sneered, "What a farce. Candle Shadow is merely avoiding embarrassment while the Avengers stand idly by, causing Lu Chun to fall to level 90 and the Knife Goddess to delete her account. If I were a member of the Snow Silver Fur faction from Ancient Sword, I wouldn't participate in this battle at Tianfeng City either. Humph. If it weren't for my allegiance to Tianfeng City, I would opt out of this national war entirely." The Duckbill Hat chuckled. "This battle is fundamentally just Candle Shadow's attempt to restore his reputation. Securing a secondary stronghold would allow him to save face. Otherwise, how many would take the opportunity to criticize him? Indeed, should we continue with the national war? What a waste. I've heard the Land of Souls has opened. That map is brimming with resources. We can sleep for a night, log in tomorrow morning, return to town, and grind levels and gear there. Without high levels and top-tier equipment, participating in the national war would merely make us cannon fodder. We'd have to avoid even moderately strong opponents. How frustrating." "Exactly. No more national war. Let us head for the Land of Souls, where we can truly prove our worth." Listening to the students' banter, I almost couldn't suppress my laughter. Candle Shadow's predicament was indeed quite awkward. However, if he managed to capture a secondary stronghold in France, it might redeem him somewhat. This was his only opportunity. After finishing a hearty meal, I returned to the studio with a few ladies and enjoyed a rejuvenating sleep until noon the next day. When I awoke, it was already 10:30. I hurriedly washed up, then ate the boxed lunch bought by Biming Shui before logging in to continue my work and venture into the Land of Souls. Chapter 790. My culinary skills are superb. I appeared in Darkmoon City right at 11 o'clock, the bustling midday hour, with throngs of players preparing for their journey to the Land of Souls. In truth, everyone understood that the number of players who would actually benefit from the Land of Souls would be minimal, yet they flocked there nonetheless. The unpredictability of the gaming world beckons all. Who knows when Lady Luck may smile upon them, granting them some artifact-level treasure? Lu Chen has logged in. The voice of Li Chengfeng echoed through the guild channel. "We are all nearly prepared. Many have already teleported to Tianfeng City. The Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry is participating in this event, with around 100,000 players from the Ancient Sword Soul Dream taking part." I nodded. Indeed, the Land of Souls is quite expansive. I suspect that many from the Northern Alliance and other factions in the Chinese region will also make their way there. We might witness a battle of national war scale within the Land of Souls. Everyone should be mentally prepared. Su Yang added. Participation in the Land of Souls requires a level of 140. So many of us are left outside. I've instructed them to level up. If their levels and equipment are lacking, they should avoid this chaos. The Land of Souls could very well become a graveyard for the unprepared. I laughed heartily indeed. Brother Su Yang speaks the truth. Gue Guzi inquired. What shall we do for our group activities, boss? I replied, what do you all think? One, you suggested. Once we enter the large map, we should stick together to avoid running into members of the Northern Alliance. Being isolated and defeated would be too much of a loss. He chuckled lightly. Luan Yu is correct. Once we enter, let us gather briefly, and when we find a small area suitable for leveling, we can separate then. Yes. It's settled. Now, let us replenish our supplies and teleport to Tianfeng City. We will assemble outside the map of the Soul Town. All right, I exclaimed as I made my way directly to the equipment repair merchant for a one-click repair. With my level now elevated, I need not fear equipment loss. I am capable of equipping whatever I desire. After rummaging through my storage, I realized the Holy Spirit potions were running low, so I concocted a few on site. Packed them into my satchel and prepared 10-level food. Once adequately equipped, we set off, for none could predict how long we would linger in the map of Soul Town. 3 pieces of 10-level bread could sustain us for 72 hours in a low-intensity leveling state. However, should we engage in continuous PK, we would likely find ourselves hungry within 24 hours. Summoning my Ice Lin horse, I mounted swiftly and conjured forth the Phantom Wolf King, instructing the little wolf to follow in guardian mode, remaining by my side. Yet, should I be attacked, the little wolf would retaliate fiercely against any aggressor. Loyal to the core, ready to defend my honor at all costs. Whoosh. We teleported to Tianfeng City, a grand capital I had visited before. Though it may pale in comparison to the spectacular vistas of Sky City, its vast expanse, populous nature, and numerous NPC legions render it formidable. This is precisely why Tianfeng City stands as one of the 3 major capitals in the Chinese region. Lu Chun, meet us outside the North Gate. We shall assemble here. Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry, ready for action. He sent me a message. I hurried over, and indeed, outside the lush forest, a beautiful knight astride a Dragon Yao warhorse greeted me with a cheerful smile. Behind her stood Li Chengfeng, Luan Yu, Guguzi, and other players of the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry, all poised for action. This cavalry was emblematic of the ancient sword, drawing envious and awed gazes from players of other capitals. Everyone knew it was this iron cavalry that instilled fear in the enemies during the Battle of Dawn City, defending every inch of territory in the Chinese region with their flesh and blood. Thus, nearly everyone aspired to join the ranks of the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry. It was a distinction and a pursuit of dreams, an elite team of heroes. Who could not envy that? As I rode closer, I chuckled. Wow, everyone is so quick. Li Chengfeng replied, somewhat incredulously, are you not simply too slow? Where have you been? I was cooking, I retorted. Seriously? The esteemed vice leader of Ancient Sword Soul Dream still needs to cook personally? What can I say? My culinary skills are exceptional. Li Chengfeng exclaimed, unbelievable, arriving before the group. I grinned. All right, Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry, let us depart for Soul Town. Galloping forth, a throng of followers surged behind me, their indigo figures shimmering with a dark crimson hue, a wave of murderous intent surging forth. This was a cavalry dedicated to safeguarding the nation, a sharp blade poised for action. Who would dare challenge the prestige of Ancient Sword Soul Dream? We would declare war at once. As I rode, I turned to He and inquired, has the national war at Eternal Love City concluded? It ended early, I think, she replied, sticking out her tongue playfully. I'm becoming as muddled as you. I laughed awkwardly. Li Chengfeng galloped forward and remarked, I was present this morning and have gathered the results. Zhu Yingluan, the commander of Zhu Long, and the Avengers engaged in fierce combat for an entire day and night. It seems they were repelled by the Viennese army near the city of Eternal Love. However, they managed to seize a secondary stronghold under the jurisdiction of the city of Eternal Love, which I believe is called Wangtian City. Currently, Wangtian City has come under the dominion of Tianfeng City in China and is in the process of a system map refresh. I was at a loss for words as I said, oh, Zhu Yingluan has indeed achieved a feat by capturing a secondary stronghold. Li Chengfeng chuckled, honestly. I find this rather insignificant. Luan Yu inquired. How can a secondary stronghold be insignificant? Li Chengfeng replied with a smile. It's quite simple. Wangtian City is located on the opposite side of the Longgu mountain range, far removed from our Tianfeng City and Chenxi City. Should the teleportation system within the city be compromised, we would be unable to send reinforcements in time. Meanwhile, the Northern Alliance's Titan City and City of Eternal Love can reach Wangtian City in under 2 hours. Thus, the defensive capabilities of Wangtian City are inferior to those of a major stronghold. It could become a burden. If the enemy continues their assaults repeatedly, we would find ourselves overwhelmed, akin to a tasteless dish that is too precious to discard. I couldn't help but smile. Indeed, my perspective aligns closely with yours. A secondary stronghold holds no deterrent power whatsoever. We ought to capture a major stronghold to secure our position. The inherent defenses of a secondary stronghold are woefully inadequate, and we might even fall into a trap. Oh, a trap? He and Luan Yu turned their attention towards me. Why do you think so? Consider this, I explained. Wangtian City now belongs to the Chinese region. Once the map is refreshed, the NPC legions from Tianfeng City will undoubtedly be dispatched to garrison Wangtian City. However, can Titan City and City of Eternal Love simply tolerate this? Clearly not. When the enemy's forces descend upon us, relentlessly assaulting the NPC legions of Tianfeng City, this could lead to a significant depletion of our forces. By that time, when the Northern Alliance launches an attack on Tianfeng City, we will lack the reinforcement of NPC legions, reducing our chances of victory by at least 30. In major stronghold wars, the NPC legions not only participate, but often take the lead. My words awakened several listeners from their stupor. With a thud, Li Chengfeng struck his fist and exclaimed, "Damn! How could I have overlooked this? Zhu Yingluan is bound to create trouble. He is solely focused on reversing Zhu Long's decline, oblivious to the fact that the Northern Alliance would exhaust the virtual strength of the Chinese region. If this continues, we will suffer greatly." Indeed, I nodded. However, objectively speaking, Zhu Yingluan had no other choice. Now that Zhu Long has taken a secondary stronghold, it does provide some justification, especially since this is the first stronghold to change hands since the war version was launched. It can significantly restore Zhu Long's reputation in the Chinese region. After all, not everyone shares our perspective, and Zhu Yingluan still has a considerable following. Li Chengfeng smiled, clenching his fist. No worries, we still have plenty of time. The journey to shatter Zhu Yingluan's dynasty is still in its early stages. Let us relish the experience. I laughed heartily. Yes, let him suffer as much as possible. Amidst the chaos, Luan Yu pouted, exclaiming her astonishment at what she perceived as the supposed greatness of the two, only to discover their ruthless nature, expressing her disappointment. Gue Guzi chuckled lightly, to which Luan Yu retorted with a playful insult, cautioning against mimicking San Sheng Mo and suggesting a more fitting pursuit. A group traversed the Tianfeng forest, spending nearly half an hour on their journey. The dragon Yao warhorses galloped swiftly, minimizing the time required, while the foot soldiers would need at least an hour. He rode atop a warhorse alongside Murong Mingyue, while Bai Mingshui sat behind me, clutching my Qingming sword. Inquiring curiously about the unsightly scabbard, my facial muscles twitched in response, expressing my bewilderment. At that moment, he pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look! We have arrived at the teleportation point." In the depths of the forest, numerous teleportation arrays emerged in the clearing, each guarded by an NPC elder mage responsible for facilitating passage to the Soul Town. Without their assistance, one would have to traverse the perilous Dragonbone Mountains. Rumored to be guarded by a malevolent level 220 dark dragon at its peak, a place feared by many. Previously, Zhu Long had assembled a team of thousands to confront the dark god dragon, only to be thoroughly humiliated by the dragon's minions. With half an hour remaining until the teleportation was activated, he stood beside the elder mage, stating, "We shall proceed through this teleportation array. We cannot know what awaits us in the Soul Town. Come, gather around, and ensure no one seizes this point from us." The group promptly encircled their leader, appearing rather comical in their solidarity. Not far off, another teleportation array lay approximately 100 yards away, where a faction of Chongqing Hall players appeared. Among them the bloodthirsty War Emperor, seemingly preparing to enter through that portal. "Look, the people from Gujian Hunmeng have also arrived," a small mage observed in astonishment. The bloodthirsty War Emperor, mounted on a war horse and wielding a heavy sword, cast a cold glance in my direction, snorting dismissively without uttering a word. Li Changfeng swiftly rode to the forefront, sword pointed at the bloodthirsty war emperor, growling, "What are you staring at? Do you wish to challenge me? I'm available." Heartfelt thanks to Hung Han for Bing Lan, Jiping Jizuan, Yiyu Mao Mao, Liang Cha, Chu Huaisha, Lost Civilization, Zhu Xiaojiang, Battlefield 2, Shuiyu Bingfeng. Huang Linhua, I miss you 365 days, Huan Jing Yuan, Chang'e teasing Zhu Beiji, and Angel's Confusion for their support. With Hung Han for Bing Lan ranking first and temporarily claiming the title of the unparalleled food deity. Currently, the unparalleled ranks third in the Dragon Year dining event. Everyone, rally together and contribute your pocket money to genuinely support the unparalleled as the Dragon Year approaches, demonstrating that online gaming novels can ascend to the throne of kings. For the unparalleled, for the eternal legend of online gaming. Log in to 17K, apply for an account, recharge, and place an order for the unparalleled. This time, Yi Z is set to explode. The unparalleled shall make its mark. We shall see what you all do. Chapter 791. The scavenging little ghost. The bloodthirsty war emperor gritted his teeth, surrounded by an irate group of Chongqing Hall players, who unsheathed their weapons, ready for confrontation. With a single hand gesture, I commanded the 2,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Knights to form an imposing formation. Tension palpable in the air. Observing the bloodthirsty warriors, the war emperor's lips twitched slightly as he admonished, "Brothers, sheathe your weapons. The land of souls shall soon be unveiled. There is no need to squander time here with ancient sword soldiering. Let them revel in their arrogance. We shall see how long they can maintain it. Any grievances we have will be resolved within the land of souls." The unique feature of the Land of Souls map permits entry only once within a 72-hour time frame. Once slain, one cannot re-enter in a short span. Each defeat diminishes our numbers. He nodded, wielding the Earth's soul blade, and remarked, "Let us not provoke unnecessary conflict. We should assist the players arriving on foot. The teleportation will soon be activated." Indeed, a group of us awaited in silence, opening the large map, which was densely populated with blue dots. Almost every NPC teleportation mage was surrounded by throngs of players. After a lengthy wait, the time reached 11:57. With merely 3 minutes remaining, be prepared to enter at the first opportunity. I positioned myself closest to the NPC mage. Instantly, a teleportation interface materialized before me, demanding 100 gold coins and 4,000 points of reputation. The requirements were exorbitant. Entering the Land of Souls felt akin to having one's lifeblood drained. This gaming company truly knew how to profit. As time trickled by, precisely at noon, the cursor to enter the map illuminated. I swiftly confirmed the loss of gold and reputation and was rapidly engulfed by a magical light, whisked away to another realm. In an instant, I found myself in an expansive area, surrounded by a misty forest, obscuring my view. The ground was littered with decayed stones and wild grasses. This was a desolate place seldom tread by human feet. The large map interface, transformed into that of the Land of Souls, successfully entered. I spurred my mount forward, and behind me, flashes of light indicated countless players were being teleported in. In no time, a throng of dark figures had assembled in the Land of Souls. My contingent of 800 Dragon Dawn Iron Knights followed closely, alongside teams led by He Yi, Bei Ming Shui, Gui Guzi, and Wan Umm. Soon, tens of thousands of elite players from ancient Sword Soul Dream congregated in the gorge. In the distance, I discerned the players from rival guilds, such as Eternal Hall, Sacred Rose, and Thunder. However, there was no sign of the Allied Union. Yet, it mattered little. Against this multitude, ancient Sword Soul Dream was more than equipped. As the players gathered, we set our sights on the center of the gorge. I opened the large map, scrutinizing it carefully. The entire area appeared as a circular leveling zone, interconnected by patches of blood-red light, indicating the presence of multiple smaller maps, thus accommodating a vast number of players. Naturally, members of the Northern Alliance would also arrive. No matter the size of the map, conflict was inevitable. Following the battle for Dawn City, the Chinese region had effectively declared war on the Northern Alliance. Confrontation was unavoidable. "Where shall we head?" He inquired. As I sprinted, I urged my companions to draw near to the heart of the vast map, where the crimson hue was most profound. I suspected that the very core of the Soul Town lay within that realm. "Let us hasten. We must not allow others to seize the advantage." A cadre of Dragon Dawn Knights and Azure Tiger Knights galloped alongside me, the thunderous sound of hooves reverberating through the Soul Town. Suddenly, Heaven Rain halted. Her sword pointed ahead as she exclaimed, "Brother Lu Chun, look over there. Monsters are approaching." Indeed, in the stark wilderness ahead, a group of hunched scavenger goblins roamed. These were humans ravaged by the necrotic plague, their bodies grotesquely deformed, devoid of any signs of life, reduced to mere husks, their souls long departed. They wielded steel forks, scavenging through the ravines for remnants of debris. Through my darkened gaze, the attributes of the scavenger goblins materialized before me. Scavenger Goblin, Ancient Grade Monster, Level, 180 Attack, 5700 to 6850 Defense, 5900 Health, 450,000 Skills, Magic Theft, Life Drain. Screeching Assassination Description: a pitiful assembly of humans whose souls have been stolen by the undead, long beset by the ravages of disease. They possess formidable physiques, finding amusement in scavenging and thievery. Li Chungfeng chuckled. Their attack power is impressively high, nearly 7,000 points. It rivals that of a boss. I cautioned everyone, stay vigilant. The number of scavenger goblins is considerable. Cavalry players should advance cautiously, remaining within the healing range of the priests. Mages, unleash a Star River storm for mass destruction. Archers, initiate with stunning arrows, followed by a flurry of spiral arrow blades. We shall press onward in unison, undeterred by these scavenger goblins. Everyone nodded in agreement, my commands resonating with clarity. The strategies employed in our previous nation wars had earned me the trust of my guild members, and nothing could be more invaluable for a commander than the faith of one's team. The sound of unsheathing swords echoed as the Dragon Dawn Knights formed the front line, with archers and mages taking the second line. Bards continuously cast buffs, while strategist players began to bolster those teams lacking seasoned leaders. At this stage, strategists above level 150 typically possessed around 300 strategy points, and even a level 20 Inspire could amplify attack power by up to 80, an impressive enhancement indeed. Drawing my Teeming sword, I hurled it forward with force, and it swept through the dim, desolate woods, piercing through 7 or 8 scavenger goblins in one stroke. Damage numbers erupted: 31,727, 29,838, 31,093. The continuous flow of damage prompted Ruanyu to pout. Goodness, Lu Chen's attack power is astonishing. Against a level 180 monster with 5,900 defense, your blows sliced through them, as if they were mere vegetables. The group of scavenger goblins, incensed, brandished their steel forks and charged at us with grotesque ferocity, emitting piercing shrieks as they came. Breach the barricade. Raise shields. With the sound of my command, a group of mounted battle players swiftly unsheathed their blades. Fiery projectiles shot forth, piercing the chests of the scavenging imps and spilling forth dark blood. They then raised their shields, yet the relentless assault of the imps' steel forks battered against the shields, inflicting considerable damage. Even with the shields raised, many players found themselves losing thousands of health points. The assault from this level 180 ancient monster was truly terrifying. If the Dragon Dawn Iron Riders faced such an onslaught, the cavalry from the Chongqing Palace might well suffer casualties. The priests struggled to keep up with the healing, as the imps' attacks were lethal. The scavenging imps glared at us, and suddenly they emitted anguished cries. Damn humans! They have trespassed upon our territory, surely to seize our treasures. Die! A crimson glow flared from their forks as they struck the Dragon Dawn Iron Riders, dealing damage numbers of 18,737, 12,772, 9,836. Strangely, after this barrage, a series of recovery numbers appeared above the imps' heads: 18,737, 12,772, 9,836. Indeed, they were siphoning life directly from the players. Li Chungfeng, taken aback, couldn't he help but chuckle. Wow, these little fiends are impressive. With a 100 lifesteal effect, hurry and kill them, brothers, lest we be drained dry. Laughter erupted among the group as they unleashed their full power. The mages and archers behind us unleashed their Star River storm and spiral arrow blades upon the horde of monsters, creating a fierce frontline battle. Holy light flickered continuously, and the healing from Murong Mingwei and Yulu was remarkably effective. The flames of the Teeming sword leaped, transforming into 3 fiery blades that swept through several scavenging imps, producing astonishing damage numbers. The final strike even approached 50,000 points. Admittedly, my previous attack power maxed out at nearly 40,000 points. But now having ascended to a divine general status, my hidden attack attributes had risen, making 50,000 points of damage less surprising. If I transformed into the earth form, the damage would surely be even more terrifying. Of course, the transformation lasted only a minute and consumed 1 point of divine power, which was limited. I currently possessed only a few dozen points. It would be wise to conserve some and slay more minor foes to accumulate divine power. Once I entered the core map, I would undoubtedly encounter opponents from the Northern Alliance, and perhaps even the Candle Dragon faction. This was a leveling ground, not a battleground. After vanquishing the players from the Northern Alliance, it would be time to deal with the Candle Dragon faction. There was no room for negotiation. With a thud, one of the scavenging imps dramatically fell beneath my blade. Dropping a card, Scavenging Imp card, increases the user's attack speed by 40 and monster drop rate by 25 for 90 minutes. Excellent. With all the buffs I currently possessed, combined with Murong Mingyue's healing, my life was secure. There was no need for the Blood Knight's 40 health bonus anymore. With the 40 attack speed and 25 drop rate effects, this card would undoubtedly be a powerful tool for leveling. The card soared into the sky, transforming into a radiant glow that enveloped me, instantly enhancing my attack speed significantly. Excellent. Let us continue the slaughter. In perfect harmony, he beside me unleashed a ghostly card, promptly utilizing it. Subsequently, key players such as Li Changfeng, Wan Yu, Geguzi, and the valiant Tian Rain all revealed their scavenger ghost cards, employing them one by one. We were all quite astute. Our purpose in the Land of Souls was not to vanquish the shadowy phantoms or lament the sorrows of Vienna, but rather to reap the rewards. This principle must be steadfastly upheld, unchanging for a millennium. Chapter 792. The Ruins of Soul-Keeping. After consecutively dispatching hundreds of scavenger ghosts, my experience points surged dramatically, and my divine power restored by 5 points. Damn, this equates to 5 ancient seals. The cost of utilizing divine general skills is exorbitant. Yet the recovery rate of divine power is painfully slow. Players recover 2 points after 1 hour online, 1 point after 1 hour offline, and 1 point for every 100 units killed. Thus, slaying monsters is indeed the quickest method of recovery. Changfeng, how much divine power do you have now? I inquired. Li Changfeng cleaved through several scavenger ghosts with his sword and replied with a grin, 79 points. Why do you ask, boss? I exclaimed, wow, that's quite a lot. I only have half of that. Li Changfeng chuckled, of course. My divine general skill, Spirit of War, consumes 1 point of divine power per minute, along with Earth Transformation, which consumes 2 points per minute. Your ancient seal is quite a burden. 1 seal costs 1 point of divine power. Indeed, a burden. Wan Yu retorted angrily. Your ancient seal's attack power is several hundred times stronger than Xiao Li's. Don't act all innocent. I responded, without a divine general, a girl can't withstand it. The formation of the ancient sword soul dream continually advanced, while about a mile away, players from the Chongqing Hall were also engaged in slaying scavenger ghosts. Yet their outlook was far less optimistic. Several frontline demon knights fell victim to the scavenger ghost's trident skills, succumbing to a series of 3 strikes in a chaotic scene. Clang, clang, clang. 3 deep gashes marred Geguzi's shield. The scavenger ghost's attack power was formidable, unleashing a cacophony akin to slaughter. With 3 consecutive strikes, they drained 50,000 of Geguzi's health. However, Murong Mingyue promptly cast 2 instant heals, fully restoring Geguzi's health effortlessly, especially given that his health cap was 200,000 with all buffs active. Yet, those spectral iron cavalry from Chongqing Hall were remarkably resilient. Even with the bard's physical buff, their health hovered around 60,000, inferior to Geguzi's defense. And lacking an immortal shield, they fell victim to the scavenger ghost's triple strike, losing approximately 90,000 health and collapsing without granting the priest a chance to heal. Their anguished cries echoing. Goodness, these scavenger ghosts are ferocious. They are unstoppable. Who claimed that the Land of Souls was abundant in resources? We came here only to meet our demise. Priests, heal. We cannot allow everyone to be annihilated. How to heal? Insert for a second. High-level maneuver. Insert for a second. Haven't you heard of it? Insert your nonsense. I can only lock on to continuous healing. One family rejoices while another laments, as the Longxing Hall descends into chaos. Nearly 1,000 scavenging spirits have formed a dense anti-sweep battalion, rampaging and nearly obliterating the frontline cavalry of Longsheng Hall. This brings me great satisfaction. The first line of defense in this realm of soul guardians is constituted by these scavenging spirits. Moreover, these spirits are mobile. The vacuum created by our ancient sword's 70 to 80,000 members was filled in less than half an hour by the remaining scavenging spirits, which implies that those lacking the strength to vanquish these spirits will likely never breach the inner sanctum of the realm of soul guardians. Thus, this ancient level foe, at level 180, has effectively barred over 90% of players from entering the periphery of the realm. Consequently, those who manage to access the core area of the realm of soul guardians are undoubtedly formidable, for without the ability to overcome the scavenging spirits, they would not pass this initial test. After 3 hours of slaughter, at last, under the charge of the Dragon's Son Iron Cavalry, the elite of the ancient sword's soul dream successfully broke through the blockade of the scavenging spirits. Not only did we gain an abundance of experience, but the drop rate of the scavenging spirits proved favorable, with the potential to yield equipment of the purple gold grade. Indeed, a bountiful endeavor. Ahead lay a scene of crumbling ruins, desolate and devoid of life, where skeletal warriors with pallid bones roamed amidst the remnants. As I galloped forward and stepped into the severely dilapidated structure, a chime resonated in my ears. Ding! System notification. You have entered the contested territory of the Soul Guardian Ruins. Map description. This is a domain rife with fury and resentment, a resting place for souls. In the Night Spirit invasion war 10 millennia ago, countless human soldiers perished here, brutally slain after their defeat, their souls lingering in every corner. The army commander, Elvira, upon his death, was corrupted by demonic forces and transformed into one of the infernal monarchs known as Bloodfinger Elvira. To quell the wrath of the fallen soldiers, Elvira erected a tower named the Nine Tiger Soul Guardian Tower upon the battlefield ruins to suppress the vengeful spirits. Today, the Nine Tiger Soul Guardian Tower still looms high above the continent, where countless restless heroes find no peace, enduring the torment of the Nine Tigers. Oh, the Nine Tiger Soul Guardian Tower? I inhaled deeply. It appears this place is indeed connected to the main storyline. That Bloodfinger Elvira is the fourth among the 9 monarchs. Yet another traitorous human, shamelessly constructing a tower to subdue the souls of his own soldiers. He chuckled lightly. This Soul Guardian Ruins is the periphery. We must traverse through here to reach the Nine Tiger Soul Guardian Tower. If I am not mistaken, the most central map of the realm of Soul Guardians is that very tower, which is our ultimate objective for this journey. Indeed, I nodded emphatically, smiling. Precisely. The Nine Tiger Soul Guardian Tower is our final destination. However, we must first fight our way through here. The undead creatures ahead are of considerably high level, so everyone must exercise caution. This is no mere jest, and lives could be lost at any moment. Li Chengfeng's expression turned grave, stating, correctly said. Those large skeletons are ancient-level monsters at level 185. Their attributes have become even more formidable. Su Yang brandished his sword. Let us proceed and eliminate these skeletons. Indeed, I soared forward, raising my hand to summon a cerulean blade that struck fiercely upon the forehead of a massive skeleton, inflicting an impressive 553 points of damage. Indeed, this creature's defense was significantly superior to that of the scavenging imps. A deep, resonant roar echoed as the colossal skeleton charged towards me, clad in rusted black armor, wielding a severely damaged iron sword, and crowned with a distant, pointed iron helmet. Above it, words floated. Soul Guardian LV 185 Ancient Level Monster. With swift determination, I executed a countercharge, locking onto this formidable level 185 adversary. The azure sword blazed with flames as the fiery blade cleaved through the air, shattering one of the skeleton's arms. The final strike erupted with a fatal blow, dealing 200 points of damage. Such was the force that it severed the skeleton's limb entirely. Damn, Lu Chun is incredibly strong, exclaimed Wanyue, her mouth agape. To my surprise, the giant skeleton raised its iron sword and struck my arm with a resounding blow, delivering a significant damage number. And it too was a critical hit. 38,714. Damn, Lu Chun is so fragile. Wanyue's astonishment only deepened. He, with a stern expression, remarked, no. It's not that Lu Chun is weak. Rather, the skeleton's attack power is excessively potent. Everyone, Be cautious. Let us form groups of 10 to draw one skeleton each. Otherwise, we'll be overwhelmed. Morong Mingyue swiftly healed me. Indeed, the Soul Guardian's attack prowess was formidable, and these high-level undead skeletons possessed the ability to exploit weaknesses, effectively ignoring 25 points of the target's defense. This explained the pain I was enduring, compounded by my diminished level from the National War, which had yet to be fully regained. The disparity in levels was severely impacting our performance, forcing us into a direct confrontation of the weak against the strong. The ancient level monster had a health pool of only 4 to 500,000, while my DPS hovered around 30,000 per second. With the added attacks from my shadow clones and the little wolf, it was even higher. In fact, if I had potent healing support behind me, dispatching a fully healthy Soul Guardian would take merely 15 to 18 seconds. 3 rounds of the Qian Kuan Breaker Fiery Blade would suffice. Additionally, I intentionally utilized my attacks to land the final blow, as experience was paramount to me at this moment. Reaching level 160 as soon as possible was the goal. In this era, a divine general who had not yet attained level 160 would hardly dare to venture out. With a satisfying thud, the first giant skeleton was vanquished, yielding a plump illusionary magic stone, which I handed over to a dragon Yao iron cavalry behind me. What I deemed unworthy might still hold value for others. After all, it could fetch a decent price. On the entire front line, nearly 100,000 players from the ancient Sword Soul Dream unleashed their firepower in unison, strategically grouping to lure monsters and systematically taking them down. The battlefield was meticulously organized, extending across the soul-settling relics, where a myriad of colossal skeletal defenses awaited ahead, while a swarm of scavenging spirits lingered behind. In the distance, groups from the Eternal Life Palace, the Mad Dragon, and the Godslayer were engaged in their practice, unable to arrive in a short span. In truth, we had effectively monopolized this area, seizing a golden opportunity, albeit one that would not last long. It was only a matter of time before guilds such as the Battle Heaven Alliance, Candle Dragon, and Snow Silver Fur made their way into the inner circle. With their formidable strength, breaching the scavenging spirits' territory would be a trivial task. Gazing into the distance, under the hazy moonlight and swirling mists, a colossal figure loomed in the far valley, accompanied by a chilling breeze. Predictably, it was the Nine Tigers' soul-settling tower. This was our true objective. Undoubtedly, many others, like us, were swiftly clearing the surrounding soul-settling relics of obstructive monsters, preparing to reach the base of the Nine Tigers' soul-settling tower. The first to enter the tower would likely be the one to reap the greatest rewards. Boom! The stone shatter erupted amidst the throng of monsters. With the valiant Ruan Yue engaging in a tactical retreat, artfully maneuvering 5 colossal skeletons while cleverly dispersing firepower, Bai Mingshui unleashed a torrent of chaotic arrows upon the monsters. When suddenly she paused, her adorable shadow demon ears perked up in alarm as she turned to me and exclaimed, "Brother, someone is approaching from the southwest. Who is it? Can you see them?" It's unclear, but Bai Mingshui's beautiful eyes widened as she remarked, "Their names are in red. Goodness, it's the Northern Alliance." With fervor, I raised my warhammer, declaring, "The Azure Tiger Iron Cavalry, hold the line against the monsters. Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry, assemble and prepare for battle." Heartfelt gratitude to Chun Yongjia, Hung Tong for Binglan. Supreme Master, Night Moon Cat, Cool T, XQ433, Yi Xiaoma, Chu Huaisha, Lost Civilization, Duke Xiaojiang, Battlefield 2, Snow Moon Ice Peak, Huang Linhua, I think of you 365 days. Huan Jinyuan, Chang'e Teasing Zhu Beiji, and Angel's Confusion for their unwavering support, with Chun Yongjia leading the charge, temporarily claiming the title of the Unparalleled Food God. Currently, the Unparalleled ranks first in the Dragon Year ordering event. Let us rally together. The event continues until the 210th. Save up your pocket money to genuinely support Unparalleled during the arrival of the Dragon Year. And let everyone know that online gaming novels can ascend to the throne of champions. For Unparalleled, for the everlasting legend of online gaming. Log in to 17K. Apply for an account, recharge, and place orders for Unparalleled. This time, Yezi will unleash their fury, and Unparalleled will showcase its might. Let's see what you can do. I'm too lazy to change the rallying cry, just copied it, haha. Wishing everyone a happy new year, good health for your parents, and a harmonious family. Chapter 793, Divine Realm. Amidst the crimson mist, the chaotic sound of hooves echoed. At the edge of the soul-settling relics, rain and dew descended, soaking the decayed wild grass beneath, causing the blades to tremble gently as the thunderous sound of approaching hooves drew ever closer. Beneath the shadowy gaze of the dark eye, the vast map revealed a vivid crimson that's swiftly approaching us. If the opposing players were not endowed with a dark eye, they would remain oblivious to our presence. For the thick fog obscured distant targets on the map. Bei Mingxue stood beneath a withered pine, narrowing her beautiful eyes, a faint red luminescence flickering within them. At that moment, the perceptive prowess of the shadow demon archer became evident as she peered into the distance and murmured, "There are approximately 200 of them, all of considerable level and equipped quite well. They hail from the city of war chariots. They appear to be the behemoth cavalry we faced in the Sunset Marsh." Yes, indeed, the behemoths. 200, you say? Li Chengfeng suddenly smiled and inquired, "What should we do?" With the Teeming sword in hand, I chuckled lightly. "Too simple. We shall devour them whole." I gestured towards the dense thicket ahead, an ideal hiding place. "Little ghost, have the Yuyan 18 riders speed past with 400 Dragon Dawn Iron riders, activating the flying general skill to lay an ambush in the jungle, cutting off their retreat. Meanwhile, Eve, Chengfeng, and the remaining Dragon Dawn Iron riders will charge head-on, while Bei Mingxue leads the archers and mages to provide support from the right flank. We shall conclude this skirmish within 5 minutes." "Good." Giguzi, brandishing his spear, smiled and declared, "Brothers of my squad, let us move. Yuyan, lead the way." "Understood." The Yuyan 18 riders accepted the leadership role, promptly activating the flying general skill. Instantly, a pair of blood-red wings appeared at the edges of the steeds' forms, their speed surging by a staggering 400. In a flash, they vanished from our sight, swiftly concealing themselves within the thickets. Giguzi sent a message, "Zhiji Laoda. Send me a signal when it's time to strike." Indeed, I grasped the Teeming sword and spurred my horse towards the right flank, instructing, "Follow me and conceal your presence." This group of 200 behemoth cavalry could very well be scouts from the Germans. We must eradicate them with the swiftness of lightning, revealing as little information as possible about ourselves, ensuring the Germans remain unaware of our true numbers. As long as they remain ignorant of our capabilities, they will hesitate to act recklessly. "Let us go." He urged his horse alongside Li Chengfeng, Wan Yu, and others as we reached the thicket on the right. A contingent of Dragon Dawn Iron riders stood silently in the low ravine, surrounded by a blood-red mist, making the impending ambush all the more menacing. The soft sound of hooves on the damp ground echoed. In the dark I detected precise target locations on the map, now merely 200 yards from us. If all went as expected, the enemy would soon spot the crimson dots of our ambush. Clang! With a swift draw of the Teeming sword, I shouted, "Attack!" I simultaneously messaged Giguzi, "Commence!" Instantaneously, the distant jungle erupted in chaos as Giguzi led 400 Dragon Dawn Iron riders, empowered by the war god, into the fray. While Li Chengfeng, and I commanded our 1,600 troops to erupt like a whirlwind, bursting forth from the fog. Before us stood a group of stunned behemoth cavalry in the clearing, each name emblazoned in crimson. Alas, none bore the emblem of a hero, confirming that they were indeed mere scouts. The Ice-Lin steed raced swiftly, locking onto a player on the right flank and charging forth. Whoosh! The opponent, displaying commendable skill, evaded my charge just in time, avoiding a stun, yet he evidently underestimated my intent. It was not merely about the charge but about positioning. This player was exceptionally well placed. And at the very moment I surged forward, the Azure Ming sword let out a low growl, unleashing the ice blade slashing fury amidst the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery sword aura ravaged the throng, violently cleaving through the bodies of a group of behemoth cavalry. Particularly devastating was the blade slashing fury, which unleashed damage numbers that soared to around 100,000 points. This was a figure that ordinary cavalry players could scarcely withstand, unless they were mounted on high-tier steeds like the Dragon Radiant Iron Cavalry, bolstered with numerous buffs to barely elevate their health to around 120,000 points. The air was filled with anguished cries, mingling with the hues of potions and the glimmer of fallen equipment, as a multitude of behemoth iron cavalry collapsed in an instant. After acquiring the celestial artifact Subduing Knee Guards, my offensive prowess seemed even more formidable. "Ambush! Fall back immediately!" shouted a player wielding a broadsword. Alas! He sidled past him, executing a precise barrier break that pierced through his chest. Following that, both Luan Yu and Su Yang swept by, each landing their barrier break strikes, causing the behemoth knight to slowly tumble from his mount. Boom, boom, boom. The three formidable skills, Ice Rock Purgatory, Shattered Stone Slash, and Mountain Shaking Slash, erupted within the crowd, scattering the behemoth cavalry in disarray. The situation turned dire as I charged into the fray, wielding the Dragon Radiant Shattering Hammer, with the fearsome visage of a colossal beast manifesting. With a sudden roar of the Shieji, the behemoth iron cavalry were gripped by terror as a cyclone ravaged the battlefield, tearing hostile players into fragments. From the rear, Guei Guzi, the 18 riders of Yuyun, and Tian Tang Yu surged forth, coordinating their assault, while the ranged players like Baiming Shui poured relentless firepower into the fray. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Within 5 minutes, all 200 behemoth cavalry lay defeated, with none surviving. As we commenced the cleanup of the battlefield, the equipment dropped by the behemoth iron cavalry was notably exceptional, predominantly yielding top-tier gear, which greatly pleased the Dragon Radiant Iron Cavalry. Although our own equipment was impressive, it could not be guaranteed that the same slots would yield superior gear compared to the opponents. Only through relentless striving for excellence could we become stronger. Observing from a distance, He remarked softly, "I did not expect the Northern Alliance to arrive so swiftly. Could it be that the scavenger spirits posed no significant hindrance to them?" I shook my head. No. The scavenger spirits must have at least impeded 90 of the Northern players. It's just that these behemoth iron cavalry were exceedingly powerful, allowing them to break through. We've dealt with their scouting forces, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the War Chariot City will surely devise further strategies. He asserted, "You should contact the Alliance Guild. It would be best if we could draw closer. In the event of an attack, we could swiftly reinforce one another." "Indeed," I nodded, smiling. "Let us continue to clear the soul-subduing ruins. We must reach the 9 Tiger Soul Tower as soon as possible, as any further delay here would be futile." "Understood." I reached out to Lin Yisin, Sen Sheng Mo, and Ling Shueshang, and discovered that our guild's vanguard forces were quite close. The location of Lin Yisin was merely a 10-minute journey from us, while Sen Sheng Mo and Ling Shueshang would take 20 minutes to arrive here tonight, making them readily available for support. With the 5 major guilds converging as one, we could undoubtedly withstand a fierce clash even against the elite bloodthirsty beast cavalry of Hero City. Returning to the front line, we continued to swiftly eliminate the Soul Guardian to accumulate experience points. Fortunately, our ambush was executed flawlessly, swiftly vanquishing 200 Baiman cavalry, which seemed to astonish the residents of the War Chariot City, leading them to refrain from making any rash moves. Thus, we faced minimal disturbances during our 2-hour leveling session, ultimately tearing through the defenses of the Soul Relic Guardians. Tens of thousands of players from the ancient Sword Soul Dream successfully navigated through this formidable blockade. With a burst, the Ice Scale Horse emerged from the blood-red mist of the Soul Relic, revealing a clear expanse ahead. Under the night sky, the bright moon hung high, casting its luminous glow upon the armor of the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry, refracting an extraordinary brilliance. In the distance, a colossal tower loomed under the moonlight, an immense sealed leveling map. Undoubtedly, the greatest treasures of the Soul Relic lay within the 9 Tiger Soul Tower, the essence of this vast map. He walked beside me, his expression grave. I found in the official materials that the 9 Tiger Soul Tower seems to be related to the main storyline. If we can breach it, we might even unlock a main quest. That would be a significant breakthrough. I chuckled, indeed. Let us seize the opportunity to enter the 9 Tiger Soul Tower first. Agreed. Full speed ahead, I shouted, leading the Qinghu Iron Cavalry and Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry forward rapidly, while Baiming Shui guided the infantry players to advance steadily behind us. It was a wise choice to have the cavalry occupy the territory first. Otherwise, if the 9 Tiger Soul Tower were surrounded by hostile forces, we would face dire consequences. Look, the cavalry of the Northern Alliance. Ruan Yu pointed towards the horizon. Indeed, on the other side of the 9 Tiger Soul Tower, a crimson mass of figures coalesced. It was the Titan City faction of the Northern Alliance, riding uniform flame rhinoceros mounts, their armor striking, and their blades shimmering ominously under the moonlight, numbering around 2,000. Instantly, Li Chengfeng's gaze hardened. Damn! I focused my attention, realizing that it was the flame rhinoceros cavalry corps of Titan City, and at the forefront stood a player with a blood-red banner, a holder of the hero's flag. adorned with the inscription Titan God Clan above his head. In that moment, I comprehended Li Chengfeng's fury. It was this Titan clan that had previously clashed with him in the Falling Wind Canyon, resulting in a mutual devastation. What now, Captain? Giguzi pointed into the distance, stating, there are many of them. That is the Titan God Clan's guild, and behind them are archers and mage players, numbering at least several tens of thousands. Without a moment's hesitation, I drew my teeming sword with a sharp sound and whispered, in a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. Prepare for battle. With a resounding clash, the sound of unsheathing swords echoed as a multitude of Dragon Dawn cavalry and Azure Tiger cavalry drew their blades. Li Chengfeng's gaze was resolute. Encountering an enemy ignited a fierce fervor within him. Just then, a message from Lin Xiaoyo arrived. Hee, little trickster, wait for us. 50,000 snow silver fur soldiers are positioned in the flanking forest. I can see you. In 5 minutes, we shall launch a pincer attack and bring down this divine realm guild. Delight surged within me. With the alliance of the snow silver fur, the divine realm guild was destined to meet its demise. Chapter 794. The dual-edged spiral. This night, the stars twinkled brilliantly. A titan from the divine lineage wielded a broadsword, seated atop a flame-armored rhinoceros mount. He gazed into the distance, his eyes ablaze with fury. It's players from the Chinese region. That individual. I shall remember him for a lifetime. Beside him, an archer remarked, Leader, that individual has ascended to the rank of divine general. He is the legendary hero, the only dragon warrior in the Chinese region. His strength is formidable. We suffered greatly at his hands last time. The spirit of war is exceedingly powerful, with defenses so high that even our barrier-breaking strikes could not penetrate. The Titan's gaze turned cold. Furthermore, beside the legendary hero rides the one known as Broken Halberd in the Sands, who defended the life barrier for hours. His ancient divine technique, the seal of antiquity, has caused great suffering to several of our comrades, including Vienna's Sorrow and Blade of Kings. He clenched his iron fist, declaring, the Nine-Tiger Soul Tower lies before us. Let us settle both old and new grievances with this band today. The archer inquired, Leader, should we not wait for the other guilds? Vienna's guild, the Hero Alliance, will arrive at the Nine-Tiger Soul Tower in about half an hour. The Titan shook his head. We shall not wait. Vienna's Sorrow is now hailed as the foremost hero of Hero City, Titan City, and Seven-Star City. We cannot allow him all the glory. Today, we shall annihilate this ancient Sword Soul Dream Guild and eliminate 2 of the most formidable players from the Chinese region, thereby elevating our guild to the pinnacle of the American guild rankings. Understood. Immediately, all Flame Rhinoceros cavalry were summoned, preparing for a charge. Bards, bolster us with your buffs. Mages, archers, and priests, follow closely. We shall slay this group of Chinese players outside the Nine-Tiger Soul Tower. We must not allow them to approach the tower. This high edifice belongs to us of the Northern Realm. Yes. In an instant, a vast number of Flame Rhinoceros cavalry appeared. The Titans were serious now. At least 15,000 Flame Rhinoceros cavalry gathered on the desolate plains beneath the Nine-Tiger Soul Tower. With swords gleaming like snow and the cries of men and neighs of horses filling the air, as many infantry players actively prepared. Clang! The Titan drew his sharp blade and shouted, the time for vengeance has come. Warriors of Titan City, it is time to prove your strength. Kill! Accompanied by the thunderous sound of hooves, the Flame Rhinoceros cavalry charged forth, shaking the very earth. Swish! The azure sword flickered with faint flames as I swung it forward vigorously, exclaiming, in a narrow passage, the brave shall prevail. Let us draw our swords, my brothers. Suddenly, 2,000 Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry and 15,000 Azure Tiger Iron Cavalry drew their swords in unison. Their gazes resolute as yet another fierce battle loomed beneath the Nine-Tigers Soul Tower. Kill! I shouted vehemently, charging ahead on my steed, closely followed by the Phantom Wolf King. With a single hand raised, a shadowy figure emerged from my body, manifesting as my doppelganger. 2 identical versions of myself led the charge at the forefront, while the thunderous sound of hooves reverberated across the plains. The ancient sword Iron Cavalry had already made a name for themselves far and wide, and now was the moment to shine. In the face of adversity, only the fearless may claim victory. The members of the ancient Sword Soul Dream, having endured the harrowing trials of national warfare, understood this truth profoundly. Li Chengfeng, Giguzi, and others, Ling Yu, Tian Rain, Qing Kong Shui, Du Shursan. Each bore steely gazes, brandishing their blades and urging their steeds to gallop forward, undaunted by the opposing army's multitude. With a swift motion, 3 azure divine dragons soared around me, transforming into 3 azure blades of protection. As they descended upon the earth, before even making contact with the enemy, I raised my hand, summoning 3 golden sigils that shot skyward, illuminating the night with their radiant glow. In the next instant, the 3 massive golden sigils struck the ground where the enemy forces gathered. Boom! The ancient sigils exuded a chilling aura of slaughter. With a single strike, over half of the flame rhino iron cavalry in the 300-yard radius had already fallen, with less than 20 escaping death, their vitality barely intact. Kill. Li Chengfeng was enveloped by azure blades of protection, a crimson battle god's aura surrounding him, significantly enhancing all attributes. Before engaging, he unleashed a torrent of sword light, executing a series of 3 piercing strikes, followed by a sweeping reverse scale slash that violently tore through the enemy formation. In just 2 skill attacks, nearly 40 flame rhino iron cavalry lay lifeless in pools of blood. The might of the divine general players was simply overwhelming. Roar! The Xieji unleashed a thundering roar, charging valiantly into the crowd, its war hammer smashing indiscriminately. When surrounded by adversaries, it erupted with a Xieji howl, leaving a multitude of players from the Divine Realm Guild stunned. Nearly 100 were caught in the aftermath of its 3 successive whirlwind attacks, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake. Damn it! The Titan God clan, enraged, surged forward wielding broad swords, crackling with arcs of lightning. With a sudden flourish, a lightning-infused sword struck into the throng, its lethal skill reaching approximately 15 yards. A host of Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry fell victim simultaneously, damage numbers soaring. 38,728, 41,092, 41,288. Such an immensely powerful attack. Before the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry could retaliate, the Titan God clan pressed on, blades crackling with electricity, bellowing, thunderous fury, perish. Boom, boom, boom. In a flurry of 3 strikes, the first 2 Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry were instantly vanquished. How outrageous. He pivoted his steed, executing a sudden charge skill that collided forcefully with the Titan God clan, sending them stumbling back 2 steps. Before they could regain their footing, he urged his horse forward, the Earth's soul blade shimmering with the brilliance of barrier destruction, delivering a lightning-fast thrust. The response of the Titan race was nothing short of astonishing, as they deftly wielded their blades to execute an impeccable parry. To everyone's disbelief, He's barrier-breaking maneuver was utterly thwarted. Nevertheless, He's actions were equally remarkable. Her reaction speed was unnaturally swift. In the very moment her barrier was countered, the enchanting leader of the Alliance swung her shield with her left arm, delivering a formidable blow upon the Titan's shoulder, inflicting a staggering 7,663 points of damage. Before the Titan could regain its composure, the soul blade swiftly pressed against its chest, unleashing a torrent of flames and executing the 5 consecutive strikes of the Ice Rock Inferno skill without any chance for resistance. The Titan race, clearly taken aback by the formidable prowess of this exquisite female knight, hastily raised its arm and curled its body into a defensive stance. The series of 5 strikes echoed with a thunderous rhythm. Although limited by its defenses, the Titan still suffered nearly 40,000 points in health loss. Cursed be the flames. The Fire Rhino suddenly charged forward, retaliating with a fierce elbow strike that collided heavily with He's back. Before she could react, a massive sword swept through, unleashing a furious barrage of barrier-breaking thunder. The damage was terrifying. 32,771, 28,717, 30,988, 28,721. It was fortunate that the one under attack was He. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely been vanquished. These health strikes accounted for merely about 60 of He's total health, insufficient to be fatal. Protect the leader. The Titan race was overwhelmingly powerful. Jinkong Shui swiftly soared in, delivering a resounding barrier-breaking strike that forced the Titan to retreat. Amidst the chaos, there was little opportunity to close in for reinforcements, and I could only observe from a distance. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng was engaged in combat with another group, stretched thin. As the strength of the Divine Realm Guild surpassed that of the Overlord's Hall, a force not to be underestimated. Boom, boom, boom. The iron hooves of the Longyao iron cavalry wreaked havoc on the fire rhino cavalry, who had only clashed with the Qinghu iron cavalry in the national war. Unaware of the true might of the Longyao iron cavalry, in the forefront, fierce skirmishes ensued, and within a mere 10 minutes, the ancient sword iron cavalry had firmly established the upper hand. In the rear, a cacophony of battle cries erupted as the purple dragon cavalry of Shui Yinsong, commanded by Lin Yisan and the purple robe marquis, burst forth from the thickets, sweeping through like a wave of purple flames, reducing a multitude of divine realm archers, mages, and priests preparing to rush to the front into ashes. Lin Xiaoyu's ice flame slash erupted violently among the crowd, with the beautiful azure lotus light swirling around her, radiating both beauty and lethality, leaving a group of male players of the divine realm in a tumult of admiration and frustration. Excellent. Shui Yinsong has arrived. Li Chengfeng laughed heartily from afar, proclaiming, Jin Lin and Lian Hanchun have also breached the seal of the Soul Town ruins and will soon join us. Yet, Yaguzi's brow furrowed with concern as he remarked, we have received intel that Vienna's Sorrow and the Blade of Kings are leading their guilds to swiftly approach, seemingly to reinforce the divine realm. Additionally, a large contingent of Koreans and Vietnamese has appeared in the northeast. Our situation is anything but optimistic. Li Chengfeng exclaimed in a low voice, damn it, what should we do? I swiftly brandished my sword and declared loudly, Chengfeng, let us charge back together. We shall first eliminate the Titan God clan and devour the Divine Realm Guild before their reinforcements arrive. Good. The two Divine Warrior players activated their Earth transformation effects and retaliated fiercely, cleaving through the waves. Not far ahead, we beheld the Titan God clan engaged in battle with Tianyangyu, He, and Qinkong Shui, who were valiantly fighting despite the Titan's health still at around 70%, revealing their formidable recovery skills. Suddenly, a green sword blade descended from the heavens. It was my Dragon Slayer blade. To my astonishment, the Titan God clan remained remarkably composed, swiftly retreating 2 steps to evade the Dragon Slayer's attack. With deft footwork, they evaded the pursuit of Tianyangyu and Qinkong Shui, their gaze turning icy as they locked onto He. Accelerating their steed, they executed a sudden Z-pattern maneuver, positioning themselves behind He, with the sword blade gleaming ominously. I hurriedly cried out, Eve, Sacred Shield. Aware that her skills could not compare to her opponents, He quickly activated her skill, raising her shield to withstand the relentless assaults from the Titan God clan, remaining steadfast. Li Chengfeng and I flanked from both sides for an assault. Realizing that they could not eliminate He, who was receiving healing from a priest, the Titan God clan knew they had to retreat, lest they fall victim to our encirclement. Come on. The Titan God clan suddenly charged forward, tracing a half-arc with their feet, executing a spiral tactic. Li Chengfeng, taken aback, looked at me and said, dual blade spiral? Indeed. I laughed heartily, drawing my sword and charging out, while Li Chengfeng expertly maneuvered past me. Our movements were even more fluid than the Titan God clans, embodying the dual coordination of the spiral tactic. We adopted an S-line formation, intertwining to create a DNA spiral movement, each point capable of unleashing tremendous lethality. If executed well, this tactic would undoubtedly rank among the top strategies in a 2v2 combat system. Chapter 795. The Corruptor, the Teeming sword and Ghost Wind blade formed the dual blades of the spiral tactic, slicing fiercely as we clashed, delivering 4 consecutive strikes against the Titan God clan, one of which was parried. Heaven. The Titan God clan retreated rapidly, unable to land a single blow against the relentless onslaught from Li Chengfeng and me. Prepare to meet your end. Li Chengfeng laughed heartily, driving his sword forward, with the green dragon horn blade attack effect shimmering upon its edge. The Titan God clan, aware of the impending danger, leaned back, raising their broadsword to execute a nearly perfect block against Li Chengfeng's mighty strike. However, they did not anticipate Li Chengfeng's true killing move, just 0.5 seconds after the Ghost Wind blade was deflected. Li Chengfeng's left fist, imbued with countless whirlwinds, struck the Titan God clan's chest with tremendous force. Boom. 9098. While a single punch did not inflict overwhelming damage, it knocked the Titan God clan off balance. At that moment, I swept in from the side, raising my left arm to deliver a powerful elbow strike to the Titan God clan's forehead, while the Iceland steed raised its front hooves, delivering 3 successive war-crushing impacts. Smack, smack, smack. The Titan God clan's health was evidently nearing its limit. Beware of his invincibility, Li Chengfeng shouted. Before the echoes of my voice faded, my left fist was already enveloped in a deep crimson hue. With a resounding strike, the forceful blow of the demon-breaking fist landed heavily upon the chest of the Titan God clan. The magic was shattered, rendering any skills, including invincibility, utterly unusable. In an instant, the Titan's complexion turned to a lifeless gray. He had been overly confident in his abilities and had failed to anticipate that. Under the combined onslaught of Li Chengfeng and myself, his chances of victory were less than 10%. Begone! With a swift arc of my sword, I unleashed a surge of electric energy that forcefully repelled Li Chengfeng, while the Titan retreated at great speed. Did he think he could escape? With a single hand raised, I invoked the Binding God technique, its howling essence accurately predicting and successfully ensnaring the Titan, who was now a panicked dragon attempting to flee. Li Chengfeng laughed heartily. Lu Chun, splendid. With a flash, a golden symbol ascended into the heavens, accompanied by Li Chengfeng's dragon bone-piercing skill. In an instant, the Titan's form was torn asunder, obliterated. Alas, the system notification heralding the death of an enemy banner did not sound, a sound typically reserved for national battles. However, the annihilation of the Titan God clan dealt a significant blow to the morale of the Divine Realm Guild. A group of fire rhinoceros cavalry stood in stunned silence. Mouths agape. Heavens, the strength of our leader is so formidable. How could he be dispatched so effortlessly? How is this possible? Charge! Following a mighty shout, the ancient Sword Soul Dream initiated a full-scale assault. From the flanks, the players of Snow Silver Fur, led by Lin Yisan, surged forth with fervor, swiftly dismantling the enemy's formation. Simultaneously, the cries of battle erupted as the alluring with eyes like water, led her comrades into the fray. And the fiery-lipped cavalry joined the conflict. Approximately 20 minutes later, the battle neared its conclusion, with the intensity of combat surpassing even that of national wars. The Ancient Sword, Snow Silver Fur, and Fiery Lips guilds united in their efforts, overwhelming the Divine Realm Guild, whose forces crumbled like a house of cards. Over 100,000 players were either slain or retreated in haste, and in the blink of an eye, the Divine Realm Guild was no more within the map of the soul-settling land. It is said that the Divine Realm Guild was once a legendary powerhouse in Titan City, the first guild of its kind. However, in the realm of competitive warfare, victors and vanquished are defined. The rise of one legend inevitably signifies the fall of another. And in the clash of kings, only the ultimate victor may continue their saga. In a flurry, we cleared the battlefield, sweeping up equipment, potions, and provisions, gathering a bundle of spoils, and preparing to embark. The Nine Tiger Soul Settling Tower loomed about 2 kilometers away, and I knew the run would not take long. Onward. To the Nine Tiger Soul Settling Tower. I charged ahead, with the Dragon Yao cavalry following closely behind. In the distance, the elite forces of Snow Silver Fur, led by Lin Yisan, and the elite players of Fiery Lips, commanded by San Sheng Mo, had already arrived. A throng gathered beneath the tower, finally beholding the true visage of this ancient edifice. This is a naturally formed ancient tower, constructed entirely from dark stones, with an unexpectedly vast area. It boasts an octagonal shape, with a radius extending approximately 1 kilometer, allowing it to accommodate at least tens of thousands of players. Surrounding the tower are watchtowers manned by robust, deathly beasts, resembling colossal giants lying prone on the ground. However, their broad backs are adorned with iron chains binding a censer, which is overgrown with thorny plants, and filled with a grotesque accumulation of decaying corpses and bones, creating a truly horrifying sight. What on earth is this? It's utterly revolting, muttered Luan Yu, pouting. I waved my hand, and the attributes of these creatures appeared before everyone. Corpse Collector, Earth-tier quasi-boss level monster. Level, 185 attack, 50, 407. 280 defense, 7,000 health, 15,000 skills. Blade Sweep, Rotting Corpse Poison Attack. Corpse littered everywhere. Description: the Corpse Collector is a lordly existence of the realm of the undead. Once powerful warriors in life, their bodies have been grotesquely transformed after death, becoming bloated and burdened with containers filled with the dead. They wield sharp scythes, serving as guardians of great cemeteries and burial grounds, bloodthirsty and savage. accustomed to placing slain bodies into their containers to rot and absorb the essence of death. Gazing into the distance, I spotted a swaying corpse collector, surrounded by buzzing flies. Neighing wrinkled her nose and remarked, "What a grotesque quasi-boss. You ought to take care of it." I grinned. "Let Ze take the lead." Ze exclaimed, "Why am I the unfortunate one?" I replied, "Then let Chanel handle it." Ze gasped, "I'll go too." After a charge from afar, Ze stunned the nearest corpse collector and retreated, swinging his sword to unleash a series of icy sword energies in a ranged attack against the creature. Roaring, the foul giant emitted a noxious stench as it lumbered forward, its four bloated, decayed legs pounding the earth. Ze had poorly evaded, directly leading the monster toward us. The container on the back of the corpse collector was filled with various animal carcasses, reeking abominably, to add to the horror. The corpse collector itself was in a state of decay, its muscles rotting away, with maggots wriggling amidst the putrid mass, utterly revolting. Neighing swiftly retreated, while he fled alongside her. Consequently, our team's combat strength was reduced by at least 30, as all the female players firmly refused to engage in battle. "For the brave men, charge," I declared, summoning the binding spell from the heavens, swiftly ensnaring the corpse collector within its grasp. 4 divine weapons radiated with holy power, rendering the corpse collector's struggles futile. At my command, those with a taste for the grotesque surged forward. Suyang suddenly charged, reaching the hind legs of the corpse collector, delivering a thunderous blow that cleaved downward. Splurt. 516. The attack was commendable, splattering a foul ichor from the corpse collector. Ugh, Suyang spat, wiping his face, and continued to strike. Giguzi, wielding a long spear, spurred his warhorse forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes that pierced the air with a series of resounding impacts, creating a multitude of transparent punctures upon the impending boss. Once he had finished, he thrust forth his hand in a powerful punch, causing the decaying flesh of the corruptor to jiggle and sway. Without hesitation, he executed a barrier break, igniting the putrid meat with a fiery cone. With a flush of excitement, Giguzi exclaimed, "Remarkably, the roasted flesh has an enticing aroma, reminiscent of a medium-rare steak, akin to the renowned stinky salmon from Huangshan." I grinned and replied, "It's all yours, no need for courtesy. Come and feast to your heart's content." Turning to Neighing Shui, I added, "Don't stray too far. Unleash a corrosion arrow on the boss so we can dispatch it swiftly. Male clerics, get closer to heal. You're not embodying true masculinity." Just as I finished speaking, Neighing Shui's corrosion arrow pierced the boss's eye, provoking a frenzy. After releasing her arrow, she resumed her conversation with Neighing, seemingly quite fond of her robust and fierce demeanor. It was unclear how long they had chatted that night. Neighing stayed over at the studio, but it left He and Murong Mingyue wary. Little Miss Lin was too astute, knowing to consolidate her position by winning over Neighing Shui first. Consequently, He and Murong Mingyue had been particularly protective of her, even suggesting outings to Hong Kong for shopping, which was rather irksome. The group concentrated their firepower, despite the boss boasting a staggering 15 million health points. It was unable to withstand the onslaught. As my Teeming sword unleashed a roaring dragon soul attack, substantial damage numbers soared, culminating in the boss's demise. I relished the experience gain of 50, propelling my level up by 29, an exhilarating triumph. With a thunderous crash, the corruptor collapsed like a mountain, dropping various items and stones. Giguzi surveyed the loot, grinning widely as he noted 5 pieces of purple crystal, along with gems for equipment enhancement, including a level 9 Dragon Rock gem and an 11-level Azure Fire gem. Among the gear, there's a level 155 Earthgrade sword, a 2-star exceptional piece, alongside a spiritual axe and a 3-star exceptional Earthgrade ring. I suggested, "You all can distribute the spoils. Let us reserve the Earthgrade sword for Shui-San, while the rest will be ours." Agreed. The Earthgrade sword was claimed by Ziho, while Giguzi exchanged the Earthgrade ring for guild points. A superb item adding 20 health points, perfectly suited for his blood-centric class. Continuing on, beneath the 9 Tigers Soul Tower, a corruptor guarded every 20 yards, instilling a sense of caution among us. Even players from the Northern Alliance had to proceed with trepidation, for should these boss creatures unleash their fury, the resulting chaos would be unbearable for ordinary players. Chapter 796. The Bronze Beast Boom. The third corruptor's carcass slowly toppled, revealing an 80-yard vacuum ahead devoid of monsters. However, The Corruptor's high level mandated a formidable aggro range, estimated at least 50 yards, preventing immediate entry. What is the situation on the Northern Alliance front? He inquired. I gazed into the distance and remarked, as we slay the corrupted, I have witnessed the blade of the king and the sorrow of darkness. The sorrow of Vienna has yet to manifest. I am uncertain of what to make of this. Luanyua interjected, time is of the essence. We have breached a gap. Let us dispatch a group of assassins to scout the Nine Tigers Soul Tower. I turned to Xiao Man and instructed, take a team of assassin players and infiltrate stealthily. With a swift motion, the agile Xiao Man, brandishing a short dagger and with her hair tied up, appeared both petite and nimble. Her cloak billowed behind her as she gracefully entered stealth mode, followed by 199 fellow assassin players who mirrored her actions. I furrowed my brow, recognizing that while the assassins possessed formidable stealth capabilities, they could not hope to vanquish high-tier monsters without a tank. Thus, I declared, Eve, Luanyua, I shall accompany you. You handle the corrupted on the periphery. If we eliminate 46 of them, we can allow the rest to enter. He nodded. There are a total of 8 entrances surrounding the Nine Tiger Soul Tower. Other factions are undoubtedly exerting their efforts to slay the corrupted. The area is becoming increasingly crowded. There must be numerous monsters within the first level of the tower. Luching. Upon entering, do not focus on killing monsters. Ascertain the location of the first level's boss. Understood, I replied. With a flick of my hand, crimson light erupted, and I transformed into countless blood-colored glimmers that seeped into the ground. It had been quite some time since I last employed this technique to burrow underground. And in the wild, there was no longer a need for stealth. I had grown accustomed to charging in with my pets, navigating around 2 corrupted watch zones. I joined the group of assassins at the base of the tower. Suddenly, I burst forth from the ground, prompting a startled exclamation from the lovely Xiao Man. Ah? Why is the vice leader here? I chuckled. I am here to lead you. Raising my gaze, I beheld the heavy, blood-stained iron door, shrouded in the dust of countless ages. The door was almost rusted through, revealing small, darkened holes from which a chilling wind emanated. Intricate runes adorned either side of the door, indecipherable, yet seemingly intended to seal away the undead. I extended my hand, pressing against the iron door and pushing with force. Creaking, the door began to open, but only a narrow gap emerged, resistant to further movement. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it was secured with chains, which were also heavily rusted. Drawing my teeming sword, I swung down sharply, and with a clang, the chains fell to the ground, severed. A frigid gust swept through as the door creaked open, accompanied by the unpleasant sound of iron gears turning. Suddenly, a shadow lunged from the tower, emitting a piercing shriek, its nature unknown. Without hesitation, I retaliated with a fierce strike, sending the assailant reeling. However, a sharp pain erupted in my shoulder. I had been clawed, losing 19,000 health points. The creature's attack power was astonishingly high, capable of inflicting such damage even while I was in my demon armor state. What in the world is that? Xiao Man exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the monstrous entity. Before us stood a colossal beast, its entire body encrusted with verdant copper patina, approximately the height of a man. Crawling low to the ground like an elongated hedgehog, adorned with sharp copper spines. Its head was diminutive, and a pair of blood-red eyes fixated on us, emitting a low, menacing growl. Bronze Beast, Demon Dance Level Monster, Level 185 Attack, 62007 Defense, 7,000 Health, 650,000 Skills, Brutal Bite, Copper Blade Strike. Steel Needle Dance Description. The Bronze Beast was once human. These unfortunate souls became experimental subjects of a necromancer, forcibly fused into a bronze shell and bestowed with eternal undead life. Their spirits have perished, rendering them cruel, bloodthirsty, and merciless. These bronze beasts guard the 13th level of the Nine Tiger Soul Tower, becoming the nightmare of adventurers from afar. Over the course of 10 millennia, countless human warriors have fallen to the claws of the bronze beast. Inwardly, I lamented, a demon dance level monster, 1 tier above the ancient beasts. How astonishing it is that elite and shadow creatures have retreated into the annals of history, giving way to the emergence of such formidable foes. The attack power is overwhelming. Assassins, tread carefully, for this bronze beast will prove to be a formidable adversary. With a flourish, I summoned a brilliant azure 6-pointed star magic circle, and the phantom wolf king roared into existence. immediately lunging at the bronze beast. Concurrently, I brandished the teeming sword, igniting flames along the blade, unleashing a series of 3 fiery slashes aimed at the creature's eyes. Beneath the dark gaze, I discerned that the eyes were its weak point. Striking here would yield greater results. To assault its exterior shell would be futile against its formidable 7,000 defense. Indeed, the assembly of ancient sword soul dream assassins behind me would struggle to breach it. With a swift motion, the floating Qianquan array beneath my feet delivered a precise strike, piercing the bronze beast's eye and yielding a substantial damage figure of 37,176. Remarkable. Simultaneously, the audacious and graceful Xiaoman launched an attack. Her dagger, imbued with poison, flashed violently, and the bronze beast fell still, stunned by the ambush. The remaining assassins commenced their barrage, employing bone-piercing, ruthlessly efficient blade skills that largely ignored defenses, achieving remarkable results as damage figures exceeding 5,000 soared into the air. These players were the elite assassins of the ancient sword soul dream, a team skillfully assembled by the capable Xiaoman, who was far more endearing than those who merely relied on charm and possessed zero capability. Under the collective onslaught, I maintained a steadfast grip on the bronze beast's aggro. Within a mere 20 seconds, we triumphed. The bronze beast emitted a heart-wrenching wail as its copper armor shattered, its massive form collapsing to the ground, yielding 2 stones and a bronze bracer. Xiaoman was taken aback, a demon dance-level monster dropping a level 160 bronze equipment. Was this a mockery, dear Vice Leader? I smiled softly. Who knows? Let us proceed inside and see. Indeed, I stepped into the tower, and immediately, the surroundings began to illuminate gradually, though the light was not exceptionally brilliant. The tower was adorned with sources of illumination, allowing the moonlight to cascade onto the ground and illuminate everything around. Moreover, the weapon in my hand and the gear on my body glimmered brilliantly, radiating a dazzling aura that was strikingly resplendent, causing the enchanting little beauty to envy so much that she nearly drooled. Particularly, the earthly and heavenly artifacts shone with an intense luster, significantly enhancing visibility. Upon entering the tower, my feet tread upon the stone floor, and a sense of tranquility washed over me. This was indeed a tower constructed by human hands, albeit one that harbored an unknown number of monsters. Ding! A system notification sounded. You have entered the 9 Tigers Soul Tower. Automatically receiving the quest, The Sin of Bloodfinger Ovia. Current quest difficulty, SSS level, medium. Quest details, enter the Soul Tower. Slay the guardian bosses from the 1st to the 9th floor, and after acquiring 9 fierce tiger essences, you shall gain the authority to access the pinnacle of the 9 Tigers Soul Tower, unlock the soul locking iron box, and release the souls of the fallen human warriors. In return, you will receive a bountiful reward. Damn! Everyone was momentarily taken aback, having automatically acquired a 3S level divine quest. Indeed, there were 9 bosses within. However, collecting the spoils dropped by these bosses would not be an easy feat even among players in the Chinese region. Fierce competition was inevitable, and now, the players from the Northern Alliance's 8 main cities had arrived, intensifying the struggle. Upon attempting to summon the ice scale horse indoors, I found that the space was vast enough to accommodate it. Mounting the steed, my attributes surged, ensuring greater safety. When I opened the map, I was surprised to discover that the first floor was remarkably spacious, seemingly larger than the exterior, easily accommodating tens of thousands of players for level grinding. Additionally, the tower was surrounded by barrier walls, resembling a labyrinth. At the center of the first floor, a colossal blood-red light point marked the location of the boss. However, reaching it appeared to present its own challenges, as the path was convoluted and winding, a true headache of a maze. Ahead lay 8 distinct paths to choose from, causing everyone to feel quite perplexed. I detest mazes. Which path leads to the boss? The enchanting little beauty pouted. I waved my hand, embedding the ground into my personal collection, and after a meticulous study lasting nearly 10 minutes, I finally marked a route leading to the core of the first floor, albeit a long detour that would undoubtedly require slaying numerous monsters along the way. Going this way will surely lead to it, I declared with confidence. The enchanting little beauty nodded, placing her unwavering trust in my words, brandishing her dagger as she prepared to advance. Wait, let his pet go ahead to scout. A swordsman nodded, directing his pet, a level 154 fireblade, a low-tier pet, quite impressive for such a high level, forward to explore the path. As the fiery blade drifted around the corner, before any reaction could be made, 3 bronze beasts ferociously lunged forth, their claws tearing through the air, swiftly vanquishing the fiery blade. Once they lost their target of hatred, the 3 bronze beasts began to meander slowly around the corner. What a close call. The enchanting Xiaoman gently caressed her modest bosom, inhaling sharply in relief, grateful she had not ventured forward. Otherwise, she would have met her demise. Chapter 797, The Mechanism Array. I dashed forward, binding one with the binding god technique, while the Phantom Wolf King ensnared another. Together with the lovely Xiaoman and the other assassins, we launched an attack on the remaining beast. Roar! The bronze beast was exceedingly ferocious, sinking its teeth into the arm of one assassin, unleashing a cruel tearing skill. The assassin let out a muffled groan as he lost 30,000 health points. Barely clinging to life, had his equipment not been exceptional, he would have already perished. Stun that bronze beast! I shouted urgently, but alas, it was too late. In the next moment, the bronze beast shook violently, its steel needles standing erect, shooting out in a chaotic barrage. A group of assassins cried out in agony, unable to withstand the onslaught. At last, the terrifying prowess of a ghostly dance-level monster was unveiled. It bore a striking resemblance to a boss. I quickly grabbed Xiaoman, shielding her behind me, and raised my sword defensively. The steel needles clanged against the blade, while several struck my chest armor. Being the closest, I sustained the most injuries. Yet my high defense mitigated the damage. Each needle inflicted no more than 1,000 health points, making it manageable. In total, I lost around 40,000 health points. Brother Vice Leader. Xiaoman grasped my wrist, her face pale. We should not fight. It's too dangerous. I nodded in agreement. Everyone retreat. I'll handle this. You all fall back to 20 yards. Understood, leader. The group promptly withdrew, while I, wielding my sword alongside the Phantom Wolf King, unleashed the shadowy clone to engage in combat. It took nearly 5 minutes to dispatch the 3 bronze beasts, yielding a few stones and 2 items. One of which was a pair of leather boots, a 1-star exceptional piece of purple gold gear, which I bestowed upon one of the high-ranking assassins. Just then, a notification chimed. It was a message from He. Lu Chun, how is it inside? We're coming in. Yes, I replied swiftly. Take the 4th path on the right. Xiaoman and I are here. Got it. Shortly thereafter, a large contingent arrived. An influx of players from the ancient Sword Soul Dream swarming into the first level of the 9 Tigers Soul Tower, creating a dense crowd that seemed overwhelming. How can we level up like this? Morong Mingyue remarked, gazing at the throngs of people. He immediately commanded, there are a total of 8 branching paths. Everyone spread out and level up individually. I've observed that each path, though winding, ultimately leads to the final boss location. The main team will follow me. Let us advance together. Subsequently, the primary forces of the ancient Sword Soul Dream divided into 2 factions. One group, led by myself, Bei Mingxue, Morong Mingyue, Giguzi, and Luan Yu, while the other was commanded by Li Chengfeng, primarily consisting of the Qinghu Iron Cavalry, who took an alternate route to hunt monsters. It was evident that congregating together would hinder our ability to slay creatures, so it was more prudent to level up separately outside. After dispersing, our group was reduced to approximately 3,000 individuals, still somewhat excessive, yet we pressed on resolutely. With the addition of Bei Mingxue, He, Luan Yu, and Giguzi, our progress in vanquishing monsters accelerated significantly as we swept through, eliminating countless bronze beasts. However, midway through our journey, a blue curtain appeared on the map ahead. Any player who approached would trigger a rebounding ripple, leaving us uncertain about the situation. Everyone halt. Bei Mingxue, who was leading, suddenly raised her hand, stopping us in our tracks. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the front, she exclaimed, Brother, there is a mechanism there. A mechanism? I gasped in surprise. It appears quite ordinary. I can sense it. Bei Mingxue pouted in dissatisfaction. Immediately, I suggested, someone, send your pet over to test it. With fervor and anticipation, a blue mantis was released, wielding a large blade, moving forward with a deliberate gait. Suddenly, a stone tile sank sharply, and with a resounding crack, a vicious ground spike shot forth, impaling the blue mantis right through. It was utterly ruthless. Goodness. Everyone's jaws nearly dropped. Moon Horizon Company is shameless, creating a map with such a mechanism. How are we supposed to pass through? Luan Yu expressed her disbelief. I summoned a shadow clone, saying, Sister Morong, please ensure to heal the clone diligently. I will attempt to navigate the mechanism. There is always a way to discern the patterns of a trap, and once understood, crossing should pose no issue. Morong Mingwen nodded in agreement. A bard swiftly bestowed numerous buffs upon the clone, and I took control of its movements, stepping forward. The corridor was lined with stone tiles above and below, flanked by iron-forged railings that were insurmountable. Each tile measured about a meter wide, arranged neatly in parallel stacks. After several cautious attempts, I was convinced that the fourth tile of the first row was absolutely safe, while the others would trigger the ground spike. Continuing on to the second row, as the shadow clone stepped onto the first tile, it was immediately pierced through the chest by a lethal arrow. Morong Mingyue hurriedly applied healing, exclaiming in frustration, the attack power of the mechanism's arrows is extraordinarily high. One shot took over 30,000 health. After 9 failures, I ultimately confirmed that the fifth tile of the second row was secure. However, the subsequent 3 rows revealed frost magic circles beneath, with the shadow clone frequently being frozen into ice blocks, a pitiful sight. As I progressed further, fire magic circles sprawled out, featuring intermittent bursts of flames. After nearly half an hour of trials, I took a deep breath and sat despondently in a corner. So, have you reached any conclusions? He inquired with concern. I nodded and began to elaborate. This intricate mechanism consists of a total of 15 bricks. The safe route from the first to the 15th row is as follows: 14, 25, 36, 44, 55. At this point, pause for 15 seconds to allow the frost magic circle to cool down. The interval for the flame spouts is 25 seconds, during which the 610th row of safe bricks is designated as 67546. One must leap continuously within these 25 seconds, requiring precise positional maneuvers. Subsequently, beneath the last 5 bricks lies a magic circle imbued with wind and thunder attributes. This segment is rather complex, demanding a 224 leap, followed by a 1-second wait before jumping back to the 3rd brick of the 12th row. Then, execute a swift 345 movement to escape the mechanism path. Otherwise, one risks being charred by wind blades and lightning. As I shared this route, Su Yang's facial muscles twitched slightly. Is this even feasible for a human? I shrugged with a smile. This is a pivotal obstacle. The game developers utilize this to deter a significant number of players from accessing the core of the 9 Tiger Soul Tower. To savor the rewards, one must conquer this challenge. Luan Yu licked her red lips and remarked with a grin. It appears quite intricate and demands exceptional precision. Is it truly manageable? Lu Chun, why don't you demonstrate? I chuckled. Watch closely. With a clang, the teeming sword was sheathed as I cancelled the Ice Lin Horse status and abruptly stepped onto the first stone brick. I swiftly moved 5 times and stood firmly on the 5th row, waiting briefly for the frost to cool, then surged forward, executing 5 consecutive strikes on the subsequent bricks with precision. Then, I advanced thrice and retreated once, seamlessly fulfilling all path requirements. With a triumphant clap, I stood enscathed outside the mechanism's range, a distance of 15 meters away, gazing at everyone with a smile. Just follow my lead, and you'll find the rewards await. Tian Tangyu, cradling her sword, gazed at me with starry eyes. Wow, that was smooth. No wonder you're called the Little King. Lu Chun, you're incredibly powerful. Luan Yu pursed her lips. It still looks quite challenging. One misstep could turn you into a roasted pig. He's stunning eyes sparkled with excitement and nervousness as she exclaimed, "Oh, let a few more people give it a try. I want to test my skills." Su Yang's hands trembled. Who's next to try? Bei Ming Shui, holding her longbow, chuckled. Since my brother has made it through, it's my turn. Be careful. Bei Ming, I cautioned. Bei Ming Shui laughed with a tinkling sound, her radiant little boots pattering lightly as she darted forth like an elf, almost mirroring my movements perfectly. With remarkable precision, she awaited, moved, and turned, and moments later, stood confidently before me, smiling. Brother, how did Bei Ming perform? I grinned appreciatively. Very well, huh? Who's next? He, wielding the Earth Soul Blade, chimed in. I shall give it a go. I quickly warned. Eve, be cautious with your positioning. Understood, she replied. He nodded, brandishing his sword as he approached. Unlike Bei Ming Shui, he paused several times along the way, only striking once his judgment was assured. One must acknowledge the remarkable discernment of the beautiful leader. Similarly, Ran stood beside us, her smile sweet and her confidence soaring. This troublesome trap array, murmured Luan Yu. Sister is here, let everyone cheer for me. Su Yang and Giguzi raised their hands in unison. Luan Yu steps on a mine. Luan Yu steps on a mine. Get lost. Luan Yu playfully retorted, already brandishing her sword and dashing forward. With a series of fluid movements, she navigated the obstacles even more gracefully than he, effortlessly making her way through. Indeed, this girl was full of surprises. Her calm judgment and precise footwork were rare, even in the realm of ancient sword soul dream. Next, Murong Mingyue approached cautiously, stopping every few steps. Then, it was the turn of the male brigade. Giguzi was the first to charge through, followed by the 18 riders of Yu Yun, both successfully making it past the traps. I'm coming. With unwavering resolve, I brandished my warhammer, determination shining in my eyes as I stepped boldly into the trap array. The first 5 tiles were traversed flawlessly. However, I miscalculated on the 6th and was pierced in the thigh by an ice spear. All hope seemed lost, and panic ensued. Yet, this tenacious warrior remained unfazed, rolling back with sheer grit, replenishing his health before attempting once more, only to be roasted to a crisp, barely managing to crawl back to Murong Mingyue's feet. Sister Priest, help! Murong Mingyue was both amused and exasperated, unleashing a flurry of healing spells to revive the valiant warrior. Indeed, those who could force their way through the trap array were exceptionally resilient. Such injuries were no trifling matter. After nearly an hour, close to 200 individuals had succeeded, while the rest had faltered. Exceptional skills were not possessed by just anyone. Leader, you may enter now. We will level up in the soul-settling land. Don't miss us too much. Curse that wretched 9-tiger soul-settling tower. We despise you. On the opposite side, a group of players from ancient Sword Soul Dream lamented their fate as they departed, preferring to slay the soul-settling guardians and collect scraps outside rather than risk being killed by the trap array. After all, in life, knowing when to advance and when to retreat is key to gaining rewards. The unparalleled long review event. A new year brings new beginnings. The Year of the Dragon unfolds its grand tale. Dear readers, do you find Yi Zi's unparalleled captivating? Let your fingers dance over the keyboard and express your heartfelt thoughts. This long review competition also welcomes candid critiques, but please ensure they are reasoned. Management reserves the right to delete malicious comments. Competition duration, from now until February 10th, 2012. Book lovers can participate in the review section with their IDs. Those who have already submitted long reviews may apply for Group 163610311 to discuss. The awards for this competition are as follows. First prize for one participant, with a reward of 5,000 kilobytes or 50 QB. Second prize is for 2 participants, each receiving 3,000 kilobytes or 30 QB. Third prize is for 3 participants, each granted 1,000 kilobytes or 10 QB. All contestants may present a New Year's wish to Yi Zi, and we shall see which fortunate reader will be bestowed with the special prize. Note, wishes are precious and should be practical. The long review activity takes place in the 17K book review area, and all are welcome to participate. In Chapter 798, Water God, a total of 197 players entered the inner layer of the 9-tiger soul tower, while others hesitated. Many who attempted to charge through the formation were either incinerated or frozen, including several skilled players. The intention behind this mechanism set within the 9-tiger soul tower is unmistakable. Only top-tier players may enter, otherwise, they are relegated to the periphery to slay scavenging spirits and soul guardians. Let us form teams. I address the group, Eve, Giguzi, Wanyua, and I will each take the lead as captains. We will activate our renowned skills, each team comprising 50 members, to level up separately. This will enhance our training efficiency. There are numerous monsters in the first layer of the 9-tiger soul tower, providing ample opportunity for us to gain substantial experience. Everyone nodded in agreement and began to split into teams. Murong Mingyue, Moonlight Stone, Su Yang, and others joined He Yi's team, enjoying a full 50 attribute bonus. While I led Baiming Shui, Wuhuan Fengyue, along with Du Shisan and Linen Bag. Thus, our team composition was quite strategic, with me as the tank at the front and sufficient firepower and support from the back. Although the healing effectiveness of Linen Bag and Moonlight was not on par with Murong Mingyue, their combined efforts were evidently superior. Summoning my Iceland horse, I mounted and savored the enhancements from Wuhuan Fengyue's buffs, which significantly elevated my attributes. I then consumed a scavenging spirit card to boost my attack speed and critical hit rate, ensuring our group could reap additional rewards. Onward. I pointed ahead and charged forth, with Du Shirsan riding a Dragon Dawn warhorse swiftly following suit. After receiving a 200 boost from the War God effect, Du Shirsan's attack power became remarkably formidable. Glancing at this steadfast companion, I couldn't help but be astonished, since when had he comprehended the renowned skill? I was unaware. A badge of renown adorned Du Shirsan's forehead, confirming his ascension to a renowned warrior, although I could not discern the specifics of his skill. Hey, it was that night you went to find the beautiful Lin. I did not intrude, he remarked. Oh, what renowned skill? Water God. Water God. What is its significance? You'll find out shortly. I was somewhat speechless. He was teasing me, reluctant to divulge more. As we advanced, we encountered two swaying 185-level ghostly dance creatures, the bronze beasts, their blood-red eyes fixated on our uninvited presence, emitting deep, menacing roars. This formidable iron mass boasted high health, robust defense, and fierce attack power, presenting a significant challenge. I hastily commanded, clerics, mages, archers, fall back and maintain a distance of at least 30 yards from the monsters. Warriors with health exceeding 70,000. Rally to my side and let's deal with these two bronze beasts. Shao Beiming. Remember to use the bone corrosion arrow to reduce their defenses. Once both bronze beasts are debuffed, we can dispatch them swiftly. Warriors, be vigilant of the bronze beast's copper spike skill the moment it activates. Assume a defensive stance to mitigate at least 50% of the damage. Understood. Behind me, Du Shirsan and 7 other mounted warriors nodded in unison. These players were from the Longyao Iron Cavalry, known for their exceptional combat prowess, instilling confidence. From a distance, I raised my hand, and the binding spell whistled down, precisely ensnaring one of the bronze beasts. The other beast, drawn by aggro, charged forward with an impressive speed, its massive form moving like a wall of steel. With a flash, a bolt of lightning surged through the air, striking the second bronze beast mid-charge and stunning it. As I lifted my Teeming sword, Beiming Shue's bone corrosion arrow landed with a resounding thud on the beast's forehead, enveloping it in a sickly purple mist that reduced its defenses by 50%. Though this creature belonged to the steel category, it still retained its humanoid essence, making the arrow effective. The Qian Kuan breaking blade skill unleashed a series of 4 consecutive attacks, resonating with a metallic clang against the beast's corroded forehead. A vulnerable point that inflicted an additional 25 damage. This technique exemplified the nuances of leveling up. Even the slightest advantage must be seized. The distinction between a master and an ordinary player lies in the meticulous refinement of detail and technique. True genius is a rarity. A cacophony of damage numbers erupted forth as the bronze beast howled in agony, suffering significant health depletion. 51, 099, 25, 673, 35, 272, 46, 266. With 2 more ordinary sword strikes, I swiftly reduced the beast's health by over 50%, showcasing the ferocity of my output. Damn, that's an outrageous amount, I remarked, a bit taken aback. What S13 to think of this? It's hardly fair. I grinned, don't blame me. It's Beiming Shue's bone corrosion arrow that's so potent. If it weren't for the defense reduction, my damage would have been at least a 40% discount. Beiming Shue chuckled, keep up the good work. With skills like Spiral Arrow Blade and Dragon's Roar cascading down upon our foe, we dispatched the first bronze beast in under 15 seconds. Our team's damage output was simply astounding. As we swiftly eliminated the second bronze beast, I could visibly see the experience points rising. How delightful it was to witness the experience bar climb despite so many sharing the spoils. The experience from these bronze beasts was exhilarating. If only I could level up alone, it would be a meteoric rise akin to riding a rocket. What a blissful prospect that would be. Having concluded our dreaming, we pressed on. Although the experience points and drop rates from the monsters here are remarkably generous, the lurking dangers are equally substantial. Firstly, one cannot single-handedly defeat a boss, and secondly, there are far too many moving adversaries. Not only are players from the Northern Alliance present, but it is rumored that members of the Candle Dragon faction have also infiltrated. Should we encounter them, an intense battle is inevitable, as the ancient Sword and Candle Dragon factions have been established as hostile guilds, and conflict is assured upon meeting. Brother, Beiming Shue gestured toward the dim, shadowy corridor ahead, smiling. We seem to be moving a bit too quickly, Eve's sister, and the others, including Wanyu, are still behind us. If we go further, there will be an abundance of monsters. What is there to fear? Let us lure them all in and dispatch them. I replied, filled with determination. All right, I'll draw the monsters. You all must hold your ground, Beiming Shui said with a mischievous smile that sent an ominous feeling through me. What scheme was this restless sister concocting? In the next moment, I understood as Beiming Shui unleashed the dragon bone string. The sound of taut bowstrings echoed, and 12 malevolent spirits shot forth rhythmically, targeting various directions. In the darkness, the anguished cries of the bronze beasts rose and fell, and in the blink of an eye, 8 bronze beasts charged forth. Goodness, Beiming, you little rascal. Both I and Du Shisan exclaimed in unison. 8 bronze beasts. This was perilous indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, I swiftly commanded the Phantom Wolf King to ensnare one, while I cast a binding spell to restrain another, summoning a shadow clone to entangle yet another. Then I shouted, each Dragon Dawn Iron Rider, grab hold of one and gather in the center. Priests, heal us well. We cannot afford any casualties. The Ice Lin horse swiftly maneuvered as the raging blade surged forth, sweeping across a group of bronze beasts and pulling 7 of them toward us. As I ran, I continuously unleashed the ice spiral domain, creating a zone on the ground that would slow the monsters' advance. Only by significantly reducing their speed could we minimize our losses. The roars of the bronze beasts reverberated through the corridor. I danced around the attacks of 4 bronze beasts, dodging their strikes. To absorb all their damage would be catastrophic, as our 5 priests would be overwhelmed and unable to heal us adequately. The player known as Unrelated to the Moon wielded a staff, raising her arms as snowflakes began to fall, a spell of ice magic with decent attack power. Following that, she lifted both hands high, and green ripples emerged from the ground, gradually restoring the health of us melee combatants. Quite impressive. The Bard class, though on the fringes, could cast buffs while also providing magical attacks and healing. While their offensive capabilities do not rival those of mages, and their healing lacks the potency of priests, their overall contribution in damage output is not to be underestimated. Finally, it was my turn. Du Shisan laughed heartily, weaving between 2 bronze beasts, and suddenly raised his sword, bellowing, Water God, unleash a deluge upon this land. Suddenly, a deluge emerged from nowhere, forming a terrain akin to a small lake around my icy domain. It posed no threat to our allied players. However, the 8 bronze beasts moved sluggishly, as if swimming, and sustained minor water damage. I gazed at this diminutive lake, approximately 4,040 in range, somewhat at a loss for words. Du Shisan nodded. Not bad, right? It lasts for 60 seconds and can be activated every 120 seconds, a proactive legendary skill. Can you withstand it? I nodded, indeed. It's somewhat formidable. With that, I commanded the Phantom Wolf King to unleash a purgatory storm, startling Du Shisan and the others, who momentarily thought a mage had cast a forbidden spell. The bronze beasts fell one after another. Our damage output remained as sharp as ever. Although both Du Shisan and I were gnawed down to 40 health points, no one perished, which was sufficient. My experience points surged by over 3 due to the 8 bronze beasts. What a delightful outcome. With the demise of the bronze beasts, 2 loot items caught my attention, a jade green card and a cerulean armored helmet. Oh, great treasures! Bei Mingxue exclaimed excitedly. I approached and collected them one by one, first examining the card. Indeed, it boasted impressive attributes. Bronze Beast card enhances the user's attack power by 15, defense by 40, and health cap by 20 for 120 minutes, requiring level 120 to use. Chapter 799. Corridor Ambush. What a splendid card. I marveled sincerely. The combination of attack, defense, and health attributes was truly overwhelming. The Bronze Beast, being a resilient creature with exceptional defense, made this card's 40 total defense enhancement particularly valuable. This far surpassed many lesser artifacts, as even earthly artifacts rarely granted a 40 defense boost in one go, not to mention the additional 20 health and 15 attack power. Such a reliable card. I tossed the Bronze Beast card to Du Shisan with a smile. Use this card, 13. It'll bolster your health and defense, so you won't be at risk of being taken down by the Bronze Beasts again. Alright. Du Shisan raised his hand to activate the card, boosting his defense by 40. This alleviated the burden of constantly shielding him in battle, which was quite exhausting. Then, I examined the deep blue helmet in my hand. A flick of my hand sent its attributes soaring into the air, prompting everyone to glance over in astonishment, exclaiming, "What an impressive helmet!" Qingren helmet, exquisite artifact, defense, 800 defense, 720 strength, 115 stamina, 125 bonus. Increases the user's defense by 25 and attack power by 10. Exquisite trait, rebound. With a 1 chance to reflect full damage back to the target trait. Qingren set helmet required level, 155. The Qingren set, I pondered aloud. Will armor sets also drop in the 9 Tigers Spirit Tower? Who has perused the database? Irrelevant matters aside, remarked. Lu Chun, indeed, there are instances. I just reviewed the materials. The 13th level of the 9 Tiger Soul Tower yields this formidable Qingren set, while the 46th level remains uncertain. And the 79th level promises even more advanced sets. I licked my lips. By heavens, the attributes of this Qingren set are extraordinarily powerful, surpassing even the Dragon Blade sets worn by some among you. It is no wonder that it is said the realm of souls is rich in treasures. Yielding artifacts of such caliber, it has truly not disappointed. Everyone, let us strive to acquire more sets of the Qingren armor. Encouraged by the prospect of the sets, the group's morale surged. The Qingren set, with its elevated status and remarkable attributes, is indeed a lucrative find. Artifacts in Tianzong are inherently scarce, and high-tier sets are a rarity, often unattainable. Moreover, this is a level 155 set, perfectly suited for the current high-level players. Its practical value is beyond measure. Ahead, the corridor gradually expanded, resembling a grand hall. He, Giguzi, and Luan Yue's team advanced parallel to us. We must vanquish all the bronze beasts within to reach the final boss's location. In the guild channel, I inquired, "Chengfeng, how goes it on your end?" Li Chengfeng replied, "There's an infuriating trap mechanism. Only a little over 100 have made it through, while the rest are reluctant to attempt again. Meanwhile, the people from Chongqing Palace and Sacred Rose have joined us. I've instructed everyone to slay the scavenging spirits in the realm of souls, as they also offer decent rewards. Lu Chun, what is the situation on your side?" Caught in the trap, only 190 made it through. We are currently battling the bronze beasts. Let us hasten our pace and aim to gather at the boss point. Continuing forward, we encountered 8 branching paths, yet each led to the boss point ahead, rendering the choice of route inconsequential. He suggested, "Let us split up. Each team can take a different path." Indeed. "Let us separate to expedite our leveling up." Off you go. The 4 teams dispersed, and we chose the rightmost corridor, approximately 30 meters wide, teeming with densely packed bronze beasts. Their roars echoed, exhilarating everyone, as these creatures signified bountiful experience and equipment. The Qingren set was highly coveted by many. We advanced, treading upon the fallen bronze beasts. Drawing from prior experience, Bai Mingshui lured around 8 bronze beasts at a time. I unleashed Ice Spiral Domain, while Du Shirsand invoked Water God to ensnare the monsters, swiftly annihilating them. In nearly 2 minutes, we dispatched the creatures, and experience points surged rapidly. Even the less engaged players grinned widely, marveling at the swift leveling pace. With a clatter, a pair of deep azure glimmering boots and a phantom stone dropped to the ground. Upon inspection, it was indeed the Qingren battle boots we had longed for. Thus, my inventory now boasted 2 components of the coveted set. As we pressed on, after nearly 2 hours of relentless slaughter, my experience surged dramatically, allowing me to ascend to level 158. However, I had yet to breach the ranks of the Sky City leaderboard. Alas, the pace at which others were leveling up was astonishing, almost maddening, making it quite a challenge to catch up. In the midst of our battle, a voice emerged from behind. The enchanting little man, brandishing a dagger, suddenly vanished. The air resonated with her words. "Vice leader, I shall scout ahead. It seems someone is approaching." Indeed, our party consisted of 4 assassins, including the lovely little man. With such skilled companions, our odds in any potential wilderness skirmish would be greatly enhanced. We continued our grind, allowing little man to scout. For the experience from the bronze beasts was bountiful, invigorating us to the point where our faces glowed with excitement, fatigue far from our minds. Moments later, little man's voice echoed in our team channel. "Vice leader, someone is coming. It's the people from Candle Dragon, around 100 of them." "What? So many from Candle Dragon? Who is leading them?" I inquired. "Zichen Shi, he heads the 1st Division of Candle Dragon." "Understood, little man, keep close to them." "What shall we do, Vice leader?" Cease leveling and eliminate this group from the 1st Division of Candle Dragon. We shall not permit any hostile forces to lurk behind us while we train here. How audacious of She to tread the same path as us. It seems he has chosen the wrong door to enter our domain. Everyone, halt your training and prepare for battle. At my command. Several Dragon Dawn Knights swiftly mounted their steeds, while the ranged professionals, including Biming Shui, readied themselves. In the distance, the sounds of approaching footsteps grew increasingly distinct. I swiftly entered stealth mode, chuckling. 13. Position the Dragon Dawn Knights at the forefront. Do not engage unless provoked. Little man and I will conceal ourselves to the rear, waiting for the opportune moment for a surprise attack. We shall strike from both sides and eliminate Shi and his entourage. Understood. Though my underground movements were slow, I proceeded cautiously. The sounds became clearer, and in the dim glow of the corridor, nearly 70 Viper Dragon Knights could be seen at the forefront. Behind them, Shi, clad in a sleek leather armor and wielding an elegant indigo longbow, approached with a vigilant expression, leading a substantial group of players from Candle Dragon's 1st Division. Upon noticing the corpses of the bronze beasts littering the ground, Shi furrowed his brow, remarking, "The monsters have been slain. It seems the intelligence was accurate, indeed. The ancient Sword Soul Dream players are traversing this path. Everyone, remain alert and prepare for battle." Nearby, a level 155 Demon Knight confidently proclaimed, "Rest assured. The information is reliable. Not many from Ancient Sword have penetrated the mechanism array, preserving their strength while we have fought relentlessly. Fewer than 200 have ventured into the inner circle. We have nothing to fear." A smirk graced Shi's lips as he replied, "Umph. With 1,000 Viper Dragon Knights charging in, fewer than 100 have arrived. We have paid a hefty price. Now, let Ancient Sword Soul Dream experience the consequences of underestimating their foes. Do they believe that a mere 200 can survive in the 9 Tiger Soul Tower? Let them dream. Brothers, keep pace. With 500 elite Candle Dragon warriors, let us see how Ancient Sword can withstand this." Riding through the dust, I gazed into the murky horizon and remarked, "The Ancient Sword Soul Dream has divided its forces for leveling. I wonder who leads the team ahead. Hopefully, it's someone from Shui Yifeng, ready to eliminate their leader. Haha, let us deal a crushing blow to the Ancient Sword Soul Dream." Beside me, an assassin interjected, "My lord. I recall that the leader of the Candle Shadow Alliance advised against provoking the Ancient Sword within the 9 Tiger Soul Tower. The Northern Alliance is watching us. Should we strike first against the Ancient Sword, it would surely incite the ire of Candle Shadow." A flicker of envy crossed Zichenzhi's face as she responded. "Candle Shadow is somewhat timid. A single national war has thrown him into disarray. Humph, is the Ancient Sword truly so fearsome? Just slaughter them. What is there to fear? Are our brothers behind us yet? Organize the team to continue assaulting the mechanism array. Even if only 5 come, our first alliance has a total of 30,000 members. So we can muster 500. What is there to be afraid of? Indeed, our leader is wise." I was left dumbfounded. Zichenzhi was remarkably ruthless, compelling our own to charge the mechanism array. The losses would be significant, unless luck favored us. Our agility was fast enough, and we had healers providing support. Damn it. This fellow truly does not regard our guild members as brothers. It's brutal, exceedingly brutal. Moreover, the Candle Dragon's 1st Alliance had unexpectedly dispatched 500 members, while our small squad was merely 50 strong. It seemed we must act swiftly to counter their numbers. Otherwise, we would suffer in a direct confrontation. Brother Deputy Leader. From the shadows, a beautiful little cat-like figure crouched, resembling a lovely feline poised to pounce. With a mischievous smile, she looked at me and said, "Shall we charge together?" "Yes," I nodded. "I will use my AoE skills to target that group of Viper Dragon Knights. You should seize the opportunity to stun Zichenzhi, and together we shall eliminate this foe. Follow my command and let us strike." Understood. As Zichenzhi and her group crossed into my area, they began their assault. "Charge!" I shouted in the team channel, transforming into several crimson beams of light erupting from the ground. I summoned ghostly clones and the Phantom Wolf King, directing my minions to unleash a devastating purple dragon roar upon the crowd, while the Phantom Wolf King raised its head high, unleashing a purgatory storm amidst the throng. "Oh no, ambushed! This is the team of the fallen." Zichenzhi was taken aback. Before he could react, a flash of blood surged past, as the beautiful little feline executed a successful ambush, stunning Zichenzhi. In rapid succession, she maneuvered deftly, activating her sprint, gliding gracefully with her feet, and unleashed a flurry of 3 dagger strikes, slicing through Zichensi's health. I rushed in with a thunder charge aimed at Zichensi, leaving him no chance to recover. My blade lunged forward, and a fierce slash consumed Zichensi's form. Boom, boom, boom. The members of the Candle Dragon's first alliance were filled with terror. The dual AoE skills of the Purple Dragon Roar and Purgatory Storm caused their Viper Dragon Knights to plummet to around 40 health. In the dim corridor ahead, Du Shursan led several Dragon Dawn Iron Riders in a swift charge. The number of riders was uncertain. As the formidable Dark Archers appeared, the hearts of the Candle Dragon's first alliance players sank further. A solitary figure, enveloped in a cloud of dust, felt as though his heart had turned to ash. Gazing ahead, he exclaimed in wrath, "Damn it! Surrounded on all sides, we are doomed." The leader has truly underestimated the situation. Chapter 800, The Stealing Tiger. The ground was ravaged by floods, and as Du Shursan made his entrance, he unleashed a torrent from the water god, resulting in the front lines dozens of warrior-class players floundering helplessly in the water. Bai Mingshui unleashed a series of chaotic spiral arrow strikes, effectively decimating the front line of over 100 adversaries. "Damn it, hold your ground. Reinforcements will arrive shortly," he shouted, charging back and forth. Simultaneously, the melodious voice of the enchanting Shao Man reached his ears. "Vice leader, a multitude approaches from behind. They are enemies of the first division of Zhulong. What shall we do?" Drawing his sword, he summoned the ice-scaled steed and mounted it, positioning himself resolutely against the horde of hundreds of Zhulong players. With a dramatic flourish, he opened his palm, revealing a majestic golden character symbolizing soul that swirled elegantly in his grasp, ready to be unleashed. Following the Battle of Chensi City, few remained unfamiliar with the ancient sigil of the Divine Generals, leaving the Zhulong players in a state of astonishment, none daring to advance, resulting in a standoff. Yet, unwilling to linger, he swiftly messaged Luan Yu, "Bring your forces to provide swift support from the rear and encircle the first division of Zhulong." Luan Yu, taken aback, replied, "Oh, have you been attacked?" "Yes, come quickly." In 2 minutes, Du Shursan approached with his sword drawn, accompanied by several Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry, and whispered, "The battle behind us has concluded, having wiped out all 109 enemies, but we lost a mage, taken down by Yi Chi Hong Chun with a barrier strike." Nodding, he observed the hundreds of Zhulong division players poised for battle, their wands alight with flames, ready to unleash fire spells. "What are we waiting for?" Du Shursan inquired. "For reinforcements," he responded. "Reinforcements? Do we have any?" "Of course." Before the last word left his lips, a dazzling azure sword aura surged through the crowd, detonating behind the Zhulong division. Immediately, the Dragon Dawn Iron Cavalry appeared, charging relentlessly, their iron hooves shattering the ranks of hundreds, disrupting their formation. "Luan Yu has arrived," Du Shursan exclaimed in delight. With the Phantom Wolf King at his side, he surged into the thick of the fray, unleashing a devastating war shatterblade that felled numerous adversaries. With a single hand raised, the golden sigil soared into the air, crashing down upon the crowd and instantaneously eliminating 30 foes. The might of this divine general skill was astonishing. The Zhulong division fell into disarray, their spirits shattered. "What? There are enemies behind us too. Where are our reinforcements? Why aren't they here yet? Damn it, that Luan Yu is ferocious." Bai Mingshui and her companions launched a barrage of skills, sniping from a distance, turning the narrow passage of the Nine Tiger Soul Tower into chaos. In less than 5 minutes, the battle concluded, with the ancient Sword Soul Dream annihilating the remnants of the Zhulong adversaries, sustaining merely 3 casualties. The linen sack intermittently replenished my health as I steadfastly held the front line, enduring the relentless assaults of the enemy's ranged players. My vitality dwindled to approximately 25. Scattered across the ground lay an abundance of potions, culinary delights, and gear. The players from the Candle Dragon Alliance were exceptionally well equipped, and the loot they dropped was equally impressive. We all gathered to collect the spoils, and after dividing the treasures, Luan Yu waved her hand, declaring, "All right, reinforcements are complete. Let us return to our leveling." "Indeed, let us proceed," I declared, brandishing my sword as I turned to lead the charge. "Come, let us resume our hunt for the bronze beasts, hastening our pace to be among the first to reach the boss location, drawing it out of its designated area to vanquish it and secure the first tiger essence. Onward. Du Shursan, filled with fervor, had just demonstrated his prowess by slaying 17 foes in the previous skirmish, showcasing the might of the bloodied mercenary alliance and bolstering his confidence immensely. We pressed forward, luring the bronze beasts ahead. Our team, empowered by the God of War's 200-point attack boost, exhibited an extraordinary efficiency in monster slaying. With myself and Teeming serving as primary damage dealers, along with the assistance of our formidable pets like the Phantom Wolf King and Thunder Beast, our progress was swift. After an hour of relentless battle, we had dispatched countless bronze beasts, even managing to collect a complete set of the Qingren armor. Thanks to our high luck and the impressive gear drops. As we advanced, the distance to the central crimson mark on the map diminished. Brother, Teeming grasped my wrist and exclaimed, "The boss is right there." Following her pointed finger, I beheld a colossal cage looming before us. Crafted from fine steel and worn by the passage of millennia, now rusted but still emanating a mysterious glow from the magical array beneath it. Within the cage, the outline of a massive creature began to emerge. Goodness, such a large boss. I licked my lips and remarked, "Little ghost, Eve. And Luan Yu's team must have arrived as well." "Yes, Sister Eve, brother Little Ghost, is already here." Teeming pointed to either side, and indeed, He and Giguzi's teams appeared at the core, their attack output formidable, marking them as the first to reach the heart of the 9 Tiger Soul Tower's first layer. After waiting a few minutes, Luan Yu's team arrived as well, merging with us under the leadership of Lubu Yi, who enhanced the team with the Purple Dragon strategy, granting a maximum 100-point boost to all attributes, surpassing even Lin Yisan's formidable talents, establishing itself as the unparalleled strategy technique. Additionally, Lubu Yi had ascended to the rank of a renowned general, acquiring a rather lackluster general skill, which became redundant with the presence of the Purple Dragon. With the 100-point surge in all attributes, confidence surged among us, particularly within me, as my total health had reached an astounding 270,000, exceeding even that of a fully healed knight. Among the players present, only He and Giguzi could rival my vitality. Prepared to engage the boss, I wielded the Teeming sword and commanded, "Teeming, draw the boss over here. The Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry shall mount their steeds, and as soon as the boss appears, we will encircle it from all 8 directions, while our ranged classes will engage and restrain it. With a stroke of good fortune, we might eliminate this boss without sustaining any losses." Teeming swiftly darted forward, reaching the base of the cage, and exclaimed, "Brother, the cage is securely locked. Let me handle this," I urged, advancing with determination. Indeed, a sturdy iron lock secured the cage tightly, entwined with chains that would make it exceedingly difficult for the boss inside to escape. A low growl resonated, and as the radiance of the Teeming sword illuminated the scene, I finally beheld the boss within the cage, a massive jet-black tiger, approximately 2 meters tall, adorned with vibrant patterns and encased in a thick layer of iron armor. Its blood-red eyes glinted with ferocity, fixated intently upon Teeming and me. Above its head floated a line of text, "Stealing Heaven Tiger, Celestial Tier Boss, Level 185. Withdrawing the Teeming sword, I swung it down with a resounding clang, sparks flying as I successfully severed the iron lock. I quickly pulled Teeming back and shouted, "All archers, prepare the shock arrows. Let us aim to stun this boss with a single strike." The thunderous roar of the massive creature echoed, as the Stealing Heaven Tiger lunged at the door of its cage, crashing through it with a mighty force and bursting forth. "Block it! Knights, charge!" With fervent spirits, Su Yang, Giguzi, and others surged forward, yet they were met with a series of missed notifications. The boss's level was far too high, rendering their stunning effects ineffective. I swiftly targeted a spot 5 meters ahead of the Stealing Heaven Tiger and charged forward. Although I collided accurately with the beast, the only result was a missed notification. Even Giguzi and the others, who were of a higher level than I, could not stun it, and my chances were even slimmer. With a rapid succession of movements, my Ice Lin horse carved out a Z-shaped path to block its advance, while I leapt and unleashed several strikes upon the Stealing Heaven Tiger, successfully drawing its aggro. Retreating several paces, I raised one hand and cast the binding spell. In an instant, 4 divine weapons descended with a piercing howl, remarkably managing to bind the boss. The Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry surged forward, wielding their blades to unleash a barrage of attacks against the creature, yet each strike only inflicted around 7,000 points of damage. The boss's defenses were formidable. Furthermore, Beiming Shue's bone-corroding arrow also resulted in a miss. Faced with such a powerful boss, our team felt the strain of the encounter. After a cacophony of blows, the stealing Heaven Tiger became enveloped in a swirling vortex, roaring ferociously as flames erupted from its claws, crashing down with devastating force. The fiery onslaught engulfed the area, causing the Dragon Yao Iron Cavalry to cry out in agony. The heat was unbearable, instantly depleting over 50,000 points of health from each of us. Thankfully, under the leadership of Lu Bui, with the Zilong S100 attribute boost, we managed to avoid being obliterated. Realizing we were unable to contain it, I urgently revised our strategy, never anticipating that this celestial tier boss would be so overwhelmingly powerful. Su Yang, wielding his battle blade, charged forward on horseback, bellowing, "Stealing Tiger, taste my strike." With a resounding crash, the mountain-shaking slash struck the Stealing Tiger, delivering a devastating blow that immediately drew its ire. The Stealing Tiger let out a low growl, and suddenly, its entire black head shimmered with golden radiance, surrounded by swirling golden symbols. "Su Yang, be cautious." A feeling of dread washed over me. Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Yang could not retreat in time. The Stealing Tiger lunged forward, savagely devouring Su Yang. Ding! Combat alert. The Stealing Tiger has employed the skill, Steal, successfully pilfering the player's radiant armor. Glancing at Su Yang, he was left bare-chested, donning only a guild shirt of ancient sword soul dream. The armor had been stolen by the boss. How could this happen? Su Yang stood in shock. Luan Umm gasped. "Oh no, I don't want to be bare-chested. How can we fight like this?" Just then, Lu Bu pointed with his iron bone fan to the right, exclaiming, "Not good. Someone is approaching." Everyone hurriedly turned to see a swarm of players with crimson names charging towards them. They were none other than the players from the Northern Alliance. In the forefront of the crowd, a player riding a black warhorse and wielding a thunder battle axe galloped forth, the hooves thundering against the ground of the 9 Tiger Soul Tower, accompanied by a fervent group of players from Titan City. This was none other than the Blade of Kings. The elite members of the Blade of Kings hailed from the Mercenary King Guild, with the leader being the Blade of Kings himself. This guild once claimed the title of the foremost in Titan City, but after a fierce contest with the Titan Divine clan, they were relegated to second place. Now, the Blade of Kings had swiftly reached the center of the first layer. With the battle axe raised high, the Blade of Kings laughed heartily. "The boss has been drawn out. Brothers, prepare for battle." Heh. Those enemies seem to be our old foes. Ancient sword soul dream. Show no mercy, charge forth. Any Chinese player shall be slain, without exception. Seeing the Mercenary King advancing aggressively, Giguzi immediately brandished his spear, stating, "Boss, you hold the line here. I will take my men and deal with them." "Wait." I quickly interjected, gazing into the distance. "The Blade of Kings has brought nearly 1,000 men. We are too few to engage them. Let them have the boss for now." "What do you mean? We're not going after the boss?" Giguzi exclaimed in astonishment. Luan Umm, however, let out a knowing laugh. "I understand Lu Chen's intentions. Let us retreat a few hundred yards and allow them the boss." Agreed. The crowd remained silent, swiftly retreating as the Blade of Kings descended with a formidable group of players from Titan City. With a single swing of his axe, he repelled the player from Paradise Reign, who retreated hastily without engaging further, successfully delivering the boss to the hands of the Mercenary King Guild. The Blade of Kings laughed heartily, exclaiming that such a small force dared to enter the 9 Heaven Soul Tower, truly courting death. He commanded, "Bring forth 300 men to guard this place, ensuring no Chinese players cross this line. The rest, come with me to slay the boss." Though his numbers were limited, he could not afford to divide his forces too much, and only 300 followed, keeping us at bay a mere 100 meters away. We did not retreat, but maintained our distance, observing the standoff. Our distinguished players faced off against their 300 warriors, who stood frozen in place, intimidated. In the distance, a group of Titan City players besieged the boss amid a dazzling display of golden light, while the air was filled with curses. "What happened to my leg guards? My shield is gone, what gives? Where's the boss's helmet? Damn it, this sky thief actually employs thievery. We must eliminate him and reclaim our gear." The Blade of Kings wore a grim expression, his head bare as the helmet had been pilfered by the sky thief. He finally grasped why the ancient sword soul dream had retreated without a fight. He had unwittingly inherited a hot potato. Amidst the chaos, the Sky Thief relentlessly brandished his claws, unleashing torrents of flames upon the crowd, leading to continuous screams. The Mercenary King's Guild suffered numerous casualties. Yet the Blade of Kings found himself powerless, caught in a quagmire of his own making. The unfortunate Blade of Kings, desperate to assert his dominance, remarked with a smirk, "Well, this is splendid. Over 1,000 from the Mercenary King Guild have come, and at least 10 times that number perished in the trap. Now they are repeatedly robbed by the Sky Thief. What a loss, but they brought this upon themselves." In the distance, another curse erupted from the Blade of Kings, as even his armor was stolen, seemingly of considerable quality, explaining his exasperation. To make matters worse, a magic knight lost his leg guards, helmet, boots, and shield, his defenses dwindling until he was reduced from a mainstay to a substitute, ultimately succumbing to the Sky Thief's lethal strike, losing an abundance of gear in vain. "Hold the line," the Blade of Kings shouted, raising his battle axe to rally morale. "I have contacted our allies. Our 2 major alliances will arrive shortly. Hold firm. The boss's health is below 50. Let's push forward." Indeed, moments later, another wave of players from the Northern Alliance surged in, though most remained mere fodder. Ding! A message arrived from Li Chengfeng. "Lu Chun, what is the plan?" "We have reached the southeast side," I responded. "When the boss's health drops to around 10, we strike together to take down the boss along with the Blade of Kings. We must seize that ferocious tiger essence." "Understood, awaiting your command." "All right." The roar of the thieving tiger echoed endlessly within the tower. Yet the number of players from the Blade of Kings dwindled rapidly. The thieving tiger's devastating skills were overwhelmingly powerful, and as an immortal tier boss, such formidable beings could only be vanquished through the sacrifice of countless pawns. Brandishing his battle axe, the leader of the Blade of Kings bellowed, "Brothers, rally together. The boss's health has dropped below 25. This is an immortal tier boss, and there lies a chance to obtain an immortal weapon. Should it drop, the Blade of Kings shall not show favoritism. Any immortal weapon will be placed in the guild's treasury and distributed based on contributions to ensure fairness." The players of the Mercenary King Guild erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Our leader is wise." In the current stage of the game, immortal weapons were nothing short of divine. I had yet to witness a singular artifact, except for Lin Yisen's Demon Bell, which was a Cambrian artifact, merely a beautiful accident. Thus, the allure of immortal tier equipment for players was immense. For the chance at such treasures, one might sell their children or work as a servant. Suddenly, a group approached from behind, led by a player wielding a broadsword, known as the Dominator Blade. Following him were the likes of the Overlord Knight and the Overlord Archer, numbering nearly 100. The Annihilation Guild had surprisingly arrived here. "Hey, brothers of the Ancient Sword. Why are you still here?" called out the Dominator Blade from a distance. "Someone is fighting the boss," replied Giguzi. "Who?" the Dominator Blade asked, incredulous. Giguzi promptly raised his long spear, declaring, "It is the boss that the Northern Alliance seized from us. Do not even think about it. This boss belongs to our Ancient Sword." The Overlord Knight sneered. "On what grounds do you claim it belongs to the Ancient Sword? Does the boss have Ancient Sword inscribed upon its brow?" I turned, and with a clang, I thrust my long sword into the ground, the blade embedding itself in the iron like earth. With a grave demeanor, I said, "Overlord Knight, mind your words. Considering the performance of your Annihilation Guild in the national war, I do not wish to create enmity with you. I hope you will afford the Ancient Sword some respect. Otherwise, your numbers will prove insufficient." The Dominator Blade was astute, wielding his sharp weapon with a grin. "Knight, best keep your mouth shut. First come, first served. That is an unchanging principle. Since the Ancient Sword arrived first, let them slay the boss. Once the boss is defeated, we shall proceed to the second level of the Soul Tower. The aim of the Annihilation this time is not the boss, but the Qingren set." "Yes, boss," replied the Overlord Knight begrudgingly. Clearly aware of the Dominator Blade's authority within the Annihilation Guild, his mere word commanded obedience. Moreover, the Dominator Blade himself was notably calm and composed. Otherwise, with the strength of the Annihilation Guild, they would have long been extinguished by the ambitious guilds like the Overlord Hall and the Flowers and Mist sect. Vice Guild Master. "The boss's health is at 11. Heaven's Reign kindly reminded." I swiftly unsheathed the azure sword from the ground and informed Li Chengfeng. "Chengfeng, commence the assault in 10 seconds. I shall annihilate the players surrounding the boss with ancient sigils while Eve distracts the boss." You are tasked with eliminating the remaining players. This boss has consumed an excessive amount of equipment. Upon its demise, a treasure trove shall be unleashed. Today, the treasures of the ancient sword soul dream are ours to claim. Indeed. Li Changfeng laughed heartily. Leave it to me. Prepare for action. With my sword pointed forward, I bellowed, ancient sword, prepare for battle. This band of fools has stolen our boss, thinking us Chinese to be timid. Now, let us show them what true dominance is. Charge forth. Spare none who lack the 5-starred red flag above their heads. With that, I surged forward, confronting the 300 players from Titan City who sought to hinder us. These individuals are indeed lying in wait. Hold your ground. Knights, raise your shields. Bellowed a magic knight. With spirits soaring high, I laughed triumphantly as the dragon-s breaker hammer swept through the crowd. Upon closing in, I unleashed the energy of the Xieji, a tempest of devastation, interwoven with the shattered stone slash of Ruanyue and the rock-breaking slash of the 18 Phantom Riders. The three formidable skills converged, instantly vanquishing dozens. I galloped forth, raising my hand, unleashing a flurry of 3 golden sigils that ascended into the sky, only to descend upon the throng, shaking the very earth. A multitude of mercenary kings fell before the overwhelming might of the ancient sigils, whose radiant strikes could not be thwarted even by the most formidable shields. The iron hooves of my ice-lind steed trampled through the crowd, facing no resistance from the 300 adversaries. The Phantom Wolf King howled as it charged forth, encircling the boss, which was still surrounded by approximately 300 players, including the Blade of Kings, whose equipment had dwindled significantly, their expressions grim and pained. At this moment, the ancient sword launched a counterattack, akin to pouring salt into a wound. Even the Blade of Kings turned to glance at me, and I could sense a hint of resentment in their gaze. Purgatory Storm. The Phantom Wolf King raised its head high, unleashing a torrent of flames upon the crowd, igniting a searing tempest that wreaked havoc. Following this, the enchanting figure of He-Ime emerged, descending with the Ice Rock Purgatory Quintuple Slash, obliterating dozens of the Blade of King's subordinates into mere fragments. The dire situation escalated as Li Changfeng, from the flank, executed a surprise attack with his Dragon Blade, the Azure Dragon energy swirling violently. The Blade of Kings stumbled backward, only to be met with a lethal strike from Ruanyue, delivering a fatal blow. Half of the Blade of King's armor was stripped away, leaving them vulnerable, unable to withstand Ruanyue's onslaught, their eyes filled with unspoken anguish. Eve, you and the little ghost hold the boss at bay and continue the slaughter, I commanded loudly. Simultaneously, I took a few steps back, summoning my phantom shadow, the purple dragon roar, standing ready. The boss's health was dwindling. We must strike swiftly, for hesitation could spell our doom. At that moment, a group of individuals suddenly emerged from the east, led by Bai Konghen, the vice leader of the Zhulong. Upon noticing the nearly defeated Stealing Tiger, Bai Konghen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he urgently proclaimed, "Brothers of Zhulong, prepare to advance. In narrow paths, the brave prevail. If Gujian dares to attack our sub-alliance, we shall retaliate against their main alliance." The group, filled with fervor, was poised to strike. However, unexpectedly, a rider surged forth from the right, a petite beauty mounted on an ice-blade warhorse, her sword aimed resolutely ahead, surrounded by blooming azure lotus effects. It was Linison, transformed by the earth's power. Shuayin Shan, defend against all who would assault Gujian and protect our allies until we vanquish the boss. Zhulong, if you wish to engage, feel free, we are unafraid. Bai Konghen's muscles twitched in response. Behind him, Zhu Yingluan stepped forward, riding a jet-black scaled warhorse, wielding a blazing longsword. It appeared that Zhu Yingluan's equipment had significantly improved, and he was enveloped by floating azure protective blades, indicating his transformation into the earth state. Gazing at Lin Yisan, Zhu Yingluan offered a slight smile. "Wind color beauty, I respect your valor in the national war, but must you be so protective?" Lin Yisan replied with spirited joy, "I am not being protective. I simply cannot allow anyone to bully my little trickster. What is the matter? Do you have an issue?" Zhu Yingluan gritted his teeth and remarked, "Your divine skill is now forbidden. There is no need for this. Do you truly believe you can contend with me wielding the heavenly flame?" As he spoke, he raised his palm, a flickering blaze dancing within it, an indication of the divine general skill, heavenly flame. Indeed, with such a skill at his disposal, Zhu Yingluan's power now surpassed Lin Yisan's. Suddenly, Ziho leaped forth on horseback, his sword emitting dazzling light as he unleashed 3 consecutive sword energies, striking against Zhu Yingwan's steed, forcing it to stagger back several steps and causing a loss of 50,000 health. With a cold expression, Ziho declared, "Anyone who dares threaten our Shui Yinshan leader shall face my wrath. Do not think your divine skill makes you invincible. Zhu Yingwan, come if you dare. I am not intimidated by your tricks." "Such arrogance," exclaimed Lin Fengying, brandishing his spear. "Zhu Yingwan, allow me to deal with this scoundrel." Zhu Yingwan remained composed. "Stand down. You are no match for Ziho." Turning his gaze to Lin Yisan, he continued, "Wind Color Beauty, I respect you and hope you can understand our position. Just hours ago, Gu Jian's Soul Dream annihilated our Zhu Long's first sub-alliance, claiming thousands of lives. I, Zhu Yingwan, have every reason to seek justice for my brothers. In this battle at the Nine Tiger Soul Tower, we must make Gu Jian's Soul Dream pay in blood." Lin Yisan raised an eyebrow, provocatively smiling. "Then why don't you come forward? After all, we are both warring guilds. Hasn't Zhu Long declared war on Shui Yinshan as well? Are you hesitating now because you lack confidence, especially with your 6 allies? Changsheng Hall, Sacred Domain Rose, Winding Tianxia, Thunder, Wings of Awakening, and Silver Soul, absent? You." The flickering shadows of the candle cast a pallor on the countenance, evidently revealing the astute Lin Yisan's profound insight. As a formidable figure, Zhu Yingwan is certainly no champion of justice. Rather, he refrains from action merely due to the absence of opportunity. Otherwise, it is likely that he would have ruthlessly targeted Shui Yinshan long ago. At that moment, a sudden clamor of fierce combat echoed from the side corridor, where a level 153 demon knight stumbled forth, exclaiming loudly, "Damn, this girl is exceedingly ferocious." Before he could regain his footing, a fiery dragon consumed him from behind, a manifestation of a high-level assassination spell cast by a mage. With a series of delicate footfalls, Sansheng Mo emerged, staff in hand, followed closely by Ming Miao, the beast tamer Yu Yu, and others mounted on steeds, including the fiery-lipped figure who had finally arrived. This individual, a player from the Eternal Life Palace, murmured, then suddenly shouted at Sansheng Mo, "What do you mean by this, San?" In the face of a grave threat. With numerous members of the Northern Alliance breaching the Nine Tiger Soul Tower, you dare to turn against your own kin? How utterly devoid of righteousness you are, fiery lips. Sansheng Mo's cheeks flushed with indignation. How shameless. This squad from the Eternal Life Palace ambushed our main force of fiery lips, slaying 2 of our priests. If I do not desecrate the ancestral graves of the Eternal Life Palace, they should be grateful, yet here they are preaching about righteousness. Which of you fools from the Avengers truly understands the meaning of honor? The muscles at the corner of Zhu Yingwan's mouth began to twitch, clearly realizing that in both combat and verbal sparring, he was outmatched. Lin Yisan and Sansheng Mo were both astute women, their skills in verbal dueling remarkably sharp. "The dance of the gods begins," proclaimed a voice. "Zhu Ying, the sorrow of Vienna approaches." "What? Vienna?" Zhu Yingwan's gaze turned icy as he looked southward. Indeed, the sorrow of Vienna, accompanied by a substantial number of elite players from Hero City, was advancing. With a clang, Zhu Yingwan drew his sword, commanding, "All members of Zhu Long, heed my call. Lay down your grievances with the ancient sword and join me. A formidable enemy has appeared. It is time for Zhu Long to strike. Onward." With that, Zhu Yingwan, Bai Konghen, and Lai Fengying surged forth to confront the sorrow of Vienna and his comrades. Unyielding, Vienna's forces brandished their weapons, rallying. "Brothers, charge. The stealing tiger is being assaulted by the Chinese. Let us seize the first essence of the ferocious tiger." Zhu Yingwan cleaved the air with his sword, its energy scattering among the throng as he roared, "Dream on if you wish to lay claim to the stealing tiger." From what I have gathered, in the Battle of Eternal Love City, Zhu Long suffered considerable losses, with 3 of the 4 divine beings perishing at the hands of the sorrow of Vienna. Thus, the enmity between Zhu Long and the Hero Alliance runs deep. Although Zhu Long's assault on the Hero Alliance is driven by personal vendetta, it seems to relieve the encirclement of the ancient sword soul, allowing us to focus on vanquishing the boss. To battle. In the midst of a tumultuous battle, Vienna's sorrow surged forth with a fierce onslaught, the blade dancing wildly as it cleaved through 3 Candle Dragon players. Suddenly, Candle Shadow charged in from the flank, delivering a powerful blow that sent Vienna staggering back. blood plummeting dangerously low. In a swift motion, Candle Shadow raised a hand, unleashing a torrent of flames that erupted into a fiery storm within the crowd. 3 fiery meteors descended from the heavens, engulfing the vicinity of 2060, causing the League of Legends players to retreat in disarray. Splendid work, laughed by Konghen, as the blade's energy wreaked havoc among the throngs. The presence of the divine warrior, Candle Shadow, had decisively turned the tide in the confrontation, granting Candle Dragon the upper hand as they faced the League of Legends. Vienna's Sorrow retreated steadily, maintaining composure. With a pointed gesture of the blade, he commanded, "Shock arrow." Swish, swish, swish. The icy arrows flew forth, stunning the Viper Dragon riders charging ahead. Following this, Vienna waved his hand, invoking the Galactic Storm, resulting in a devastating barrage that obliterated the foremost dozen Candle Dragon riders in an instant. The overwhelming firepower left Candle Shadow and the others in astonishment. They had not anticipated the formidable strength of Vienna's mage contingent, which numbered in the thousands. While I battled against the Stealing Tiger, I unleashed the demon-breaking fist each time its head glimmered with golden light, perfectly nullifying its thieving abilities. This brought relief to the group surrounding Gu Jian Hunming. As we swiftly whittled down the boss's health, defeating the Stealing Tiger was merely a matter of time. Turning my gaze to the clash between Candle Dragon and League of Legends, I was struck by the sheer strength and abundance of Vienna's forces. San Shengmao, wielding a staff, exclaimed, "Goodness, how can League of Legends possess such a powerful team of mages? Wasn't the mechanism array designed to prohibit jumping and blinking? How could they have so many mages?" Lin Yisan replied, "It's simple. They charge through with a magical shield." I refuse to believe that so many possess the skill to navigate the mechanism array. Even Zichuan Yu struggled to crawl through, let alone that group. Beside us, Zichuan Yu rubbed his nose, saying, "Leader, do you dare to belittle me? I'll treat you to dinner." Lin Yisan smirked, "No need. The little trickster will take care of me." Zichuan Yu. At that moment, the Stealing Tiger let out a low growl, having been mercilessly battered by thousands of players. It finally descended into madness, its last sliver of health hanging by a thread. Experience points incoming. Li Chengfeng laughed heartily as everyone launched their attacks. Dragon Spine Piercing, Fiery Blade Slash, and Ice Rock Purgatory unleashed in rapid succession. Roar. The Stealing Tiger's forehead was battered to near oblivion, collapsing with a wail and scattering a plethora of stones and equipment across the ground. I hastened forward and gathered the several pieces of equipment dropped by the Stealing Tiger. A total of 5 items, which I presented before the crowd. 1. Crimson Sword, Earth Grade, Exceptional Attack Power 1200 to 1450, Strength 200, Stamina 215. Enhances the user's attack power by 40. Exceptional Trait, Blood Circulation, increases the user's health recovery speed by 150. Required level, 155. 2. Pity Necklace, Earth Grade, Exceptional Intelligence 190. Stamina 200, enhances the user's magical attack power by 35. Exceptional Trait, Compassion, increases the user's healing effectiveness by 40. Required level, 155. 3. Azure Wing Bracers, Earth Grade. Exceptional Agility 220, Stamina 190, enhances the user's agility by 20. Exceptional Trait, Azure Wings, upon activation, increases the user's movement speed by 70 for 60 seconds. Required level, 155. 4. Azure Wing Ring, Spirit Grade, Exceptional Agility 175, Stamina 180, enhances the user's melee attack power by 15. Exceptional Trait, Azure Wings, upon activation, increases the user's movement speed by 30 for 60 seconds. Required level, 155. Additionally, there was a Purple Gold Staff. A Celestial Grade boss had dropped 3 Earth Grade items, 1 Spirit Grade item, and 1 Purple Gold item, which was quite commendable. It is noteworthy that I was not the one to deliver the final blow. Otherwise, I might have truly obtained a celestial artifact, or at least a heavenly item, especially considering my 54 points of luck after the National War were no mere illusion. I quickly distributed the items. The Crimson Sword, with its impressive attack power, was given to the charming Ruan Yue. The Pity Necklace went to Moonstone. The Azure Wing Bracers were awarded to Baiming Shui, and the Azure Wing Ring was bestowed upon the lovely Xiaoman, ensuring that each received a fair share. Just then, Su Yang, visibly agitated, approached and inquired about his armor. I glanced around and kicked a nearby stomach pouch, saying, "Perhaps it's inside this." "Oh." Yang unfastened the pouch, and an array of radiant equipment burst forth. "Wow, we struck gold!" exclaimed Guguzi, Li Changfeng, and others, their mouths watering in unison. Chapter 803. The Azure Armored Wolf. A staggering number of hundreds of items appeared before us. Indeed, all the equipment devoured had found refuge in the stealing tiger's pouch, a bountiful sight that delighted the onlookers. The atmosphere was charged with excitement. While he maintained his usual composure and turned to the two vice leaders, Lu Chun and Ming Wei, asking, "How do you think we should distribute these?" "Whatever," replied Murong Ming Wei, who was rather easygoing. I retrieved a dark black tiger essence from beneath the stealing tiger's corpse and tucked it into my bag, smiling as I said, "It's simple. Let everyone come over and choose on the spot. If they find equipment superior to their own, they can swap it immediately. If not, they needn't intervene. This way, everyone can optimize their gear, increasing our chances of victory in the upcoming battles. Any leftover equipment that no one wants will be placed in the guild warehouse. Let us settle on this." He nodded in agreement. "Good idea. Let everyone come and choose." A throng of individuals surged forth, each selecting their preferred equipment. I chose to remain uninvolved in the ensuing scramble. In such moments, it is prudent to avoid contention. Personally, I possess a triad of advantages in offense, defense, and vitality, complemented by skills such as death resilience and undead regeneration, rendering me the most assured candidate for solitary confrontations with bosses. To acquire superior gear, one must train independently. Opportunities abound. 10 minutes later, the task was accomplished. Luan Yu entered the tiger's prison, gesturing towards a brightly glowing magical array. The stealing Heaven Tiger is the guardian boss of the first level. Once it is vanquished, this teleportation array will refresh. However, players teleporting to the second level will land indiscriminately, uncertain of their exact coordinates. Consequently, expect the necessity for solitary combat. Prepare mentally to avoid being swiftly dispatched by monsters upon arrival. Li Changfeng nodded cautiously. Indeed, mages and priests must activate shields during teleportation, while assassins can employ invisibility. For warriors, if few monsters surround us upon arrival, we shall engage and eliminate them. Escaping is likely unfeasible. Guzi brandished his spear. "Allow me to forge ahead and clear the path." "Very well, let us hasten." Other factions are also coveting this teleportation array. I glanced into the distance, where guilds such as the Hall of Eternal Life and Sacred Domain Roses were observing us, alongside a considerable number of players from the Northern Alliance flooding into this boss chamber. If we lingered, another bloody battle was inevitable. With a flash, Guzi vanished into the teleportation array, and I was the next to plunge into the fray. The ice-scaled horse let out a gentle neigh as it was whisked away by the arcane forces of the array, departing from the first level of the 9-Tiger Soul Tower. As I emerged, my surroundings brightly illuminated. I found myself once again confronted by the same iron walls and stone pathways. The atmosphere was dry and dim, confirming my arrival at the second level of the 9-Tiger Soul Tower. A piercing howl echoed through the air. There, not far away, stood a colossal wolf, its body encased in thick, jagged armor, towering at approximately 15 meters. Its robust physique resembled that of a warhorse, and as it bared its teeth at me and the Phantom Wolf King, it moved with a mechanical clatter of its heavily armored front legs. Undoubtedly, this was yet another creature of undead technology, akin to the bronze beasts. Azure Armored Wolf, Ghost Dance Level Monster. Level, 156 Attack, 64,007, 750 Defense, 6. 700 Health, 550,000 Skills, Savage Bite, Bloodthirsty Assault, Battle Roar. Introduction. The Azure Armored Wolf, once a fierce member of the Wolf Clan and the King of the Jungle, has been mercilessly forged into a bronze shell by a necromancer, bestowing upon it the gift of eternal undead life. This transformation has rendered them even more brutal and bloodthirsty. These creatures guard the 13th level of the 9-Tigers Soul Tower, becoming a nightmare for adventurers who dare to approach. For millennia, countless human warriors have perished beneath the claws of the Azure Armored Wolf. Indeed, while it is also a Ghost Dance level monster, its level exceeds that of the bronze beast by merely 1, resulting in minimal changes in strength. Its attack power is slightly elevated, yet its defense and health are marginally lower. Furthermore, it lacks area of effect skills. Nonetheless, one must not underestimate it. Based on my experiences with the game mechanics, Undead entities possess an attack effect that ignores 25 defense points, while wolves enjoy a 25 increase in attack speed. Their claws strike with rapid ferocity, delivering extraordinarily high damage output. Perhaps the azure armored wolf is even more formidable than the bronze beast. Go, little wolf. Summon the phantom clone. I charged forth, executing a thunder charge that locked onto the azure armored wolf. Amidst the stun from my charge, I swiftly unleashed a blade of fury, shattering its defenses. Subsequently, the phantom clone also initiated a charge, delivering a powerful combination strike. Under the relentless assault, the azure armored wolf's health plummeted by nearly 40. Coupled with the phantom wolf king's attack, it fell rapidly. The unique skill of the renowned warrior significantly amplified my damage output. With a fearsome howl, the azure armored wolf raised its claws, leaving a ghastly scratch across my chest. A sharp pain surged through me as the damage number soared to 11,824. Indeed, its attack power is formidable. In less than a second claw strike followed. Against such a ghost dance-level creature, one can only rely on speed to counter its ferocity. Without a priest to heal, death is inevitable. The clang of my teeming sword reverberated against the azure armored wolf's armor, continuously shredding it. In approximately 12 seconds, my relentless onslaught extinguished its remaining health. As the azure armored wolf collapsed, I too had suffered a loss of 50,000 health. However, the regenerative effects of the undead revival rapidly restored my vitality. Indeed, during solo leveling, the 10-level enhancement of undead revival has proven immensely beneficial. With a resounding thud, the azure armored wolf fell and instantly dropped a blue card. Picking it up, I was filled with joy. My 54 points of luck had truly proven formidable, as the first azure armored wolf I defeated yielded a card. Azure armored wolf card increases the user's attack speed by 65 and attack power by 20, lasting for 120 seconds. Required user level, 150. This card is exceptionally impressive, as the boosts of 65 in attack speed and 20 in attack power effectively double the user's damage output. Where else could one find such an extraordinary card? The card soared into the heavens, transforming into a radiant beam that coalesced above my head. Success was achieved, and a warm sensation enveloped my body, enhancing my attack speed by 65. This attribute was undeniably remarkable, allowing me to strike swiftly and unleash a flurry of attacks. If I were to slay another blue armored wolf, the pace would surely quicken. As I gazed ahead, I spotted a dozen or so blue armored wolves wandering within the visible corridor, their distances from one another neither too close nor too far. I needed to lure them one by one to eliminate them. With a swift flick of my sword, the dragon slayer descended from the sky, crashing heavily upon the forehead of the nearest blue armored wolf. Just as the creature lunged at me, I executed a countercharge, utilizing the shadow clone technique to dart in front of the wolf. The blade sliced through the air with remarkable speed, and after a relentless series of strikes, within 6 seconds, the monster's health had plummeted below 50. By the 8th second, my second wave of skills erupted forth, coupled with frequent ordinary attacks, causing the second blue armored wolf to collapse with a thunderous crash. To my astonishment, I was fortunate enough to obtain a card and a pair of boots. Upon inspection, they were indeed a pair of blue blade battle boots, one of the components of the set we were collecting. Concurrently, I noted that the experience gained from the two wolves nearly propelled me to a level increase. Each wolf contributed a full percentage point to my experience. The Nine Tiger Soul Tower was undoubtedly a prime location, presenting a golden opportunity for me to solo grind and ascend the level rankings. Moreover, luring the blue armored wolves to eliminate them was one of my advantages, as it posed minimal risk. The binding technique could confine the monsters without incurring damage. Although this method was somewhat slower, with a 10 lifesteal effect, I found that executing strong kills was not burdensome at all. Thus, I continued my advance down the corridor. In the guild channel, discussions were fervent. Li Chengfeng remarked, "Is everyone there? I'm near the center. After about 30 minutes of killing, I should be able to reach the boss." Su Yang chuckled. "Li, go and take down the boss." "I'm not ready to die yet," Li Chengfeng responded. Luan Umm chimed in. "I'm positioned quite far away, having been teleported to a distant corner. There's a player from Hot Sand City ahead of me. Once I finish off this blue armored wolf, I'll deal with him. Alas, these wolves are fierce. I can barely keep up." After dispatching one, I need a 2-minute recovery. Wu Guanfeng commented, "That's better than my situation. I can't even move here. surrounded by blue-armored wolves. If they come for me, I'm finished. Lu Bai laughed. Hurry up, Feng Yu, make a promise. Whoever rescues you shall have your heart. Wu Guan Feng Yu retorted, not a chance. My target is Lu Chun. I exchanged knowing chuckles with several He suggested, let us each report our coordinates and gradually gather together. I'm at 5782, 19981. Those nearby should come over. Let us form a party and head to the designated location. Indeed, as teams began to form around me, I found myself wandering aimlessly, only to tragically discover that within a radius of several hundred yards, there was not a single orange dot in sight. Indeed, I was the solitary star of misfortune in this desolate area, devoid of any familiar guild members, though members of the Northern Alliance were still present. The sound of boots crunching on the sandy ground reached my ears, accompanied by a palpable surge of energy. I could distinctly sense that something was amiss. In an instant, my eyes were enveloped in a dark hue as I activated my shadow eyes, enhancing my vision. Before me appeared a somewhat hazy figure skirting the edges of the wall. Hunched over, wielding 2 daggers, and shrouded in a mask. The gaze that met mine was filled with a chilling intent, and I could see that this figure was slowly advancing towards me. The name above him was Crimson. He was a player from the Northern Alliance. A level 157 assassin hailing from the scorching city of Hot City in South Korea. Remaining composed, I nonchalantly raised my arm, casting the binding spell to ensnare a distant green-armored wolf, while my phantom wolf king charged forward. The assassin's eyes gleamed with delight as he cautiously approached, his daggers glinting ominously. It was evident that he was preparing to unleash a surprise attack. Should he succeed, the ensuing flurry of stunning skills would be utterly terrifying. If his stun ability were to achieve a 100 success rate, I could very well find myself incapacitated to the point of death. In the realm of outdoor player versus player combat, a controlling assassin is a force to be reckoned with, more fearsome than anything else.